Deep inside the high Colorado Rockies, the world's best cyclists will soon test their limits at the toughest 7-day stage race ever conceived, and Andy Schleck will get his rematch against Cadel Evans. This is Andy Schleck here, beaten on the climbs and now on the defensive, just 4 weeks after the unforgettable battle in France. Evans is making a dash for the line. Cadel Evans cannot be beaten. These two champions take to the road once again. It will be a star-studded field full of household names, including American climbing stars Levi Leipheimer and Tom Danielson, strong all-around riders George Hincapie and Christian van der Velde, and time trial specialist Dave Zabriskie, each climbing to unprecedented altitude as these majestic roads become a proving ground unlike any the peloton has ever seen. This is the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show. Hi everybody, I'm Phil Liggett, and today we'll look ahead to the most exciting new cycling event in years. 7 days, 500 plus miles and over 36,000 feet of vertical climbing. Those are the awe-inspiring facts of the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge, set in the magnificent Colorado Rockies and designed to challenge the world's gutsiest teams. For this first race, the list of riders couldn't be more impressive. BMC's Cadel Evans, the Tour de France champion, has chosen to follow up his victory in Paris with a ride through the mountains.
This is going to be really quite a spectacle, isn't it? It's kind of like better than the best field post-tour criterium, but you have them racing the best stage races in the world, racing in a stage race. It's a fantastic start for the event. It's the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and you start like that. Well, if it can progress from here, I don't know where it's going to go, but maybe next year they can aim to have all of the top 10 of the Tour de France. I don't know.
Evans will rematch against Andy Schleck, the Great Leopard Trek rider, who was once again the tough luck runner-up at a Tour de France. Riding in support of his brother once again will be Frank Schleck, meaning every podium spot from the Champs-Élysées will be represented, and that's just the beginning of this powerhouse lineup.
Colorado has been able to attract the Tour de France podium. Cadel Evans, my teammate, and both the Schlecks. I don't think that we've had an event like this since there was racing in Colorado back in the old days. It's exciting for me because that's what I grew up watching.
Colorado has a massive base of cycling enthusiasts. A lot of the races that we do with that sort of fan base are in other countries, and it's fun for the French guys to race in France. It's fun for the Italians to race in Italy. For us Americans, it's such a pleasure and such a reward to race in front of American cycling fans.
Colorado-based team Garmin Cervelo will be hungry to defend its home turf, with climbing specialist and Boulder resident Tom Danielson, who was 9th overall at his first Tour de France.
He's from Colorado. He has adapted to the altitude. He also has the genetics that allow him to absorb that oxygen better than most cyclists, and he is actually able to produce more power at altitude than what you see in most riders. And so he's definitely has the opportunity to perform really well there.
Since I've been in Colorado, I've always dreamed of racing a big race on home soil. To bring international level cycling to America is huge, but then to bring it to your own state, your back door, that's a dream come true.
Radio Shack will be led by American star Levi Leipheimer, who bounced back to form after a rough tour to win the Tour of Utah just days ago, and now will be looking for even more triumph in the Rockies.
I've competed well at altitude before, and hopefully I can do it again in Colorado. I think that the time trial is definitely one of my strengths. Uphill time trial, it's always been my strength ever since I started riding the bike. I think that's the stage that will decide the race.
A stellar roster of teams will be competing, including 8 that have just finished the Tour de France. They are BMC, Garmin Cervelo, HTC High Road, Leopard Trek, Liquigas Cannondale, Rabobank, Radio Shack, and Saxo Bank SunGuard. There are 4 pro-continental teams that will also test their strength, including Skill Shimano, Spider Tech, Team Type 1, and United Healthcare. and 5 continental teams: Bissell, Exergy, Gobernation, Jelly Belly and EPM UNE. 17 teams in all will enter, but in the end only one rider will truly conquer this terrain to claim the Quiznos yellow jersey when the race reaches the finishing line in Denver. A closer look at the map reveals exactly what kind of challenge this race will be. The awe-inspiring route kicks off with a prologue in Colorado Springs. This will give the competitors a chance to showcase their speed before the brutal test ahead. Beginning with stage 1 from Salida, the field will be amidst the Mammoth Rockies for 5 straight days of alpine punishment. And the finish up Gothic Road to Mount Crested Butte will be the biggest uphill finish of the entire event. And then for stage 2, things get even more difficult, with the Queen stage from Gunnison to Aspen taking the men of the peloton over the 12,126-foot Cottonwood Pass, including a treacherous dirt road section. And the 12,095-foot Independence Pass with its narrow and steep switchbacks. Stage 3 is not any easier, as the mountain time trial in Vail takes them up Bighorn Road towards Vail Pass on a ride that will be key to the general classification hopefuls. Stage 4 from Avon, Colorado to Steamboat Springs should be a day when the sprinters can strike at the peloton as they race through the countryside. Then they turn around on stage 5 to run from Steamboat Springs over the twin 9,000-foot peaks of Rabbit Ears Pass and then into the picturesque town of Breckenridge, before finally coming back down from the Rockies on stage 6 between Golden and Denver. It's here in front of the Gold Leaf State Capitol building where the victor will pull on the coveted Quiznos yellow jersey to be crowned the winner of the first annual USA Pro Cycling Challenge. One man who has been critical to making this spectacular race happen is no stranger to the colour yellow.
We had a lot of races in the United States over the years up in the Northeast. You had Tour of Georgia, you had Tour of Missouri, you had Tour of California, obviously. But back in the day, you had the Coors Classic, which was a legendary, epic Colorado stage race that just felt like needed to be done again or duplicated or repeated with this younger generation of riders that we have. And it started just with an idea like that, really, that started on a bike ride and led to a call to the governor, and next thing you know, here we go. It has the Rocky Mountains. It has a ton of history and legacy when it comes to not just the Coors Classic from before, but also the riders that have come from the state, the riders that have trained in the state. It's got a lot of history here.
This world-class field will be battling for 5 prestigious jerseys at the US Pro Cycling Challenge. World-renowned climbers like Andy Schleck, Tom Danielson and many others will be battling both each other and the altitude in an effort to become the Nissan King of the Mountains. Young riders like 22-year-old Americans Ben King and 23-year-old TJ Van Garderen will be in a quest for the sheet's best young rider jersey. Strong breakaway riders like North Carolina resident George Hincapie and Canadian rider Hejidal could be seeking the Exergy Most Aggressive Rider jersey. The fastest men on 2 wheels, including Robert Foster and the American Freddie Rodriguez, will be hunting the Smashburger Sprint jersey. And of course, the Quiznos race leader yellow jersey will be reserved for the man who leads the competition at the end of every day. In a special tribute to Davis Finney, one of the first Americans to win a stage at the Tour de France and the last reigning champion of the famous Coors Classic, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge will be sponsoring an auction of each one of these jerseys at CharityBuzz.com. This will benefit the Davis Finney Foundation, providing information, inspiration and tools to help people with Parkinson's disease to live well today. Still to come, an action-packed preview of each exciting stage, plus Tour de France champion Cadel Evans opens up for the first time since his great triumph.
George Hincapie also really believed in me, and Daniel, when a guy of his experience believes in you, you can't doubt yourself.
That's all ahead on the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show.
You're watching Versus, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Cadel Evans finally broke through on racing's biggest stage this year to seize the maillot jaune in impressive fashion during the final decisive time trial of the 2011 Tour de France. But the journey to the top step of the podium had been a long time coming.
Had a late start to road cycling anyway. 25 I started riding Grand Tours, and then I had a late start again to debuting in the Tour de France. 2005 I rode my first tour. Just snuck in to get 8th overall, and from there progressed 8th, 4th, 2nd was looking like a really good progression, and then 2010 was all going great. My first time with the BMC team, but I broke my arm in the first week. Still managed to take the yellow jersey, but I didn't keep it for very long.
Despite the misfortune, he returned with the encouragement of BMC owner Andy Rees and one of cycling's most respected riders.
I believed in myself, but also people, Andy Rees, the BMC team. George Hincapie also really believed in me, and when a guy of his experience believes in you, you can't doubt yourself.
He believed, and through that belief and an uncanny knack for speed, the 34-year-old Australian finally had his victory lap on the Champs-Élysées. And in spite of being one of the Tour's oldest winners, he's hungry for more.
Just being realistic at this point. 2011 Tour de France as a winner. 2012 for sure I go back and I try and win it again. 2013 I think so also. Just being conservatively realistic. 2014 will like to think that's my last year racing at a high level and having won the Tour once. But always in my mind, if I do the Tour, I go there to try and win it, not to just be a part or whatever.
Now in the footsteps of his greatest hour, Evans is eager for the USA Pro Cycling Challenge's unique test.
I think overall the first 3 days are very difficult, and the race is going to be, a lot of it's going to be dictated right in the start. First, second, third road stage. And then from there, the difficulty of that you're going to also pay for in the last few days. So I think for me it's the altitude that's always the thing. A good time trial, it's going to be very important. And but because there's so much, I think the importance is going to be the first part of the race. A good team's going to be quite important as well.
A stellar roster of teams will be competing. For this first race, the list of riders couldn't be more impressive.
That's quite a coup for the US Pro Cycling Challenge. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have a stage race? Wouldn't it be nice if we could have some good riders in our stage race? How about, say, everyone on the podium at the Tour? What are the chances you can get that?
In addition to Cadel Evans and George Hincapie, 23-year-old South Carolina native Chris Butler is a young climber who could do well in the Colorado Rockies. And for Evans to succeed, he will certainly need the support of his entire team. The Prologue, presented by Quiznos, kickstarts the race at the aptly named Garden of the Gods, as the riders don their time trial gear and look to race like Nike, the Greek god of speed, for this 5-mile sprint. Positioned a minute apart in their quest, speed specialists like Dave Zabriskie, Levi Leipheimer and newly crowned Tour de France champion Cadel Evans will reach speeds of more than 50 miles an hour on a course full of downhill turns that will keep the riders on razor's edge as they race to the finishing line in downtown Colorado Springs. Regardless of who wins, one rider you know will race relentlessly on this day is HTC High Road and hometown boy Danny Pate.
With the Prologue starting there in the Garden of the Gods, a lot of people I know are going to be there. A lot of people my friends that have never seen me race before. Some of the guys I train with there in Colorado Springs, and I train with them on mountain bikes or something, and then they see that I ride the Tour de France, and kind of like, that doesn't make sense, but they've actually never seen me race a bike. They just kind of see me ride one around a bit. And so it'll be cool to actually get to be in a venue where I'm racing, and my friends and family will be there. I never really thought that they would have this big a race in Colorado, because since I've been racing, which has been a while now, there hasn't been a big tour in Colorado for ages, since I can remember. Like, there was the old Coors Classic, and I don't even know when that is, and I'm not a young guy anymore, And so it's awesome that the promoters and everyone that's had a bit to bring this race to Colorado, that it's happened.
And if you're planning to check out the action in person, you'll be in luck with a festival featuring entertainment, food, music and more. Or better yet, take the whole week off and follow the race, because this excitement is not only at the Prologue finish, but every finish for the next 6 stages. Stage 1, presented by United Healthcare, begins in Salida, famous for some of the world's best mountain biking. But there's adventure everywhere you look in this dream town. However, the cyclists of the peloton won't have time to enjoy any additional recreation. After a few ceremonial laps around town, they'll be ready to get the racing underway. 99 miles lay ahead in the high Rockies with over 8,000 feet of heart-pounding vertical climbs. The first Nissan King of the Mountains contest will be at the peak of Monarch Pass, which at over 11,000 feet is truly beyond categorization. If you're planning to cheer on your favorite rider, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better location. But this being Colorado, where there are peaks, valleys soon follow, giving the sprinters a chance to claim glory of their own. On this day, 2 Smashburger sprint banners will be placed across the route as the cyclists approach the skiing haven of Crested Butte. But on this day, the vertical will be experienced on 2 wheels as the climbers seek to escape and beat each other to the line of the race's only mountaintop finish, as Gothic Road winds 3 miles up to the town of Mount Crested Butte at a lung-busting elevation of 9,380 feet.
Mount Crested Butte finish there on the end of stage 1 is unique because it comes at very high altitude. I think it's up around 10,000 feet. You know, I think it will be somewhat decisive, but not super decisive. It's a big road. It's not super steep, but it's just short enough that a lot of guys will be able to suffer it out and get to the finish line with the leaders. But I think it will be exciting, and I'll definitely have to be on top of my game, and everyone else will be as well. But I don't think that anyone's ever had a stage race like this such consistently at high altitude. I'm really interested to see what the cumulative effects are of having these hard finishes and hard stages at high altitude and then sleeping and recovering at high altitude day in and day out for 7 days. I'm really interested to see what happens to everybody.
This year's Tour de France undoubtedly left Andy Schleck feeling empty. Having already been runner-up twice before, he went for the glory in stage 18, proclaiming that with no guts there is no glory. But despite his success in seizing the Maillot Jaune, he was unable to hold off Cadel Evans on stage 20, a defeat that undoubtedly still stings. But to his credit, the 26-year-old is getting right back on his bike for the USA Pro Cycling Challenge and will likely be a force to be reckoned with for both the King of the Mountains title and the yellow jersey. And in cycling, there is no better form of revenge than victory. Other riders to watch out for on Leopard Trek of Andy's brother Frank, likely to be trailblazing the path to victory. And Jens Voigt, the fans' favourite, who is still going strong. Still to come, the Queen Stage from Gunnison to Aspen, where the cyclists will combat the highest altitudes in the history of racing, including back-to-back 12,000-foot passes.
Man, that day it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be a grind.
And I think that the altitude will play a major role in this race for a lot of guys. I mean, you can't compare Independence Pass to anything in Europe.
All ahead on the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show.
Cadel Evans climbed the podium when he won the Tour de France. Below him stood the Schleck brothers, who finished second and third. Don't think for a minute they were satisfied, because now they're heading into the Rockies, intent on making Evans and the rest of the field look up at them. The USA Pro Cycling Challenge begins Monday at 4 on Versus and concludes on NBC.
I've watched the podium since I was a kid, and then when you're right there, you know, when you're only a couple of feet away and you're watching the podium of the guys who just got first, second, and third of the tour, you know, it's just surreal.
At this year's Tour de France, Garmin Cervelo won the team competition and now enters the USA Pro Cycling Challenge with arguably the most impressive 8-man roster of any team. 4 of the riders will have just competed in the Tour de France, including time trial specialist David Zabriskie, 18th place finisher Ryder Hezjedal, 17th place finisher Christian van der Velde, and Tom Danielson.
Tommy D, you're going to get 9th place in the Tour de France. How does it feel? Holy
who with his 9th place may have solidified himself as the team leader going into this race.
Even though it was my first Tour de France and I would have liked to take a more relaxed role, I knew I owed it to myself to
to give it a go and just do, something that I've always dreamed about doing.
First Tour de France, a top 9 finish for him.
To pull it off was amazing.
Tom Danielson returns to his homeland of Colorado, where he has won the notorious Mount Evans hill climb 3 times and now eyes cycling's newest prize, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge's yellow jersey.
I rode into Paris. I thought, okay, I'm done for the year. As soon as I got to the hotel and I started to recover a little bit, all of a sudden, Colorado was in the back of my mind a little bit. And then on the flight home, I was like, man, I'm pumped. I'm pumped for this race. Holy crap. Here I am, just finished a Grand Tour, and I'm motivated for USA Pro Cycling Challenge.
For Danielson to succeed, he will need not only the support of his team, but also to prove that he is the leader of this talented roster that also includes another rider with deep Colorado roots.
I'm born and raised in Boulder, Colorado. I've got a lot of family history. My dad won the race back when it was the Coors Classic for the old Tour of Colorado in 79 and 83. My uncle raced it a lot as well. They were kind of the brother dynamic duo. They were like the Schleck brothers nowadays, if you will, but they were the 70s version of that.
All in all, it is a roster packed with talent and experience, and the fuel of being Colorado-based should be plenty of motivation for the men in Argyle. Gunnison is a classic western town lined with ranches that shine in the shadow of awe-inspiring mountains, and on this day the rider's destination will be even further than the end of that rainbow. Stage 2, presented by Nissan, has been branded the Queen Stage because it is the crown jewel. At 131 miles and over 9,700 vertical feet, this is both the longest and the highest stage of the entire event, with 2 12,000-foot passes in one day.
It's funny because I spoke with a journalist a few weeks ago, and he was analyzing my tours and the Giro I did. And he said always when you talking to me, when I made the difference to the other riders, that was always above 2,000 meters. So I think that could be a really good stage for me.
To put this in context, this year's Tour de France went as high as 9,003 feet. This year's Giro d'Italia only went as high as 7,378 feet. Quite simply, this is groundbreaking elevation for the cycling world. Cottonwood Pass marks the Nissan King of the Mountains banner, another skyscraping pass to separate the strong climbers from the rest of the field. But in a unique twist, the ascent up Cottonwood Pass is on a dirt road, an extra challenge for the racer's thin tyres. But former champion mountain biker Cadel Evans welcomes the difficult conditions.
Being an ex-mountain biker, I suppose, I always train on the worst possible roads wherever I live in the world or go training, because you have to be used to everything to be a good rider.
Cadel Evans is riding out of his skin.
The stage of the Giro d'Italia, Strada Bianca last year. Call it Strada Marrone, brown roads. Poured rain that day. I loved it. I don't think anyone else did, but I loved it.
After the dirt, after the climbing, after the rainy conditions, Cadel Evans wins stage 7.
To add to the punishment, right after the descent is Mighty Independence Pass with a 6.5% gradient, numerous switchbacks, and more oxygen-deprived air toward the world-famous Crimson Red Mountains of Aspen.
Man, that day it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be a grind. I mean, the group's gonna come down, but then that time up Independence Pass, it's steep. It's a steep climb, and it goes up really high. It's just gonna come in ones and twos into Aspen. Actually, my fiance Jessica Phillips is putting on a women's race, the Aspen Women's Pro Race, and that'll be happening the same day. And so she said that it's really important to her that I win that day. So, yeah, I'm going to be going for it there.
I mean, you can't compare Independence Pass to anything in Europe. It's they're typically longer here, but not as steep, and they're higher. For example, Alpe d'Huez starts at maybe 1,000 feet, so the guys are able to breathe down there, but it's 9 or 10%. Independence Pass goes up to 12,000 feet, but it's 4 or 5%. So you sort of pick your poison there, whatever suits a different rider. But I mean, I think that the altitude will play a major role in this race for a lot of guys.
Now here's the tap we expected earlier from Ivan Basso. Basso has come back to the front again. He's giving as good as he gets here. On this stage, watch out for Liquigas Cannondale's Ivan Basso, two-time Giro d'Italia winner who was a solid 8th in this year's Tour de France. His experience and tenacity will be combined with the motivation to succeed for Cannondale on his bike manufacturer's home ground. Among those riding in support of Basso will be Tim Duggan, who hails from Boulder, Colorado, and Ted King, the New Hampshire native who had a tough crash that forced him to miss the Tour de France. So don't count out his motivation to come back strong.
Broke my collarbone June the 5th. I was in Philly, went into a storm grate. It was instant. You know your collarbone's broken at that point. But I did sort of the standard rehab from there, and you can't mimic the race fitness and training. You can spend time behind the scooter, you can climb a mountain at threshold, but it's not the same as when you're in the heat of the moment with the peloton. We're going for Basso. We want to win the Tour.
Also on this day, another dark horse to watch out for is Oscar Sevilla for Gobernathion, who won 2 of the hardest stages at the 2011 Tour of Colombia. Coinciding with Stage 2 will be the debut of the Aspen Snowmass Women's Pro Stage Race presented by United Healthcare. This 3-stage event from August 22nd to 24th will include a time trial from the base of Aspen Highlands to the iconic Maroon Bells, a circuit race through the rolling hills of Snowmass Village, and a criterium race through the streets of downtown Aspen. Top riders from around the world, including Aspen resident Jessica Phillips, will participate, and all proceeds from the event will be used to support young women's athletic programs in the region. Still to come, a look at Team Radio Shack as they seek to rebound in the Rockies.
Crashes and sickness and a lot of things just wrecked our tour.
And the world's best break down the critical Vail Mountain Time Trial when the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show returns.
What's crazy to think about is that a lot of this race actually takes part above 8,000 feet.
People who don't understand how their body works at altitude will be in for a big surprise.
There's really nowhere to hide.
It's sort of the great equalizer.
It's going to be nasty.
Altitude really puts you in your place.
It just really makes you feel horrible.
There'll be guys that are better than they should be or better than we thought they were because we mostly race down at sea level, and there'll be guys that are really good at sea level that will kind of melt down and not do nearly as well.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge kicks off tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Versus. For the entire broadcast schedule, log on to NBCSports.com, and for the full experience and extended coverage, bookmark USAProCyclingChallenge.com, which will feature the Shack Tour tracker with live video, real-time tracking of the race, on-course maps and profiles, live text commentary, and much more. Additionally, you can find the USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Facebook and Twitter. It all starts tomorrow, live from Colorado. For Levi Leipheimer, 2011 has been a tumultuous year, with no greater disappointment than France, where numerous crashes ruined both his and his team's hopes. But part of that letdown is the result of high expectations on Leipheimer and his team.
Radio Shack has had actually a great year outside of the Tour de France. The Tour de France is the race that everyone knows about, and it was one of the worst races of I'd say, any team I've been a part of. I mean, we were just crashes and sickness and a lot of things just wrecked our tour. But besides that, Tour of California couldn't have gone any better, and now hopefully USA Pro Cycling Challenge will be the same, a bit of redemption from the Tour de France. I think for myself and a lot of the guys, we've already forgotten about the tour, so it's time to move on.
But now, here amidst the skyscraping 14,000-foot peaks of Colorado, Levi seeks to regain his stride in a race that appears suited to his strengths.
I've competed well at altitude before, and hopefully I can do it again in Colorado. I think that the time trial is definitely one of my strengths. Uphill time trial. it's been my strength ever since I started riding a bike.
For Radio Shack, a strong showing was already crucial, and it became even more important when 2011 Amgen Tour de California champion and Tour de France crash victim Chris Horner withdrew from this race due to a blood clot on his lung. Now on these rugged mountain roads, the entire team will be looking to Leipheimer to lead them to a strong showing, and it's a role the 37-year-old veteran welcomes.
I mean, you're at the race, you're with your teammates, you're in the bus, you're strapping on your shoes, you're putting on your helmet. It's a place where I've been 1,000 times, and that's my cue to get ready and go to battle.
Leipheimer should have the support of Ben King, the American National Road Race Champion in 2010, plus the rest of his highly motivated squad. This statue in the heart of Vail village is a reminder of how Vail was built by 2 US Army 10th Mountain Division soldiers who were inspired by the ski villages of the Tyrolean Alps. And on stage 3, presented by the state of Colorado, racers will feel like they are in the midst of a time trial worthy of the Alps as they contest a stage that should instantly be considered among the most difficult in the world.
You know, it's hard enough at sea level on a flat road when you throw in some huge climbs in Colorado in the high altitude environment, and not being the first day of the race. It's not like we're going into it fresh. There's no doubt, whether you're the best guy in the race or the worst guy in the race, you're going to be suffering and you're going to have to really dig in.
It's even more tricky to judge your effort, to judge your pacing at high altitude, because sometimes you might want to overpace. It's definitely more risky at altitude, because if you blow up, you really blow up and you're really done. I mean, in general, it's just going to be a really hard time trial, and the altitude definitely doesn't help.
Beginning from one of America's most quintessential alpine villages, this test of strength will run parallel with Interstate 70, climbing for 10 grueling miles towards the apex of Vail Pass and its finish near appropriately named Bighorn Road, a course that will undoubtedly be lined with avid fans in this sports mecca.
The Vail time trial is going to be insanity. That's going to be like the Alpe d'Huez at the Tour. Really, I know, because I have a bunch of friends, and they're from Vail. So they're actually all home for the summer right now, and they're planning on being up in whatever outfit they're going to have. I don't know yet, but it's gonna be pretty nuts.
In addition to noted time trialists like Dave Zabriskie, Gustav Larsen and Christian van der Velde, expect full effort from the general classification hopefuls, and they should include Andy Schleck, Levi Leipheimer and Ivan Basso, for this day is sure to have a huge impact on the remainder of the race. Cadell Evans is one of the many who has marked this day on his calendar.
Stage 3 in Vail, Colorado. Might be good for me if I'm riding well. I'm guessing there's going to be a super motivated Tom Danielson, and I think someone like Levi Leipheimer will be looking at a stage like that and really focusing on it.
Still to come, Avon to Steamboat Springs could give the sprinters a chance to seize the road, plus a closer look at the formidable Saxo Bank Sungard team. All this when the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show returns. Welcome back to the USA Pro Cycling Preview Show. I'm Phil Liggett, and today we're taking you on a special journey through the mountain roads that many of the world's best teams will soon face. They include Saxo Bank Sungard, the current team of 3-time Tour de France champion Alberto Contador, which will be fielding a strong roster. Riding for Saxo Bank Sungard will be Daniel Navarro and Gustav Larsen, the 4-time Swedish time trial champion and silver medalist in the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games. So watch for him to potentially make a move in Vail. They call Avon the heart of the Vail Valley, and the sweet terrain of Stage 4, presented by Exergy, may lift spirits for a tiring squad of riders. The rolling race route will give the breakaway artists a chance to test whether they can escape the grasp of the peloton for a shot at a stage win in Steamboat Springs, also known as Bike Town, USA. But any escape will not be easy, as the overall leaders and their teams will be looking to protect the hard-earned gains they have made over the previous days. Plus other teams hungry for the sprint in Oak Creek and King of the Mountains points on the line in Wolcott. Look for lots of jockeying back and forth from start to finish through this magnificent countryside. Appropriately for a state lined with endless peaks, the depth of teams entering is truly notable, as is the immense depth in American cycling talent. Jelly Belly Cycling, presented by Kenda, will include Aspen's Alex Hagman and Ken Hansen, who has 4 stage wins this season. Team Spidertech, powered by C10, has potent climbers Lucas Yusa and a 2011 Amgen Tour of California King of the Mountains, Pat McCarty, to watch out for. Bristol Pro Cycling features Chris Baldwin, the 2-time USA National Time Trial champion, who will be looking to make himself heard in the Prologue. Each of these riders will undoubtedly be dreaming of seizing a prestigious stage win in the heart of the Rockies. And still to come, a closer look at the dynamic talent of TJ Van Garderen, the HTC High Road climbing sensation who might be America's next great rider.
After doing the tour this year, it kind of showed me just how far I need to go in the sport to be able to get on the podium of the tour.
And a closer look at an action-filled Stage 5 from Steamboat to Breckenridge. All this when the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show returns. This is a terrific show of strength and indeed of courage for TJ Van Garderen, riding against the best bike riders in the world in his first Tour de France. When Montana native TJ Van Garderen pulled on the polka dot King of the Mountains leader's jersey after Stage 8 of this year's Tour de France, it was a sign that the future may arrive sooner than expected.
Oh, it's just incredible. I mean, it's the tour. I've been in jerseys at other races, you know, like Switzerland, California, but just the energy that you get from the tour and, like, you know, the circus of just, you know, getting dragged to the media, you know, on the French media where you have, like, some translator in your ear. It's just an incredible experience.
It was an impressive moment for the cyclist some predict to be a future Tour de France champion, who also finished 5th in this year's Amgen Tour of California to claim the best young rider's jersey. But that hasn't affected the motivation for Colorado.
Yeah, I mean, after doing the tour this year, it was it kind of showed me just how far I need to go in the sport to be able to get on the podium of the tour. I've spent a lot of time in Colorado. My parents live there. I've lived there. My girlfriend's from Aspen, and and there's a stage that finishes in Aspen. It's going to be incredible. It's definitely a big goal of mine. It's something that I told the team that in the beginning of the year that, like, I don't know what my schedule is going to be, but just make sure that this race is on it. I mean, I've done plenty of races at altitude, and they've been good. So I think that'll be one of my strengths. But yeah, it's one of those things where it suits someone with the riding style more like Levi, who can just grind out one pace and rather than going really deep and attacking like the Schlecks or Contador, because if you go really deep like that, then you can just start to suffocate and then you just go backwards. I think it'll be an important race for me, so I think just the motivation can make all the difference.
At the recent Tour of Utah, Van Garderen was able to take his first pro win in the time trial, and that was a great way to celebrate his 23rd birthday. For continued success, though, on the daunting roads ahead, he will need the support of veterans like Danny Pate, who is impressed by the rider 9 years his junior.
There's a lot of young riders that are coming up. TJ, Brent Bookwalter, Ben King, they're really top riders for their age, and probably going to see a lot from those guys in the future. As for TJ, he'll be one of our co-captains there, and I think that we have a real chance to go for GC with him.
Also on Team HTC High Road is Peter Velits, the Slovakian climber who proved he is one to watch after an impressive third in last year's Vuelta a España. Stage 5, presented by Smashburger, begins at one of Steamboat Spring's most famous ski hills. And with only 2 days remaining until the finish line in Denver, the action will undoubtedly be intense. At over 9,400 feet, Rabbit Ears Pass will be a major source of intrigue on this day, as the dramatic double summit hosts a King of the Mountains banner and spectacular viewing opportunities. A sprint line in Kremlin will serve as a forerunner to what may be the fastest stage of the race, and the possible sprint finish in beautiful and historic downtown Breckenridge, Colorado.
If there are sprinters there and they haven't suffered too bad before, they're going to want it. So there's going to be a lot of guys, and they're going to want to race aggressively and race for that stage win.
It's definitely not an overall sprinter-friendly race, but this will be the one chance that the sprinters get to really shine.
Also keep an eye on the German sprinter Robert Foster, who has dared to enter this grueling event and will be looking to make his effort pay off by powering to a win on this stage.
And here comes Forster. Forster has launched the sprint.
Another speedster to watch out for is Team Exege's Freddy Rodriguez, the former US Pro champion who once won a Giro d'Italia stage back in 2004.
Freddy Rodriguez came from absolutely nowhere there, and that is the first American win at the Giro d'Italia for an awful long time.
Now in comeback mode, he'll be looking to make his mark on the streets of Breckenridge. And still to come, the final climatic stage that will carry the peloton from Golden to Denver. And I reveal my pick for each jersey. All this when the USA Pro Cycling Challenge preview show returns. Throughout this magnificent race, another rising team to watch out for is United Healthcare, featuring Rory Sutherland, who finished 7th overall at the Amgen Tour of California with a particularly impressive third-place finish on the Sierra Road Mountain Summit, a result that bodes well for an encore performance here in Colorado.
Well, we're going high in the Tour of Colorado. You know, it's stages up to Aspen over Independence Pass. You're getting up 9,000 feet in a lot of races, so it's going to be a battle, no matter whether you're used to altitude or not, I think.
Golden, Colorado is home to a famous brewery and much more. But on stage 6, presented by Icon Lasik, the man who dons the yellow jersey at the start of the day will undoubtedly be hoping for champagne rather than hops and barley by its end. The race route starts in downtown Golden near its famous Welcome Arch. It passes through downtown, consisting of 73 miles and over 3,000 feet of vertical. A stage that will decide who gets to climb to the top step of the podium in Denver, made challenging by a circuitous route through the winding roads of Lookout Mountain and 3 laps through Golden itself. After that, it will be foot to the metal as elite riders point their handlebars towards Denver and the sweet success of the finish line. 6 victorious laps around Denver on Spear Boulevard before turning to reach the finishing line on Broadway next to the state capitol building. On this day, there will be many worthy winners, including the men who don the Best Young Rider, Green Points, King of the Mountains and yellow jerseys. As we go to her, here are my favourites to don each jersey by the time the peloton reaches the mile-high city. Whoever earns the Nissan King of the Mountains jersey will be an incredibly determined rider. And that's why I favour Andy Schleck, who will be motivated and hungry from the second he arrives. Veteran sprinter Freddy Rodriguez is also hungry and motivated, and if he survives the difficult mountains, he may well bounce back to take the Smashburger sprint jersey. My pick for the Sheet's Best Young Rider jersey is the tremendously talented 23-year-old TJ Van Garderen, who may well someday even win the Tour de France. The XG Most Aggressive Rider jersey is a daily jersey, and look for Ryder Hagedal, the Canadian, to grab it on at least one stage. And for the Quiznos yellow jersey, it's hard not to like Tom Danielson, who excels at high altitude. But don't just take my word for it. Here's Lance Armstrong.
I think we got a good preview of what will happen here last week in the Tour of Utah. You know, I think Levi, he proved at that race that he was strong. He proved he could handle the altitude. He proved he's fit and ready. He's motivated. I mean, if I had to bet on anybody, I would pick Levi Leipheimer to win the race, which is might sound a little biased since I'm part of Team Radio Shack, but I think he's the clear favorite. And I think going into those early stages, the rest of the riders will look to us to support the race. They'll say, you know, he's the clear favorite. You have to carry the race.
Stay tuned, because in cycling the landscape can change in an instant. And if you live in the vicinity of Denver, make sure to head towards the Gold Dome Capitol to see who does take home each coveted jersey in person. Remember, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge kicks off tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Versus. For the entire broadcast schedule, log on to NBCSports.com, and for the full experience and extended coverage, bookmark USAProCyclingChallenge.com, which will feature the Shack Tour tracker with live video, real-time tracking of the race, on-course maps and profiles, live text commentary, and much more. Additionally, you can find the USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Facebook and on Twitter. It all starts tomorrow, live from Colorado. All in all, it's a field full of countless Olympians, world champions, Grand Tour stage winners, and the entire 2011 podium of the Tour de France, who will truly experience one of the most magnificent sporting venues in the entire world. Because amidst these skyscraping mountains, there are roads made for action, the likes of which the world has never seen. This is one sequel to the Tour de France that you surely will not want to miss. To many, the road is a calling. To a select few, the road is a lifestyle. A place where they live and work as they journey through some of the most incredible landscape on Earth. Testing themselves and each other. Now, for the first time ever, experience life inside and outside the peloton. As cycling's greatest grant access to their inner circle, all while trying to conquer one of the most incredible races ever conceived. This is the USA Pro Cycling Challenge Epic Mini-Series. Rematch in the Rockies. The wheel was one of the first fundamental inventions of mankind. By harnessing circular physics, a transportation revolution was created. As simple as it is in concept, this device changed the destiny of our species. Today, as these riders train, it's doubtful that any of those thoughts are on their mind. Instead, their eyes are set on sport's newest prize and the extraordinary chapter in American cycling that is about to commence. The inaugural edition of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge will begin in the appropriately named Garden of the Gods and transform roads all over Colorado into a high-altitude endurance test of the highest magnitude. Over 7 days and 6 nights, the men of the peloton will tackle a staggering 36,000 feet of elevation with little oxygen and fewer guardrails. But before they tackle the high Rockies, they must first tackle the adrenaline-inducing roads of this prologue. Prologues are often just warm-ups, but this one is fraught with high-speed peril and tight turns that will surely ruin a few riders' day. But this is all what lies ahead. It is the road that lies behind that makes this race even more interesting.
Once again, welcome to the USA Pro Cycling.
As two men arrive for the initial press conference in Colorado Springs, their shadows loom large over the entire cycling landscape, their fates intertwined. And the atmosphere on this day feels more like a boxing weigh-in than cycling formality, as it reunites the Tour de France victor Cadel Evans with his vanquished foe Andy Schleck.
I'd just like to hear from each of you if you see this race as a rematch, and if not, who you see as the favorites in this race.
If we're good and we're going to climb to this altitude, we might be able to fight it out. But
of course, I hope to beat him, but it's not like the goal why I'm here. And we shouldn't forget this. Not only us, there's 137 other riders who are here to win this race, and there's no one here there's no bad riders here. Everybody can win this race, and it's not the personal rematch between Cadel and me.
Evans, a 34-year-old Australian spark plug, who in the past has been called aggressive by sports writers and opponents alike, is now quite simply known as champion after his dominant ride on the stage 20 time trial in cycling's undisputedly greatest race. From the moment he is introduced here in Colorado, every fan and every rider all know what he did and how he did it. This is cycling's de facto hero of the hour. It is a victory so recent that it practically lingers in his eyes an easy smile, but now his victory lap that started on the Champs-Élysées 4 weeks ago is finally over, and the magnetism of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge appears daunting even to Evans.
I think overall the first 3 days are very difficult, and the race is going to be, a lot of it's going to be dictated right in the start. The difficulty of that you're going to also pay for in the last few days. I think for me it's the altitude that's always the thing. A good time trial is going to be very important, and but because there's so much, I think the importance is going to be the first part of the race. A good team's going to be quite important as well.
Here he comes. In prize fight terms, the 5'9" time trial specialist won the Tour de France with the equivalent of a last-minute knockout, and he did it to a man who has a large size and reach advantage over him. It's history today. Hailing from Luxembourg, Andy Schleck undoubtedly arrives in Colorado with plenty of motivation. The tough luck runner-up, not once or twice, but now 3 times at the Tour de France, masks his intensity with an easy smile and a youthful grin. But everyone within range knows that their 94-second defeat will take longer to heal than a typical road injury.
Water.
Water or sugar?
Oh, sugar is also good.
Water or sugar,
please.
I had a lot of mental stress during the tour. That maybe after tour everything went kind of down, and I think I need 2-3 days to get into it again, into the feeling again. So it's gonna be brutal hard for me.
Next, meet the home team, Garmin-Cervelo, who are hungry and full of characters unique to the cycling world, when Rematch in the Rockies returns. To live and train at altitude is an immense advantage that cyclists have long realised. It boosts their red cell count and even changes the microscopic structure and function of muscles themselves. But it's unlikely, as they train in the days before the USA Pro Cycling Challenge begins, that any members of Team Garmin-Cervelo are versed enough to know the exact science. What they are well aware of is that there is no substitution for long-term acclimatization to altitude, and that likely their team may be the biggest beneficiary of that fact during this race. Based out of Boulder, Colorado, they have only had to travel less than 100 miles down the front range of the Rockies to set up their base camp.
How long you go, more or less?
What do you want to do?
3 hours?
Yeah?
3 hours.
All right.
At times, Team Garmin-Cervelo can seem more like a comedy troupe than a cycling team, and it extends beyond their patented Argyle wardrobe to the zany presence of Dave Zabriskie.
You're gonna do this all week?
Yeah, I'm gonna get closer. Probably like in here, maybe.
How you working?
It's brand new. I just opened it.
The man they call Captain America is an immensely talented time trialist who has the ability to ride like he's from another planet, and often acts like he's from another planet as well. But the truth is that Zabriskie is a lot tougher than his personality makes him appear, and simply being here, ready to ride after a rough end to the Tour de France, proves that fact.
The tour ended for me on stage 9. Lost control, hit a concrete block way too hard. Pretty surprised I didn't break anything, but just had too much swelling in my knee and hand to really do anything. I mean, it's been 4 weeks now and I'm still getting like strange bruises just bubbling up out of my legs, so it was a pretty hard hit. I didn't want to leave the tour, and it was hard to leave it this year, and especially the way the team was going with all the success. I didn't want to leave it behind, but that's how it is, and I had to go.
Show the camera your face. Stung by a bee.
And we saw a bear just in here. Can't really see it.
Even without Zabriskie, Garmin-Cervelo had a remarkable run at the Tour de France, finishing first overall in the team category.
Body's feeling good though, everything after Tour de France?
I don't know about that. We'll wait and see.
Oh boy, TV cameras
And
already.
remarkably, it was this man who in his first ever Tour de France was the team's leading rider, finishing 9th overall, proving to himself that his ability to succeed in high-pressure situations matches his remarkable lung capacity.
Yeah, it's really cool. Top secret protein drinks. Can't see this. Greek yogurt. Capri Sun, I don't drink this, but somebody does. Maybe my wife, maybe my son. Oh, it keeps it cold. Ice. But this is the secret stuff here. I pronounce it fag, but it's face.
No, it's faye.
Faye.
It even tells you how to pronounce it on the...
Yeah, don't show anybody.
Tommy Danielson hails from Boulder, Colorado, and now brimming with newfound confidence, the entire peloton will be coming to his own backyard.
Yeah, I think it's really going to add to sort of the 2011 dream of mine that's coming true. Is achieving these great things in cycling, and we talked about racing on home soil and how great of a experience that's going to be, and even greater, what will it be like racing against the guys that you just battled with in the Tour de France on your home turf? I think it's cool. It's almost like having the Super Bowl in your home state.
This man is the ringleader to the Garmin-Cervelo circus. His riders call him simply by his initials, JV, a casual moniker for a man that has a bit of a casual vibe. At just 38 years of age, Jonathan Walters is team manager at an age when some of his peers are still racing. But his early retirement is in contradiction to his intense passion for the sport he loves and the men he leads.
Well, we've got, a couple Colorado natives on the team. We've got a couple guys that live in Colorado on the team. We've got me being a Colorado native and living in Colorado, helping out the team. Of course, we want to win in our backyard. We want to show the fans what this team is about and the spirit of this team. I can tell you that the guys are probably every bit as motivated for this race as they were for the Tour de France, that's for sure.
Each member of Team Garmin seems to march to the beat of his or her own drummer. But as they prepare for the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, with perhaps the most horsepower of any team, they intend to put the peloton on guard in the days to come. Coming up, meet Team Radio Shack, whose leader Levi Leipheimer will be trying to win back-to-back high-altitude races. When Rematch in the Rockies returns. Team Radio Shack was founded to be a powerhouse. This was the team Lance Armstrong came out of retirement to co-found just 2 years ago, with a world-class support staff, undisputably strong management, and most importantly of all, a talented roster, including the instantly recognizable Levi Leipheimer. Like the now retired Armstrong, Leipheimer is the rare breed of rider who is strong enough in both climbing and time trialing to be an overall threat in any race he enters. But also like Armstrong, he carries a heavy burden to lead the team. After Leipheimer crashed in stage 6 of the 2011 Tour de France, the critics circled, with accusations that the team had not lived up to its potential. Criticism that Leipheimer believes were unwarranted.
Radio Shack has had a great year outside of the Tour de France. The Tour de France is the race that everyone knows about, and it was one of the worst races of, I'd say, any team I've been a part of. Just crashes and sickness and a lot of things just wrecked our tour. But besides that, Tour of California couldn't have gone any better. And now hopefully Tour of Colorado will be the same, a bit of redemption from the Tour de France. I think for myself and a lot of the guys, we've already forgotten about the tour. So it's time to move on.
With his victory in the Tour of Utah just days ago, Leipheimer has already proved that he has indeed moved on.
Just recently, a hard time in that Tour of Utah.
Yeah, it was tough. The Colombian team, they gave us a run for our money, and I'm sure they're going to do the same here.
Race co-founder and Team Radio Shack legend Lance Armstrong believes that Levi will be a favourite to win here as well.
He proved that he was strong. He proved he could handle the altitude. He proved he's fit and ready. He's motivated. I mean, if I had to bet on anybody, I would pick Levi Leipheimer to win the race, which is might sound a little biased since I'm part of Team Radio Shack, but I think he's the clear favorite. I think going into those early stages, the rest of the riders will look to us to support the race. They'll say, he's the clear favorite. You have to carry the race.
Only one Schleck is in attendance for the gala. Frank Schleck knows that by coming straight from Europe, he is already at a disadvantage.
It's going to be hard to stay up with Daniels and Levi because they've been up in the altitude, been really acclimatized. Acclimatized. Is that right?
We're looking at stages of over 12,000 feet on two occasions, which is 3,500 meters. Have you ever raced at that kind of altitude before?
No. And actually, you always hit at 12,000 feet, and I never count back meters because I don't really won't know it. Sorry. So, thanks for that.
I missed California this year. So I said, no, I got to race in US because I really like it and we have a lot of fans and we feel that we have a lot of fans here. So this is the way we give something back and hopefully can stay up with those guys.
Okay, guys, thank you very much indeed.
While the elder Schleck proves to be a crowd pleaser, the one man everyone is waiting to hear on this night is the first ever Australian Tour de France champion.
The welcome you got in Melbourne was absolutely incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's overwhelming. It's
I think that's Scotland glory in the back there.
It was about 30,000 meters.
Cadel Evans' time trial bike waits in anticipation. Like a race car, his state-of-the-art carbon fibre machine was computer-generated to be aerodynamic down to the finest detail. And with race day fast approaching, every component has been fine-tuned for speed. Now all it needs is its rider, a rider that can harness its potential like no other can. The rider who will once again have the opportunity to prove himself and his rivals that he is the best in the world. Coming up, the world's best ready for the long road ahead when Rematch in the Rockies returns. At any race around the world, you can feel the same energy in the air before a cycling event begins. From the readying of the team cars, to each mechanic making the final adjustments to the prized bikes. And the riders choosing the fuel they need.
How far is the Starbucks?
Once preparations are completed and warm-up rides are finished, they will finally be ready to embark from the Garden of the Gods for the shortest and most merciful day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. All prologues are symbolic. They serve as a chance for each rider to put the field on notice. A chance to show that there will be a force to be reckoned with during the hours and days that lie ahead. But in the eyes of one top rider, this prologue has extra importance.
I think the key stages of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge are the prologue, the Independence Pass stage, and I think the Vail time trial. I think those three stages are the race. Why do I say the Prologue? Well, you know, it's a little bit longer than normal Prologues, but you know, it's an opportunity for someone that can time trial quite well to maybe get some seconds to play with. It's going to be tough for sure.
As the race gets set to start, HTC High Road veteran Danny Pate will have special motivation to give him a strong showing.
It showcases some of the scenery and outdoors that Colorado Springs has. It's really cool to me because it's only a mile from where I live, and I ride there quite regularly. There's road riding and mountain biking right from there, and it's just awesome to me that I can ride a big race like this one, and it's right in my hometown. It's a mile away from my house, and really I can't wait to do the Prologue because I think it's actually a cool course. I'm surprised they picked it. I'm surprised that they chose to run it the way they did, because I think it'll be really interesting the way it is. It's not just your 4% uphill boring finish the whole way. It's got some technical aspects to it that it's really steep, and it bombs into a hard left-hand turn, and then it proceeds to go downhill all the way to downtown. So it's almost a downhill Prologue, really, and it's kind of cool because it gives you a little different edge on the race. The same guy that wins that, I would think, is not going to be the guy that wins the Tour. So it'll change things up a bit, put some more tactics in it, put a guy in the jersey that I'm not going to say won't win, but probably won't win. And that always makes the race better when the lead changes hands.
Now here we have an opportunity to, you know, race one of the biggest races in the world with the best riders in the world in our home state of Colorado. So yeah, I'm super pumped. I'm super excited. I think everybody that, you know, either if they're from Colorado or not, are really excited to be here in Colorado, and it's really a magical moment for me to even be at this press conference with these people here in my state of Colorado.
For all 136 who have entered,
good luck, Cadell.
The final preparations now commence.
Theoretically, you can go a little bit forward.
As the timeless rhythms and sounds of the cycling world ready each for the days, hours and minutes ahead.
It has to be 72 hours. I mean, you can get a TUE, but there's still a 72-hour sit period now.
These are the moments when the road behind is merely fuel to stoke competitive fire, while the road ahead is a great unknown, beckoning both near and far. And the men of the peloton wouldn't have it any other way. To witness unseen images and learn the inside story from every stage, including exclusive in-car footage, pre- and post-race interviews and much more, make sure to tune in every day this week to catch every episode. Cadel Evans, fresh from his victory in the Tour de France, has now arrived in Colorado for his next big appointment. He will again face the podium finishes in Andy Schleck and his brother Frank. It's the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge next. It's a landscape defined by iconic peaks, soon to be the site of a formidable cycling test. 7 stages with seemingly limitless demands, and a group of riders uniquely equipped to respond. As their electric run through France still reverberates, Cadel Evans and Andy Schleck prepare to clash on US roads. Evans is making a dash for the line. Cadel Evans cannot be beaten. A place where climbers like the Americans Levi Leipheimer and Tom Danielson hope to thrive, while George Hincapie and Christian van der Velde rely on all-around balance. And David Zabriskie puts his time trial expertise on display. These competitors all strive for the same staggering heights as the Rockies mark the scene of an American cycling summit. The USA Pro Cycling Challenge is next. It has been almost a quarter of a century since world-class cycling was last seen in the state of Colorado. All that now is about to change with the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge as it begins today in Colorado Springs with the Quiznos Prologue time trial over 5.2 miles. The mountains of the Rockies are with us now for the next 6 days. We are going to see some of the greatest scenery in the world of this beautiful country of the USA. So the crowd are ready, the sky is blue, the wind is blowing, the mountains are high. Hi everybody, I'm Phil Liggett. Welcome now. Alongside me is Paul Sherwen, and we are bringing together what I think is the best ever field to race in the United States. We have the whole podium here of the Tour de France. We have the scenery. And Paul, what all the riders fear, we also have the altitude.
You know, Phil, these riders in the Tour de France, they climb to 8,000, 9,000 feet, and they have no fear or trepidation of that. But there's the extra 3,000 feet to take them up to heights of 12,000 feet during this race, which I think scares one or two of these riders.
Now, we're standing at the finishing line here. It's just got underway, the Prologue time trial, but it's underway 5 miles away from us in the Garden of the Gods Park, and they will slowly come downhill to the finishing line here in Colorado Springs. This is a big test day for all of the 130 riders as they go one by one in the time trial. After this day, they are going to peak out on some of the days at 12,000 feet, and you know the European riders particularly have never raced to those dizzy heights. Now the big riders are here, none bigger of course than Cadel Evans, Paul.
It's hard to believe, Phil, that only 3 weeks ago he's riding on the Champs-Élysées with the final yellow jersey on his shoulders, and here he's come to Colorado for this inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge. He was a changed man this year. He's been on the podium before in the Tour de France, but this year he dreamed about yellow. Whenever it was important, he took the responsibility, he took the race by the horns to get that final yellow jersey on the Champs-Élysées onto his shoulders.
But it took him 20 days to get the better of these two riders. He finally got over the top of Andy Schleck, who is here. He finished second for a third year. And Frank Schleck, who climbed onto the podium, he finished in third place. They're all here. Others are here too, like the top Americans.
The Americans, they want to win here. 9th overall in the Tour de France, Tommy Danielson. He's from this state. He wants to win here if he can, but he'll be challenged by Levi Leipheimer, the recent champion of the Tour of Utah, and of course TJ Van Garderen, who won the time trial in the recent Tour of Utah. He's a man that we believe is the man of the American cycling's future.
Well, as many of you know, Paul and I have seen most of the big bike races in the world, but I think to use that often overworked word, excited, that is what we surely are, isn't it?
You know, Phil, since this race was announced, I think everybody has talked about it. Not just the American cyclists. They, of course, want to race on home territory. This is legendary racing ground here for the American cyclists, but the Europeans have been talking about this as being a great race to come to.
Well, let's have a look then at the Radio Shack route now of the Prologue time trial today. As I said, it is basically downhill, but don't you believe it?
It's very technical at the start, Phil, and what a backdrop for the start line as well, as the riders will move away from the area known as the Garden of the Gods, just outside of Colorado Springs, right in the very heart of the state of Colorado. We drop down around about 300 feet to begin with, and that is going to take the riders down ridge roads at speeds approaching 50 to 55 miles an hour. Then it's flat and a very fast run in towards the finish when they come through West Pikes Avenue into West Colorado Avenue, and then the roads start to be very straight, and we'll still see speeds of 30 to 35 miles an hour when they finally twist into the finishing straight in Colorado Springs. Flat and fast, we'll see a very high average speed.
Well, these are the Colorado.com facts. 17 teams, 130 riders, 5 world, 5 current and 6 major American champions are here of the stage race. Riders will start in the time trial at a minute intervals, but the last 10 riders to go, they will be split by 2 minutes. So there you have it. Let's now catch up earlier today with our Nissan Electric Leaf start as we now see what's happened so far. And as you can see, we still have the blue skies here. We're always worried about thunderstorms as we go down into the start house. The fastest time earlier on was done by Christian van der Velde. He was the 11th rider to go today from the 130 men. We think it was a tactical move by Garmin-Cervelo because of the possibility of thunderstorms later on. And so Christian van der Velde turned in the best time of 8 minutes 29 seconds. He lives in Spain, but he comes from Lamont, Illinois, which isn't too far from Chicago. That was a great bike rider as well. A huge crowd as we expected here, because I reckon the whole of the state of Colorado is going to turn out and support this race. Well, moments ago, Patrick Grabsch went out on course. He's the 24-year-old from HTC High Road, sadly the American team who is disbanding at the end of this year. But Patrick Grabsch, he's a German, has just delivered this time 2 seconds quicker than Christian van der Velde. So he's now holding the lead with 8 minutes and 27 seconds. Now, he was the 41st rider to go. This is the situation. The United Healthcare Prologue standings at the moment. Van der Velde is second and Brent Buchwalter is there in third. Clear blue skies, as you can see. It is very, very hot here. It must be approaching 90 degrees Fahrenheit now, Paul, which is in the mid-30s here in Celsius for all our viewers from around the world.
Yeah, well, what is happening now, though, Phil, is you can start to see the clouds starting to build up, and I wonder, though, if those early riders may get that advantage, because if it does start to rain in the latter part of the afternoon, as is very much the habit in Colorado, you will see that first part of the course being extremely tricky. One or two nasty little bends with the riders, the early riders going down there at speeds of approaching 80 kilometers an hour or 50 miles an hour.
But just look at these stunning scenes. This is back up at the top here now at the Garden of the Gods, which is, it used to be a tribal meeting ground of the Ute Indians, and behind we have the famous peak, Pikes Peak, which stands at 14,000 feet, 4,000 meters above sea level. This is Brad White now, who's taking his start.
Brad White comes from Ohio. He now lives in Holland, Michigan, and he's a rider from United Healthcare, and they are a team who have always been very aggressive on the international, on the local circuits in the United States. As we go back to the finish line quickly to see this rider coming in from Team BMC, and I think that's Chris Butler.
Chris Butler heading up the straight here. You've got a glimpse there of the little uphill climb towards the finishing line, which is going to hurt the legs today. And it's we're going to talk of only a second or so splitting the winner's podium, I think, because they start with that very rapid downhill, a very sharp, we'll see pictures of it soon, a very sharp left-hander, where they're going to be approaching it over 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour. And then they'll straighten up for the finish here. And as expected, we have a huge crowd. Not too many can get out midway down the route, but they've done their best. 9:22 the time there of Chris Butler. Best time remains at 8:27 for Patrick Grabsch.
Well, Matt Cook coming in for XG now, and he's coming into the finishing straight. And as we can see, you can see the shimmer of the late afternoon sun here, Phil. We're looking here at temperatures, as you said, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Not only combined with the altitude here at 6,000 feet for this opening prologue, that's going to make it very difficult for some of these riders if they haven't made themselves a proper warm-up.
So we're just watching the finish there. New team on the block here in America, XG. They're playing a big part in the promotion of this race as well. So let's have a look then at the current standings here from United Healthcare as we get underway, you know, in what is the opening prologue time trial. Patrick Grabsch there, 8:27. Van der Velde pushed back by 2 seconds. Brent Buchwalter there at 4 seconds. Two Americans in the top three. We'll take our first break.
Waste management for environmental solutions that deliver economic savings. To learn more, go to thinkgreen.com. And by Sierra Nevada. And by Vail Triestina, 105 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD.
Welcome back. We're at the prologue of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge presented by Quiznos today as we look into the start house. Yes, you recognise him from the Tour de France. This is Jens Voigt here, just one of the myriad of top names from the Tour who's come to Colorado for the inaugural Pro Cycling Challenge. Quick acceleration there by Jens Voigt. He's 39. He'll be 40 years of age, Paul, and just on a month from today, Jens Voigt, and he just loves his bike riding. Still no change at the finishing line at the moment. We've still got the German Patrick Grabsch, who's got the best time. Now can Jens Voigt, another German of great note, can he topple the youngster?
Well, Jens Voigt, again, to fill on this very technical, it's almost like a ski descent, the first part of this course, down for the first 2.5 kilometers, and you'll see the riders using as much of the road as possible. When they go around these corners, they go over to the far side, then try and cut across the apex of the corner to keep their pace as high as possible. A real specialist, they can cut back a couple of seconds in corners like this if they know how to handle the descent.
Red flags waving there just to warn Jens. A very narrow road this, just behind these riders, the famous Pikes Peak, which now has a surface road all the way up. Danny Summerhill going out of the start house here for Garmin-Sabel. A big chance for Danny here. What we call a stagiaire, a newcomer, giving his head to see if he can make the grade as a pro right here.
Well, he's a lucky boy because he's riding pretty much almost on home turf here, because he's from Denver, Colorado, and still lives in Denver. As we go back here to see Jens Voigt, that inimitable style of the big German rider, bobbing the top part of his body. Looks as if he's battling with the machine all the time, but this man knows exactly how to go downhill fast.
Yes, you won't slow this rider down. I just hope he's careful down the bottom. We're looking at the feet now of Stef Clement, the champion of Holland in the time trial. I expect a good time off Stef here, and I think he wanted a good start. We spoke to him a couple of days ago, and he was saying that the team wants to get off to a good start, and this is where you can lay the foundations. Many of you will say, look, it's only 5 miles, and we're talking nearly 500 miles, Paul, and we've got the big mountains to come. But you know, races have been won in the Prologue, and they've certainly been lost in the Prologue.
No, they certainly have. I mean, if you start to look at the amount of times that have been lost so far, the last place rider so far, Phil, is 1 minute and 24 seconds down on the fastest time. But Jens Voigt, look at this. It's almost like that big downhill ski racer we see when we go to places like Steamboat and Vail in Colorado, as we go down to this very tricky left-hand bend once again. You can see that Jens Voigt has he's stopped pedaling now. He's trying to adjust his speed so that he gets around this corner in the ideal position. Over to the right-hand side. The riders all came and had a look at this corner yesterday and the day before that, Phil, because they knew just how important it was to get round it safely.
Nicely done as well. He took it carefully. He was training on the course the other day. He's the father of 6 kids, is Jens, and they're watching him on television home in Germany, and they want to see Dad ride safely around this route. But we were talking with him at dinner last night. He came and joined us actually at the dinner table. He's such an easy guy to talk with, and he's absolutely in love with racing in the United States.
Yeah, these riders all like racing in different venues around the world, whether it's the start of the season in the Santos Tour Down Under, whether it's the Amgen Tour of California. Now they've got another big international event on the calendar, and that of course is the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, bringing top-end bicycle racing back to the state of Colorado, where many years ago they had the very famous Course Classic, which was tacked onto the back of the Red Zinger.
Well, we're heading for Colorado Avenue with Jens Voigt at the moment, but we'll take another break. We'll just see the next man in we're expecting that might disturb the leaderboard will be Stef Clement. But for the moment, Patrick Gretsch is still the leader. His time, 8 minutes, 27 seconds. Welcome back. We're looking at the legs here of Danny Summerhill. He's racing as near as he can to his home, and can you believe it? He's riding in his first big race against the world's best riders, just a handful of miles from where he comes from in Denver. Must be a big feeling for Danny today as he races down the street heading towards Colorado Avenue, and the finish of this Quiznos opening Prologue time trial today in the first ever USA Pro Cycling Challenge. No change in the overall leaderboard while we've been away. It's still Patrick Gretsch, 8 minutes and 27 seconds. Now, Bob Roll, as always, is part of our commentary team here at the event, and Bob Roll earlier interviewed Jeff Huber, the medical director of Centura Health.
I'm here with Jeff Huber, the medical coordinator for the USA Pro Cycling Challenges. What are some of the services provided the riders in the race?
Well, it's a whole medical caravan. It's from a medical motorcycle to a doc's car to 2 support vehicles and 2 ambulances along the way, all moving within this big caravan and supporting all the riders on the go.
In case something untoward should happen.
That's correct. That's correct. We're prepared for anything from little scrapes to the unfortunate, really bad stuff like you saw in Giro.
Theoretically, the less work, the better for you guys.
No, that is exactly true. I feel that I'm excited to get the race going. It's all the logistics now that have been just a complete taking all my time. Now just let me get in the car, let me get doing what I know how to do, which is medical support.
And how about the altitude here? A lot has been spoken about the altitude. Do you guys have any provisions for that before the race starts?
Well, we do. I mean, there's several treatments for a high altitude. One of them is drink a lot of water, stay away from caffeine, and oxygen. But, you know, a lot of these guys are professionals. They've been training really hard. It takes days to weeks sometimes for these guys to adapt. But, you know, we should see. I mean, I think they're ready, and I think they want this, so we're geared up for anything.
Thanks, Bob and Jeff. Yes, we really hope Jeff has no work the whole week of this race. That means it'll be a safe one. It's going to be an amazing race. The atmosphere is warming up. In the distance is Danny Summerhill now racing down Colorado Avenue as he comes up towards the finish here, the prologue. And we'll see what he's done. There's no change at the finishing line at the moment. It is still Patrick Gretsch with his 8 minutes 27 seconds and Christian van der Velde second, 2 seconds further back. Grit his teeth here. As I say, he must have trained many hours in these roads because it's just a stone's throw from Denver itself, and in 6 days' time we will be finishing in downtown Denver on the route from Golden, and we are going to top some of the most famous mountains and see some of the most famous towns of the state of Colorado. The lone figure then, Paul, of Danny Summerhill, our Denver resident. He was also born here in Denver, Colorado as well. The crowd are going to cheer him home. It's a good start. In fact, it's a very good start. 12th place, 8:48.
Let's see Summerhill, when you look at the overall in at 12. So go ahead and Mr. Stepnow looking to see. Gotta be out there for another round out.
So we're looking at Jeff Lauder here. We've just seen the finish there of Danny Summerhill as he's come in with a pretty good time, 12th best time. Now, what can Jeff Lauder do here? He's the man from Salt Lake City, and that was where we visited in the recent Tour of Utah. At least we didn't, but the riders did. Riders doing their preparation. And that race, by the way, was won by Levi Leipheimer for the second year. And now he's coming up against the creme of the Tour de France right here, which is a little bit further south from where he was last week. There's the long wide boulevard in this modern town here, Colorado Springs in the USA. He's chosen to go right down the middle. It's a beautiful crowd here which is enjoying a very, very hot summer's day. He's just slotted in there behind Summerhill with 13th best time.
Well, Rodney, one of the riders who will be expecting, if he can, to try and get himself Levi Leipheimer up towards the finishing line.
17 just warming down there as he comes in. Yes, it was Rodney there who was finishing. We're still waiting for Lauder. Here he comes now up the home straight. 8 minutes 13 seconds and counting. This is not a bad ride. 8:29. This might be close. He has been the champion of the time trial of the USA. Now let's see what he can do as he puts in that final. It's a little sneak up here, and it's quite a long ride because those cars you see rushing along on the state freeway, we're underneath them as they start the climb and come into our view here up to the finishing straight, and that's where the clock ticks away. As you can see, Jens Voigt has taken the 5th best time at the moment. We didn't actually see him finish. He's in the 7th best time for Jeff Lauder. So I think Jeff Lauder should be pretty pleased with that. So we'll take another break. Remember, the top names will go towards the end of the start list today. There's the current situation here at the Quiznog Prologue time trial. See you in a minute. Welcome back as we slip into top gear now in the US Pro Cycling Challenge with the opening Quiznos Prologue time trial today. This is the situation. Gretsch is home and dry now with the best time thus far. But we have to be honest, the top names are still to go. 8:27 he has recorded, and this for a 5.3 mile rush off the mountain of the Garden of the Gods. And he's done it in 8 minutes and 27 seconds. It is remarkable, isn't it? Back into the start house now, because just popping out of the start house is Eli Viviani. I think this rider is as he starts his run. Elia Viviani is a very, very good sprinter. There's not a lot of sprints on this race, so he might get a chance at 2 stages. This is the day we all go into the mountains. These are the rugged views here as we look at the red sandstone around the park of the Garden of the Gods. It's the state park. Pikes Peak is the high mountain within it at 14,000 feet. That's nearly 4,000 meters.
This is Alejandro Ramirez from one of those very interesting Colombian teams, Phil. This is the Gobernación de Antioquia. And these are the riders. Yes, he might be losing a whole bunch of time in this opening prologue here this afternoon, but a lot of the Europeans are very concerned about these teams because they're not at all afraid of racing at altitude. They do it at home in Colombia.
No, as we said, this is the downhill section. For the next 5 days after this, we're going uphill to places that you've never seen before. Now let's go into the box again, because this is Craig Lewis. Craig is 26 years of age. He rides for HTC High Road. Comes from Moore, South Carolina. Now on the 19th stage of the Giro d'Italia this year, this man crashed and broke his tibia, and he made his comeback as quickly as the other week in the Tour of Utah. These guys are made of rubber, Paul.
Well, this man had a very hard ride back to the top end of his form, and for him it's extremely important to try and ride well in this race here at the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, because his team HTC High Road, they will disappear from the international circuit towards the end of this season. So there are a lot of riders, Phil, using this event to try and get themselves new contracts for the following season.
And not least here we see now Jeremy Fennell, who is from New Zealand, but he races for the American Bissell team. He's not a bad time trialist either, Jeremy, so he might push Patrick Gretsch. I don't think he can reach Patrick's time of 8:27, but many a man has chosen me to be wrong.
Well, he's formerly a New Zealand national time trial champion. He knows exactly how to dose his effort. And check this guy out, fella.
Boy.
I'm not quite sure how he got up there, but it'll be interesting to see him ride down.
Is this anybody's bike I've got here? Not sure, but these are the beautiful red sandstone rocks here of the area around Pikes Peak. There are alluvial layers throughout the millions of years they've taken to form, and because it's a soft sandstone, they have made amazing shapes, and of course most of them have special names as well. So yeah, it's back with Fennell here now as we continue on our way. He's looking pretty strong here. Now, one of the riders who is getting ready to start and will get an enormous cheer when he does is this man, the champion of Luxembourg, Frank Schleck. Don't wear those hands out there, Frank. You're going to need to use the brakes in a few minutes' time, as he will start at 4:47 Eastern Time. Now, today's Quiznos Prologue finishes in the modern American hamlet of Colorado Springs, known as the capital of amateur sporting events, as the city serves as home to the U.S. Olympic Committee and their training facilities. It's here that America's elite athletes are currently using the area's altitude to prepare for the 2012 Olympic Games in London. Nearby is one of the most famous mountains in the continental U.S., Pikes Peak, over 14,000 feet. The mountain invites visitors up to hike or bike the mountain, I'm not sure about the biking, where various forms of wildlife and fauna can be observed. Back into the start house. Now, many of you will remember this man. This is Freddie Rodriguez. He's now making his comeback to cycling. Well, Freddie Rodriguez underway. Yes, his hometown, Bogota, Colombia, but he's very much a resident of Berkeley, California, Paul. I never thought we'd be commentating on Freddie again. Here he is back with his new team.
Yeah, I think it's all to do, Phil, with the fact that he started looking after some juniors and helped to develop them, and he felt his legs were coming back to the form that he had before, so he decided to come back into the sport. As we look here at Craig Lewis, very tough for him. He was 10th in the US National Championships back in 2010, but I think more famous, that very nasty crash he had in the Giro d'Italia. He's looking to get himself back to top form again.
That's right, he is, and he's doing it the toughest way possible here to ride a week in the state of Colorado with all its high peaks abounding. He turned pro for the Slipstream Chipotle team back in 2007. He's never won a professional race, but he's one of those strong men. But he had such bad luck on the 19th stage. Just a couple of days out from the finish of the Tour of Italy, he had that crash, and as I say, he broke a tibia, and he had to have a nail drilled right through it. And he says, "You've never known pain like that." Here he is back in the saddle.
I think he's got a fair amount of pain going through his thighs here, racing at 2,000 meters above sea level, just over 6,000 feet in altitude. He looks very comfortable as we flick back down to the finishing line now for this rider from Rabobank.
Grisha Nierman coming home now at the moment. His time a little off the pace here. We didn't expect Grisha to tickle it with the top time trialist coming in 9:28, 59th of the riders, so 72 have gone. He's in 59th place here. So he's lost quite a little bit of time there. But his job's not here to win the race. His job here is to help others on Rabobank, particularly Robert Hessing, win the race. And Hessing has already told us he's come here to win the race. So Grisha better save his strength.
No, we certainly better had. And of course, Robert Hessing has decided. He came out to California early to get himself acclimatized and used to the altitude. But he's also going to stay here for a couple of weeks afterwards, because he wants to go forward to a couple of big one-day races in Canada down towards the end of the season. And he is a rider who has got the climbing ability to actually win this race.
Back with Craig Lewis here. Absolutely delighted to be back in the racing saddle after that crash he had. Now settling down. He's on the HTC High Road team, which is the sad story of the year, really, because this team has decided it can't find the sponsor to continue next year, which I find absolutely amazing, because this team has won more races than any other in the last few years. Nearly 500 races with their men's and women's team.
Yep, but
So, as we see Craig Lewis bound for the finishing line, I don't think he's going to upset the apple cart just yet. This is the man. His teammate Patrick Gretsch still holds on to the race lead in the opening day of the inaugural Pro Cycling Challenge. Welcome back. Let's have a look where the United Healthcare standings are here for the Americans still to go. This is the most important American: George Hincapie, Levi Leipheimer, Tommy Danielson, Dave Zabiskie, TJ Van Garderen. Any one of those five could change the leaderboard, but at the moment it's still Patrick Gretsch who is on top. And let's have a look now. This is the arrival moments ago while we were away of Craig Lewis. A nice steady ride. Remember, this is a boy who broke his leg and he's coming back. Amazing performance, really. It was only in May when it all happened. Here he is now in August, back in the thick of one of the best races around in the world. So as we continue to race towards the finishing line now, we're getting down towards the creme de la creme. Here's Freddy Rodriguez back in action, former stage winner in the sprints in the Tour of Italy, and Fred now is beginning to realise life is pretty tough out there as a pro again.
No, it certainly is, and this is probably one of the toughest disciplines in the sport when you come to an individual time trial, a prologue time trial. It's a real violent effort, so you've got to take your heart rate almost up to 180, 185 beats a minute as soon as you go down the starting ramp. It's a long day of preparation, and for many of these riders it really is quite a difficult day in the saddle, and so Rodriguez really is suffering here.
Yes, well, I'm not really surprised, but Freddie is going to really try and give these youngsters a lot of advice on his new team of Extra-G. All right, well, Bob Roll, as we've seen already, is with us now, and he's going to show us about the Specialized Podium shoes in today's Nissan Innovation.
Hi, I'm here with Nick Sims from Specialized Racing. Specialized makes some of the most innovative products in cycling. And if you've ever wondered why the cyclists don't slip and fall when they're on the podium, getting the kisses and the flowers, Nick has the reason right here.
That's right. To get to the podium, you need this shoe. You need pedaling efficiency, which is like there. When you're on the podium, like you said, you're going in for the podium kiss, you don't want to be slipping, it's embarrassing. You need that. So it's just a cool thing for us to offer our athletes when they're riding and when they go to get the kisses.
Maybe the most efficient podium shoes ever made, has the same upper as the racing shoe, but much more stylish.
Thank you, Bob, and that's our Nissan Innovation, and that is a very important innovation, I might add. I once remember Frederic Moncassin stepping onto the podium in the start of the Tour de France, slipping and breaking his ankle, and not actually starting in the Tour de France. That was a few years ago. So that should solve that problem. Now there's the Interstate 25 there, heading north and south, scurrying down towards Denver, while underneath goes the Quiznos Prologue, the opener of 6 days of racing here in their brand new USA Pro Cycling Challenge. No change overall. It's been a while now since we changed the top three. It's still Van der Velde, Buckwalter, two Americans, but the man who's ahead of them both is Patrick Gretsch. Anybody coming to get better? 8:27? I bet there is. See you in a moment. Welcome back. Now these are the United Healthcare jersey breakdown here, and let me just quickly run through. The yellow jersey is the Quiznos yellow jersey. The points jersey also is the Smashburger. Then we've got the Nissan King of the Mountains, that's the red one, and the Young Rider jersey is the Sheet Energy strips. They're what they're racing for over the next week, and the man that gets the last one, of course, will win. Well, the beauty of Colorado here, we're high above Colorado Springs with the start line, and we now go to a man who could well do well and could actually win this race overall. Peter Velits here of HTC High Road making his start.
But this is the last year
as he makes his run out of the start house, Paul, a candidate, I think, for a possible overall victory in Denver when he finished there on Sunday.
I think you're absolutely right. He's a great talent. He's I always get mixed up, Phil. Is the younger or the older twin?
Well, there's only an hour in it, so I can never remember, but I think he is the younger. Martin is the elder, yeah.
Well, he's the most talented, though, Peter. Third overall in the Vuelta a España last year. An extremely good talent for the future. And he, too, will be looking to change ranks during the winter months now, because it really is. I just can't imagine that the sport will lose at HTC High Road, because it's been one of the most dominant teams on the circuit over the last couple of years.
Now, smiling there, Frank Schleck. He's being treated like a hero since he touched down here in Denver, in Colorado. Frank Schleck, third in the Tour de France. He is so popular, along with brother Andy. Let's listen to the crowd.
From the podium of this year's Tour de France, from Luxembourg for Leopard Trek, Frank Schleck!
There he goes off into the distance, and Franke doesn't like time trial, as we saw in the Tour de France, but he's got to do it like everybody else today. He's still shooting at the time of Patrick Gretsch of HTC High Road, 8:27. Just looking there at the XG pointer, showing us out where he is. We'll be using that a lot during the week once we're in the bunch, of course. Some of these climbs are 20 plus kilometers high, but they go much, much higher than the mountains in Europe. A lot higher.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think the Schleck brothers will take this race extremely seriously. They have been overwhelmed, I think, by the reception they've got since coming from the Tour de France, and it really is quite amazing for this race in its inaugural year to have the top 3 finishes of the Tour de France.
Let's get back out and see on Peter Velits here. This is on the very fast descent between 70-80 kilometers an hour, 45-50 miles an hour. They've had the opportunity to train on this road. As always in this great state, the police are terrifically cooperative. As you can see, the roads, of course, are totally closed for road safety for everybody concerned, but they do a great job. Velits going down towards that sharp left-hander. He knows that his teammate at the moment, Patrick Gretsch, is on top of the leaderboard. Velits will try to get close to him if he can.
Well, he's not a bad individual time trialist. In fact, he won the final time trial of the Vuelta a España last year, and that gave him a very solid third-place finish overall. And I do feel that he is going to be one of the big stars of long-race stage racing in the future.
Well, that was the first result on the podium for a rider from Slovakia, and Peter Velits is the man that claimed that. As Paul said, he got the 3rd slot finish there. Very quietly spoken, he plied his trade as a youngster in South Africa, where he rode for Konica Minolta before he was snatched up by the European squads, or in this case the American squads. Looking down on Frank Schleck now, 3rd in the Tour de France. He would have liked to have been 2nd and his brother on top, but that wasn't the way it was to be. Cadel beat them both, but this they said this is not a revenge event. We are here to race to win. It's as simple as that. Off the bike, Cadel has said that we're the best of friends, but on the bike, it's a different thing.
No, it certainly is. A little bit of pride, I would think, though, for the Schleck brothers, because I think they do pride themselves as being exceptionally good individual climbers, and that's the part of the course that they will really be suited to. They will try and put in a good opening prologue, because they know that, well, they saw how the Tour de France was lost in the individual time trial. A little bit of a problem going around the corner there. George Hincapie, the big man from Greenville, South Carolina, originally from New York State.
A 16-time starter in the Tour de France. If he rides next year, and he says he will hold the outright record. The only man to have done 17. Now George is really popular. Yeah, they're already banging on the boards here, Paul, and it's such a bizarre scene. We're 6,300 feet up above sea level, and they're already cheering George on. Here we go. He's not a prologue rider. And he gets inspired by the people. He was placed and narrowly got beat in the Tour de France prologue once in Strasbourg. So he knows he can produce. He's on the same team as Cadel Evans. Now George is coming up 38 years of age, and as we now see riders preparing up now around the back of the scenes up there at the Garden of the Gods, and on cue, I don't know what the music is, but this is Tommy Danielson in his first Tour de France in July. He finished a magnificent 9th, and he comes from Boulder, which is also in Colorado. He's a hometown boy, and he wants to win this race. We'll see you shortly.
USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by the Le Mans Revolution. Direct drive technology makes roller-based bike trainers obsolete. And by Road ID. It's not just a piece of gear, but peace of mind.
Sacrifice. They had schemes and asked me to follow their path to the afterlife. I've got an appetite for nice things and pipe dreams that my enemies could be blasted by. New metaphors, views that are better for you. Can't survive if I'm your competitor. Rise together or fight separate wars. I pray I'm never forced to be a predator.
Little taste of her, the Flowbots. They'll be playing in Denver on the last stage of this race. Now let's have a look at the United Healthcare Prologue summary. Christian van der Velde set the early marker of 8:29, but the current leader remains now at Patrick Gretsch, 8 minutes and 27. He's on the HTC High Road squad. The big names still to go: Zabriskie, Leipheimer, Evans. You can add to that Ivan Basso and Andy Schleck. They're all ready to go, and they're all warming up on what is a typical hot day in Denver in the summer, in Colorado Springs, of course. That's where we are today. Just looking down now, it looks like we're still looking down there at Frank Schleck. As the riders continue now, as the riders are heading up towards the finish now, we've got riders arriving at the same time. Here it is, this is Velits coming up towards the line now. It's going to be a reasonable ride, but it's not going to be a race winning one today for him. The best time 8:27. Well gone here for Peter Velits as he climbs up from the depths of the interstate highway to cross the line outside 9 minutes. So 43rd place, and not quite what we expected there, Paul.
No, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with that, Phil, because he's lost himself a good half a minute on his own teammate. But he was a rider who can pull back some time once we go into the big mountain passes, which we're going to face up to over the next few days. The next man to come to the finishing line will be Frank Schleck, and there he is.
Yes, and he's on his way up towards the finish here, and as you can see, 8:27. He's way off the pace. It's going to be a good half minute to cross the line. He's going to be around the time of Peter Velits, I would think. But we did say that Frank is 31 years of age, by the way. Now Frank, he turned pro 11 years ago. But he's only been a household name in the last few years because of the actions of his brother Andy and the way Frank has helped Andy in every way possible. So here he comes, big cheers from what is a developing crowd here today. We're going to top some huge figures for watching this event in its first inaugural year. And I'm not surprised, because I know what it's like in Colorado. These people love their sport. And this one is the top world of cycling with the best bike riders. There it is, he's in at 42nd. Almost identical there at the time with the other finish we just seen. Well, we'll take another break. Gretsch is still our man on top. Welcome back just in time. This is the arrival of George Hincapie here, and he's pushing that time. It's just passed by, in fact. He's aiming for the top 6. He hits the line, and he's across in 6th best time. 8:34 for George Hincapie, and he's 38 years of age last June. That is a fabulous ride. So the crowd cheering him all the way up. There's another little image of George Hincapie, the familiar tongue sticking out as he puts his biggest effort in. 6th best time of the riders who have finished at the moment. We've had 96 riders across the line so far. Now this man could be a little bit of a surprise as the week unrolls. Sergio Heinau, who was third in the Tour of Utah. Well, this is the 21-year-old Paul, who next year will be racing on the Sky professional cycling team based out of the UK. You better start learning English. He doesn't speak any yet, but he was the big surprise. If there is one name on the start list that all of the big names from the Tour de France are afraid of this week, it is this man.
It's this man, Phil, and his whole team, because they're extremely good climbers. They really rattled, I think, the foundations of Levi Leipheimer in the recent Tour of Utah. This man, in fact, won the opening stage, and then he went to lead the race for a couple of days before finally Levi Leipheimer just managed to wrench it off his shoulders. But on the penultimate stage, he really went ballistic and nearly blew the race to pieces.
And he won the Prologue, let's not forget, in the Tour of Utah. Okay, the field is a bit deeper this time around, but he only turned professional this year, and he's 21 years old. Let's quickly switch now to Lucas Jusa, the rider on the American rider, I might add, on the Canadian Spider Tech team. Also fighting back from a serious injury, knocked off his bike in Spain 2 years ago. Absolutely smashed his kneecap. It's been a total rebuild job. It's been a long, hard road back, and the Canadian Spider Tech squad have given Lucas his chance.
Well, you might just notice on his knee there as well, he's using one of his sponsors' products, which is that very special elasticated bandage to try and keep the tendons nice and tight. But for him, it's a ride to try and get up to the top end of the sport. Tim Duggan now is getting into the starting house for Team Liquigas, the team of Ivan Basso.
And like so many of the Americans, they live in that that athletic town of Boulder, Colorado, but it's in Colorado, and that's all that matters for this race. He'll be given all the cheers of the day, Tim Duggan here. He rides for the Italian-based Liquigas Cannondale team, but it's partly sponsored by the American Bicycle Company. Now we'll see what Tim can do. Tim speaks Italian. He said it's lovely to be back home for the moment, talking his own language here and bringing his team with him to race in his own backyard.
Yeah, in fact, he was born in Boulder, Colorado, and it has become really the heart of professional cycling now. This is Henio coming up to the finishing line. In fact, he slipped back a little bit down towards the finish field. 61st time for him. Now that's a bit of a surprise.
It is a bit of a surprise, but it's not a disaster because he climbs so well, and that's where he'll start to deliver the blows. But it shows you the standard of the rides now being done by the likes of Gretsch, Buckwalter and Van der Velde. They turned out early today. May have been a tactical move when it wasn't perhaps quite so hot as it is now. Now this man's got a huge image. I think it's about 30 feet high on the local building down in the corporates here in town. He is the only man who's actually brought up here in Colorado Springs in the race. His grass is now settled down. He cut it yesterday before he came to the start a mile away. The crowd are all behind Danny Pate.
Now this man could create the surprise here this afternoon, because at the under-23 level of the sport field, he was the world time trial champion. And look at the way he's gone out of that starting gate. He looks like a man on a mission to me.
Well, if nobody knows the course here, or if everybody does know the course, it is Danny. He's trained on it plenty of times. He knows what the whole race has got in store for him over the next 6 days. But this is in particular. We could quickly cut across now to Tim Dugan out on course here, speeding down towards that horrible left-hander as we leave the Garden of the Gods and race down towards the left turn, bringing us into the township of Colorado Springs. There it is. The ball handled this corner extremely well. Might have been a different ball game if we'd have been hit by one of those thunderstorms, but looking around here from the commentary box in Colorado Avenue, it's looking good for the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. Another man who can ride a time trial, Rory Sutherland.
Yep, good Australian rider. He's always ridden extremely well. Rode a very good Amgen Tour of California in the month of May, and this team is a team that wants to ride well here as well. Their team, United Healthcare, are actually one of the sponsors of the event as well, and that puts that little bit of added pressure onto the shoulders of Sutherland.
3 silver medals in the Australian Time Trial Championship. He's never won the gold. There's always been somebody to pip him. Michael Rogers or Nathan O'Neill were the guys, I think, at the time. But Rory Sutherland has been a top bike rider. He loves racing in the States. He rides for United Healthcare, and they are building their team all of the time, and they've in fact signed Hendrik Redant now to look after the team when he takes them into Europe. Hendrik, one of the most famous sports directors. Now listen to the crowd here as they announce Tommy D, Tommy Danielson.
Well, originally Phil, he was born in Connecticut. Not very many people know that. He's from East Lyman, Connecticut. He used to live in Durango, Colorado, but recently he's moved to Boulder, Colorado. It seems to be every one of the professional cyclists on the American teams all want to live in Boulder. It really is a sporting town.
It is a fabulous town for sportsmen, not just cyclists, triathletes as well, and athletes. It's a great little town full of very fit people. Anyway, Tommy D is underway. He went to the Tour de France for the first time this year. He came home with a 9th place. He was always in the thick of the action on the climb, so just near the end, he couldn't quite hang on to Cadell Evans and the Schlecks.
You see the start there, Phil, just a little bit tricky as they come out of the starting gate. You've got a number of sweeping left and right hand bends before the climb. The descent then all of a sudden straightens up, and that's when you start to get to maximum speed on this time trial prologue this afternoon. Speeds approaching 80 kilometers an hour or 55 miles an hour. It's almost as difficult for the team cars to get down this first part of this descent as it is for the riders.
Now Tommy Danielson underway. That means there are 19 riders still to go. The last 10 will depart at 2-minute intervals. Tommy D has just come off the Tour of Utah with a fine 5th place, and so he's hoping now that he's getting back into the stride for the end of season, and he might even push it to the podium here. This will be Ben King now from Radio Shack on at the start line now. Ben gets underway. He's from North Garden, Virginia, but where he also lives as he settles in for the Radio Shack team.
Tommy D is only 33. Like I said, that's in prime years now. And he showed it today. He jumped right up there.
Let's have a look then at the United Healthcare Prologue standings at the moment. They haven't changed for a long time now. Gretsch was the 40th man to go, still holds best time of 8:27. Van der Velde sits second and Buckwalter third.
day.
Log on to DenverPost.com before, during, and after every stage of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. It's the toughest race in America, and it's all right here in our backyard. Follow the world's best riders every day on DenverPost.com as they battle one of the highest altitude courses ever created. Get breaking news, videos, photos, and special reports from the news source closest to the action. DenverPost.com. Log on for Pro Cycling Challenge coverage and see Colorado at its peak. Follow the leaders on DenverPost.com.
Welcome back as we catch up with the prologue here now in the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge. We're looking at Tom Danielson here, who wants a good ride today, and he's capable of it, as we just point him out with our XG pointer for you. But we can see him at the moment as Tommy D, 9th in the Tour de France this year. A guide to his current form, he was 5th in the Tour of Utah. So there's our XG rider tracker there showing us Tommy D. We'll be picking him out in the peloton from tomorrow when we start all the mass start stages of the Tour. Smiling face here, the man in black, Oscar Sevilla here, another great rider when he was racing in the European scene, but he's back home in Colombia for a long time now, but he's got great faith in this team.
Rider in the Tour de France in 2001, still a baby face at 34 years old, now on the course from Gobernacion.
Well, getting out onto the start now, Oscar Sevilla. Be interesting to see what sort of a ride he can put in.
Sevilla's taking his start high up from the Garden of the Gods now as he starts to run away. I don't think he'll do a great particular ride here. I expect to see him in action though. I think he is the captain of the Gobernacion Antiquaire team this time out. Continuing away now, this is back to Danny Pate here approaching the finishing line. This is going to be an interesting time. We don't have time checks out on the course, so we're with you when we see what comes up on the screen. You can usually tell by the riders though just how well they're going by their body messages. Remember Cadel Evans in the time trial in the Tour de France, it was clear he was going quicker than anyone else. This is Tim Duggan coming home for the Liquigas Cannondale boys, and it's a very good ride by Tim Duggan as well as he races up towards the line. It won't be a top 3, that's gone by a little while ago. If he can get inside 9 minutes, it'll be a very good performance. He might just squeeze in, will he, Paul? No, he won't. It's just outside.
Just gone outside, but you can see by the look on his face, though, how hard he's tried over this 8.5 kilometre prologue. Shaking his head there. Everybody, I think, suffering a little bit with the heat of the latter part of the afternoon. 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And be interesting also to see what sort of ride Tommy Danielson can do, because Phil, he has in the past put in some good performances in this kind of event.
Well, he's got to be in just 2 minutes and a couple of seconds now if he's going to match up with the leader's time of 8:27, and he's doing a pretty good ride. He's running down the flatter roads of Colorado Springs now. Well, let's get back to Danny Pate. You can hear the announcers shout an 8th place for Danny, 8:38. Well, he's broken into the top 10. I think he might have a light better, but remember he's on the same team as the leader, Patrick Gretsch, HTC High Road, so they're packing him in there from HTC.
Well, that time has stood for an awful long time, the time of Patrick Gretsch, 8 minutes and 27 seconds, and one has to wonder who is going to knock him off the top spot, or will anybody do that at all, as we now watch the Spanish rider Oscar Sevilla taking the very technical part of this course over the first 2 kilometers.
So Sevilla then, the Colombian, but actually Oscar is Spanish, but he rides on the Colombian Gobernacion de Antiquaire team. He's had 2 wins this year, but he did finish 4th in the recent Tour of Utah, and that is he's wanting to better now with a podium finish here in the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge. As we get down to the bottom bend here now, braking hard, taking through the apex. They really don't take these corners right. My brother-in-law used to race motorbikes, Paul, and he watches these cyclists go down hills, and he thinks they've got no idea how to ride down hills on a bicycle.
Well, some guys do, and it really is a question of being able to use the whole of the field, the whole of the corner if you can. You've got to use the whole of the race to get around the apex of the corner at high speed.
Now, excitement brews as we look underneath the bridge there. We should see pop out of it here. Tommy Danielson, there he is down below. Now, is this going to be the time that might get him up amongst at least best of the favourites to get a very good time? As Tommy Danielson races up, remember he got 3rd in the Amgen Tour of California this year. That more or less confirmed his ride in the Tour de France, which is what he wanted, and then he certainly lived up to his selection there, because he got himself 9th place in the Tour. The crowd are going to bring him home, I think, and it's a very good time. Is he going to be the best? We're looking for 8:27. As they bring him up, it passes by. This is where the road kicks and the seconds go quickly, but it's still a quick time by Tommy D. He's one of the overall favourites of the race, and he's not lost much here. As he races up, he's well inside the 9-minute target. As he comes up toward the line, he's 15th place at 8:44. He will be more interested, though, in who is finishing with the best times behind him, not those who finish with the better times in front.
Well, Tommy Danielson, watch out for him to climb well in the latter part of this week. Hails from Boulder, Colorado now, but spent an early part of his youth in Durango, not too far away from here. Oscar Sevilla getting round that corner nice and safely onto the flatter down part of this course.
Gobernación Antucoya. Now, Gobernación is actually Spanish for government, and Antucoya is the state. They're actually sponsored by the state government of Antucoya, and so they want to deliver some results for them. They've done it so far. They've had a very successful Tour of Utah. They've shown us they can ride at altitude. As Andy Schleck here, meanwhile, around the back corner, still signing autographs. So he's doing what Brother Frank did. They do everything the same as each other, don't they?
They certainly do. One thing that he's done that his brother hasn't done is he's finished second in the Tour de France on 3 separate occasions.
Indeed.
Ben King just coming up to the line there. His average speed was 30 miles an hour.
And it's 13th place for Ben. 8:43. A very good ride. We just caught him coming in there, Ben King. That's a very, very good ride indeed for the Radio Shack boy. 8:43. Still nobody disturbing the top 3. It is still Patrick Gretsch, Brent Bookwalter of the BMC team, and Van der Velde of Garminsveld. They're the top 3 riders.
Yeah, Oscar Sevilla now looking at about 2.5 kilometers to go to the finish. That's just outside of 1.5 miles. He's been a very good time trialist in the past as well, and obviously he'll be very happy with a recent 4th place overall in the Tour of Utah. But most of the time there he was working and helping his own teammate to try and win that event, and that of course is Sergio Hanayo, and we're going to be very interested to see how he races a little bit later on in this week.
Long empty roads of the wide boulevards here in the center of Colorado Springs. As we get underway, still 3 kilometers to go. He probably glimpsed that's about 1.6 miles still to ride for Oscar Sevilla. He's had 32 wins as a pro. He's getting on a bit now. Only in cycling terms, by the way. He's 35. He'll be 35 years of age next month.
No, he's looking pretty good on that machine as well. He's got his back is nice and flat. He's got his arms right in the middle of the handlebars. That allows you to cut into the wind. That's that little bit better. Many of these top riders, they spend a lot of time and money in the winter months trying to find what is the most aerodynamic position. The difficult thing about it is once you get yourself aerodynamic, you've also got to be able to be in the position to sit on the bike and generate lots of power. So it's a combination of improving your aerodynamics, but also keeping the power there as well.
He has had some tremendous victories, most of them way down in the southern hemisphere. He won the Tour of Mexico last year. He also won the Clásico de Anipoma, and he was also won his home Tour of Antigua. Meanwhile, round the back here in the Garden of the Gods, quietly plying his trade, is David Zabriskie. He, I have to say, is another man coming back from injury. You remember the crash, I think it was on stage 7 in the Tour de France, the one that took out Bradley Wiggins. Dave Zabriskie broke his collarbone there. He's working his way back. He has rather a nasty contusion still on his left knee. It just isn't going down, but he doesn't feel too much trouble from it.
Well, don't forget, though, he is an ideal specialist in the individual time trial. He's one of the best time trialists in the United States. Andre Miguel Diaz just coming across the line. He rides for XG. He's a Colombian rider on that squad. He's had a rather nasty time there. 9 minutes and 12 seconds for 70th place.
70th place for him now. We're getting down to the last 10 riders to start. They go at 2-minute intervals. They'll be led away, and I think we might have just missed his start of Ben Jacques-Mains. He's gone, the Californian rider, who also has his brother, but his brother's not riding here this week, and he should be underway. So then the next to go will be Scott Zwizanski, and then we'll start to move into the big names of the time trial and the big names for likely overall. We've also got the silver medalist in the Olympic Games time trial about to start. We'll see him as well shortly. Gustav Larsen.
Well, there's Pat McCarthy coming in the Amgen Tour of California. He was the winner of the King of the Mountains classification. He rides for the Canadian squad, Spider Tech. He was born in Dallas, Texas, but now hails from that very famous part of Texas, Austin.
Yes, home of Lance Armstrong, now retired, but his team is still here, Radio Shack, and they went 1-2 in the Tour of Utah. And then Janusz Breckenridge, he transferred across to the Vuelta España, the Tour of Spain. He's gone there, and Levi Leipheimer, who won the event for the second year, he's decided to come here and will be the second man to go. Here's the arrival of Oscar Sevilla, 8:36 in sight of the finishing line. It's not too shoddy at all, this, but it won't, I think it'll just be inside 9 minutes for Oscar. That's a good ride.
Yep.
He's realised it too, I think. Look at this.
Yeah, all of a sudden he realised he had to find that little bit of extra energy to kick himself up that nasty little false flat up to the finishing line. He's just got to, well, I'm not sure if he is. Yes, he just gets himself inside that 9-minute mark.
Only by 37/100ths of a second though, but that's okay. 8:59, 35th place for Oscar Sevilla. And the organisers there, is this significant for the whole week? Finish this time trial right on the brow of the hill. You don't even run over the top. So he's going off now for a shower and get ready for the race when it gets underway on the open highway to Crested Butte tomorrow. So as he moves off now, we're looking down the list. This is Levi Leipheimer. He will go at 15:32 local time today, which is 5:32 there. And we are looking at Cadell Evans. He's wandering around at the back. He's done his warm-up, has he? Oh, he's going to do a bit more by the look of it. He's the last rider to go. So all the big stars are getting ready. Will they beat this man though? And I'm not so sure they will. That was a great ride by Patrick Grech, who was the 41st man to start and still leads. Back to the Quiznos Prologue time trial of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Gets underway with stage 1 on the road tomorrow to Crested Butte, but this is the hors d'oeuvre, if you like. We're racing for the first leader's jersey, and at the moment Patrick Grech is living on a knife edge. He's led from the 41st rider out. We are now down to the last 8 of the 130. Van der Velde in second and Brent Buckwalter is in third. Out on course, this is Ben-Jacques Maines here, who is riding. He's a Californian resident and trying to deliver a good time. An ever aggressive rider. Expect to see him in the breakaways when they form on the open highway from tomorrow here. He's just started, in fact. He's about 7 minutes down the road, Ben-Jacques Maines. He's being chased at 4 minutes further back by Gustav Larsen, who is the Olympic silver medalist. Now one rider who will be shortly in the start house, in fact there he is right now, Ivan Basso, two-time winner of the Giro d'Italia, and has said he wants to perform well in this inaugural race. So he is our Cannondale athlete profile. There it is. He's 33 years of age now, Ivan Basso, but nonetheless he's a very popular boy. He speaks good English. He stands at 6 feet, 150 pounds, which means he's light enough to climb pretty well. His 2 times victory in the Giro d'Italia. He used to go head-to-head, remember, in the mid-2000s with Lance Armstrong in the Tour de France. He gets underway to a great cheer from the crowd here, a great sporting crowd here at the Garden of the Gods Park. As Basso knows, every second really counts in these prologue time trials when you're aiming to win the race down in Denver next Sunday. He's going to give it his best shot.
Well, he went out to the starting house, Phil, I think faster than anybody else. He's an experienced professional bike rider, Ivan Basso, a 2-time winner, as we mentioned, of the Giro d'Italia. He will take advantage of those first few corners there to try and get himself up to high speed as quickly as possible. Quite a tough start for the riders. Not only is it technical, but it climbs up after the starting gate, and then they go down at speeds approaching 80 kilometers an hour.
He was, and I put this in quotations, only 8th in the Tour de France because he expected more for himself. He said he was a little bit disappointed with his performance at the Tour, but in fairness, he did have a very bad crash while training in France for the Tour before the Tour got underway. So he had a very good excuse. He hopes his form has now come back fully. The arrival of Ben-Jacques Maines here as he comes up towards the finish. Gone outside 9 minutes, the Bristol rider, 50th place for him.
Well, I don't think he'll be too happy about that, Phil, because he is a pretty good individual time trialist on his own day, so 50th place at 9:04.
Unusual sunglasses he's wearing there. New trend, new style for Ben-Jacques Maines as he comes in. Now let's go back to the start house. TJ Van Garderen, who became the first American to actually wear the King of the Mountains jersey in the Tour de France. Others have won it, but never actually pulled it on. TJ Van Garderen wore that on the Tour. Now he comes from Tacoma. And long term, we expect him to be still being well talked about as we get down to the finish in Denver. I think secretly he wants to do a good ride. It's his teammate, by the way, Gretsch, who is leading this race at the moment.
Well, this man is a very good individual time trialist. During the international cycling season, he actually lives in Lucca in Italy. And he's going down the starting route right now, and he'll be looking, I think, Phil, to try and challenge the time of his own teammate.
So TJ will get plenty of support here in the mountains of Colorado as he gets underway. He won the time trial in the Tour of Utah, and that was his very first win as a professional, and he did it on his birthday. So the 23-year-old is now out to improve even on that.
Just having a quick look down halfway down the slope, you can see a very high cadence there from Ivan Basso, who's looking like he's taking this time trial very, very seriously. I think, just look at him now, he's three-wheeler. No, but he's lining himself up for those corners.
This is Wyzanski just coming up to the finishing line here now, and it's a very, very good ride. Look at this, could be well inside top 20 here. The crowd are roaring him home. They've looked at the clock as well, and he's inside. 18th place for him. That's a very good ride.
Not a bad ride either for a man who was born in Westchester, Pennsylvania, and he could be a little bit of a threat a little bit further down the road here in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. You can just see how hard this violent effort is that these riders have to put in.
Yes, the United Healthcare team there really developing their team. Let's go back to now and see the man who has 3 times finished second in the Tour de France. This is now Andy Schleck. He will chase by 2 minutes TJ Van Garderen. Listen to the crowd, they love this man.
No, certainly he is extremely popular. Both of these riders are very popular here in the United States, and they put their hand up straight away as soon as the the USA Pro Cycling Challenge was announced. These two guys said, yes, we want to go over there because we want to see what it's like racing at that incredible altitude, 3,600 meters on a number of occasions.
A little story coming from the presentations the other night. There was a young lady called Molly wandering around with a badge on her saying, I am the future Mrs. Andy Schleck. And we tried to get them together, but Andy's plane was late. He never turned up. What a shame.
No, it certainly was. Let's see how he can ride this individual time trial, because this is his Achilles heel. I think I was a little bit upset, not upset, but I was a bit surprised by the bad performance he put in the time trial, the final time trial of the Tour de France. I thought he would have rivaled Cadel Evans just a little bit more, but I think after the incredible racing we had in the Alps, I don't think he had the legs left.
No, you're absolutely right. I think he locked up a little bit with the nerves and the tension. It was all the pressure of the day. It was win and lose everything on that one time trial. Robert Hessing. Now this has got to be a good time by Robert. Not necessarily a winning time, but a time where he rivals the men who want to win the Tour in a week's time. So he needs a good time because he doesn't know what Leipheimer, Evans or Zabriskie is going to do behind him. He's coming in 17th best time, 8:45 for Hessing.
Not a bad ride for Robert Hessing, who was a winner in the early part of the year of a time trial in the Tour of Oman, where in fact on that occasion he beat Fabian Cancellara.
He's Ivan Basso. He'll also want to be pretty close to Hessing's time if he can't better it. He's got about 2 minutes still to run here as well, 2.5, as Basso puts his head down every time he checks his cadence there. He looks very good. Now on the coolest man in the world of cycling is Dave Z, as we call him, Dave Zabriskie. Comes from Salt Lake City in Utah, resident of California from LA, but Dave Zabriskie is the time trial champion of the USA. Now normally I'd say we're looking at the winner of the day, Paul, but we don't know. He's coming back from that injury in the Tour de France.
Well, he is a great individual time trialist, almost impossible to beat him within home shores, but yes, he is coming back from a very nasty injury. He's still got a little bit of a bump on his left-hand knee there that he showed us just the other day, and it's taken quite a while to get over that crash he had in the Tour de France, but he is a specialist and he knows exactly how to dose his effort, especially over a course like this. And the last part of the course, Phil, the flat part of the course in Colorado Avenue, suits him down to perfection.
He's had 3 wins this year. They've all been time trials. He won the Stage 4 time trial in the Tour of Romandy in Switzerland. He won the Stage 6 time trial in the Amgen Tour of California. He topped off with the National Time Trial Championship in June.
Ivan Basso out on course as well, still now looking extremely powerful. He's He's come here as if he can to try and win this. A little bit of extra pressure on his shoulders because his sponsor, Cannondale, is from the United States. TJ Van Garderen now, he also, Phil, would like to create the surprise this afternoon.
The Washington State rider, where he has lots of support. This is Gustav Larsson coming over. It's a good ride, but look, 8:27's already gone by for Gustav Larsson, highlighting Patrick Gretsch has done the ride of his life today. A big sprint from Gustav Larsson isn't going to give him a podium, though. 20th place for the silver medalist in Beijing.
Well, he really suffered for that one. He will be defending that silver medal next year on the roads of London when he goes to the Olympic Games for Sweden. Number 41, TJ Van Garderen, looking very good on his machine. You can see how the top part of his body, his shoulders are not moving at all. That's an indication he's still got plenty of power in the engine room.
We have seen Van Garderen ride well in his opening time trials in Europe. Now, can he reproduce right here? He was the best young rider in the Amgen Tour of California. He did win the time trial in the Tour of Utah. Now, this is the popular man. He comes from Santa Rosa these days in California. Levi Leipheimer.
Santa Rosa, California. Levi Leipheimer.
But as everybody in Montana will tell us, he's ours. We like him, and he likes being up in Butte as well. Okay, so Levi Leipheimer, Paul, if he can deliver today. He won the Tour of Utah for the second year, and he had a real fight on his hands to do that from the Colombian cyclists who are right here in this race. He knows he needs a good start to his Tour today.
Well, he's had probably much better preparation for this individual time trial than anybody else, especially most of the Europeans, and he straight out of the house.
He wanted to leave that house before the clock hit zero. He was raring to go, quickly settling in straight into this praying mantis style of his as he races off downhill towards that sharp left-hand bend.
Well, he really wants this. He knows how important it is to get a little bit of a psychological blow against your rivals on the first day, especially in a short time trial like this. He's got a very deep-edged front wheel there. You can see the carbon fiber rim is extremely large. That helps the front end of the machine keep itself nice and aerodynamic. He, I would have to say, is handling these corners well. Phil, you see how he flicks from the left-hand side of the road to the right-hand side of the road, not losing any momentum at all.
Well, he's been the king of the time trial in the Amgen Tour of California over the years. He does make full use of the road. He is a great time trial exponent. Now we'll see what he can do here. The crowd cheered him away as he starts to plunge down towards Colorado Springs. Arriving in Colorado Springs is Ivan Basso. But look at the time, Paul. He's gone outside 9 minutes already.
I think many of these riders, Phil, they are finding that the altitude is going to be something they're going to have to battle with over this week of racing in Colorado, as Ivan Basso slips a long way down the overall standings board this afternoon, because he's going to have a hard time slipping inside of the top 100.
Well, he is going to have a problem. 92nd. He just got inside there, but he won't be at all happy with that. It's the hot and humid conditions in this late afternoon now as we start to get threats of thunderstorms coming off the mountains again. We should get the race finished though, because this is the last man in the start out. The first Australian to win the Tour de France. He was fated by his government and by his people back home in Melbourne, and then he jumped back in the aeroplane and he flew here to try and acclimatise before the start of this race. Cadel Evans has come here to do his best, but he does not know how he can handle the altitude. Just listen to this crowd. They were treated to the best Tour de France in years. So Cadel is underway now. He was the World Road Race champion, and when he lost that title, he pulled off the Tour de France champion. He's done it all. He was a great mountain biker. His career started right here in Colorado, where he got a silver medal in the World Mountain Bike Championships.
Well, it's an amazing team, this BMC. It's been built up to next year what's going to be an incredible dream team on the international circuit. The man who finished second briefly there, we just noticed Andy Schlepp. Van Garderen there, Phil, has come in with that 7th best time.
Well, that's a great ride by TJ. No, it hasn't hit his teammate's time of 8:27, but he won't be looking at his teammate when the mountains come big time. That's a very good time. He could be best of the favourites with that ride.
No, he certainly couldn't. I think he'll be fairly happy with that. It's his own teammate still. That was an impressive ride by Patrick Gretsch, and he's led that since very early on in the afternoon. One of the early starters alongside Christian van der Velde. Cadel Evans always rises to the occasion. This is a team that started off as a small team in the United States, and now it's built up to become a big, huge, big, massive team on the international circuit.
The king of American cycling, Levi Leipheimer here, trying to put his name at the top of the leaderboard of another major stage race in the States. A race which is coming on today for the very first time and is already being talked about as one of the biggest races in the world, and with very, very good reason. As we look now at Cadel Evans taking this corner here, kicking out of it, accelerating. This man will no doubt be thinking to himself, reminding himself, he's the Tour de France champion. Tour de France champions don't lose.
Well, a man who knows how to handle a bike extremely well, is also because Phil, he started off his career as an extremely good cross-country mountain bike racer, so he knows how to use these corners to his advantage, and he knows the pressure that's on his shoulder. An American team, the Australian rider who's just won the Tour de France, he's racing here in Colorado. He's no stranger to Colorado because he won a medal in the World Championships way back when he was a junior.
As we continue down here now, we say goodbye to the Garden of the Gods Park and race down towards Colorado Springs with the last man. He wears number 1, Cadel Evans. How will his time stand up against Patrick Grech at the finish, who must be wondering, is this the great opening? He can't believe it. He was the 41st rider to take the start today, and here we are, we're looking at the 130th, and it's still Grech on top.
Round that corner, nice and safely, Cadel Evans. You see how he backed himself off a fraction, moved over to the right-hand side of the road before cutting right through the apex as we go back now to Andy Schleck.
Now, how's Andy done? 8:39. He's not on the podium, but how's he going to feature against TJ Van Garden's time here? He's not going to beat TJ at the moment as Andy comes up to the line, but it's not a bad ride. At least he's going to be inside 9 minutes as he kicks for that finishing line. Andy Schleck will be quite pleased with this, I think, considering that he's had to train here altitude, try and get used to it. Just going outside of 9 minutes and is 54th place. It shows you how hard it is today and how good that podium is standing at the moment.
It certainly is. He's lost himself for 30 seconds. There are only now 3 riders left to come. The next man to come into the finishing straight will be the champion of the time trial, Dave Zabriskie.
Now a little bit down the road here at the moment, Davey Z. He won the yellow jersey in the Tour de France in a time trial. Now can he do the same here today? That's the 1 kilometre to go, the Maxis Bridge here as he now lines up for the finish. Just look at the people here enjoying this race here in Colorado Springs. Welcome back to International World Cycling. It's almost 25 years since we did it before with the Coors Classic.
It's going to be touch and go for Zabriskie because he went under the 1 kilometre to go sign in 7 minutes and 33 seconds. As you can see here, Cadel Evans really flipping across the side of the road there to get himself high speed into that corner.
I was laughing, Paul, the camera guys on the road trying to just get him in the lens. He's going by so quickly off that bottom corner as Cadel Evans now the long empty road as the last man, the sweeper in the opening stage here at the Prologue of the US Pro Cycling Challenge. Back to Levi Leipheimer. We haven't forgotten him. Levi's quietly getting on with his job. We've seen this style many, many times before. Now let's see what Dave Z's got to do.
Well, he's looking at a very good time here, Dave Zabriskie, a man on his way back to the top of the sport after a nasty accident during the Tour de France. He's not going to get the best time here this afternoon, but watch how he gets better and better as this race progresses.
Well, he should be pleased with this one, considering he's still finding his way back. He knows he hasn't quite got the legs yet, repairing that broken collarbone after his crash and early exit from the Tour de France, but you can't take away talent. And 14th place for Dave Zabriskie, 8:42 for him.
Well, I think that's an indicator the form is starting to come back, and he's one of those riders who after injury will get stronger and stronger as this race progresses. There are only 2 men left out on course who can beat the time now of Patrick Grech, 8 minutes and 27 seconds. It stood for a very long time.
It most certainly has, and Grech at worst now will be 3rd, and I can't think both of these riders are going to beat him, but you never know. They are top time trialists, some of the top time trialists in the world, not just here in Colorado Springs. Levi Leipheimer, he looks very, very good. He hasn't altered his style the whole way. He goes at 1 kilometre to go. This is the long rise. It really is a tough finish. You go under the freeway and he kicks up the boulevard to the finishing line.
This is going to go very, very close for Levi Leipheimer. He went under the kilometre banner there, Phil, at 7 minutes and 24 seconds. And at speeds like this, it takes approximately 1 minute, 60 seconds to cover the final kilometre. So it'll be touch and go for Levi Leipheimer. He may well just get inside by a second.
Well, 1 minute. Remember, the climb up to the line has destroyed the hopes today of quite a few, but they have had the chance to train on this. Leipheimer's riding on. Remember, we're looking for 8 minutes 27.46 seconds. That's the time of Gretsch. He's just away from our podium here, our commentary box, watching with intenseness down the home straight here. Leipheimer now lines himself up for the finish. This is all effort now. It's all or nothing for Levi. 8:27. It's going to be very, very close. There is the finishing line. I think he's done it. Levi Leipheimer closes in towards the line. Is the winner of the Tour of Utah going to be in yellow tomorrow? There's only one man to take. No, it isn't. He slips to second, he slips to third, and he slips off the podium. Levi Leipheimer is only 7th. Isn't that amazing?
It is, Phil. I tell you, it's that final little kick up to the line, as you said, has destroyed the hopes of some of the best individual time trialists in the world. It looked as if he'd got it, but it's that climb up to the finish line that's destroyed some brave men.
Well, absolutely amazing. Leipheimer can't believe it. He's asking for a towel, I think, now as he comes in. Well, that was a huge effort here. This little climb looks absolutely nothing on television. It is actually quite hard as they come up. It's the only climb of the time trial, and it hurts the legs, as you know, Paul, when you come downhill at speed and then suddenly you have to race uphill.
Well, especially having used a massive big gear as well. Only one man now left out on course at number 1 on his back, Cadel Evans, Tour de France champion from 2011.
I better not predict this one after what I did to Levi Leipheimer, but Cadel has got himself just 2 minutes to get in right now and become a perfect opening for the Tour de France champion. There's the long road up to the finish here. Cadel looks good.
He went through that kilometre to go, Bannerfield, on exactly the same time as Levi Leipheimer. He's again got 60 seconds to get himself to the finish line.
Most important thing, remember, in time trials, it is staying close to the other favourites for the next week, and that is happening here with Evans and Leipheimer, TJ Van Garderen, Robert Gessing. They're doing all right, even though they may not be winning the stage today. This is the finish now. That's the rise up towards the finish. We're heading up to 8 minutes. He's got just 27 seconds to get there, and I have to say it, I don't think he can reach that banner in 25 seconds.
Well, he's going here through a wall of noise. The crowds have turned out in Colorado Springs to see the Tour de France champion, Cadel Evans. He can see that finishing line, but it is oh so far away with still that little kick up to the line.
It's a long, long way to the line here. He's got 6 seconds to do it. The Tour de France champion, Cadel Evans, will not be far away, but he won't be on the top of the podium. Patrick Gretsch has won this with his ride, as Evans has gone off the podium as well. That podium all came out early today. Cadel Evans comes home in 9th place. He'd be happy enough. The men he wants to beat in the next week are all around him.
No, they certainly are. Good ride by Cadel Evans when you bear in mind that he's flown around the world. He didn't take the direct route from Europe. He flew from Europe down to Australia to be fated for his victory in the Tour de France, the first Australian ever to do that. He's asked to just to warm down a fraction now, but he knows what lies ahead. There's some great racing roads here in Colorado lining up for the next week of racing.
Well, he will warm down now and be whisked away. It's a long way, the stage tomorrow. As these riders know now, the mountains are up on them. Today they went down them. For the rest of the week they go up them and they climb into the thin airs. Patrick Gretsch is the winner. It's only the 2nd win of his career. He's a 2nd-year pro. He's 24 years of age. He won a race in Holland in June, and now he's opened up the new USA Pro Cycling Challenge with victory and a leader's yellow jersey tomorrow.
I bet that team were expecting to see that jersey go onto the shoulders of TJ Van Garderen. He'll have to come out and fight his way up to the top of the leaderboard in the mountain passes tomorrow. But you just catch there, Cadel Evans warming down after a very testing 8.5 kilometre individual prologue, and it'll be interesting to hear the stories around the dinner tables tonight of how they handle the altitude.
Yes, Cadel Evans here, receiving always the plaudits here. The people of Colorado have always said, where is Cadel? We want to see Cadel. They were treated to one of the most exciting Tour de France's in its history, I think, this year. And Evans was the winner. Well, as he takes a drink, we'll gaze around the big crowd here now in Colorado Springs. We'll wait for the results. So let's just see if these are the United Health Curve final results today. Patrick Gretsch gets only his 2nd win of his career, 8:27 for HTC High Road out of San Francisco, California. Christian van der Velde, another American, is second. Brent Buckwalter is third. 2 Americans in the top 3. Robert Forster, former stage winner of the Tour de France for United Healthcare. Good result for them with 4th for Robert, and Jens Voigt in 5th. George Hincapie collected 6th place for BMC, Cadel Evans' team. Leipheimer, Van Garderen, Evans, 3 men locked together, 7, 8, 9. That could be the podium, you know, when we get to the finish in Denver. Wouldn't that be interesting? Remembering 7, 8 and 9 right now. Ryan Rott of Team Spidertech of Canada completing the top 10. So that's the United Healthcare results of the moment. And as I say, for the big favourites, they just don't want to lose too much time. A few seconds here or there, I don't think it's going to make any difference by the time we get back to Denver. But if you've lost a minute today, I think you've also lost the Tour. Quite a few riders down the back have lost the best part of a minute and a half and more. There is the crowd down there in Colorado Avenue, as we'll take a usual short break. We'll sort out the results. We'll stay on live for the presentations, and we'll see Patrick Gretsch get the first leaders yellow jersey. Well done, Patrick, and HTC High Road.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation for today, innovation for tomorrow, innovation for all. And by United Healthcare, helping people live healthier lives. And by Head Sweats, the world leader in performance headwear.
Well, there's no doubt this is a most beautiful state. This is the Colorado.com images here today from our helicopters. We span the Rockies and the town of Colorado Springs, which has just seen the finish of the Quiznos opening prologue time trial in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. We're underway now, and we have a German in the lead. So let's have a look now as we look at the long straight. This is our Road ID ride of the day, and it certainly was a ride of the day. Out at the start house in 41st position today, Patrick Gretsch, riding for the Californian-based HTC High Road. As this team says farewell to the sport this year, they still cannot stop winning. And he pushed on well. He recorded an incredibly good time indeed here. So well done. So let's look at our road idea of the day, and that is Patrick Gretsch. To vote on who you think should be today's Ride of the Day recipient and win a shopping spree, head over to roadid.com/ride. We'll announce the fan pick at the top of tomorrow's show. There's the result for you. Patrick Gretsch was our bid. You might like to bid for Dave Zabiskie, who's on the comeback trail. Who knows? We'll tell you tomorrow. Christian van der Velde in second. He was out early as well. He was the 11th off. Now, I am hearing, as we just look at these final results, to show you a couple more, but I think Bob Roll is ready to take us now. Yes, we can go to Bob Roll. I think he is now with Patrick Gretsch. Let's go to Bob.
Patrick, congratulations. Before the start of today's stage, you would not have been one of the favorite riders. How did you overcome such big names in today's stage?
Yeah, I think in my opinion I was also one of the favorites. I knew I had a good shape, or I'm in really good shape. I was third in Tour of Utah in the TT, and yeah, I put all my focus on the TT today, or on the Prologue, and I'm really happy that I got a win.
You maybe had a few extra days to acclimatize to the altitude before this race after the Tour of Utah here in the high mountains.
Yeah, for sure, but I think that's the problem of everybody. We had really problems with the altitude, and yeah, but I got still a win, and I'm really happy.
Well, maybe looking forward to the rest of the racing, high mountains to come. Team HTC is perhaps looking at your teammate TJ Van Garderen to work for. Will that be a little bit of a strange situation tomorrow when I have the leader's jersey and working for somebody else on the stage?
I don't know. I think I have no problem for him with that. I know TJ is a much better climber than me, and like I said, I put all my focus on today. I'm really happy that I got a win, and then we look forward. We have a strong team, and I think if I support TJ good, then we can also do really well in the GC.
Congratulations and good luck this week.
Thank you.
Well done, Patrick. Well, let's have a look at the United Healthcare overall standings, and wearing the Quiznos yellow jersey tomorrow will be Patrick Gretsch. Even if he's not going to defend it, Christian van der Velde will go in a second down, probably 2 seconds. They round it all up. Brent Buckwalter will go in 4 seconds behind. Forster will go in at 5. Jens Voigt will go in at 7 seconds back. in 5th place for Leopard Trek. Good ride by Jens, wasn't it? 40 years of age next month. George Hincapie was in there. Levi Leipheimer. These are the names locked together. Leipheimer, Van Garderen, Cadell Evans. They've ridden virtually the same time today, so the Prologue hasn't done much to alter their position overall in their shooting for gold down in Denver. Rory Sutherland, he would have liked to have finished better than 14 seconds back in 15th place. I think Dave Zabriskie did the best of his ride in view of his physical condition just now. Tommy Danielson, 17 seconds down, but only about 10 off the men he'll look at as his main rivals. Just look at the crowd here now as they walk up for the presentations of the race leaders' jerseys. This is the rides which we couldn't show you because they did them very early on before they all came on screen, and the 11th man to start was Christian van der Velde. He flew round the course. Now we think this was a tactic in case the thunderstorms had arrived early and wiped out the big men at the finish, then van der Velde might have produced the winning ride. When he got through to the finish, Christian van der Velde from Illinois, 8 minutes and 29 seconds for him, and it was the best time at the finishing line. The crowd cheered home an American onto the top of the leaderboard. Wasn't to be though. Brent Bookwalter came close. He rides for BMC, and Brent made his run. He is another great time trial rider. As Brent launched himself out of the start house, it was beginning to look rather good for the riders from the United States in their inaugural tour. Up the home straight he came, cheered all the way. Very, very hot conditions, by the way, but he was 2 seconds slower than van der Velde. Then the 41st rider to start of the 130 riders in the tour was Patrick Gretsch. Now he may have sounded a little bit conceited in his interview, but no, this man has the credentials. Second in the world under 23 time trial in 2008, third in 2009, and he delivered the ride that matters. There's the picture we were showing you earlier of Danny Pate on the building here, downtown Colorado Springs. It's absolutely massive, looking right down onto the finishing line. Well, this is the first day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. I think it's the first day of many years to come, because this has already gripped the imagination not just of the Coloradians but of everybody around the world, and the big bike riders have turned up to give it their best shot. We've seen a little bit of the hills today, the red rocks of the alluvian layers of the Rockies. Well, wait till we start our journey through the Rockies from tomorrow. We are going to see some of the most stunning scenery in the most stunning state. Well, I think, Paul, it's about time we got down to that podium now and see the leaders' jerseys pulled on. There's no doubt who's going to get the yellow. At this early stage, of course, he'll probably collect, Patrick Gretsch, most of the leaders' jerseys, because that's the way it is, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is, and at 24 years of age, he should be the best young rider as well. There he goes. The first time we've got to see him, he started so early on that we really didn't have much chance to see what his ride looked like.
And the governor of the state of Colorado here is presenting him with the Quiznos race leaders yellow jersey. He knows how to put them on. He wore the jersey of leader for 3 days in the recent Stir Electric Tour in Holland. That was back in June. He did it by winning the first day time trial. He survived 3 days before they got it off him. He said already he doesn't think he'll even try to defend it tomorrow. He's working for TJ Van Garderen, so he might lose it tomorrow.
Well, with a slightly difficult mountaintop finish, he could lose himself just a few seconds, and he's got a lot of riders breathing down his neck after that short, violent 8.5 kilometre individual time trial test.
The governor there giving him a warm congratulations because he's a bike rider himself, and that's only part of the enthusiasm shared here from the state government right through to the mayor of Colorado Springs, as we found out. Now, it looks pretty good with the lipstick on his cheek.
The yellow Quiznos race leaders jersey for HTC High-Roaders. That has been a jersey he has been hunting for a long time.
I think we can go and have a look at the Radio Shack route for tomorrow now. This is when it all happens. Tomorrow we start on the open highways again. This is a difficult stage. It's not the most difficult, but it's a good starter, believe me, here. All of the racing, of course, throughout the state of Colorado for the whole 6 days. We go from Salida up to Mount Crested Butte. We finish at 9,409 feet. Bike races don't go that high, do they? Yes, they do, I'm afraid, and they'll go even higher before this week is out. Here we go over the Monarch Pass. We top 11,000 feet over the Monarch Pass. Then we have pretty much a valley ride on through Parlin, through Gunnison, where we go to start the next day of racing, but we carry on now as we head to Mount Crested Butte here, and then up to the top to finish the day. There's the profile for you. As I say, we top 11,000 feet. We finished at 8,900 feet. Now, the prologue, by the way, we've just seen, if you've missed it, in its entirety, re-airs tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow is the rematch in the Rockies. That comes on half an hour. It's a very interesting program at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then that'll be followed by Stage 1 itself, live here on Versus Salida to Crested Butte. That is the big one tomorrow for certainly one young German cyclist by the name of Patrick Gretsch. So, as they said, prepare to say farewell. We were unable to show you all the presentations because there was only the one, really, the Maillot Jaune. As these riders continue on the way, don't forget to log in to NBCSports.com and we'll keep you up to date with all our schedules and information on the event. That man needs some help, I think, as we continue. The US Cyclo Pro Challenge goes on, and our thanks to Pearl Zumi, who has provided us with our clothing as well. And for the tour tracker, remember to go to usaprocyclingchallenge.com. And congratulations to our winner, Patrick Gretsch. So, as we say goodbye tonight here at Versus, and Paul Sherwen, Bob Roll, all of the team here, we'll see you all tomorrow bright and early. I'm Phil Liggett. Goodbye. As morning dawns, team mechanics ready each bike for what may be the hardest day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. While Dave Zabriskie too is an early riser, the road travelled has taken a toll.
Getting some sleep now? I think so. It's hard to say when you wake up feeling the same way you went to bed. Almost to the door.
For cyclists in the midst of a grand cycling tour like this one, there are never enough hours to truly rebound, and it's never a matter of cycling at full strength. It's merely a matter if your 90% is better than your opponent's. Regardless, at least one rider finds stage 2 to be inspirational.
I mean, I think today will be really, really cool with all the people in Independence Pass and in Aspen and stuff like that. I'm excited to see. I get to see my family on Thursday, so I'm excited about that as well.
By the time the teams arrive at the start line of Gunnison, the collective energy level is already on the rise.
One leads in.
Thank you.
It was a sting operation.
Thank you.
Just hold it tight.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hold it tight. Thank you. Whoopsie. Appreciate it. Sure. Thank you.
The crowds instantly recognise and swarm for Dale Evans, whose popularity stateside has never been higher.
Ready for that. Cottonwood Pass. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks. Evans' invaluable lieutenant George Hincapie is enjoying the relaxed vibe compared to the Tour de France.
Newspaper. Oh, they're great.
The vibe of the team is great. Very happy coming off the win of the Tour de France. Obviously here we have a different team, young American riders that are very motivated to race in their home country.
Today is going to be borderline epic, if not epic in and of itself. So I feel good about today. I mean, I think the guys feel good about today, but there's still a lot of unknowns. 2 passes over 12,000 feet. I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen. So, we're going to go out there and we're going to do the best race that we can, like we always do. And, hopefully our 4 leaders will be close at the end and we'll go from there.
As he emerges from Team Garmin Cervelo's bus, Tom Danielson is now ready to talk strategy with team manager Jonathan Vortas.
Sort of that explosive. Okay, well, then get out in front.
Right. All right. And once I get out there, I can just ride my my Mount Evans tempo and call it good.
Right. The Mount Evans hill climb Danielson speaks of is one of the most notorious in the nation, and the fact that today he seeks to achieve the same tempo that has brought him 3 victories on that merciless climb is notable. And while the race atmosphere lifts both Dave Zabrisky's mood and his comic timing.
Would you say this for me? Sure. And where are you from?
I'm from the United States of America.
Well, welcome to Gunnison Park.
Thank you. I used to have some shorts just like this pattern. I made them in my home economics class. That's the exact same, I swear.
Yeah?
Wow. I'm serious.
I heard you had a high school friend stop by today.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody.
Me either.
As Cadell Evans and the rest of the peloton make their way to the start line, TJ Van Garderen wraps up a final pre-race interview.
I felt good yesterday. I didn't feel super, so hopefully today I'll feel super. And I think it'll be 10 guys coming to the line. So I mean, if I can make it into those 10 guys, I feel confident in my chances in the sprint.
From the man currently leading the Best Young Rider competition to the man they are all currently chasing. Levi Leipheimer has yet to show any weaknesses in the Rockies, but on a day like this, all that matters is the road that lies ahead. Coming up, the world's greatest cyclist versus Cottonwood Pass, when Rematch in the Rockies returns.
You gotta think that Alpe d'Huez is finishes at 6,000 feet. Right now we're starting at 8,000 feet. So we're starting 2,000 feet ahead and climbing from there, going up to 12,000 feet. I mean, that's just, I don't know, it's it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be like breathing through a straw.
I'm scared. I mean, it's nothing gonna happen. I'm gonna hurt. Pain is temporary, but memories are forever. So I'm gonna hurt like hell.
Even if you're good at it, you still suffer a lot, and we're all gonna be suffering a lot.
I can't predict anything how it's gonna be. I don't know. I haven't done it before, but I think but I'm sure of that. It's not only me suffering up there.
This is the stretch of road they have all been anticipating since the race route was first announced. They call it Cottonwood Pass, a name that belies the ferocity of the terrain. At least in the minds of the fans who make the long trek, this may already be the new pinnacle of American cycling. It's a road so intimidating that on this day, none dare to attack. And one look at these images explains why. By the time the asphalt returns, each team is focused on massive Independence Pass that looms in the foreground, an unforgiving 100 miles into their race route. For overall contenders like Christian van der Velde, this means conserving energy while they can. While for domestiques like Ben King, this means it's time to go back to work.
Grab some X.
Dropping back to refill crucial supplies before the day's final battle, Assistant Radio Shack Team Director Axel Merckx briefly mixes with the opposition.
Have fun out there.
I'm working on it.
But as the climb begins, he knows the temporary truce within the peloton will soon cease.
we know that on the next climb it's going to be a bunch of attacks, and the group is going to be split up. So, you know, it's good that we have the whole team together here, so at least we can keep the gap not too big.
As the pace picks up, the field splinters, and a surprising rider is dropped. World-class climber Andy Schleck cannot stay with the lead pack. As they approach the summit, TJ Van Garderen makes his move. And nearly escapes. However, as they near the 12,000-foot crest, Levi Leipheimer once again appears on his wheel. Coming up, an elite breakaway storms into Aspen when rematch in the Rockies returns.
The descents at this race are going to be awesome. You know, when you're climbing for 20, 25 kilometers, you're descending for 25 kilometers.
You're often riding courses in a sense you've never seen before. You're flying around blind corners, you know, reaching speeds that you normally would only reach in a car. Yeah, you're on the rivet, maybe not physically, but mentally. 100% focus all the time, no letting down.
You know, you have to think about the line you're going to take through the next corner. None of us have seen a lot of the descents, so we don't really know what's coming up, how to set up for the next turn. So it really is just you know, sort of a flow that you get in and just sort of taking the right line and really driving the descents, which is, it's pretty exciting. And often it's just a matter of following the guy in front of you like a fighter jet. If he goes off the road, you're going to go right off with him.
I don't know the descents. I think no one will, hardly anyone will, so that even makes it a little bit more sketchy. One thing that people don't realize is, you know, at that altitude is that there's less wind resistance, and so we actually will be going a whole lot faster. Instead of going 50 miles an hour, you're going 60 or 65. You know, it's pretty standard for us. We're pretty used to descending, and you see some bad things happen once in a while, but you know, for every hit, there's 100 near misses.
Descending is an often underrated aspect of cycling. And on stage 2, TJ Van Garderen out-descends Levi Leipheimer to form an elite group as they approach the finishing line. Well, TJ is in the breakaway, and the 6 of them clear now, and they've got rid of the yellow jersey. A complete turning of the tables here.
I think Christian van der Velde should be in that group behind with Levi Leipheimer, but if this breakaway stays clear as it is right now, well, TJ Van Garderen will be looking to line himself up to be the new yellow jersey tonight.
Yes, number 31, Tom Danielson. We saw him in that breakaway, and this is a good move, a very strong move indeed by Garmin Cervelo. Up underneath as we're heading towards the 1 kilometre mark under the Maxis 1 kilometre banner. We are only 1 kilometre out. They're off the mountains. The time gap is real now, and the crowd is cheering them on the last bends of the race. They've got to watch these corners.
No, they certainly do, especially those little white lines across the road there. There you can see Hincapie up into 4th position. TJ Van Garderen is giving everything here. I think he might be putting in just a little bit too much pressure in here. Tommy Danielson's up into 3rd place. Hincapie's in the ideal position there, Phil, in 4th.
Well, I tell you what, Levi's missed out here, and he's probably going to lose his yellow jersey for sure now because of the time bonus at the finishing line. I think you're right, TJ Van Garderen. He's hit the front too soon.
There's the group of Levi Leipheimer. He's losing a big chunk of time this afternoon.
But they're racing up to the line now, still gritting his teeth. George Hincapie coming on the right of the picture, the former US champion. He's going over the top of TJ Van Garderen. This is a great finish by George. Now, who would have said Hincapie would win? TJ Van Garderen is second. Tom Danielson crosses the line in third. Just adjacent to the finish line, America's most famous cyclist is impressed by the performance.
How do you see the future unfolding for this race?
Well, look at the stage today. You see a young kid like TJ Van Garderen assert himself. You see an old veteran like George win the stage. This is what this is about. This is about an older generation and a younger generation. A lot of history, a lot of heritage in this state with big-time bike racing, and it needs to continue. I mean, there's no reason that this state doesn't have great events that can showcase great young talent.
TJ, great result on today's stage. You didn't quite get the stage win, but you must be satisfied the way the finale unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, I am thrilled to take the jersey. Yeah, it was once I bridged up to that group, I think people saw that I was going to take the jersey, and then they weren't really willing to work. But yeah, I mean, even just to take second after doing all that work I think it was a good result, and yeah, I'm thrilled with the jersey.
You have a time trial tomorrow. Do you think you can hold it? You have a pretty good lead.
That's the goal. I mean, yeah, I have a pretty comfortable lead, and I mean, normally I go pretty well in time trials, so hopefully I can hold on.
Well, congratulations on today's stage, and best of luck in the next few days to come.
Thanks, Bob.
Less than a minute after Van Garderen, Levi Leipheimer steamrolls into town. No longer the leader, but clearly hungry to reclaim the jersey that he's about to lose. Coming up, a new man in yellow, and a look ahead to the crucial Stage 3 time trial when rematching the Rockies returns. This man has conquered the biggest mountains across France, but today, after a battle loss with Colorado's Independence Pass, Andy Schleck limps to the finishing line, 5 minutes 22 seconds behind the new race leader. One look says it all. The mood is decidedly different for Garmin Cervelo's Tom Danielson, now only 22 seconds out of first place.
It went well. I mean, took a chance and ended up paying off, so I'm happy about that. First time ever I've attacked on the downhill, so I'm glad it worked.
As the awards stand, the skies have parted, as George Hincapie basks in his first win in over 2 years.
Your new leader is TJ Van Garderen.
There is a 15-year age difference between the day's stage winner and the new owner of the yellow jersey, but that doesn't seem to affect the level of exuberance. Even as TJ Van Garderen celebrates, his main rival is ready to move on, his sights set on the race of truth that lies ahead.
Yeah, but maybe it's better when you take my trolley to the finish.
Yeah, okay, mais je sais, il va être au départ, il va.
Soon, on Stage 3, they will tackle the mountain time trial of Vail, a day that will be pivotal to each overall contender. As one by one, they tackle 10 formidable uphill miles.
It sort of combines a normal time trial with an uphill time trial in one. So it's hard to read, it's hard to do. It's at high altitude, and it comes after 4 difficult days. It's going to be tough for sure.
Levi Leipheimer has long been anticipating that this day may decide the entire race.
I think that's the stage that will decide the race, yeah. The time trial is definitely one of my strengths. You know, uphill time trial, it's always been my strength ever since I started riding a bike.
The new man in yellow, TJ Van Garderen, will be last out of the start gate with the entire field ahead of him.
It's all uphill. It's all at altitude. There's going to be no recovery, no like, okay, go easy here, go harder there. You have to keep it steady the entire time.
To witness unseen images and learn the inside story from every stage, including exclusive in-car footage, pre- and post-race interviews and much more, make sure to tune in every day this week to catch every episode of Rematch in the Rockies. Next, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge Stage 3, live on Versus. Overnight leader, 23 years old, American TJ Van Garderen prepares for the biggest day of his young professional career. It's the time trial in Vail, next. Stage 2 forced the peloton to face the mountains, and the veteran George Hincapie rode an opportune surge across the line. The task upon them now is a challenge from the clock, and keeping in tune with the landscape, this time trial points uphill. TJ Van Garderen elevated himself into the lead, but now he faces a field determined to chase him down. Tour de France champ Cadel Evans looks to harness his momentum, while Levi Leipheimer lost the yellow jersey, but now sets his sights on getting it back. It's a climb against the clock in the town of Vail. Stage 3 of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge is next. Today, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge has moved deep into the heart of the Rockies. We've moved on to Vail now. It's stage 3, the 10 miles individual time trial presented by Colorado.com. There is an incredible atmosphere here, but normally at this time of the year, you can enjoy the tranquility of a little bit of fly fishing. In the winter, you can go alpine skiing and enjoy that in solitude as well. But today, take a look at this. The crowd here in the center of Vail are proud, very, very noisy indeed, and the race has already started. Hello everybody, I'm Phil Liggett. Alongside me is Paul Sherwen. Well, you know, every day of this race the towns have brought their own personality to it, and Vail is proving no exception. This is an incredible atmosphere.
Oh Phil, that's an understatement. You know, yesterday I thought was going to be the most exciting day of the tour when we went into Aspen, but here in Vail it's incredible, it's electric, it's party time.
And you know, the top riders overall, all have ridden this year's Tour de France. They will be the last to go as you hear the cheers for the early start in the time trial. But let's take our minds back to yesterday and our RoadID.com pick. Your pick was the same as ours too. George Hincapie won the day.
I'm sorry, Phil, you know, but I am a little bit of a fan when it comes down to professional cycling. TJ Van Garderen made the move. He started to lead out at the front, but Hincapie was in an ideal position in second. He'd already at this point got a little bit of a gap on Tommy Danielson. 2-3 bike lengths in the rears, but all of a sudden George Hincapie sees the door open, the gate is flown open for him, and he sees the finishing line. Then all of a sudden he accelerates right to the line, and when a man like George Hincapie wants to win, he does it exceptionally well. The amazing thing that I find hard to believe, Phil, is he hasn't won a race since 2009 when he won the American US Pro Championships.
That's absolutely right, but George, in a small breakaway coming off Independence Pass, made it, and that's our Road ID ride of the day, and you can have your pick again at the end of our coverage today. So you go to roadid.com/ride. Now let's have a look at our Cannondale profile here on George. 38 now, George. He's 170 pounds, a big man to get over the mountains of yesterday. He's officially a Domestika helper. Yesterday he became a winner once again. Now let's go to the podium and see last night the yellow jersey presented to TJ Van Garderen at 23, one of the youngest riders in the race.
23 years of age just a week ago when he was in the Tour of Utah when he won the individual time trial. But this young man at 23 years of age rides with a serious amount of experience.
So he wears the Quiznos yellow jersey. These are the United Healthcare overall standings now. TJ starts the time trial last today, looking 16 seconds advantage over Hincapie, 22 over Tommy Danielson, 34 over Leipheimer. Every one of these riders rode the Tour de France, including the winner of the Tour de France, Cadel Evans, who sits in 6th place. He's looking for 51 seconds. And remember how he had rode the time trial on stage 20 of the Tour de France last July. Well, it is a race, you know, which has brought such an atmosphere here to Vail. It's a tough course, Paul. They've ridden it before 20 odd years ago in the Old Course Classic. They know how hard it is.
You know, the amazing thing about this course, Phil, is it's all uphill. Once they come out of the starting gate, they go downhill for about half a mile, and then all of a sudden it's uphill right the way to the finishing line, and that's going to be a big decider this afternoon. We will start to see the time gaps opening. Yes, it's based in Vail, but I tell you what, downtown here is unbelievable. Look at the profile. It doesn't look very vicious at all, does it? But try riding this on your own as we go away from Gore Creek Drive through Sound Frontage Road into North Frontage Road. All of the time we're going uphill, and bear in mind we are starting this race at 8,100 feet in altitude to get up to the finishing line at 9,600 feet. And by the way, if you can talk new money, Phil, that's 3,000 meters in altitude.
Yes, well, that's our Radio Shack route today, and believe me, it belies the pain which will be caused out there on the course. Let's have a look then at our stage facts today, brought us by Colorado.com. 124 riders left now. We lost 4 riders in that crash yesterday, by the way. 12 of the 17 teams are intact. The riders will initially start at 1-minute intervals, and you can hear another one just went. The last 10 riders go at 2-minute intervals. The course record is by Andy Hamilton, 26 minutes 33 back in 1987, and the altitude at the finish 9,643 feet. So there you have it. Let's have a look at early today in the start order. We're hearing the riders go off. This is the Nissan Electric Leaf start as the riders launched onto the start ramps and out and away. A little bit of picture trouble there as we see Dave Zabriskie just gone past his Minuteman there, which is Walter Pedralis, as he starts to cut through the field here. Looks as though Dave's got himself off to a pretty good start today out of the start house. He started around 10 minutes to 2 local time, so he's been riding with just on 15 minutes at the moment. So we switch back down to the start house here. Just looking, this will be the Skill Shimano rider Thomas Bonin, who is about to go. Bonin, he's a Frenchman on the Dutch team. Jason McCartney is the man with the best time. There it is, 27 minutes 26. He's an American rider. He rides for Radio Shack. He'll be 38 years old in just about a week's time, and he's turned in a pretty good ride at the moment. Now, we did say earlier Andy Hampson holds the course record at 26 minutes and 33 seconds. The Australian Ben Day has gone quicker in the Teva Mountain Games in 2008 with 25 minutes and 48, but nobody can verify it was exactly the same distance as that covered by Hampson back in the 80s. So there are 2 quick times there anyway. Now let's have a look how Jason did it, because he started pretty early today. He's the 12th rider out of the start house, and it's got hotter and hotter by the minute here in Vail. And look at this crowd. Now, are we in Vail or are we on the Tour de France? Well, ask me that question. It's a tremendous atmosphere here today, and these people are not just interstate Coloradians. They are coming from all over the United States. We've met them from New York, from California, from New Mexico. They're here to enjoy their day in Vail. There's the standings then at the moment. Laurens ten Dam, the man that crashed in the Tour de France, has just come in with the second best time. Now looking at Ted King. So move down the ranks now, Paul. This is Ted King in the start house. Nobody challenging as yet the time of Jason McCarthy up there at the finish. Laurens ten Dam just arrived with a second best time, 44 seconds off the pace, which tells us just how quick Jason has gone here.
Yeah, I don't think we'll start to see that time of Jason McCartney, Phil, get threatened until we see the big names starting in the back end of the start sheet this afternoon. Unless, of course, Dave Zabriskie does a good performance. It's not necessarily the kind of time trial course that Dave Zabriskie would like, because it's slightly uphill. You can actually see there that he's riding on his inside chainring, and that's an indication that we've got a little bit of a serious gradient going on here.
As he starts fairly steady, but then it does kick up towards the finishing line, and you've got to pace your effort. This is Zabriskie. Dave Zabriskie here. The road a bit broken up from the winters here. It's not used at all now, really. The cyclists are telling me it's more or less their own property in the summer months here because the cars are sent around. But Dave Zabriskie, to me, looks to be going good at the moment. We've got no time checks midway. We'll find out what he does when we come back.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Waste Management for environmental solutions that deliver economic savings. To learn more, go to thinkgreen.com. And by Sierra Nevada. And by Clean Bottle, the bottle that unscrews at both ends for easy cleaning. Get yours at REI, Dick's Sporting Goods, or at cleanbottle.com. Clean Bottle, ride clean.
Well, let's have a look at the United Healthcare leaders here. The Quiznos yellow on the shoulder of Van Garderen today. The points, Smashburger points on Levi Leipheimer. The Nissan, the King of the Mountains, is Pedraza after yesterday. And the Sheets young rider is TJ Van Garderen, but he can't wear two jerseys, so the second place man in the competition will wear blue today. Now, Dave Zabriskie is about 1.5 kilometres, more or less a mile now from the finish of the time trial. It doesn't appear to be uphill, but we are going up just below 10,000 feet by the time we get to this finishing line as Zabriskie starts towards the finish. Now, as we're just watching here at the moment, now you did see those horrible pictures of the facial injuries yesterday of the Italian cyclist, and that was Daniele Calagarin of Team Type 1. Well, Bob Broll has an update with us now as he talks to the PR man of Team Type 1, Chris Baldwin.
On yesterday's stage, we saw some of the dramatic pictures from a big crash at the start of the stage involving Ivan Basso and Daniele Calagarin. I'm here with Chris Baldwin from Team Type 1 Sanofi to show us some of the aftermath to the helmet and update us on Daniele's condition.
Daniele underwent surgery overnight with plastic surgeons in Denver. He was air evac'd out of a hospital in Gunnison where they took excellent primary care of him. Initially, he lost a few teeth. He has some lacerations to his lower face and jaw. He broke both hands, and one of the things we're happiest about, though, is that he's fine today. He's knows where he is. He's in a good physical condition, and we're hoping to send him back home to Italy on Sunday.
And this is what happened to the crash helmet?
Yeah, unfortunately, there are two types of crashes in professional bike racing. So there's the one where you crash and skid, and there's the one where you crash and stop. Daniele's crash yesterday was the second kind. Luckily, his helmet took the brunt of the blow to the top part of his head, and he survived fine with almost no damage.
Well, wish him best of luck in his recuperation from us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, well, thank heavens he's okay. It was a very, very unfortunate crash. One of those gratings across the road, apparently. There, 1 kilometre to go for Dave Zabriskie. Is this going to better the time of Jason McCartney? At 27.26 is what we're looking at. At the moment, I think we'll see a considerable improvement on that towards the end as they start to battle out for the next leader of this race. But that's a little way down the road. At the moment, this is a man riding with pride. Silver medalist in the World Time Trial Championships, the current the current USA Time Trial Champion. So he'll want to pull every inch of this road to his advantage now. Hugging it nice on the right. Dave Zabriskie going around this right-hand bend, the tightest possible corner. Climbing always in this event. He goes straight across in as a line now to nip off the far corner where the flag is. At least he should do if he's going to save distance, because time is of the essence for Dave Zabriskie. It'll be an indication whether he's coming back in time for the World Championships, which are in Denmark next month. And it wouldn't surprise me if he tries again to recover in time to take part in that World Championship time trial. The crowd came up here mostly by bicycle. They are running a coach service as well to halfway up. We're watching Oscar Alvarez finish down at the top there. 40th place for him, 30.28. Still Jason McCartney, but watch out now because Zabriskie is closing in on the finishing line here. The riders then do a little warm down very quickly, jump in the team cars and are taken down the interstate highway back to the Vail town itself, because that's where all the presentations will be made later today. Another rider who started in front of Zabriskie has just gone round that corner, so I think he's caught 2 and possibly 3 men on the road today, which indicates he might be going pretty well. Now let's hope our pictures are going to hold a bit steady today. We had real problems with ice on the wings of the aircraft yesterday, and the pilot, we found that Liggett had a real job controlling the aeroplane. He simply had to get out of the top of Independence Pass quickly. Yes, there is the one rider just in front of Dave Zabriskie. I don't know by how far, but it's quite a long way. As Zabriskie now, this is the old Dave Zabriskie coming up towards the line now. Tongue out, concentrating on the clock. A final kick to the line is time that matters. And look at the clock here. Well, he goes top of the leaderboard, that's for sure. How long will he stay there? We'll find out. A final surge by Zabriskie, 26:46. That's gone very, very close to Andy Hampson's record. A little bit behind the record set by Ben Day in 2008. So as we see Dave Zabriskie cool down there, we've now got a new best time there by Dave Zabriskie. He's delivered the goods at the moment at 26:46 for him. Remember, he's a time for the win, and there's a time for the battle of the next leader of this race. That's all still to come. New leader, Dave Zabriskie. We're back, and just in time, the countdown here for Andy Schleck, the Luxembourger, 3-time second in the Tour de France, including this year. He lost his Tour de France when he was wearing yellow in the time trial. Can he do a good time trial today? A huge crowd in Vail. Just cheer. Look at this. Just cheering him out of the precinct. A very technical start, this, but he seems to have got off very, very quickly. On the left is the Interstate 70. Down below us is the race route, which is now the bypassed road, and perfect for the time trial. Now, things are changing at the top. Zabriskie, we've seen, come in with the best time. Gretsch has just crept into second place, joining our break at 29 seconds off. McCartney now down to third, and Sylvester Schmidt in fourth with Neerman in fifth. Danny Page slots in there in sixth place at the moment. So we're underway with one of the big names of this year's USA Pro Cycling Challenge, Andy Schleck, now trying to do a good time. He couldn't cope with the altitude yesterday, and he lost 5 minutes coming into the finish in Aspen. So now he'll have to reevaluate exactly what he wants to take home out of this race. It won't be the final yellow jersey, will it? But you know, he'll go looking for a stage win, because he knows how well respected and liked he is here in the United States. So Andy's underway, and very shortly we'll start by running into the bigger names who are racing for the overall. So let's, while we're waiting to get some more of the bigger names to start, Bob Roll is now with Brad White of United Healthcare at the start, and he's going to tell us all about the custom in-ear pieces, courtesy of their new partner and the sponsor, Westone.
I'm here with Brad White from the United Healthcare Cycling Team, and Westone is one of their sponsors. They make earbuds. Brad, run us through these units.
Yes, this is a UM1 series that we have here. It's a custom headphone, and they fit nicely in the ear, just like this. Great to cancel out that noise, and great sound quality with the
right the way up. A town created for skiing, Vail is the host of today's time trial in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Although some of the best skiing in the world is nearby, visitors may be surprised to know Vail has become one of the premier year-round resort towns in America, with biking, kayaking and golf and fishing readily available to guests. But today it welcomes the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Now let's get back out on course and pick up Andy. This is Andy Schleck, 3-time second in the Tour de France, including this year to Cadel Evans. Lost time on Independence Pass yesterday. I think it was about 2,000 feet too high for him, and his European upbringing this year let him down a bit there, and he fell off the back. And then the rain didn't help either on the way down, but he lost a little bit of time there too. Cadel Evans, the man that beat him in the Tour de France and in the time trial, let's not forget, he fared rather better, and he's still very much in the hunt for the final yellow in Denver when this race ends on Sunday. Schleck, this is where he has to concentrate. He has to really practice the time trial, and then he might win the Tour de France next year. Well, Andy making steady progress, no change overall. Zabriskie still on top with Gretsch and McCartney. That's the order at the finishing line. If Andy was to break that, then it would be a bit of a surprise. I think that's fair to say. Velic came in 5th place, by the way, 48 seconds off the pace.
That's not a bad ride by Vail, but we will see some big rides coming down towards the end. It has been said that this course really does suit Levi Leipheimer, but he's looking for a big chunk of time to try and pull himself back up in the overall standings. He lost 45 seconds yesterday, which I think was a bit of a surprise to him, and he has to make back 34 seconds on TJ Van Garderen if he wants to get himself back the overall lead.
He's the Englishman. Dan Lloyd lives just outside of London, coming up towards the finish now. And Dan making a little final effort, 29, so he's inside the half hour, and 27th best time if you break the half hour at the moment. There's 16 kilometres up the hill. Fastest time we've ever known on here, but we're not absolutely sure whether the start and finish was the same, was by the Australian Ben Day, 25:48 in 2008. 10 kilometres to go for Andy Schleck.
Doesn't look too bad at all. I was just saying about his position, Phil. The big problem is he's a very tall rider, and he can't get quite down as low as guys like Dave Zabriskie and Levi Leipheimer, which gives them a slight advantage when it comes to aerodynamics. Andy, with this position that he's got here, probably loses a couple of seconds a kilometre, and doesn't make any difference whether you're going uphill or down dale. You still need to be able to get into that really difficult tuck position.
Yes, and I often wonder if he realises how much work he's got to do, Paul, to perfect his time trialling. Not everybody can do it. That's why we call it the race of truth. But he needs to spend a little bit of his winter in the wind tunnels and the aerodynamic studies and try and get himself into time trialling shape. Because until he can time trial really well, he's not going to win the Tour de France.
No, certainly he needs to I think spend a bit of time and just train in that discipline and try and learn a little bit of a technique. It is difficult when you're a climber to learn how to ride a good individual time trial, because what happens when you start to improve in one discipline in the sport, you tend to lose out a little bit in another discipline. So if he starts to become too good a time trialist, he'll lose that ability to climb the way he does, and the way we saw him climb in the Alps this year at the Tour de France was absolutely amazing.
Yes, he took on the patron of the Tour, if you like. He really did, as he tried to win the Tour de France. Now, this is Alejandro Ramirez. We saw him in action yesterday. An incredible ride he did on the Cottonwood Pass to bridge 4.25 minutes in the peloton up to the leaders, and then he went over the top in second place. Clearly hasn't struggled at all today because he's enjoying the weather and the height, but he's not raced a great time trial. 29th position at the moment, and we still have plenty of men behind him. We did see an old journalist friend of ours today, Hector Urago, as we watched the arrival here of Bennett coming in. And again, he's just inside. A little bit better, though, than Alejandro. 16th for him at the moment, for George Bennett. Complete the tail of Hector Urago, friend of ours we knew well from the Tour de France. He's a Colombian. He's come all the way from Bogota to watch what he has called the next generation of top Colombian cyclists.
No, he's very excited. He was one of the top Colombian radio commentators in the era of the 1980s, when Lucho Herrera and Fabio Parra were the guys who were dominating all of the climbs on international cycling. And it's good to see that there's a regeneration and a rebirth of Colombian cycling, because when you see those guys climb in the mountains, they are really very dramatic.
Yes, they're absolutely picture book, because they appear to be real natural climbers in the mountains. Now, this is where the road becomes solely for the cyclists as we continue on the old road here. And Andy Schleck is about 8 kilometres now from the finish, as he gets a little bit steeper at this point going up to the line. And just pushing himself back into the saddle there as he continues on his way. Dave Zabriskie, though, is still on top with a great time of 26:46. Gretsch is there in second place, and Jason McCartney, our early leader, is now down to third. But the battle for yellow is still to come. Welcome back to Vail and the time trial in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Look at this. Andy Schleck has just caught for 1 minute Chad Bayer here of Team BAC. I think we can show you that again, as it's just happened moments ago. Andy is taking this time trial very serious. I think he uses these time trials now as a form of practice because he's got to improve in the time trial. Well, that is a catch for 1 minute by Andy Schleck, and I can't remember him doing that for quite some time. And this is Thomas Peterson here, wants a stage win in the Tour of California. 46th for him, just inside that 30 minutes for the climb. So as Andy Schleck continues now to move away from Chad, he's quite clearly, Paul, taking this quite seriously, even though he lost his chance at final victory yesterday.
Yeah, well, I think, Phil, a lot of these European riders who've come to ride this USA Pro Cycling Challenge, they're using this race to try and test themselves at this altitude, because they realize how important and what an advantage it will have for them for the rest of the season. When you come up to altitude like this and you stay for, it's going to be almost 3 weeks at altitude for Andy Schleck. So when he goes back to Europe after this, he's going to be in fine shape.
Now listen to the cheers here. We've gone back down to the start in the centre of Vail, and that is for Ivan Basso, a second and a third place finisher in the Tour de France and twice the winner of the Giro d'Italia. And yesterday on the floor and hurt his right wrist. I'm just trying to see if there's any bandage on that wrist, but at least he's here and he looks cool, and the crowd love him.
No, very popular. In fact, I've been amazed, Phil. This man actually has a Twitter account, and he's one of the very, very rare riders who actually twitters in 3 different languages, English, French, and Italian.
Technical start this. You can't take too much of a risk going out of that little start house, because you have a sweeper within the precinct area here of Vail, and this is the one, the sharp left-hander, as Andy Schleck continues to go up through the crowd now.
Well, that gentleman on the left-hand side, well, it's a lady, actually put a little bit of weight on, I think, today.
Yes, well, what can I say?
Not a lot, really.
She can't keep up either, as Andy Schleck has blown by.
It's amazing to think that Andy's in 44th place overall. He's lost over 5 minutes, but he is trying to do a good ride in the individual time trial here.
So coming up towards the finishing line now, this will be Javier Mejias of the team Type 1.
Well, this is a team actually with a message that they're trying to get across. It's not just for racing bikes around the world, racing bikes around Colorado. There's a number of riders on this team actually do have Type 1 diabetes, and they're trying to prove to the world that you can race at the top level of the sport even if you do have a disability like Type 1 diabetes.
Just slipped outside the half hour there, 52nd place, but some of these riders at this depth of the part of the overall classification are not going to race that hard because they're not racing for yellow. It's the boys at the back who need all of their time. 5 kilometres to go now for Andy Schleck, so he's distanced by her.
Well, that's 3.1 miles to go up to the summit. Andy Schleck really is giving a hard ride here, and also let's not forget that his brother Frank is pretty well up in the overall standings. He's just outside of the top 10, and his times will be used as a marker by Andy.
Ryder Hejjedal, 7th in the Tour de France last year. He got better and better in this year's Tour de France. Didn't quite get the same position, but he was part of the successful winning team Garmin-Cervelo. He's a Canadian, and there are Canadians with us here in Vail today. We've been speaking with them, and he's a very popular Canadian cyclist as well.
Well, that's the one thing to remember about a race like this event here in Colorado. It's not just about the state. People come from out of state, people come from out of country to visit the bike race. It generates an awful lot of money for the economy. We go every year to the Santos Tour Down Under, and that event over a week in South Australia raises revenues for around about $35 to $40 million.
Cadel Evans warming up behind the scenes. It's not quite the Tour de France, and there's the importance of the penultimate day of July for him when he became the first Australian winner. But we have a feeling that Cadel wants to win this race, so we'll see today just how good he is out on course. This is actually Ted King now for Liquigas. He's further on the way, and he's coming up towards the finishing line here. That's it's going to just drop in the mid-50s here as he comes up, because he'll be just on the half hour, I think, when he crosses the line.
It's a tough time trial when you bear in mind we're looking at an average speed here, Phil, at around about 20 miles an hour. That's an indication of how tough this individual time trial is. If you ride an individual time trial of this distance on the flat, you'd probably be doing 19 or 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, he's just beaten the half hour, which is fair enough for Ted King on the Liquigas team, Liquigas Cannondale. And Andy Schleck now in the lonely sector of the course here. Not too many spectators as he runs into this last 4 kilometres of the day. He's putting his head down and concentrating. Alongside Cadel Evans on the left here is our winner of yesterday, George Hincapie, and that win catapulted him up to 2nd overall. He's on the same team as Cadel, so they now have a 2-pronged attack here, because Paul Hincapie will ride a good time trial, I think.
No, he's a top rider. Never forget that George Hincapie, he's been a professional since 1994. A couple of years ago in the Tour de France, he missed out on winning the opening day prologue by a fraction of a second to Thor Hushovd.
Yes, he did. And now we've gone back to Andy. 44th overall at the start of the day. He lost 5 minutes yesterday. Rather sad, because everybody wanted to see Andy be up amongst it and fighting and starting at the back of the group today. It's not to be. Couldn't handle the altitude. And amazingly, the top 5 riders overall, and they are the last 5 riders to start, are all from America, and they all took part in July's Tour de France. So the form continues. Let's go back into the start house. Brent Bookwalter. Now this man could produce a surprise.
Well, he was high up in the overall standings after the prologue. He rode a very good individual prologue. In fact, he finished in 3rd place, and he too will try and ride himself into the top 10 if he can. It's going to be a massive challenge. It's amazing when you talk about that top 10, Phil, the top 5 even. Christian van der Velde, Levi Leipheimer, Tommy Danielson, George Hincapie and TJ Van Garderen, all from the United States.
Brent starts now. He's a very good time trialist. His job mainly is to look after Cadell Evans, but today he's on his own. He's free to fly and do his best performance, and there'll be plenty of people cheering him on.
Certainly will. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty now, down to the top end of the overall standings, when the big boys will come out to play. TJ Van Garderen will be extremely motivated in this individual time trial. He was happy to get 2nd place yesterday because he inherited the race leader's yellow jersey, but today he has to do something special to try and make sure that Hincapie, Danielson and Leipheimer don't overtake him.
Not a bad time from Alexander Efokeen here of Russia as he comes up towards the line. He's going to be in the top 40 for the moment at least as he comes round. Oh, he's even better than that. 28.42 is worth 24th place at the moment.
Not a bad ride by him, one of the leaders of Team Type 1. He come across here to join his brother. The 2 riders, both from Russia, the 2 real leaders of Team Type 1. Andy Schleck, number 21, still on the course. Keeps putting his head right down into the middle of his handlebars there. That's to try and make himself just that little bit more aerodynamic, but I do have to feel that he is sitting up a little bit too high. Christian van der Velde now also preparing for his start.
Most important, they'll spend half an hour on the little indoor trainers here, just getting a good sweat on, getting that body ready to go, because with the time trial, and especially a mountain type time trial, you've got to leave that start house on fire, your heart up to optimum use. This is Tommy Danielson. Overnight we've heard reports he's had a little bit of gastroenteritis. Now we don't know how serious it is, of course. We haven't spoken to him, but these are the rumours. Well, we'll see, because this is a big move for Tommy D now. He starts the day 3rd from the end, so that means he's 3rd overall.
No, it's important for him. He really is motivated to win this bike race.
So as we stay here looking at Andy Schleck, let's go down to the start line now, because I think Bob Roll is talking with the last man to start, TJ Van Garderen.
TJ, your first day to defend the jersey. How was it overnight? Was it a little bit of jitters there?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, had to work to calm myself down so I could get to sleep. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good today.
Have a pretty good lead over some of the danger men. What do you think today how it will unfold today?
I mean, I expect Levi and Tom to put in a good ride. I mean, George, like, I wouldn't discount him too. I mean, I think there's not too many bunch sprinters here, and George is still pretty quick. So if he can take a couple stages and some time bonuses, like, he'll have some definitely some motivation to stay up there on time today. So I mean, I think between us 4, it's gonna be a tight race.
Nice to have some of your family to visit you at the races.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I have like so many family and friends here in Colorado, and it's awesome to have this sort of hometown support. Like, kind of know what Thomas Vauclair was feeling in the Tour now.
All right, TJ, best of luck.
Thanks, Bob.
A wise man, and a young man at that. Last man to start. I bet he was nervous last night taking on some of these riders from the Tour de France today. And I think we can go and have a look and show you Jens Voigt just finishing. Yeah, here he is. This is moments ago. Favourite of the crowd, 40 years of age, and he's done another great ride. He's moved into 2nd place with this ride, and he finished in the top 5 in the opening prologue time trial. That boy just does not slow down. So there we are. Jens Voigt is now into 2nd place, just 3 seconds. That is an incredibly good ride from Jens Voigt, as he's only 3 seconds slower than Zabriskie. Well, what can you say, Paul? 3 seconds slower than Zabriskie. Jens never slows down, does he? There's Leipheimer warming up.
Yeah, all of these guys, and it's a long day. People always think that a time trial stage it's a short day. It's a day off for these guys, but it's not, Phil, because they start very early in the morning. They have an early breakfast between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning. Then they'll go out for a ride from between 1.5 to 2 hours, a gentle ride out on the open road. Then they come back and eat again to get themselves topped up with energy. And then this last moment of warm-up, this warm-up will take them anything from 30 to 45 minutes, and they'll get their heart rate up as high as possible. But you might just notice, very well, briefly there, I was just going to point out that Levi Leipheimer is wearing a jacket. That's an ice jacket to keep his core body temperature down as low as possible.
There it is, and that's keeping him as cool as he possibly can while he warms up. It sounds a little bit of a contradiction, doesn't it? But Leipheimer knows this type of time trial will suit him. He's got to repair the damage of yesterday when he conceded 45 seconds on the run-in to TJ Van Garderen. I think, you know, a little bit of an older man, and he didn't want to take the chances coming down Independence Pass, perhaps in the wet, and it cost him. But it didn't cost him the race yet. Slowing down a bit, there are glimpses of Andy there. Looks as though he's getting a bit tired.
Yeah, he's getting to the steeper part of the course, a little bit further down the road, though. Ivan Basso looking very good, a good individual time trial. As you can see, he's on his large chainring. But if you look at the back of the sprockets there, he's halfway up the cluster. That's an indication, again, that we're going uphill. It's about the Maxis 1 kilometre to go mark now, Phil, for Andy Schleck.
And the crowd willing to cheer him on here. The chance, they haven't had to travel all the way to the French Alps or the Pyrenees. They just have to go down to Vail, Colorado, and do what they do best, and that's run alongside the riders. But they can't outrun Andy today. He'll be glad for the finish now, I think. I think he's got a little bit tired in that last 2 or 3 kilometres. In fairness, that's where the course does kick up. As always, the cameras don't really show you just how these gradients are, quite steep at this point. This is Pat McCarthy now, coming up towards the finish.
Well, he's the winner of the King of the Mountains competition at the Amgen Tour of California in the early part of this season. Not a bad ride for him. He's just about going to stop the clock inside of 29 minutes. Well, there you go. Prove me wrong. 29.06.
Well, 37th place for Pat. That's a very good ride. This is a world-class field. Arguably the best field ever racing in Colorado. Remember that big-time racing is now back in this state, and I have to say it is a most beautiful state. Every town is different in its own character. Here comes Ben King coming up now. Another good ride being delivered here. Another top 30 places if he can just sprint up towards the line. For the Radio Shack man, he'll be called into action tomorrow, of course, to try and help Levi Leipheimer continue his quest to win this race. But he should make the top 35 at the moment, even better, 28th.
Solid ride by him, getting inside of the top 30, but not too far away from the finish. We should have Andy Schleck. Now this is TJ Van Garderen, the leader of this bike race, 23 years of age, Phil, and he really is quite a remarkable bike rider. We noted him last year when he finished 3rd in the Criterium de Dauphiné and managed to ride up alongside guys like Alberto Contador and Yanni Breckenridge on the slopes of the Alpe d'Huez.
He's proved himself. Now this year he started to win. He got his first Tour de France ride, and then he got a win in the time trial, the Tour of Utah, his first as a pro. Let's go back out on course and enjoy the atmosphere here for the Luxembourger Andy Schleck. This is the man the crowd wanted to see, to bring him on. They don't care where he started in the time trial. They just want to see Andy Schleck racing on Colorado's roads.
No, they certainly do. He's tried hard here, but you can see the clock, and it never tells too many lies here in the individual time trial, and he's slipping away from the top end of the leaderboard. He's not even going to challenge his own teammate, Jens Voigt, who has currently moved himself up into 2nd place overall.
Well, I think he might make just inside top 30 as he comes up to the line. So, even better, 10th place, that's not a bad ride. There must be an awful lot of riders packing in by just a second or so around that time of him. So there we are, that's the situation at the moment. But of course, the battle for yellow is now nicely warmed up. Welcome back. This is the situation at the moment. TJ Van Garderen, this is the situation and the top situation with these men still to start. Van Garderen, Hincapie, Danielson, Leipheimer, Van der Velde, the top 5 men in the United Healthcare overall standings, and they're all American. Now let's go back out on course. It's just about time to see Frank Schleck, I think, get out of that start house. Brother Andy has finished, and there he is, looking straight into camera. The countdown for Frank. A nice little smile for the man who's enjoying himself. He said the other day when he finished the first stage of Crested Butte, he'd only been that high in an aeroplane before. He went even higher yesterday. Very popular man, former winner of the Tour of Luxembourg and the Tour of Switzerland. This is out on course with Ivan Basso. The lonely stretch of the course now as they move on towards the finishing line for Ivan. No change overall, by the way. Zabriskie hangs in there, having just bettered the time of Jens Voigt, who finished not long ago. All right, well, let's go back now to Bob Roll, who is discussing the Nissan Innovation. What have you got for this time, Bob?
Way back in the Jurassic period of bike racing, when I was a professional, all the shifting was mechanical, and it was done from the same position on the bicycle, right about here on the down tube. The shift lever moved a cable that moved all of the gears. Nowadays, one of the most creative innovations in cycling is electronic shifting. Just with the click of a little button, you can change the gears. This is most helpful in the time trial. Rather than reach down and shift gears every time and move out of your aerodynamic position, the riders nowadays can stay in the exact same spot, barely move a millimeter, and change the gears to find the ideal pedaling cadence. A great innovation in cycling today.
Thanks very much, Bob. That was our Nissan Innovation, electric gear shifters. What will we see next in the world of cycling? Looking straight up the valley now. It's usually a tailwind up the valley. 4 kilometers to go for Ivan Basso, so he'll be a little while. It'll be about 5.5 minutes before Basso gets up to that finishing line. It'll be interesting to see what he has done. No change in the overall, as Zabriskie still heads the leaderboard. So we'll take a break. Rejoin us here in Vail very shortly. Welcome back to Vail. This is the third stage, the time trial today here in Vail, brought to you by Colorado.com. No change in the overall at all. The American time trial champion Dave Zabriskie looks to be climbing back up to form. Let's have a look though at the United Healthcare race reset here. It was started off as Zabriskie setting the trend, and he still holds the best time at 26:46, but still to go are all the men that matter in this year's race. Tommy Danielson will be third to last to go, Hincapie second last, finally the yellow jersey of TJ Van Garderen. And this is Ivan Basso, the two-time winner of the Tour of Italy, now closing in on the finishing line. He's just a couple of kilometers out from the finish. So Basso, the sun getting a little bit higher in the sky now. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in Vail. It is very, very hot today. Despite the altitude these riders are up, approaching 9,500 feet, it is still very, very warm indeed. In fact, it's a perfect day for a bike race in Colorado. This race, it's the inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and even though it's halfway through its week of racing today, it's already been voted a success, and I think all of the towns want this race back next year. Standing still the same, Zabriskie, then comes Jens Voigt, a brilliant ride by Jens, 3 seconds slower than the pure time trialist, and it's 2K now for Basso out on course. Gretsch, who won in Colorado Springs the opening Prologue short time trial, he's dropped down to third now. McCartney, our early leader, he's down into fourth. So just past the 2K marker for Ivan Basso.
Now Basso's still looking pretty good. All of these riders wanting to test themselves and see how they can operate at this altitude. The majority of this race is in excess of 2,600 meters in altitude. This is number 93 coming up to the finish line. Again, a rider from Team Taiwan, and this is Rubens Bertogliati, a former winner of the opening stage of the Tour de France.
Yes, we remember that a few years ago. Nobody knew who on earth it was who'd won the stage. It was in Luxembourg, in fact, and he pulled on the yellow jersey as well. That was his big moment of his career. As we go back now to see Robert Gesink here, the Dutchman, who still rates himself for a high finish, but slipped a little bit the other day in the mountains.
Yeah, but this individual time trial could suit his abilities. He's an extremely good climber, and he may well use this mountain time trial to pull himself a bit higher in the overall standings. He starts the day filling 8th place, and he's looking for 1 minute and 4 seconds on TJ Van Garderen.
And because of that, he's the 8th from the end to start the time trial today of the 124 riders going towards Denver, where we end on Sunday. And we're at 2-minute intervals now to try and stop the catches between the stars, as it were. So Gesink is on course.
So back looking down here at the hands of Ivan Basso, you can just see the brake, the gear levers right on the end.
So this is now Ivan Basso here, continuing. We've just seen a good start there by Robert Gesink. As Basso is closing in on the finish, but he hasn't made it yet. We'll take another short break. The situation isn't changing at all just now. I've got a feeling it might change in the next few minutes though. Zabriskie, Voigt, Battagliati in third.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Road ID. It's not just a piece of gear, but peace of mind. And by the Le Mans Revolution. Direct drive technology makes roller-based bike trainers obsolete.
Welcome back, and in time in the start house, the winner of the Tour de France, first Australian ever, Cadel Evans, now waits to go. Tense moments for the man that won the Tour de France in the time trial. And now he's come here for his next big adventure in Colorado. He knows he needs a ride equal to that one which won in the Tour de France if he's going to take over the yellow jersey today, which is on the shoulders of TJ Van Garderen, who will start 4 minutes behind him. And now quickly switching up to the summit. Here comes Ivan Basso coming up towards the top now. Stops the clock in the 14th place. It's been a tough ride for Ivan. 27.59, 14th for him. I'd like to have seen him a little bit quicker as Evans makes his start down in the valley in the town of Vail itself. Now they just push Ivan over the line. He gets a chance to ride in a little circle around the corner. Then he's got to get in his team car and go back down the interstate where you can't ride your bike. So that's the way back to Vail for him today. No other way back. So Basso there inside the top 15. Like to have seen him a little bit quicker, I think. As we now look around the Rockies here, we might be able to bring you up to date with the overall. There's been no serious change. Battagliati has come in third place. That's the big change, I think. And 26 seconds slower than Dave Zabriskie. But Dave Zabriskie is going to start to be getting a little bit excited now, because we're down to the last few riders to start. And Cadel Evans and Christian van der Velde will go behind Evans at 2 minutes, and there he is in the start house. Then will Tom Tansman, George Hincapie, and finally TJ Van Garderen. Now Christian van der Velde, Paul, I think has got tremendous form. He had a great Tour de France. He's held on to his form. Don't be surprised if he pulls off something special today.
Oh, he's a very good individual time trialist, and the fact that it goes uphill, I think, could give him a slight advantage. Amazing to think Christian van der Velde participated in the Olympic Games, Phil, way back in 1996 in Atlanta.
Yes, and he's been a top bike rider since, a fourth place finish in the Tour de France. We thought it was a surprise at the time, but he's confirmed that ever since, and he's a very, very good boy. And the crowd are on his side as well. He comes from Illinois.
Well, his dad was a very good track rider as well. Dad rode the six-day circuit in Europe. And Christian started off as a track rider, but he's really now recently become an incredibly good Grand Tour performer.
Now he gets out of the start house with a great deal of urgency, because this is a tricky old beginning around this left-handed sweeper. Just especially to the bend where we've got this guy waving the flag there. He needs to brake pretty hard for that. It's a tight start, and then it's out onto the highway, and that's where we're picking up number one, Cadel Evans, now speeding towards the finish. He looks as though he's into a pretty fast cadence straight away.
Well, that's an impressive position as well. Just look at the position of this guy. This is a study of aerodynamics. Locked solid. He's got his hands right in the middle of those handlebars. He got his back nicely curved. His helmet is actually almost incorporated into his body. That's what makes him so aerodynamic at the front end of his machine. And you can tell this guy is going a lot faster, Phil, than anybody else. He's in top gear. You see the big chainring. That looks to me as if he's riding a 55-tooth chainring, and that will give him a massive gear development.
Well, the last time he rode a time trial, he won the Tour de France. Let's see what he can do today. Back to the top. This is Ryder Hagedal coming up now for Garmin Cervelo. And 14th, so he's displaced Basso there with his 27.56.
Not a bad ride by him, getting inside the top 15. I tell you what, though, don't forget Team Garmin Cervelo is the team that won the team classification at the Tour de France, and that's probably something they're eyeing up here in Colorado.
Yes, because they are a Colorado-based team these days. Their team owner, Jonathan Waters, down in Denver, as we now see a nice side-on profile, briefly, of Cadel Evans there. Now back to the start house. It must be time here for Levi Leipheimer. There he is. He wears the green jersey here of Smashburger, but He had the yellow as well, which he's still hunting for and still has a realistic chance to get it.
Looking for 34 seconds today on TJ Van Garderen. He's a very good individual time trialist, and talking to a number of people before the start, Phil, they reckon this time trial course is tailor-made for him.
Well, we still haven't hit the high spots yet. 26:33 is Andy Hampston's record here, and Ben Day, as I say, we're not too sure the start-finish point, but Ben did 25:48, and there was a pretty heavy tailwind blowing on that day when Ben did that in Australia. This is Ben Buchwalter coming up towards the finish, and a good ride. We expected this from Ben. I think he's a very good time trialist. Slots in nicely in 6th place with that ride. Now, he's the teammate of Cadel Evans, so he's laid a foundation there. That's a very, very good ride. He rode well over the shorter distance in Colorado Springs. He's gone well here too over the hillier distance here in Vail.
Yeah, he's 24th overall at the start of the day, looking for around about 3 minutes, and a solid ride like that, Phil, could have him popping in to the top 15. But look at this machine. This is an incredible machine. It's a Swiss machine, this BMC bike that Cadel Evans is riding at the moment. American-based team. It's going to be an incredible team next year. When you hear the names of people who have been signed by this team, Philippe Gilbert, Thor Hushoff, Cadel Evans, George Hincapie, they're starting to call BMC Racing Team, Phil, the dream team for next season.
Yes, it's taking over from where, unfortunately, Team HTC High Road are having to leave off this year as they say goodbye to the sport. They've been the most successful team for the last few years, and their riders are all finding berths on other squads, of course, because they were the top boys. And TJ Van Garderen riding for HTC High Road today, trying to fly the flag. Perfect farewell. Tom Danielson, now the reports were he was suffering from gastroenteritis overnight. Let's hope he's okay. We'll know in the next few minutes, that's for sure. He sits 3rd overall. He starts 2 minutes behind Levi Leipheimer. That leaves 2 riders to follow him, George Hincapie and TJ Van Garderen.
He's only looking for 22 seconds to try and prize the yellow jersey off the shoulders of TJ Van Garderen. Again, as a good climber, Phil, this time trial should suit him.
These boys can ride the time trial. That's why it's going to be a very close race to call this. The top last 6 riders to go are all masters of the time trial, and they're going to have to give this a very special show today to alter the situation overall.
Phil, just looking at some of the information on Vail. The Vail was actually incorporated back in 1966. A couple of years ago, the population of the town was only 4,500 people. I think it's swelled quite a bit in numbers today, though.
I think they got message that the race was coming to town, that's for sure, yes. And we're going back to Cadel Evans here.
He looks good. He looks extremely solid. He's a great competitor, Cadel Evans. He was very tenacious in the Tour de France this year. He watched all the other guys, and when he felt that they were not taking the responsibility of controlling the bike race, he went to the front with his team. His team had complete confidence. They had only one goal in the Tour de France this year. That was to look after this man. Whether it was on the flat, whether it was in the mountains, they were always solidly alongside him.
Well, Evans is chasing the Colombian Acevedo, who may not be so hot in the time trial, but looking right ahead of Cadel around that bend, I don't see anybody in the shape of a cyclist. Remember, though, he's got to bridge 2 minutes, and 2 minutes to a cyclist at these speeds is going to be the best part of 1 3/4 miles.
Levi Leipheimer's got some great form coming off the Tour de France. He had a very unfortunate Tour de France. And we're looking at now George Hincapie, Greenville, South Carolina resident. He's about to start.
Yes, and as you can hear from the crowd, they love him here.
Originally from Queens. In fact, I was asked to remind everybody that George Hincapie's his background, actually, his father was from Colombia in South America, so they're outing him as a I would say an addition to the Colombian squads here.
Yes, that's right. We do read our Twitter site, you see. What about the other Colombian you've been saying, George Hincapie? Yes, he was originally Colombian. Dad, they speak in their own language at times. But last time I saw George, he was in New York, now he's in Carolina, and he's on his way here in Vail, Colorado. He's quickly snipping through those gears, getting into a settlement here. Short touch of the brakes as he swings around the left-hander. I expect to see some good times coming out of George today. He's got the reason to ride well now in second overall.
He certainly has. He's only looking for 16 seconds, and I think he's nursing some very good form in this USA Pro Cycling Challenge. And if he got himself the victory yesterday, that was an indication that this man is taking this event extremely seriously.
And remember, he's on the same team as Cadel Evans, and Brent Buchwalter's come in with the 6th best time just now, so that team could be totting up top 3 places for the team race.
No, they certainly could. It's a solid squad. We're looking here at Levi Leipheimer getting into his extremely low tuck position. This is a position that he's adopted over the last couple of seasons. He's used this, he's studied this in the wind tunnels.
Well, we didn't see it finish, Paul, but my computer says Rafael Infantino has come in with the best time, 25 minutes 51. Well, we didn't see him finish, but that's what the computer is saying.
Well, that's a man who was extremely aggressive just a couple of days ago out on the open roads, and that really is quite remarkable if that's true.
Well, we'll get confirmation of that, but it looks as though the man who is in the breakaway, remember he started the move yesterday going up the Independence Pass, and he was nailed back by the top 3 on the way down, but it's confirmed 25:51 from the Colombian rider Rafael Infantino, and we didn't see him cross the finishing line. So that's a top time, and that's knocked Dave Zabriskie back by a massive 56 seconds into second place.
And what about the record?
Yes, well, he's just outside the record of Ben Day with that ride. He smashed Andy Hampston. We're looking now at TJ Van Garderen. Just as Infantino has finished on top, Van Garderen will get the start. 4 seconds. Let's hear the cheers for the man in yellow. Well, he's off and running now. Big moments for him. He got the yellow jersey in Aspen, where Jessica Phillips, his girlfriend, was riding a bike race there yesterday, and that's where she comes from. Now he's gone down the road a couple of hours to Vail, and he rides in yellow today. Can he win the time trial, or at best, can he keep his lead? Back up to Cadel Evans, who's looking pretty cool out there.
No, Cadel looking very solid, riding over to the left-hand side of the road. Every now and again he puts his hands down. You can see Christian van der Velde. This is a very important. The big men now, Phil, are all out on the open road, riding in their own little world.
Well, Van der Velde is looking also very, very smooth down there as we show you him on the road. I think we're going to see good times from all of these men now to finish. Yes, but the surprise, Rafael Infantino of the EPM team from Colombia delivered that 25:51 as we go to look at a very familiar racing style in the time trial of Levi Leipheimer here, the Radio Shack man, as he rides in the Smashburger Points jersey. He's got himself nicely into that position. Looks very uncomfortable to me, but it's very, very effective as far as Levi Leipheimer is concerned. This will suit him much more than the Prologue time trial down in Colorado Springs, which is basically downhill to the finishing line. Steph Clement has also just finished while we're looking at Leipheimer, 37 seconds off, gone into second place. Dave Z has dropped down to third now. And Gustav Larsson, we didn't see him, silver medalist in the Beijing in the Olympic Games, 5th place for him, a minute 12 slower than Infantino. So the riders now finishing on the top as the big star names are starting from the bottom. Remember, this is where the bike race is with these last riders to start, because they are racing for the time differences that could alter the overall classification. And that's what they're thinking about right now. Well, Infantino, who has got the best time, he was only runner-up in the Time Trial Championship of Colombia. The Time Trial champion has gone and hasn't done a good time today. But clearly Infantino has, because he's now got the best time, and there he is. Chance of showing him finishing. He's the man to beat as the race goes on. Welcome back. I remember that the Vuelta España is also running concurrently, and it is live on Universal Sports. Daily coverage beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Turning out to be quite a battle out there in the Tour of Spain with the heat as well as with the terrain. Check your local listings for details and enjoy that one as well. Now we're watching Cadel Evans here at the moment. He's looking extremely strong. Moments ago, Frank Schleck, this isn't Frank Schleck coming up the hill here. Frank Schleck it says, but it's certainly not Frank as he comes in. That's the Gobernacion rider Heinau, who has just come in. And Frank was right up behind him there. So Frank actually did an incredible ride there because he's bridged a minute to catch Sergio Heinau. And I don't think that was expected, not by Frank Schleck, because he's not that much of a noted time trialist. Frank's done a good ride there. Cadel Evans back out on course as he heads up towards the finish. Overall, Infantino is just outside the course record of Ben Day of Australia. As I say, we're not sure it's an exact comparison, but he's very, very close to Ben's time. Well, Frank Schleck has done a pretty good ride. Paul, he's come in just behind Sergio Heinau. He was about 10 seconds behind him, so he bridged almost a minute. That's a good ride by Schleck against the Colombian climber.
Yeah, well, I reckon Frank Schleck, Phil, has got some pretty impressive form here. He's definitely the better of the two Schleck brothers, and he's come out of the Tour de France and looked after his body fairly well. Levi Leipheimer is looking extremely fast here as well. We're talking big boys here. We're talking big names. Oscar Sevilla coming up to the top. He used to be a very good individual time trialist, but here I think he's going to slip quite possibly outside the top 25.
Yeah, he's well inside the half hour though, so it's a very respectable ride here for Oscar Sevilla as the clock is stopped. Oh, yes, 33rd place for Oscar. Welling, there's 124 riders in the event. Let's go back out on course here. Christian van der Velde, we don't know exactly what he's doing, but the body language is telling us going very, very quickly here.
I'll tell you what, impressive ride there by Staff Clement as well, the Rabobank rider, Dutch national time trial champion. He's coming in second place, looking for 37 seconds, but as you can see, Van der Velde pretty impressive out on the course now. Levi Leipheimer getting into that incredible tunnel of crowds.
Yes, and he knows here this is where he's got to stamp on those pedals and reply to the corridor of noise and try and lift his pace here. This is where he's got to claw back some of the time he lost yesterday. As he starts to go through that, heading up towards the summit now. Well, we'll take a break as the Devil takes a run on the left of our picture. They're all getting a bit excited out there. Well, they might, because the crucial men are on course now. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll see them all finish. And here he is out on course now, the youngster, the 23-year-old man who leads this for the USA. TJ Van Garderen now the sweeper today, the leader of the Tour overnight. Now, can he consolidate or can he just hold on to his small gains? The crowd are waiting to see him before they dash down towards Vail itself to watch the presentations later. But Van Garderen is looking very, very smooth here. Now switching around as we continue on the road here. We've got Cadel Evans and Levi Leipheimer head to head as they continue. And I'm just wondering which one of these will come together, because they're both noted time trialists.
No, they're both extremely good individual time trialists. Levi Leipheimer realizes that he can turn the tables around here this afternoon in this time trial. He's looking for 34 seconds on TJ Van Garderen. He's got great form. We saw that by the incredible explosive nature with which he won that first opening stage, Phil.
Well, this is Levi Leipheimer now. He'll be 38 years of age in October, but as he said the other day, he seems to go better as he gets older. And at 38 for Levi, it's 23 for TJ Van Garderen here, as there's nobody now behind him. He's the man sweeping up as we go up the road. Quite a few minutes here, 2, 4, 6, 8, about 8 minutes we got the road to Cadel Evans from TJ Van Garderen. And Cadel now getting onto the slopes of the course where it gets a little bit hard.
Well, he's still stomping a massive big gear there, Phil, and we mustn't forget about Christian van der Velde, because we're getting reports from out on the course that Van der Velde is on a stormer here this afternoon. He's had so much bad luck over the last couple of seasons. You know, in 2009 and 2010, he was out of the sport for quite a period of time with broken bones.
Back to TJ. He won't know what anybody's doing and he won't care. All he's got to do is the best time he can for himself. Don't forget, he starts today, TJ Van Garderen, 16 seconds quicker than George Hincapie, who's 2 minutes in front of him, and he's 22 seconds quicker than Tom Danielson, who rides on the road 4 minutes in front of him, and 34 on Levi Leipheimer, who is 6 minutes in front of him. They're the men he's thinking of right now. They're the men who could steal his jersey tonight.
It just amazes me, Phil, the start of the day. TJ Van Garderen had a 16-second advantage over George Hincapie and a 22-second advantage over Tommy Danielson. But when you look at them, when you talk to this guy at 23 years of age, he's just got so much confidence. He oozes confidence, and it's amazing. That's the kind of confidence it normally takes you 5 or 6 years to get that as a professional bike rider.
Oh, just look at this now. This is the sector where you run the gauntlet as a bike rider now as they crash through the fans here, who are cheering and shouting for TJ. This is the future of American cycling we're looking at right now, and it starts here because he's already leading a major tour, and a new tour at that. Let's go quickly up to the summit now. This is Robert Hessing coming home now. Judging by his face, he's made a big effort. It's not a bad time from Robert. Well, I don't know. He slipped away just on the line, Paul. 30th in the end.
I would have expected a better time to come from Robert Hessing, actually, Phil, because he's a very good climber, and he's obviously struggled a little bit with the altitude. Let's bear in mind that we're racing here at around about, we're starting at 2,500 meters in altitude. We're actually starting this time trial at Galibier.
Yeah, absolutely right. Under the Maxis 1 kilometre sign now for Cadel Evans at just 0.6 of a mile to race to the line. Then we'll know exactly what he's done. But don't forget that Van der Velde is coming very quickly behind Cadel Evans. So it'll be interesting to see now. He's looking for a time of 25.50 to take the lead on the stage.
We're going to start to get some very fast times being reported now. The time to beat 25.51 set by Rafael Infantino of the EPME team from Colombia. Cadel Evans is still not slowing down at all, out of the saddle, fighting with his machine, and he's still, as I say, Phil, he is stomping a massive gear. He's a powerful bike rider.
It has been a superb season. Best ever for Cadel Evans. It all began way back in March with a win in Tirreno Adriatico. In July he won the Tour de France. As we go to the legs of the man in yellow, I would suspect, as we gradually creep up them. There he is. As we're seeing now here, TJ Van Garderen holding his cadence here, a little way back down the road from Cadel Evans.
I just think it's quite amazing when you look at the 5 or 6 names that we've continued to mention here. You can't really pick a winner out of those 6 bike riders. This race here could really go right down to the final stage around the streets of Denver.
Leipheimer wears the green colours here of the Smashburger Points Championship because he has had yellow. He's gone back into green now. Not his usual red Radio Shack colours. Now Cadel Evans goes into the corridor of noise again, stamps on those pedals. The motorcycle ahead clears the way for the champion of the Tour de France. His time is running and it's 25, and it's already gone by, Paul, the time of Infantino. So Evans isn't going to be best time by quite a way.
Well, he's obviously found this individual time trial very difficult and very testing here this afternoon. That's an incredible ride by Rafael Infantino, and I wonder if anybody's actually going to challenge it at all now, because if Cadel Evans can't do it, you have to question whether or not Levi Leipheimer and TJ Van Garderen can.
Well, the Australian flag almost blinded Cadel there, but he's got past it into the home straight now and into the barriered region. As the Danish flag flies as well, this is not going to be a winning time. It's going to put him maybe in the top 6 if he can kick. He's going to have to really kick for the line. He has here as he gets in around 26.40 on the line. Cadel Evans will have a high position. It's now what the rest do as he crosses that line in 5th best time.
Well, Cadel suffered for that one. Certainly looked extremely powerful when he came up towards the finishing line, and now he's just got to try and recuperate if he can. All of these riders will try and get back to the hotel as quickly as possible for rest and recuperation before they come out and do the same thing all over again tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. But first of all, you better hang out here and see what's going on as we switch back down. Just coming up to that 1 kilometre banner again is Levi Leipheimer. The way up towards the finish here has really hurt these riders. It did it to Basso. It looks as though it's done it to Evans. Now, how is Levi Leipheimer coping with this? But remember, and here he is, the arrival now of Christian Van der Velde.
Well, Christian Van der Velde was posting some pretty impressive rides out on the course. And look at this time, Phil. We're inside of 26 minutes. We could well be inside the best time of 25.51.
This is huge now. 25.51 is the best time, and there's the banner. This is the best time. Van der Velde has delivered today, and he's got the course record. 25.47 best time. 25.48 is the outright best time ever done by Ben Day, so he's beaten that by fractions of a second. But who cares? The most important thing is he's delivered when it matters for the overall classification.
Tell you what, Phil, that was a man who pulled himself inside out for that ride. Look at his face again. He's grimacing here. He's trying to hold back little bit longer, thrusts his bike at the finishing line and stops the clock with a brand new best time. And now there are only 4 men left out on course.
And he's put 58 seconds into Cadel Evans, which has really moved him much more into the lead there. That is a significant ride by Christian van der Velde, who has got better and better as this year has got longer and longer. There he is, chance to warm down now and wait and see. Don't go to the massage table this time, because you could be on the winner's podium.
I think he's going to have to wait around for a little while now. The next man to come into the finish line is going to be Levi Leipheimer, 4th rider from the end. He is looking to ride himself up into a leader's yellow jersey at the end of the day if he can. 2015, that's Richmond, Virginia, and what they're hoping is the World Championships, the International World Championships, will come to Richmond, Virginia in 2015.
Well, why not? Because America has showed how it welcomes the big names in this world of cycling, Colorado in particular. Why have we waited so long to bring a bike race back to this beautiful state? Because it's back now, and it's back big time.
Yeah, but look at this time again, Phil. This is just over the 25-minute mark here for Levi Leipheimer. He's got to try and beat the time of Christian van der Velde. It's going to be very, very close.
It is going to be. Look at the face, 25.47 at 25.23. Leipheimer could be delivering here. He's going to have to really sprint around that corner, but he might well do it. We're looking at 25.47. Leipheimer is back on top of his game here. The clock is counting. He's seen it. He's digging deep, and he hits the line. The official time, 25.47. He's in the same second, the same whole second as van der Velde. He's in by hundredths of a second better.
That is unbelievable, to stop the clock in exactly the same time. I tell you what, Levi Leipheimer really tried hard now. 3 men left: Tommy Danielson, George Hincapie and TJ Van Garderen. Look at his face here as he comes up to the line. He looks and he lunges for the line. It's exactly the same time as Christian van der Velde. What an unbelievable individual time trial.
We ride a time trial. The two guys gain absolutely nothing on one another, and I think marginally, by hundredths of a second, they might put Leipheimer on. We've still got 3 very good time trialists to finish, so don't count your chickens just yet, Levi, but it looks as though he's delivered a ride today. Boy, after all that climbing point, you get a blink of the eyelid and you lose the race.
It's totally crazy, and I think that's what this race is all about here, Phil. When we went down to the starting gate just before, there was an incredible electric atmosphere, and it's continuing right down to the last 3 riders.
We just have the 3 riders to go now. Tommy Danielson will be the next rider to start. Remember, they started 2 minutes apart. Van der Velde and Leipheimer finished 2 minutes apart. It is quite unbelievable, that. But we'll wait for Tommy D as we concentrate a little bit on the last man sweeping here now. TJ Van Garderen. He might know the times being done by Van der Velde and Leipheimer from the team car. Out on course there, Frankie Andreu on the right, himself a great Tour de France rider, interviewing here Christian van der Velde, and the next interview will be this man here. We'll have to wait for the official clocks to tell us just who has got the best time on the stage, but it looks to me as though they're locked in the same whole second. And in cycling, by the way, we go to the next whole second. Only in the event of a tie finally in Denver would they look at the time trial time.
Just looking at the style here, Phil, of TJ Van Garderen, he seems to be struggling a little bit with that gear. Well, they're giving a second difference between Levi Leipheimer and Christian van der Velde, and he's looking at the clock and he says, I don't believe this.
Well, he can't believe it, but work that out, because it must mean that van der Velde's done 25.48. Tommy D is coming home now as soon as we get the clock, but it's already gone by. So Tommy Danielson still on the chance here of possibly a 4th place situation. No, it slipped away a little bit. Tommy D, though, has had a good day out. He's not conceded too much here. As he races up towards the line, he stops the clock and stops our picture, so I can't tell you what we stopped the clock at, as Tommy D has gone over the line there, so we'll get his time very shortly. At the moment, it is 25.47 to Leipheimer. At 1 second, Christian van der Velde.
Only 2 more bike riders left in this race out on course. George Hincapie will be next up to the line, and TJ Van Garderen. I keep looking, Phil, at TJ Van Garderen's style here. He seems to be having a hard time getting his legs over the top of that gear. He seems to be struggling a fraction to keep the tempo nice and high, but he is the man who wears the yellow jersey. He will do his utmost here, but when you see that body style, when you see that rocking of the top half of the body, it means the guy's losing a little bit of his power.
Yeah, and the pressure's on him, don't forget. The pressure's really on him to defend this yellow jersey. He's got a little bit of time in the bank. He can afford to lose 15 seconds to George Hincapie, 22 to Tommy Danielson, 34 to Leipheimer. Let's have a look here. Now, this is Leipheimer. He's actually indicating, did I win or not?
Well, he has absolutely no idea, because when he looked at the clock, he knew the time to beat, but he then knew that it was going to go down to hundreds of seconds, and now he's got a few moments to wait to figure out whether or not he's won this stage and whether or not he's going to do enough to get himself back the overall leader's jersey.
Well, there's no doubt about one thing. He's first or he's second, and we believe he is now first, and that is a tremendous time trial by Leipheimer. 1 kilometre to go. Final visitor to the Maxis banner here now is TJ Van Garderen. Still can't confirm Tommy Danielson's time, but it won't affect the leaderboard today because he slipped away towards the end. But can this man do it? Can he hold on to his yellow jersey? I'm going to start writing some times down here, Paul. You carry on commentating.
No, Van Garderen, you can just see that he's really powering there, trying to keep that gear ticking over at the top. He'll be looking at the monitor in front of his screen there to try and see what his average speed. He probably just thrown that out the window right now. His heart rate would be up around 180, 185 beats a minute. He's inside of the final kilometre, and he has not seen George Hincapie at all. George Hincapie also cannot be too far away from coming into the finishing straight. But for TJ Van Garderen, yes, he started the day with an advantage over everybody else, but you know, an individual time trial like this uphill is a pain.
Weston, he's got to finish at 26.21 is what TJ must be in at as we go up to the summit now to see the arrival of George Hincapie. Hincapie is looking to beat TJ by 16 seconds today to claim yellow, or has Leipheimer done something very, very special? Not a great ride by George. He suffered a bit up this climb, 26.50 and going on as he comes over the line, 26.58 for George Hincapie.
Well, that's a top 10 finish for George Hincapie. He obviously struggled a little bit with that climb here this afternoon, so only one man left now, and it's this man, TJ Van Garderen.
What it means, Leipheimer right now is in yellow if TJ Van Garderen doesn't record 26.21. I think Leipheimer will be back in the leader's yellow jersey.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Phil, you look at the shape and look at the style of this guy's pedaling action here. He just can't get the power this afternoon after an incredible race yesterday over the top of Independence Pass, then all the way down into the city of Aspen, and now he's having to defend it, but he really is suffering. Let's not forget, though, Phil, he's only 23 years of age. He only turned 23 about a week ago, and that was in the long career ahead of him, and you get a little bit more strength the longer you become a professional bike rider.
Well, the young whippersnappers dumped Levi Leipheimer on Independence Pass yesterday, but it looks to me as though Levi Leipheimer may have turned the tables today here in Vail. 26.21. If he's not in by 26.21, Levi Leipheimer will lead the race tonight, and he's 26.03, 04 and counting. He's not going to do it.
I don't think he's going to do it either, Phil. He's got inside now the last 250 metres. He knows what he has to do. He's fighting all the way up to the finishing line, though. The time is going to go by very shortly. It's going to be quite close, though.
It's going to be, the race goes on. That's what it means. He may be out of yellow, but he'll be back in yellow tomorrow. This race has closed right up. Out of yellow goes TJ. By my reckoning, in comes Levi, but we are talking about 10 seconds, if that.
Well, instead of opening the race gaps, what this time trial today has done, Phil, is closed down the race gaps. We're going to have a very tight top end of the overall standings at the end of today.
Now, they explained it to Levi. He's certainly changed into his team strip down there, so he's getting ready perhaps to change into a yellow jersey. Now, the presentation won't be done up here, by the way. It's a quick whip back down to Vail in the cars for these riders. We'll catch up with them on the winner's podium. He's given his all, Paul. That is all you can do.
No, certainly. Let's not forget that he's only been a professional for a couple of seasons, and he's got a long and going to have an illustrious career ahead of him. It's tough when you're 23 years of age. You're defending the weight of a bike race like this, and this is an extremely important professional bike race, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. He had all of that weight on his shoulders, and sometimes they say the yellow jersey can give you wings. Sometimes it's like a lead balloon.
Champions can't take defeat because they're champions. That's why he's only lost by a hatful of seconds, and he certainly hasn't lost the race at this stage.
But don't you worry, this boy's going to come out boxing again tomorrow, because we've got another good stage as we head once again deep into the mountains. He's just got the information, I think, Phil, and he's learned that he's lost the overall lead.
Well, and I think Levi's just been told he's got the overall lead here. He's also, let's not forget, won the stage here. That's Axel Merckx, son of the great Eddie. Congratulations. Axel Merckx here is the acting race director on Radio Shack, and he's handling the race leader once again.
Yeah, he also looks after the Livestrong under-23 development team, which is starting to produce some pretty impressive bike riders.
Yeah.
And Axel, I think, is doing a phenomenal job of bringing on American cycling.
Axel there also congratulating the team director there, Alain Galopin. Well, okay, we're looking at the face of a champion because he can't take defeat, and that makes him a champion in my book. He's going to fight again. He's given it all today. He's briefly held the race lead, as he briefly held the King of the Mountains jersey in the Tour de France. But he's only 23 years of age. Give his body a chance to get the stamina of this man, Levi Leipheimer.
Yeah, well, don't forget, Levi Leipheimer's been around for an awful long time. TJ is on the start of his climbing the ladder to success, and he, I think, yes, he'll be a little bit disappointed that he didn't manage to get himself, didn't manage to retain his overall lead. But every day that he races, he's learning more. He's learning more about tactics, he's learning more about his body, and he's learning more about the sport of professional cycling.
Yes, he is indeed. Well, let's go off the disheartened face there of TJ Van Garderen and look at the result first. Look at this. In fact, 25:47 the time at 50. I'm not too sure what that means. 0.58. So that'll be 1 second the deficit for Christian van der Velde. Infantino did the ride of his life to take third place at 4 seconds. Tommy Danielson, we never did get his time, did we? Well, there we are, 33 seconds off the pace. So that's done very, very well for. It's going to make an incredibly tight overall situation. Now, TJ Van Garderen still finished in 6th place, losing 51 seconds today to Levi Leipheimer, Dave Z in 7th. There's the start of the ride, which I believe has put him back in yellow, but hey, I've had to run paper all over the place to try and work it out, so I hope I'm right. We'll find out when you rejoin us here in Vail. What a time trial. Another beautiful view, courtesy of Colorado.com. The time trial has just finished. What a time trial it has been. It has not opened up this race. It's shut it down again with 3 days still to go. It is going to be an incredible finish now as we head on to Steamboat Springs tomorrow, Breckenridge, and then finally down to Denver. This is a sad sight, but he's got nothing to be sad about. He's finished 6th on the day. Yes, he's lost his lead, but he hasn't lost it in any way. He could fight back into yellow before Denver. When he gets home and he looks at the results, TJ Van Garderen will say, hey, it's not so bad after all. But one can understand right now how he feels. So the disconsolate situation for TJ Van Garderen. He doesn't even want to walk to his car, which is just round to but they're going to have to persuade him to do that because the only way back is by car. He can't ride back down the course today, so he's on his way. Look, he gave it his best shot. His girlfriend or fiancée is there as well, saying, look, you've done your ride of your life. Don't worry about it. The champions always do, don't they? So he's being almost escorted to his car here, being forced to get in it and go home to the hotel. There's no need to go downtown. Oh yes, there is. What am I talking about? He'll still be the best young rider in this race. He's got to get down to the podium and pull on the best young rider's jersey. And that will be still his, despite he's had a brief appearance in yellow today. But when we get to see how this shakes out for the overall, I hope I'm right in calculating Leipheimer. I think so. Van Garderen will be very close in 2nd. He might have dropped to 3rd. Tommy Danielson's ride, which we never got, wasn't conveyed to us in time. Alright, well, Levi was our man and he was our road ID ride of the day today. Don't forget, you also can tell us later on and we'll put yours up tomorrow, but I bet you go for Levi Leipheimer. A brilliant start. He was into that praying mantis position in a flash. He time-trialed out of town. He settled down to a great situation here. Then he burst into the crowds and he ripped through the crowds as well. He never lost his rhythm, but he couldn't have known how close it was with Christian van der Velde till he hit the line. So Levi Leipheimer crosses the line there. He gets the win. And to vote on who you think should be today's Ride of the Day recipient and winner's shopping spree, head on over to roadid.com/ride and we'll announce the fan pick, your pick, at the top of tomorrow's show. Well, we just jumped onto Interstate 70 now. We're actually following here Levi Leipheimer being whipped around Vail and dropped back in at the start area for the presentations. And this is the situation with Tommy Danielson in the Garmin car as well. He's being whipped down the highway. The organisation is second to none here. It really is superb, and there's a massive crowd waiting to welcome the champions back in town. Even this man, he's got to go because he will be on the podium down there to receive his Best Young Riders jersey. He's still very much in this race. He gives us the impression he's just lost the Tour de France like Andy Schleck did in July, but he hasn't by any means lost the Tour yet. He's still in with a chance to win before Denver. He won't know it. He hasn't worked out the standings yet. He won't have taken any interest in the result. All he knows is he didn't win, and that's bad enough for him just now. Levi Leipheimer, gosh, he's riding so well as he moves on towards 38 years of age. The man from Santa Rosa, but as everybody will tell me in Butte, that's where he originally comes from. He's an altitude man. He can cope with it, and he's done pretty well. Let's have a quick walk around the highlights of the day. The man we didn't see finish, but we'll show you now. Here he is, Rafael Infantino, the runner-up in the Colombian National Time Trial Championship. Really pulled out something very, very special today. We didn't see him finish, and he clocked 25:51 to go inside Andy Hampson's course record and tickle that of Ben Day's for 25:48. Then came the man who was clearly going very quickly all of the way on course, but our watches, we couldn't tell you what he was doing. Christian van der Velde was off with a vengeance, confirming he really is one of the top time trial riders in this race, confirming his Prologue ride the other day in Colorado Springs. Up at the top there, it looked an unbeatable time. As he came in there, Christian van der Velde, 25:48 would be the official time, rounded up. 58 hundredths of a second would in the end be his defeat by Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer, dressed in green, as the points leader of this race, the kick, the determination on his face, racing across the flags of all the nations taking part in this USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Leipheimer was out on course. We've seen him in this style so often in the Tour de France, in the Amgen Tour of California, and now here in Vail. He just pushed the crowd aside as he charged up towards the summit. And then when he saw the time on the board of Van der Velde, when he lunged for the line, it was 58 hundredths to the good. And he didn't know whether he was first or second. He was confirmed at first with that final lunge to the line. Then he'd been told he'd won the time, he'd got the time. TJ Van Garderen was still to come, of course. But TJ's time, he had to cross the finishing line in 26 minutes and 21 seconds to retain his race leader's yellow jersey. He started off confidently enough. The often seen thunderclouds blowing in across the mountains, not coming today, staying hot and sunny all day here in Vail. The crowd just about getting out the way in time as he too parted the waves, perspiring greatly on his way up the mountain. He must have known the times at this stage that had been done by Van der Velde and by Levi Leipheimer, and his time wasn't quite good enough, although it would stand as the sixth best time of the day. It was 51 seconds slower than Levi Leipheimer, and that meant he wouldn't be in yellow for the ride tomorrow. So let's have a look first of all at the United Healthcare stage results. There they are. Leipheimer, 1 second it will be rounded up to, but 58 hundredths officially. Van der Velde is second. Infantino 4.44. Tommy D 33.31. Good ride by Tommy if he really was feeling a bit ill this morning. Stef Clement, the champion of Holland, he's also there in the top 5. TJ finishes 6th, 51 seconds off the pace. Zabriskie hung into 7th place in the end. Evans 9th, not a good ride by Cadell, 61 seconds slower. I don't think he can win this race now. George Hincapie in 10th place, 9 seconds slower than his team captain. Those are the top 10 in what has been a critical time trial, and all over in just 10 miles of racing. Now this is where we are now, back down at the finish, and in fact where we're doing our commentating from. And this is the crowd at the start. I think I said the finish there. This is down at the start in the square in Vail. So we're waiting for those cars to roar into the home straight down here now, and then we'll usher them up onto the stage and we'll get the presentations underway. We haven't yet worked out the final overall. We'll have all that for you though when you come back.
The USA Pro Cycling Versus is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation for today, innovation for tomorrow, innovation for all. And by United Healthcare, helping people live healthier lives. And by Villiers Triestina, 105 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD.
Welcome back. The beautiful creek here in Vail, Colorado. It's probably a trout stream, but this has been a wonderful day in a great place here in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, sponsored today by Colorado.com. It's a state which has really turned this race up a notch today, as we've seen the time trial held, and not decide the future winner of this first race either, because we still have 3 days to go and nothing in it. We're still looking at the empty presentation stand. We're waiting for the arrival. Some of the riders are here, coming down Interstate 70. We're just waiting for TJ Van Garderen, because he wasn't too keen to get back in the car and make the journey down towards Vail. This is the new area of Vail here. This was an old shopping mall which was completely razed to the ground and rebuilt. I think it was 2 years ago. In fact, I met the two gentlemen who actually built it earlier today, and it is a fabulous little place, and we're tucked into a little enclave in the shadow of the giant Rockies.
Yeah, a magical little marketplace down here, and certainly this is the second largest ski resort, by the way, in North America, just behind Whistler. And I was talking to some people from and they said they actually preferred it to Whistler.
Well, it's had the Alpine Skiing Championships here a couple of times. I think they bid again for it in 2015. I'm not sure whether those 2015s have been awarded yet. But it's very similar to Whistler, Paul, the scene of the Winter Olympics a couple of years ago, because they have these sort of upper and lower villages like Whistler. And, well, it is bursting at the seams with people today. I don't think there's a coffee shop that isn't full up. And they're all down there enjoying. Look at the smiling faces. As we walked down there, we had to get an escort to get out. It was such a situation where everybody wanted to talk about the Tour de France and the Pro Cycling Challenge.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for the guys to get themselves from the finishing line right back down here to the presentation. I don't think I've ever seen a situation like this in the sport of professional cycling, where the presentation has been back at the start rather than at the finish.
Yes, well, it's a logistic, but it's the only place they could do it, because there was no room up at the top. Let's remind ourselves of the overall standings now. United Healthcare, here they go. Christian van der Velde. This is actually the stage result at the moment. This is the stage result. I think 1 second would be the gap for Van der Velde. Impetino is in third place, Tom Daniel fourth, and Steph Clement is in fifth at 40 seconds here. Let's have a look a bit further down. It may well be the shakeout, but I don't think these are the actual standings. Van der Garderen lost 51 seconds in sixth place today. Zabisky finished seventh, Jens Voigt eighth. This is the result of the time trial today. It's not the actual overall standings of the race. Cadel Evans is in ninth place, so I think we'll try and show you the actual overall standings later. But that was the stage result. We've just confirmed. Now, I am hearing also the riders are taking too long to get down here. If that is the situation and we are obliged to go off air, I'm sure you'll join us tonight in our special late night show, and we'll see all the interviews there. But we'll just hang on a little bit longer just to see if we can show you anything at all. Everybody waiting very patiently. Logistically, this is a gamble by the organisation, but they had no choice. There's no room to have all the presentations where the finishing line was, so you've got to get the guys back down here in front of the people. The line that resulted in less than a 1 second victory for Levi Leipheimer. It's no good asking the official, was I first or second? I doubt they would know the answer at that stage of the day. And TJ Van Garderen tied all the way up, but it wasn't good enough. Axel Merckx, who's come down from Canada where he now lives, congratulating the Radio Shack boy Levi Leipheimer, and I'm sure his wife is also, Odessa is also very happy there. Now, these are the overall standings, and these are very close, which we thought they would be. Van der Velde, look at that, 11 seconds off the pace. TJ has only gone back to 17 seconds, almost the advantage he was in front this morning. He's now behind this evening, so it's not over yet. Tommy Danielson had a great ride today despite sicknesses there in fourth place. Infantino has come up into sixth slot today. Evans is in seventh slot. Steph Clement has come up as well into the top 8. Bruno Pires, who made the selection in Aspen yesterday, is in ninth, and Rory Sutherland holds on to his 10th place finish at the moment. So that's the situation. Now, don't forget, we can't show them, they're not here, so we are going to leave the race now with our live coverage, but we will be bringing you all and the prize presentations later on this evening. Now let's have a look at our route, Radio Shack route for tomorrow. This is another tour of the hills as we continue on through this beautiful state of Colorado. We go down to nearby Avon, head to one of the big names in Colorado, Steamboat Springs, which is where the American ski team train, I do believe. We're going downhill, not possible. It's from 7,400 feet. We've got a little bit of a climb. We cross through 8,200. Then we go up to 8,500. Then we gently roll, heading towards Steamboat Springs. When you come over the hills, you look down below. There you see Steamboat in all of its splendor, and it sits at 6,700 feet above sea level. It's going to be another great day here on the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, that is for sure, as there's a little bit of action down there at the moment, so maybe we're not going to leave. I have to wait for instruction for that one. But it looks to me as though they're readying the yellow jersey for Levi Leipheimer, but we've run out of time, so we've got to go. So if you've missed any of today's race, and you've certainly missed the presentations, then catch it tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The USA Pro Cycling Challenge continues tomorrow on Versus at 3:30 Eastern Time with our special program Rematch in the Rockies, and the USA Pro Cycling live action starts later after that. So we're going to enjoy ourselves with a new leader. Every day we change leaderships here. For a full schedule and daily highlights, then log on to NBCSports.com for all information there. And for the tour tracker, remember to go to USAProCyclingChallenge.com. Our clothing has been provided again by Perlazumi, and congratulations to our stage winner today and new leader, Levi Leipheimer. Odessa will be happy, his wife. From all of us here at Versus, thank you for joining us. Enjoy the scenes. They're straight out of the hat of the Tour de France. We'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. After a strong stage 2, Garmin Cervelo is in a celebratory mood.
How'd it go today, Jeff? Good. Great result. Didn't get any flat tires on the dirt road, and Tommy D got an awesome result, and everything's great. It was awesome. Good day.
Think we go upstairs or downstairs or where? You don't know? You don't know?
I don't know where you guys are.
I don't know where you are. Nobody knows. I'll just go up and find out. See if it's up.
No.
You want to come up too?
Yeah, we're going up to 3.
You guys want to go with me? Come on up. I'm going to start with 2. See if it's 2.
You're going to see what sort of television channels we got here. We had some awesome ones yesterday. That was cool. Did you feel the earthquake the other day? No. Oh, man. I thought my roommate, Tom, was shaking my bed at like 11 o'clock. And I was like, Tom, grow up. We have a race tomorrow. Except I didn't exactly say it in that order. And I look over and he's passed out. And I started thinking to myself, what the hell was that? Because the room was obviously shaking because of the earthquake. I woke up the next morning and read on Twitter that there had been an earthquake like a 5.6 in Trinidad.
Did you have fun today?
Absolutely.
It was amazing.
Did you guys have fun?
Oh, we had a blast.
That's what's important.
That's right.
We just have fun so you guys can have fun. It looked tough. Yeah, really it's always tough though.
Great
Here's
job.
2. You think this is it? No? Is Garmin here? Do you know?
I don't know.
No?
How does it feel like the podium and not that anybody can tell you where your room is?
It's pretty standard of professional cycling. It's always a struggle. It's just, we're always challenged with everything possible, so. But I think we're here. Yeah, you probably. All right, thanks, man.
Pen? Do you have a pen who works?
Oh, well, the other side does.
Oh.
I cannot reach top 5 anymore. So very honestly, I think I'm just taking it not easy, because you cannot time trot easy, but maybe I'll leave some under my pedal for the next days. I mean, who knows? I might sleep in a breakaway and then win the stage.
Can I comment on his comment? You are too close to going to breakaway. They won't let me go. They won't let you go unless you lose 10 minutes tomorrow, but then you'll be out of time limit. So forget about taking it easy tomorrow. I'll be right tomorrow, and I will see how it goes. I mean, I still can go fast uphill. I would like to go in breakaway, and I probably will.
Make it much easier if you have 2 pants.
Good idea.
Tell your dad to buy a second pen.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Coming up, for each contender, the race of truth begins when rematch in the Rockies returns.
They describe the TTs as the race of truth because, I mean, it's basically you against the clock, and supposedly the best, strongest guy wins.
Time trial, just you know, yourself, your mind, your body, your soul, your heart, out there against all the elements, the wind, the climbs, pavement. It's an inner battle within yourself. Your mind keeps telling you that you can't go any further. Your body keeps telling you that it's done, it's had enough. You know, I'd say Race of Truth is very accurate.
Go as hard as you can. You have to pace yourself. Probably hurts even more because in time trial at sea level, you can look for moments of recovery in a corner or a little downhill. But at a time trial at altitude that's always uphill, there's no recovery, so it's going to be even more painful.
You have to keep it steady the entire time. Otherwise, if you overpace, you're going to just suffocate. If you underpace, you're not going to go fast enough. You're just going to have... So it's just... There's really no thinking involved. It's just going to be who recovers the best, who has the best legs, who can handle the altitude.
It's even more tricky to judge your pacing at high altitude because sometimes you might want to overpace. You always want to have a certain point in a time trial where you want to overpace. You know, it's definitely more risky at altitude because if you blow up, you really blow up and you're really done.
In the hours before the time trial is set to begin, the energy of each team speaks more than words.
Boy.
Sorry, man.
I was just about to get in the zone.
I owe you.
I put this. All right, going back.
You like that? That's the pizza place?
Yeah, here you go.
Well, it's together with the pizza place. Frosty, you need like... They're always tight. They're always tight for time. I wouldn't change anything.
Shaving has been an uphill battle for me recently. Yeah, no, sorry. You know, I think both Tom and Christian are in good form. Obviously, Tom's got a little bit of a stomach bug, so we'll see how it goes today. You know, we'll have to see. I mean, you know, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, it's you know, it's really no hiding today. It's just going to be whether you're good or not. And if you're good, you know, you'll be up there, and if you're not, you won't be.
Thank you. Good luck today.
Good luck.
Thank you. You're right on the back of my shirt.
I was at Leadville last year.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I was at 50 this year. Thanks. Thank you.
Good luck, Levi.
Thanks.
But I have balls.
I know, I need to.
That's funny.
Let's go, big balls. It's going to be hard to stay ahead of guys like Danielson and Levi. They're just built for this kind of course, but, you know, I'm confident.
Strategy for a time trial is always the same. Start fast, finish fast. Hope it's faster than everyone else. That's it.
As the minutes tick by, each machine cranks up, and the moment of truth finally arrives. The enigmatic and charismatic Dave Zabriskie is the first major favourite to depart Vail Village and climb towards Vail Pass. Setting an impressive benchmark time of 26 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a climb in it, so that's harder for me because I can't float my way and do some techniques that I do on the flats. It's uphill really is the race of truth.
Christian van der Velde, I think, has got tremendous form. He had a great Tour de France. He's held on to his form. Don't be surprised if he pulls off something special today. Number 1, Cadel Evans now speeding towards the finish. Must be time here for Levi Leipheimer.
He today is looking to try and reverse the roles, get himself back into the yellow jersey.
Tom Danielson sits third overall.
As a good climber, Phil, this time trial should suit him.
While others explode onto the course, Andy Schleck once again struggles. Breakaways in the coming days will now be Leopard Trek's only hope. But Andy's biggest rival is also unable to set a new fastest time. This is not going to be a winning time. It's going to put him maybe in the top 6 if he can kick. He's going to have to really kick for the line. Cadel Evans will have a high position. It's now what the rest do as he crosses that line in 5th best time. Coming up, the man in yellow launches out of the gate as Leipheimer and van der Velde try to take his jersey when rematch in the Rockies returns. We're looking now at TJ Van Garderen, and let's hear the cheers for the man in yellow. He's 22 seconds quicker than Tom Danielson, who rides on the road 4 minutes in front of him. 34 on Levi Leipheimer, who is 6 minutes in front of him. They're the men he's thinking of right now. They're the men who could steal his jersey tonight.
Levi Leipheimer getting into that incredible tunnel of crowds.
Yes, and he knows here this is where he's going to stamp on those pedals and reply to the corridor of noise and try and lift his pace here. This is where he's got to claw back some of the time he lost yesterday. This is huge now. 25.51 is the best time, and there's the banner. This is the best time. Van der Velde has delivered today, and he's got the course record. 25 of 47. He's delivered when it matters for the overall classification. Look at this now. This is the sector where you run the gauntlet as a bike rider now as they crash through the fans here, who are cheering and shouting for TJ. This is the future of American cycling we're looking at right now, and it starts here because because he's already leading a major tour, a new tour at that. Let's go quickly up to the summit now. Looking at 25:47, Mike Pimer is back on top of his game here. The clock is counting, he's seen it, he's digging deep and he hits the line. The official time, 25:47. He's in the same whole second as Van der Velde.
Did you just time my time or just do it by 10th?
That's what I can't figure out. It's almost like same time and it's coming down to hundredths or thousandths. Good, Jeff. I
think we did the. Yeah, I think we did the same.
You want me to go find out?
You were 47:08 and he was 47:66.
That's 47? 46? Did I win? So far, 1 second.
Oh man, Jeff, I think I got second, dude, by a tenth of a second. Dude. Damn it. That sucks.
Tommy D is coming home now, still on the chance here of possibly a fourth place situation. No, it slipped away a little bit. Tommy D though has had a good day out. He's not conceded too much here. As he races up towards the line, he stops the clock as Tommy D has gone over the line there.
It's just real frustrating for me. I got like food poisoning last night or a stomach virus or something. I mean, it felt like food poisoning, but just real violent. Woke up at 12:30 at night, just puking my brains out. And yeah, I didn't think I was gonna start today, and real happy that I started. Anyone that's ever got food poisoning, it's pretty hard to move around the next day, let alone do a 30-minute time trial. It was a victory for me, for sure.
My job is finished.
No, it's
I'm
not.
the man of the podium. But yesterday I didn't say anything.
I know.
You know. But this morning I told you, you're gonna do it. If I told you, it's because I think. I don't want to say something to be pleasure with you. You understand? If I do something, it's because we can do it.
I know. Thanks, buddy.
Coming up, TJ Van Garderen tries to hold on in the final painful miles of a thrilling mountain time trial when rematch in the Rockies returns. TJ Van Garderen has time trial talent, and on this day, wearing the leader's jersey, he gives it his all. Race has closed right up. Out of yellow goes TJ. By my reckoning, in comes Levi. But we are talking about 10 seconds, if that.
Get up there.
Congrats for yesterday, eh?
Impressive.
Thank you.
Man, you're awesome. You're awesome.
I was pretty pissed off last night. This morning I was still pissed off, but it became motivation. I knew Christian would be good, so I had the intermediate split on him, and that really motivated me. In the last 2K, I was over the limit. I mean, I'm usually pretty smooth on the bike, but I felt ugly out there, but I was giving it everything, and sometimes you got to yell at yourself, and that's what I was doing.
Nice ride, man. Thank you.
The final margin is extraordinary as two men riding two different types of bikes finish only 0.5 of a second apart.
After a stunning performance today,
while Levi enjoys the adoration, Christian can only consider what might have been.
Christian, agonizingly close again in another time trial. How does this one rank up there?
It's much worse. I really wanted this one. I really thought I could win this one before the race started, and you know, he had 18 seconds on me at the intermediate, and I brought it all back on the last part. But anything, you know, even just like not touching the brakes here or there, and anything, one more pedal stroke. But Levi's taking me skiing. He said he owes me big time.
All right, well, good luck in the next few days.
All right, thanks, Bob.
From the man Levi beat by the narrowest of margins to the man whose yellow jersey he took. However, the 23-year-old Van Garderen still remains the best young rider in this competition, and trials and tribulations like today will only make him stronger in the future.
TJ, you fought hard but came up a little bit short. Take us through your ride today.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of a not so good day. I don't know. I mean, it's been a while since I've been in a leader's jersey, I think, or maybe I just like stressed myself out a little bit too much. But it was a good experience to be able to at least try to defend the jersey. So maybe next time I'll have, you know, a little bit more experience and know how to handle it.
Yeah.
Good job today, man.
Thank you.
Touch it more.
Levi! Hey, good job, Levi!
Now, with only 21 seconds separating the top four, Stage 4 will take on increased importance as the world's best cyclists contest the roads between Avon and scenic Steamboat Springs.
Avon to Steamboat Springs, it's touted as the flat stage with, I think, 4,500 feet of climbing.
The rolling Steamboat Springs race route will give breakaway artists a chance to escape the grasp of the peloton for a shot at the glory of a stage win.
It's going to be an attack fest, right? Like a course like that just kind of breeds a breakaway. It's going to be really fast for that first hour. We're going to hit those rollers and hit that climb, and something's going to get off, but it's going to be a strongman breakaway, and they're going to want to race aggressively and race for that stage win.
Expect lots of jockeying back and forth through this magnificent countryside as the jersey holders look to protect the hard-earned gains in the previous days. To witness unseen images and learn the inside story, including exclusive in-car footage, pre- and post-race interviews, and much more, make sure to tune in tomorrow for Rematch in the Rockies. Next, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge Stage 4, live on Versus. Back in yellow after his great time trial on Stage 3, Levi Leipheimer now sets out to defend his overall lead in Stage 4. That's next. On a day that placed cyclists directly against the clock, Levi Leipheimer unleashed a time that no one else could match. Now, after days measured by arduous climbs, this race undergoes a sudden change of terrain. A mountain line path transformed into a road wide open with opportunity. Leipheimer remains the man to chase, but others may attempt to slash his lead by breaking away from the pack. 83 miles until Biketown, USA, Steamboat Springs. Stage 4 of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge is next. Yes, the USA Pro Cycling Challenge moves on today as we start from the beautiful town of Avon, riding 83 miles to Steamboat Springs on a stage presented by Exergy Development. This is the start town this morning. The riders already on the way now as we head to Steamboat Springs, and this beautiful sporting town, I can tell you, is ready now to receive the arrival of the event, and it's still very, very finely poised. Hello everybody, I'm Phil Liggett, this is Paul Sherwen. Behind me is the finishing straight here. It might be a sprinter's finish today, but one thing is certainly for sure, Paul, we have had nearly a week of racing now, second to none.
The amazing thing is, Phil, this race has changed its leadership every day since Patrick Gretsch got himself the win way back in Colorado Springs. The race was wrestled then away by Levi Leipheimer, who then looked as if he was going to be extremely solid right the way through this bike race. But that was not expecting the big attack that came on the downhill part of Independence Pass, when a young guy, 23 years of age, TJ Van Garderen, said, I want to win this bike race. And he looked as if he was going to be very solid right the way to the end. Now, all of a sudden, in that individual time trial, I expected the gaps to open up. Well, that didn't happen. It's all come back together.
It has, and yesterday Levi Leipheimer reclaimed the leader's yellow jersey. He was our road ID ride of the day. He was also your pick as well.
You know, Levi Leipheimer is an unbelievable bike rider. The day before, he lost himself 45 seconds, and I thought that was any chance at all of him coming back into the overall lead. But when this man is down, he knows how to fight back, and fighting his way through the crowds, he posted the fastest time when he stopped the clock, and that's why I think you and we gave him the road ID ride of the day.
Yes, he won by just 58 tenths of a second. Now, you can win a shopping spree here. Log on to roadid.com/ride and make your pick later today, and we'll tell you at the top of the programme tomorrow. These are the scenes here last night in Vail. Leipheimer in yellow again.
Well, they're looking very solid now in yellow, but he's going to have to spend the next 3 days, Phil, trying to defend that overall lead, which is at the moment still a very slim advantage.
And let's have a look now at the United Healthcare overall standings, because it's still very, very close. In fact, closer than it was before the time trial. Van der Velde is now 11 seconds behind. Van Garderen went from first to third, but firstly by the difference he had at the start of the day, 17 seconds off now. 21 seconds back to Tommy Danielson, and the top 6 completed by Rafael Infantino, the Colombian rider who really has come out of nowhere now to move up into 6th place. Tour de France winner Cadel Evans in 7th place there at a minute 18. Paul, take us through the Radio Shack route.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Phil, this is going to be a very fast stage today, probably one of the easiest stages so far, and that's why a lot of riders have gone out on the attack. Yes, so we are going a little bit deeper into the state of Colorado, and the riders moving away from Avon this morning for that long undulating ride down into Steamboat Springs. But this to me today is probably the ideal race for a breakaway to succeed, and that's why I think we've had so many attacks in the start. Halfway through there's a little bit of a climb, peaking out at 8,570 feet, and then it's all downhill down Highway 131 right into the middle of town here in Steamboat Springs. And I wonder for one if the sprinters finally are going to get a little bit of glory.
Well, you're always riding at high altitude here, so today will be no exception, of course. Let's have a look at the Colorado.com's facts. 123 of the 130 riders still survive. 11 of those 17 teams are intact. There's a sprint point along the way. It comes at Oak Creek, 21 miles from the finishing line here in Steamboat. The altitude at the start is 7,400 feet. Hey, we're going downhill today. We finish at a mere 6,700. Well, as always, let's go early today. The rides at the start in Avon, the Honey Milk sign in here. The new yellow jersey, back in yellow after a break of it yesterday, is Levi Leipheimer waving to the crowd. Tour de France winner Cadel Evans comes on board, salutes the crowd and signs in. He had not the greatest of time trials yesterday, but he's still very much a high flyer in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. And a lovely crowd in Avon as we get away now with our Nissan electric start as we see the riders move away. They're not going to be so daunted by the route today. It's not as hilly as they have been used to, although it's always undulating and you're always at altitude, so those concerns are always there. But today the sprinters might feel they have a chance, and so not surprisingly, right from the gun, they were going today. The first breakaway got 3 men away. Acevedo was there, and Montoya, 2 riders from Colombia, and Denil. They got away fairly early on, but they were chasing them down one after another. Then there was more attacks again, and these 2 riders here countered the move as they got clear of the field. 5 men, they're forming together here. The Tagliato getting up there with Vladimir Epakin. Those are the 5 riders who are clear at the moment. Little view here of Steamboat Springs. We make ready for a long straight concrete strip of road on Highway 40 for the finish today. It's a beautiful day, it really is. 74 degrees Fahrenheit, light winds, clear skies, a gentle breeze across the race. The temperatures absolutely perfect, as I hope you think these pictures are, because as always they are available in high definition. Well, Steamboat Strings is a sporting town, and we're heading there today with the yellow jersey now. The Quiznos jersey returning to the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer after his incredible time trial yesterday. Fancy losing a race, though, by 58 hundredths of a second, which was the case of Christian van der Velde. In fact, his father's just been in to say hello to us, and he said, I can't believe he couldn't make up half a second. There we are. Good steady work here now. Team Radio Shack, it's their job to try and defend for the yellow. There'll be a little bit of consternation, Paul, with Hanier Acevedo moving just ahead on the road now, because he was overnight was 2:37 behind.
No, it was, but I think interesting that the Radio Shack have got a couple of friends there. They're just about to get to the high spot of the race here this afternoon, and once they go over the summit of that climb, it's going to be a very fast, roaring finish as we start to pick up pretty much a downhill part of the course, and then we'll start to see Radio Shack and Team Liquigas Cannondale starting to take the pace up to well in excess of 30 miles an hour or 50 kilometers now. I think Liquigas Cannondale, Phil, today, they're thinking about their sprinter. He's only a youngster at 22 years of age, but he's called Elio Viviani, and he's won 4 races so far this season.
He's a fast rider, that's for sure, but you have to clash swords with one or two other good finishes here, because they felt there's been nothing for the sprinters, which indeed there has not in this year's race. And so they've really got to get stuck in today if they can. There's a nice look at our new virtual leader on the road, because he's regained all of his lost time. He started the day 2:37 behind. He's now got enough time back to go into the lead. We knew that the Colombians would be a threat. Now Levi Leipheimer is going to watch and monitor this and then decide how hard he must chase. But he's also aware, Paul, isn't he, that the sprinters want to win, so there'll be other teams willing to chase today.
That's what makes the tactics very complicated, and Levi Leipheimer and his team, Team Radio Shack, have always over the last number of seasons been extremely good tacticians, and I think they will wait and see if the teams of the sprinters come forward. There's an American team also, United Healthcare, presented by Maxis, have a very fast sprinter, German sprinter who was on the international circuit for many years, and his name is Robert Forster, so you might see the blue and white jerseys coming forward too.
Absolutely right. So steady breakaway, the 3 riders getting away as we saw, then being joined by 2 other riders. Stefan Denifler is in this breakaway from Leopard Trek. The last race he won was the National Time Trial Championship of his native Austria back in 2008. Maybe he'll change it all today. Not if Levi Leipheimer has anything to do with it. See you in a minute.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Waste Management for environmental solutions that deliver economic savings. To learn more, go to thinkgreen.com. And by Sierra Nevada. And by Head Sweats, the world leader in performance headwear. And by SRAM Componentry, beyond performance.
These are the United Healthcare leaders jerseys here. Overall Quiznos by Leipheimer now. He's also got his hands on the Smashburger Points jersey at the moment, while it's Pedreza who's in the Nissan King of the Mountains colours, and then TJ Van Garderen, the only leader this week in the Sheets Best Young Rider jersey, which he wears today. The Most Aggressive Riders jersey, sponsored by Etchigy, was won yesterday by Andre Steensen, but they don't wear that jersey in the competition. These are the 5 leaders who have now settled down to a nice little lead here and getting on with the job in hand of working. We've got Stefan Denifeld setting the pace on the front at the moment for Leopard Trek. Same team as Andy Schleck. Look over the shoulder, no sign of the peloton in the backdrop. The computer showing it's heading up towards 3 minutes now, which means that Hanier Acevedo is now 2 minutes and 37 seconds behind this morning, is now in the lead on the road. All right, well, let's go back to the start today now. Well, we'll just hold on for that, but I think we're lining up a little interval you down at the start. But at the moment, we've gone back into the peloton, and these are the boys from Garmin Cervelo. Having a little friendly chat. Been going well for them. They're with Team Victors in the Tour de France this year, and very proud they were to have carried away with that. But yesterday on the far side there, Tommy Danielson riding along. There he is, Tommy D. And as we can see Tommy G there now, 4th place overall, Bob Roll spoke with him this morning before the start.
Tommy D, some dramatic health issues overnight. Can you take us through what's been going on?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really say it's a health issue. It's just more, I got sort of a stomach ailment, not similar to anything I've had in the past. It's more of like a, it's either food poisoning or it was something else. Definitely not from our own cooks or chefs or anything like that. Maybe something I had after the stage, or it could have been from the people were saying that there was some sheep poop issues on Cottonwood. A lot of the spectators and stuff got sick, so something like that. But it was a real rough 24 hours for me. Woke up at 12:30 at night, the night before the time trial, and just vomiting and diarrhea, and was on my hands and knees all night, and had to actually crawl to the doctor's room at 3 a.m. down the hall in my underwear, just sitting in the hallway, just sweating, just really convulsing and having problems, and ended up kind of getting it a little bit under control around 5 a.m. and was fortunate enough to have the support from my wife and from my team that encouraged me to start, because honestly I wasn't going to start yesterday. I was so sick. I didn't think there was even a chance I could ride my bike. So my wife just told me, just get out there, get on your bike, act as if you're all right. And I did the best. I apologized to all the fans yesterday. I didn't really sign any autographs and didn't really talk to anyone, but just gave it everything I had, which wasn't a whole lot, but ended up okay. So I sit about 20 seconds out of the lead now, so it ended up being all right. So I'm glad my wife made me get out there and do it.
Well done, Tommy D, for starting. You've got to stay away from those sheep on the Cottonwood Pass, Tom. He was just chatting there in our picture with Oscar Sevilla, who also speaks English, but he is a Colombian. There he is, up right on our picture at the moment, and in the centre there, smiling in his blue jersey, which he certainly wasn't when he finished the time trial yesterday in yellow, TJ Van Garderen. Now he's reassessed the situation. He's looked at the overall. He knows that 17 seconds is possible if he can just plan his attack. May come tomorrow on the road to Breckenridge. Looking at the face of TJ Van Garderen, Paul, he looks a little bit more relaxed and not quite as sad as he did down in Vail after that time trial.
Well, he bounced back, when he took the lead. He took the lead the day before, Phil, in a very emphatic breakaway. He was aggressive on the slopes of the Independence Pass, but then on the downhill, he took all kinds of risks to prize a small group of 7 riders away from the main field, putting 45 seconds between himself and Levi Leipheimer. So I think he probably expected to ride a much better time trial than he did. But sometimes the yellow jersey, instead of allowing you to sprout wings, tends to be a little bit heavy on young shoulders.
Cheers for Levi Leipheimer. He was very, very proud of his effort yesterday, and well he might be. It was only 58 hundredths of a second to win the day, but more importantly, he got the time back that was required to take back the overall lead. Now he's got today, which should be routine. It's not going routine at the moment, of course. Then we've got tomorrow to Breckenridge, and then the finish from Golden down into Denver on Sunday. It's the Radio Shack team of Leipheimer. It's their responsibility to set the pace. Just looking here at the leaders, Vladimir Efakim in this breakaway, by the way. Team Type 1 have given him the chance. His last victory he won was a stage of the Tour de France in 2008 when they disqualified Ricardo Rico for taking drugs. There's the man who lost the time trial yesterday by 58 hundredths of a second. That's the man who beat him. We'll take a break. Welcome back to the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Let me remind you, every day at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, our preview program, Rematching the Rockies, is a little bit different. And this year we know it because you've been writing and saying how much you've been enjoying a different look into the racing by the top professionals around the world. So we're pleased you like it. And who knows, we might even do it for the Tour de France next year. Anyway, looking down the road here, this is the scene at Steamboat Springs, and these are the riders speeding towards Steamboat. 5 riders are clear at the moment, but there is a sign now that the field are waking up, and I see the teammates of Viviani, Liquigas Cannondale, are also helping out on the chase now, because Viviani is a possible winner. Gently downhill now, we've hit the high spot of the day. There was no challenges in the Nissan King of the Mountains today, so Pedraza will pull that jersey on. He's had an easy day of it, and yesterday there was none in the time trial either, so he'll be the King of the Mountains tonight. Look at this, there we are, as we're heading into the feed zone here, which is presented by Honey Stinger. There are the boys of Radio Shack and the lime green colours of Liquigas, who feel they have the sprint winner in Viviani today. 2 minutes 55 straight into the face of number 21. That is Andy Schleck here, who really doesn't care who is in the lead today, because he'll be thinking more perhaps of tomorrow and the finish. Just having a little chat there, Paul, with Michael Laurent Didier rather, of France, and of course Andy speaks French.
Well, actually, Laurent Didier of Luxembourg, actually.
Oh dear, indeed.
And that's they could be speaking one of the very, very rare languages, I'd have to say, for Luxembourgish. And it's one of the few languages I can't really get my head around, because it's really extremely complicated. It's almost a mixture of French, Luxembourg and German.
Well, here we go. Time to take on your favourite drink, your favourite food. Really, at this stage of the race, these bags, Paul, everybody always asks us the question, what's inside them?
Well, there's a combination of things, and you might just note a fairly carbonated drink there on the handlebars of that first rider from Gobernación de Antioquia. They'll also take on board electrolytic drinks. They'll take on board water as well, and then, of course, plenty of... nowadays, there's a lot of specialised foods that you can take, especially in the second part of the race. Things like food gels, energy bars. I'd rather like to prefer the old-fashioned food that we used to get. A good old ham sandwich goes a long way to really quenching the appetite.
Absolutely, we're not scientific. I remember the great world champion and the great British cyclist Tommy Simpson. He came from Yorkshire, and he used to say, "In my bag, lad, my jam butties, that's all I eat when I'm racing." And boy, it worked for him.
Phil, you better translate exactly what a jam butty is.
Okay, it's a sandwich with jam inside. These are the 5 leaders. Looking at the computer, it's saying 2:37, but it's often a little bit slower than what you're seeing on your screens. And we're saying there it's now up to 3 minutes at the moment. So the field is still under the control of Radio Shack. It won't be allowed to hold now, because we're getting down towards 30 miles to go, and it's gently downhill, very fast roads into Steamboat Springs, and once they get into Steamboat, they make a left turn way out of town, and that is the road straight to the finishing line. No deviation, and a big wide concrete strip.
Well, actually, if you just look at the length of this main field, that gives you the indication that, yes, the main field now are starting to pick up that acceleration. They didn't want to attack the big climbs, because what happens if you attack the big climbs? You lose 1 or 2 teammates, and the important thing is to have, over the last part of the race, as many teammates as possible to share the pacemaking and lift up the speed to a high 30 or 40 miles an hour.
Well, as you can see, the riders at the front of the peloton and also in the front of the breakaway, they do what we call bit and bit. They swap turns at the front.
No, that's the idea. One rider will ride at the front, and he'll be riding and braking into the wind, making the other riders behind him save 20 to 30% of their energy. Once he's done his turn, then he'll slide to the back end of the group, slot in again into the slipstream, get a little bit of a breather while the same process happens all over again. The guy at the front's done 30, 40, 50 meters, then he slips off and gets back to the tail of the guys who he's working with.
And Christian Montoya there has just gone through to demonstrate that perfectly here, as we look at his teammate and the man who is the current leader of the Tour now on the road, as the field arrive into their feeding zone here, snatching those bags.
This is always a very dangerous and precarious part of the race, actually, out on the course, because the team helpers there, as you can see, they start off by standing on the right-hand side of the road, then they want to get in a little bit further, and it makes a very narrow corridor for the professional bike riders to get through and take on board their bags. And as you can see, riders are moving left and right, and if you're not paying attention, you can find a very nasty little crash waiting for you around the corner.
Which is what we don't want. There's a Spider Tech squad there snatching his bag at the back. That team's managed by the former great Canadian cyclist Steve Bauer, who we saw last night at a special reception to remember the racing in Colorado. These are the boys in Radio Shack, the super domestiques, who are driving that peloton now, and it looks to me as though they've picked up the tempo quite considerably. So too, I have to say, as the breakaway. They've chipped 5 seconds off it, 2 minutes 55 seconds. It still leaves Hanier Acevedo, though, the leader on the road. We'll take a break. Yeah, sitting along the Eagle River, the village of Avon served as today's start town, and after the departure, the peloton would head straight in towards Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Although its nickname is the Bike Town USA, the area is also popular for rafting and kayaking, hosts an annual hot air balloon rodeo. The classic western cowboy town is also a popular ski resort in the winter. Yes, I think Colorado really does have it all. These beautiful images from Colorado.com as we now head back to the race here. Levi Leipheimer, a study of concentration, doesn't look too concerned by the move here by Hanier Acevedo. who's still the race leader on the road, but only just now. His overnight lead, his deficit rather, was 2:37. The bunch is down to 2:45. Now just a little picture for you. This was moments ago actually, and he's getting hold of his bottle. He's got strong teeth, hasn't he? He's steadily riding along, taking it easy. As we always say, do not do this if you're not an experienced bike rider and you're riding on an open highway. Don't forget these highways are totally shut down for the bike race. So Andy's quite happy to demonstrate his skills here. As the leaders now, as we've just gone shooting up the road by nearly 3 minutes, and they're working hard, aren't they? And they're doing what we explained a moment ago, was working together here, just doing their fair share at the front and then going to the back, having a little bit of a rest, few deep breaths and come through. That's how they keep the high tempo. They're friends at the moment because they're heading towards the finish. It wouldn't be the case if we're in the last 5 or 6 miles of the day. But the common enemy is the peloton, and they'll work together to try and hold it off all the way to Steamboat Springs today. It is absolutely idyllic for bike races today. It's a beautiful mountain air. It feels clean and crisp. It's not overly hot. As we swing back to see George Hincapie, he's wearing the green Smashburger jersey here, the points leader, but that in fact is also Levi Leipheimer, but Big George is second in that competition, so he gets to wear it today. He's having a wonderful tour. He's had his stage win in Aspen, and so let's see if he can produce maybe another stage win before this race is over. That wouldn't surprise in the least. Looking down at the long line of cyclists, and now back at the start we've got Bob Roll, and before the race got underway he was chatting with Dirk Friel of Training Peaks, and now they're going to tell us about their training software.
I'm here with Dirk Friel, the co-founder of Training Peaks. A lot of top riders at the height of professional cycling use it, but who else can benefit from the software?
You know, anyone training for an endurance event can use Training Peaks. Cyclists, triathletes, runners, just like the pros use.
And how does one get started using it?
You know, first create a free account, and then from there the secret is in the planning. So you can either create your own training program, go to our training plan store to search for a training plan for the event you're training for. You can use our virtual coach, or the best choice of all is get a personal coach. We have over 2,000 coaches in our coach directory.
And how do I know if it's working?
You know, with all that experience working with the pros over 10 years now, what we've done is created a system where we assign a training stress score to every workout, and then from there you can easily graph your fitness over time.
It's been a while since I exercised strenuously. Could I benefit myself, Bob Key-Roll?
Of course, man. You can definitely keep going. We'd love to see you back in the peloton, Bob.
All right. That won't happen, but thank you, Dirk.
Sure thing.
No, you're right there, Bob. That will not happen. Anyway, well done, Dirk. Just looking here, just chatting here with Christian van der Velde, number 45. That's Craig Lewis of HTC High Road. He's having a pretty good, solid week this week because he's coming back from his bad accident in the 19th stage it was in the Giro d'Italia, which is not that long ago in May. Broke his tibia, and he started his comeback trail the other week in the Tour of Utah. It's more South Carolina. So they're happy with the way the race is going. Not too much effort required. This is not a crucial day in the race for the overall classification. Peloton now, Paul, the wind, for what wind there is gently pushing them over to the right-hand side of the road here, but the chase is now clearly on.
No, it is. You can see all the teams are getting themselves organised. TJ Van Garderen looking very relaxed there, talking to the riders from Rabobank. And yes, TJ Van Garderen's name is a Dutch name, and he can speak Dutch. Although he's an American rider, he did for a number of years ride for the Rabobank development squad. And it's good to see that he's bounced back from that little disappointment of yesterday, Phil, because I think he probably felt that he had it in his legs to keep the overall lead, because he did start with a good advantage over Levi Leipheimer.
He did, and Leipheimer we know is a good time trialist, but he pulled out something special there, because TJ is certainly no slouch in the time trial himself, so that was an exceptional ride by Leipheimer, as the riders now concentrate on bringing back this breakaway. You see, you look on these, the thing about this road is it's long and straight, so the riders will probably see the leaders 3 minutes up the road at the moment. Here's George Hincapie. He's just saying to Levi, I've got your green jersey, Levi, you can have it back when you get to the finish in Denver. See you in a moment. Levi Leipheimer, he's coming up 38 years of age in October. October, by the way, he also has a Gran Fondo. That's a long-distance bicycle ride, and it's proving very popular. It's reasonably new, and it's based in Santa Rosa, and I think the entries are way up again this year. So we look towards the Rockies here. We're racing right through the centre of the valley at the moment, although we're still running fairly high. The leaders working pretty hard, and for the moment you can see that they are moving quite quickly here. The peloton is not really having a great effect on them. Just over 3 minutes, the gap. It's the console shows us it's all downhill to them. It's not quite so. The sprint today is in Oak Creek, where there's a small time bonus there. Now, if the field haven't caught up, the sprint won't be very significant. Not for these boys. It's only a 3-second win bonus there. But if the field were to catch up before Oak Creek, then somebody like TJ Van Garderen or Christian Van der Velde could snick a few seconds bonus. So we're looking at Finger Rock. Now, why would you call that Finger Rock?
Because it looks like a finger, and it's a granite outcropping, and the fact of the matter is that the limestone and the soft sandstone that surround it has been eroded over the last number of years because of the elements in this part of the world, and I'd have to say that it really is quite remarkable. It really does. The fact is, though, it actually has given us a little bit of a reference, because the main field are just going past that rock, and these guys went past it around about 2.5 minutes ago. So I think we're going to start to see the next time check we get, Phil, will be around about the 2.5 minute mark, I think.
Yeah, and the railway track off the right shoulder there, the trains here have 105 carriages on them maximum, and up to 13 locomotives to push and pull them. And the reason they have a couple of locos in the middle of the carriages is because they can't get round the corners on the railroad track, so they need something in the middle so they can bend nicely. Amazing sight, but they've been promised today that the railroad will not block the passage of the race. They will stop all locomotives because they go across 3 railroad crossing day, and if they go across, they'll be stuck there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, because the length of that train, they're certainly not going at high speed either, and they would have been caught for an awful long time. What I like to see about this breakaway group, Phil, is that there are no passengers. There's nobody hiding in their wheels, pretending that he's a little bit too tired and he doesn't want to share in the pacemaking. All 5 riders here are sharing the pacemaking equally. They're doing fairly long turns, so that means to me that says that they're picking up a slight tailwind. They're riding about 100 to 200 meters on the front before swinging off. As you can see this rider doing, then he'll look across and he'll slip back to the 5th position, and then he'll recuperate for a couple of minutes before it's his turn to do the pacemaking once again.
Well, for the moment, Acevedo has now lost his virtual lead on the road by 2 seconds, because it's now saying 2:35 is the gap. So although they are going quickly at the front, the peloton is getting into its rhythm. Oak Creek is down the road. I don't think they'll be picked up by then. The boys still feeling a little bit confident they can hold them off. There's no real challenges as far as terrain goes. There's always altitude, but they're settling in. We're looking at Frank Schleck, the champion of Luxembourg, on the far right. He's enjoying his visit. He's told us so many times how much he loves racing in the United States, and he does try to crowd please as well. And once again, Laurent Didier having a chat there, the Saxo Bank man who's always also from Luxembourg.
I was thinking, I'm not quite sure which Frank prefers, Phil, whether it's bike racing in the United States or the fly fishing. Because he was very adamant about how much he enjoyed fly fishing when he came up here to Colorado in the first attempt to get himself acclimatized.
Yeah, fly fishing in Colorado, where the trout are big, but everything's big here, including the Rocky Mountains and the bears. I thought it was quite funny this morning when a lady said, "You should have come round to our kitchen this morning because you would have seen the bears in the trash can." Brought the whole family. The young cub came as well. It's absolutely amazing.
There's incredible wildlife actually throughout Colorado. And yes, we have been traveling most of the time at night, but we've seen anything from deer to foxes, and in fact we saw some very interesting wild owls last night.
Well, we were late enough. Any wise old owl had been in bed the time we finally got to our hotel in Steamboat Springs last night. There's Acevedo. He was the leader on the road. It's just slipped inside. His time gains overnight, or his time losses overnight, is 2:37, but now 2:30. So he's 7 minutes. He's dropped down to second place in this race overall on the road at the moment. Nonetheless, they're going to try to keep on pushing this on, because these roads are very, very good for this finish now. We run down to literally all the way down a long straight highway to a T-junction. We make a left, and it's a straight road, straight into town, straight across the finishing line. There's no left or right. There's no problems for the riders. It is a great finish in Steamboat Springs today. It is a sprinter's delight, let's face it. And if the sprinters can get their chance, they'll go for it.
9.
This is Denifel here as he moves off the front. Very impressed. Actually, I really do like the colours. Okay, colour black of this team from Colombia, but they stand out a mile on television because they're always at the front of the race. They've worked very hard yet, but the old hands have kept them under control just. And Levi Leipa here is saying, more speed, boys. We need to catch up. See you in a moment. Welcome back. Let's have a look at the United Healthcare American standings. Well, I may as well show you the leaders in the overall classification because the top 5 riders, and this is quite amazing, are American. Leipheimer, Van der Velde, Van Garderen, Danielson, Hincapie. Is that a sign of what? As how American cycling has progressed over the last few years. Let's go back down to the action. These are our leaders. They're still clear. Acevedo is the highest placed. He was 2:37 down overnight. The others have lost quite considerably more. They're really racing with not a yellow jersey in mind, but a stage win will go down very nicely. Not so sure that'll happen now. The gap is down to 2 minutes 20. We're coursing our way at high speed towards Oak Creek. That's where the green sprint is, and that's the Smashburger sprint. The only real prize along the route today. There are no mountain climbs today, significant mountain climbs. The road's never flat, it's always rolling along through the beautiful Rockies. And when we get down into Steamboat Springs, there is a long concrete strip which will be a sprinter's delight if they get to sprint it out. All of them working together here. The boys in black are the 2 Colombian riders, Acevedo and Montoya. The other man in black is actually the Leopard Trek rider, Stefan Denifel. Well, as we look here at the breakaway, let's take a chance to get back down to the start earlier today. Bob Roll hunting around now. He's going to tell us all about the Nissan innovation, which is Garmin pedals.
I'm here with Justin McCarthy from Garmin Cervelo Racing. Watt capture to measure power output is one of the most dramatic innovations in all of cycling in recent years. But now we have a product that takes that to an even higher level. What do you have here for us, Justin?
That's right. Here we've got the first look at Garmin Vector. It's the first pedal-based power meter. And what we've done is really measure power where it matters, and that's right at the pedal. Within the spindle is all the technology, so it's the most robust and protected area on the bike. It also has an accelerometer right inside the spindle, and that's going to give you your cadence without any additional sensors. We're really excited about all the raw data that's going to be able to be collected. And once we get all that data, we're going to analyze it and then be able to see how folks in the cycling community are going to be able to benefit from this great technology.
Well, all right, another strong weapon in every rider's quiver. Thank you very much, Justin.
Yeah, thank you.
Unbelievable, boys. Well, we know the power output is often elsewhere, but in your pedals now, is there going to be anywhere we can hide? And then I'll show you how weak I really am riding a bike. These are the 5 leaders still coursing towards the finish under perfect skies today. The forecast was a good chance of rain towards the top end of the afternoon, so that's great. That'll come when the riders are back in the hotel waiting for the final weekend of this race, which really has caught the imagination of not just the people of Colorado, because the interstate people are watching this as well on the highway. Now, United Healthcare are helping out. That's because they have a sprinter in Robert Foster. Radio Shack are helping out because they've got the leader on the race, Levi Leipheimer, and Liggett Cannondale. They fancy Viviani for the stage win. 2 minutes 20, though, is still the gap. So there they are, the 3 leaders on the blue skies. We'll take another break as we watch them go through. It's 2:20 as we go to commercial this time. It might be a little bit closer when we get back, but they're not giving up yet, and why should they? See you in a moment.
Temperatures hovering around 100 degrees.
The heat has really done a lot of damage to the riders.
Tough, brutally vertical, and the toughest climbs are still to come. The Vuelta a España continues tomorrow on Universal Sports. And for a special offer, go to universalsports.com/cycling.
And welcome back. It's stage 4 today of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, brought to you by Exergy Development. This is the fun and games around the Steamboat Springs here. There's lovely mountains. You can just get up there on your mountain bike. Most of them are out riding at the moment, but they're down for the finish of the race. That water looks good, doesn't it? This is the situation. Our race summary by United Healthcare. 3 riders in the early break. They were joined very quickly by the other 2, which gives us 5 leaders on the road. Currently that gap is remaining at 2 minutes 20. but they're heading into the last 25 miles of the day now, and if they're going to catch them, it's about now they should really whip up the chase, otherwise they're going to steal the show. Here they are. Just look at all of the cars following these boys out front now. These are not public cars, these are part of the race entourage here. These were the cars which were in charge of the feeding station we saw earlier, and they have special permission to pass the leaders and continue to the finish, and safely so. We don't want to see an instant. If you're watching the Tour de France this year, we saw that terrible accident when a television car clipped the leaders and knocked off the bike there, in particular Johnny Hoogeland, who really was in a bad way, but he finished the Tour de France. We don't want to see none of that. These are the overall leaders here. 5 Americans have claimed the top 5 places at the moment, with still 2.5 days of racing left to go to the finish. And the man in yellow, Levi Leipheimer, he really can turn on the style when it comes to racing in the USA. So as we continue to course towards the finish, the profile belying the fact it's not quite all downhill. You get the little kicks in it, but basically we're dropping altitude here, heading into Steamboat and heading into Oak Creek, which we get through at 99 kilometers into the race today. That's 34 kilometers from the finish.
Now, Levi Leipheimer, I think, Phil, having, if you can call it having a day off at 133 kilometres of racing or 83 miles of racing, he is having one today, because there shouldn't be a great challenge to his overall lead tomorrow. I expect that today. I expect that to come tomorrow, but the crowds have certainly turned out once again. The crowds have been phenomenal since the start of this race.
And the gap down to 2:10 as well. So there's a big crowd there. That's the straight I was telling you about. It's a sprinter's delight, isn't it? If we can just see the riders come out of town. This is the main Highway 40 in the centre of town. They don't turn off it for the last couple of miles as they run towards the line.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by the Le Mans Revolution. Direct drive technology makes roller-based bike trainers obsolete. And by Villiers Triestina, 105 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD.
Welcome back to the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. The chase is very much on. There has been a change of dictation at the back, though. It is now the Exergy team and the team of the comeback man, Freddie Rodriguez, who seem to be doing most of the work. Now, our pictures have behaved themselves the last couple of days. It looks like they've gone a bit awkward on us just at the moment, as we head down towards the finish here in Steamboat Springs, which the town now is absolutely buzzing here as they go into the last 22 miles of racing. 2 minutes 10 seconds. It's been pretty much that for quite a while now, and the peloton are just holding them and waiting to pounce. That's the feeling I get. But Levi, we saw him chatting earlier, has called his team off the front of that peloton. So I think we might see now other teams take up the chase. Sorry if we briefly lost the pictures out there on the highway. We'll be back with them very shortly.
Well, we're trying to tell you that this area, this valley down here around Steamboat Springs, was originally inhabited by the Yampetikas Utes, and they used to hunt in this valley during the summer. However, in the early part of the 19th century, the trappers started to move into this area, and eventually they were taken over by the ranchers. But skiing in this part of the world, Phil, was originally the only mode of transport during the very hard winter months. And all of a sudden it started to become a sporting pastime, and that's why this place here at Steamboat Springs really did start to develop.
Well, in my other life as an alpine skiing commentator, in fact, the American ski team are based here, and they always invited me to come to Steamboat Springs, a mythical place until today when I actually have arrived here. Todd Lodwick is one of the top Nordic combined skiers. He's actually here, and he's been camping on the hills. Well, I think we just went through the Smashburger sprint there. I have to say, it came up on us, and nobody said a thing. There you are. Well, I don't know who won, but it wasn't a sprint at all, the Smashburger there, and I'm not surprised, Paul, because 3 seconds isn't going to help these guys, is it really?
Well, no, these guys, they're more concerned about working together and trying to consolidate and stay with their advantage and see how much of their advantage they can retain and hope that they can run down towards the finish. But we're well inside of a 2-minute advantage now. The last official time check I got was 1:40.
These boys have just gone past the kilometre now into the sprint, so the gap is closing down pretty rapidly. It is Liquigas Cannondale the Italian-American squad, who want this all together now. Viviani is a rapid finisher for them. We've seen him in action. He won the sprint into Gunnarson when we passed through there on the way to Cresty Butte. So we know he packs a very good sprint finish.
No, certainly he'll be looking to try and get that win. Experienced rider. He's had 4 victories so far this season, and he's got an experienced squad as well. Exergy, Team Exergy are the team doing most of this pacemaking. And as you say, for Team Radio Shack, Phil, this is a great situation to be in.
It is indeed. So just looking here at the phase, a beautiful road surface here, I have to say, for these boys here. As we're seeing 5 readers now diminish. 140 is the latest gap. Now Exergy are at the front here. They're into Oak Creek here, and the sprint point. There is the sprint point, and what a lovely sight that is as the crowd cheers them through Oak Creek. There was no reason for them to do a race for the first place. That's already gone. Now these boys at the front here now, Exergy Development, are racing for Freddie Rodriguez. So let's have a look now, remind ourselves at the Canada profile. There he is, all smart, he's back. He's had a couple of years out the sport. He is a stage winner in the Giro d'Italia back in 2004. 3 times US road race champ. He does pack a sprint finish, and the boys have been told to get up there and try and get him up to those leaders. Comes from Berkeley in California right now. Fast Freddy is what we call him, and we do that for very good reason. We'll see. The boys continue going downhill on these sweeping descents now. But the gap is coming down. The peloton is travelling that little bit quicker just at the moment as they continue down the hill, though. But we can go back to the start early today before the riders got away. Bob Roll actually had a few words with Freddie Rodriguez.
Fred, you've taken a couple of seasons out of the sport. What have you been doing in the meantime since your comeback?
A lot. You know, we had our 3rd child a year and a half ago, so we're busy with the family. We built a new house, and I launched a new clothing company called Proof Cycling. It's a high-end apparel, cycling apparel. And in the meantime, I got the bug again, the race, and I called Exergy, and they were in the same place where they were growing their team and needed somebody with a lot of experience to bring the team to the next level. And so here we are. You know, the U.S. Pro Cycling Challenge is one of the biggest races in the country. And for sure, it's becoming one of the biggest races in the world. We got the best riders in the world. So it's a good place to make a comeback.
And how has it been going in the race so far?
Good. You know, it's been hard. It's, you know, the altitude's definitely been playing a big part for me and for everybody else. I felt it yesterday in the time trial. You know, I tried to go just a nice steady pace, but, you know, I think it was pretty close to a hard pace. So it's like, you know, everybody was suffering out there, and it's definitely a race that is gonna tax us all today. Especially, I think we're gonna all start feeling it today.
And not a lot of sprinters in the field, and perhaps a sprint stage. Do you fancy your chances going for it at the finish?
Definitely. I mean, today is probably our most important stage for our team. You know, Carlos and myself are very fast guys. We're going to do everything we can to put ourselves in a place for a win. You know, it's the kind of sprint that I like. It's straight on, no tricks, no 200 meter from the corner, kind of jump out of the corner, American style racing. This is European racing. So it's a good chance. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to give everything I have, and you know, you'll see me there in the last kilometer fighting it out.
All right, Freddie. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Yeah, good on you, Freddie. I'm totally unbiased as the commentator, but I hope you win today. Well, the last time Freddie Rodriguez won a race, by the way, was the first stage of the Tour of Elk Grove in 2007. He did a couple of years with the Rock Racing team, didn't get any results, and he stopped. And he hasn't raced for 2 years, but as you can see, he looks pretty fit. His eyes are sparkling. That's a good sign. He's on form, and he knows this finish. He's right. There's nothing in your way. It's dead straight down Highway 40 all the way to the line. It is a real sprint finish today. But first of all, as I always say, they've got to catch these 5 boys, which are now coursing 90 seconds in front of Fast Freddy and the rest of the sprinters in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Well, we're back here in Steamboat Springs as the race comes towards us. Let me remind you that live on Universal Sports every day is daily coverage of the Tour of Spain, the last big Grand Tour of the year. That begins at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Check your local listings there for more details. The current lead of that race, last 3 days, is the Frenchman, Sylvain Chavanel. The fans are in town now. They're finding the best vantage points here in Steamboat. Look at the crowd down here now. There wasn't too many down there a couple of hours ago, but there they all are now. They know the race race is heading in towards town. Little look at the concentration on the face of Frank Schleck here, the champion of Luxembourg, who is now riding there alongside Oscar Alvarez, one of the Combinación de Antequera teams. These are the 5 leaders. The gap is coming down. They're just over 16 miles to go. There's the names for you, and the gap is now down 75 seconds. So they're really whipping up the chase at the moment now, and I think a lot of the work being done as it is by Liquigas Cannondale and the Exedy team of Freddy Rodriguez and Alaya Viviani. Well, looking at Liquigas Cannondale there, one of their members is the American rider, Ted King. Here's what he had to say this morning to Bob Roll.
Ted, how has the USA Pro Cycling Challenge been treating you so far? It looks like a lot of carnage out there.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, weather's been agreeable for the most part, and yeah, I mean, getting used to the altitude, and it's been so far so good.
Have you searched for any of the early breakaways?
Stage 2, the Queen stage, I knew both Cottonwood and Independence Pass pretty well, so I was trying to get in that, and then after a early quick breakaway that was reeled in, I was getting ready to go again, and we got stuck in that crash with a cattle grate. So that was tough, and just basically rode to the finish from there.
Today, perhaps a chance for the sprinters, and Liquigas Cannondale maybe has the fastest man in the field. You guys have a plan for a stage win today with Daniel Oss?
Yeah, Oss and Elia Viviani are both sprinting really well, so that's the direction we're leaning.
How's the altitude treating your European teammates?
They're acclimatizing pretty well. The first 2 stages are tough, but after that, right now we're day 5, stage 4. It's all good right now.
And talk a little bit about the lead out, how it might unfold, if you guys have a plan for that coming into Steamboat Springs today.
Yeah, it's a fairly direct straight shot 3K in, and make a few turns and then 3 kilometers straight to the finish. So we have some big fast guys. I don't want to unload too much detail, but yeah, I mean, ultimately Oss and Viviani are the 2 guys we're going to be looking for.
All right, Ted, good luck.
Thanks very much, Bob.
Well, there's nobody else listening, Ted, just all our viewers here on Versus, and okay, we'll look out for Viviani too, I think, and possibly Oss as well. Well, there he is, Ted King now doing his job out there, number 54 in the peloton, as our picture is frozen up again from the aircraft today. 25 kilometers to go, the 70 seconds is the gap, and the crowd getting their best position down here in the center of Steamboat Springs. Well, you see all the riders have checked out the route today. They're given the route in detail, of course, in their overnight books, and they know exactly what's coming into town. The last 3 kilometers is dead straight. There's not a kink in the road for the sprinters, as the fans continue to enjoy themselves here in town. They're getting ready. Even the dog's getting ready. Well done. That's Jack Russell. Right, here we go. We'll take a break.
Sacrifice. They had schemes and asked me to follow their path to the afterlife. I've got an appetite for nice things and pipe dreams that my enemies could be blasted by. New metaphors, views that are better for you. Can't survive if I'm your competitor. Rise together or fight separate wars. I pray I'm never forced to be a predator.
Leipheimer salutes the crowd. The Flowbots entertain the crowd, and they certainly will be on Sunday when they'll perform live in Denver. That's where we're headed to on Sunday. Right now we're headed to Steamboat Springs here. The pace is on now, to say the least. The lead is crumbling pretty quickly. These are the 5 survivors out in front. We're now looking to well inside a minute as the race gets really on fire. 50 seconds is the official time gap. I think if you pan around you might even see the riders now. We're well through the sprint point, and we're heading down to the last few miles of the race into Steamboat. Just looking out, the blue skies and the fluffy white clouds here as the riders come storming into town. They'll hit a T-junction as they turn left onto Highway 40, and then it's straight through to the finishing line. The peloton are flat out. It is Freddy Rodriguez's squad. He is really confident, Paul. He hasn't won a race, Freddy Rodriguez, since he won the stage of the Tour of Elk Grove back in 2007. Then he had a couple of years out. Now he's confident. He believes he can win today.
Well, he tried his legs out, tried his sprinting legs out a couple of days ago when he went for one of the intermediary sprints, and he showed everybody a very clean pair of wins with a serious gap over Robert Forster, who is a reference as well, because Forster was well up there in the opening days Prologue time trial around Colorado Springs, and that's an indication that Forster as well has got very good form for this USA Pro Cycling Challenge in Colorado.
There'll be one or two sprinters seeing this as one of only 2 chances in the whole week of racing to get a victory for the sprinters. So we'll just see what happens here. There is the green jersey. He's not the points leader, but he's wearing the jersey on loan from Leipheimer, who rides in yellow today. That's George Hincapie. He's happy enough talking to his team leader, Cadel Evans. Guided him around the Tour de France, did George, to victory. Now he's guiding him around the state of Colorado.
Well, I think the roles will have to be reversed here, Phil, because in fact George Hincapie is in front of Cadel Evans in the overall standings. Hincapie got himself that stage a couple of days ago into Aspen, and I don't think Cadel Evans would at all be concerned about looking after George Hincapie, because one of the reasons he felt comfortable coming to this team was a bit of a split here, Phil. There's a bit of an acceleration coming.
It had to come. See their lights in the backdrop there. They're the police escort bringing the race forward here, and this had to come. They've got rid of one of the Gobernacion riders, probably Montoya, who's dropped off there. They're both first-year pros, by the way, as they step up the tempo. These are really the death throes of the breakaway, it has to be said. They've dropped one of the riders from Colombia, and it's Denefel here of Leopard Trek who's trying to stir up the action.
Well, that's pretty much taken out of the handbook of professional cycling, a move like that, when you've realised you can just see the main field in the background. They can see their prey. They can judge how much effort they now need to put in. But when you've had a 5-man group for a long period of time, then all of a sudden you start to think, guys, we've still got a chance of winning this bike race. So you put in a little burst like that to see if you can slip out of that 5-man leading group. Well, all it's done is it's taken one casualty for the moment, but it has stretched that gap from 50 seconds back up to the 1-minute mark.
The peloton are returning, that massive cyclist in the distance, so we can see them, they can see us now, and the one man in between is that Montoya's been dropped.
Yep.
So as they come up the rise here, the peloton is about to lasso in the breakaway here as they dance on those pedals. Desperate moments here on the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. We'll see you back in a minute. Well, these are the 4 leaders now. One has gone as they continue to race towards the finish, but the peloton, you can just see them there in the distance coming around that far bend, and so they're closing down nicely as the one man who has dropped, Montoya, is almost back in the main field at the moment. Now United Healthcare on the front. They're riding, of course, now for Robert Forster. The skilled Shimano boys are up. That's the second wheel. They're riding for Kenny Van Hummel. The Liquidas Cannondale are there. They're riding for Elia Viviani. And now, who's working for Bob Roll? That's what I'd like to know. Let's go outside to the finishing line. Bob, tell us what it's like down there.
The course straightens out with about 3 kilometers to go and sets up for a furious mad dash to the line. In this sprint, speed and patience will not be mutually exclusive. The rider with a very cool hand will win the day, but watch for the lead out. The lead out is going to be absolutely critical. The team that is best organized will win the day.
Thank you, Bob. Now, a lead out, of course, is what these boys are trying to do. They use their team to lead out their best sprinter to the line. So they protect him till the last possible minute, then they launch him to the finish and hope he has the better legs than the man that's alongside of him. 4 men in the lead. There's the chase. So, Paul, as we look here at the leaders now, looks as though Liquigas are taking control. Look at this now. They've got 7, 8 riders. They've got the whole squad on the front.
Yeah, well, now they've started to feel very confident. They are a great squad here, Phil. They've got themselves lined out on the front end of the main field. The last man in that line will be Viviani. As we so far this year, 22 years of age, he is a star from the future, but this is a great opportunity. And let's not forget, although it's an Italian squad, Liquigas Cannondale has an American sponsor. It's extremely important for them to try and get a stage victory here.
And they have 2 potential winners here. They've got Daniel Oss as well as Elia Viviani. I think Viviani's the quicker, and so it might be Oss will be the last man to lead him to the line if that's the way it's going to be. but these 4 boys are saying, hey, you've got to catch us first, and they're working pretty hard right now.
Well, they are. The big pressure now is coming from the 2 riders from Team Type 1. Rubens Bertogliati knows if he can get into the outskirts of town and he's still got 20 or 30 seconds advantage, this is a good chance of a victory for him.
Yeah.
He leapt out of the main pack when he won the stage of the Tour de France into Luxembourg with an extremely well-timed last explosion.
Yes, and Bertogliati could win. I think if it came to the sprint between the 4, he would win the stage, but he's got to stay away. That's the only thing. As the roads continue now, as look at that. Now, these are not the conducive roads to staying away. The Rockies are all looking down here. We're on a sort of plateau, but we're still 2,000 meters above sea level. And the boys are racing right down the center of the mountains right now, heading to Steamboat. And they're all working hard. This is Stefan Denefeld who's making the pace there for Leopard Trek, the same team as Andy and Frank Schleck. Now look at this, we've all gone lime green here because Liquigas Cannondale have offloaded the whole team at the front. The little rider at the back is the man they want to win, and that's Viviani.
Well, it was only for a little while that gap went back over the 1 minute margin, because it's now back inside of 55 seconds, and you can see the scrambling in that peloton, Phil, there briefly from the helicopter, as everyone wants to try and stay in contact of the rider in front. Watch out though, TJ Van Garderen in that pale blue jersey, the best young rider overall and 3rd overall in the standings. He said that he will look for time bonus if he can. He's not one of the great sprinters, but if this is a strange sprint, he's always got a very good chance of getting himself into the top 3.
Well, it's all against 4 right now, that's for sure. There in the distance is Steamboat Springs. It looks almost as though you can reach out and touch it. That's how close these 4 boys are to getting a successful day out today. But it is still 8.6 miles from the finish. This is where we're headed to. This is the finish today of stage 4 at Steamboat Springs. The crowd are ready. All we need is the winner. Welcome back as the riders now are splitting up in this breakaway. The peloton has just this moment swept up another one of them. Bertogliati is back in the field, and it was ironically, despite the attack of his teammate, we can show you that here. These are the 3 riders trying to go. Moments ago there was an attack come, and there it is from Vladimir Efekim. Bertogliati already sitting up and freewheeling. He felt the time was done. The peloton were here. Efekim, who is now 29 years of age, was hoping that he could stay away, but not to be. There are still 3 of them. The 1 Colombian, 1 rider from Russia, and 1 rider from Luxembourg. They're trying to stay away at the moment. These 3 riders are now dangling, just like the bait, as this is the interminable chase now by Liquigas Cannondale as they progress. In the pack, Freddie Rodriguez hangs on in there. He's the big hope. It would be a fairy tale return to big-time bike racing if Freddie Rodriguez were to win the race today. He doesn't know how he's going to react to the competition that's come in from Europe at this level, because Freddie's on his comeback trail after a couple of years of no racing whatsoever. I thought we were never going to see Fast Freddie in action again.
Well, he's still got the enthusiasm, and once you've got that fast twitch fibre, just like Freddie Rodriguez, well, then you've got a very good chance. Viviani will be sitting very close to the front end of the main field, and there he is wearing number 58. He's right at the back, so I don't think there's any question at all, Phil, who Liquigas Cannondale are working for.
None whatsoever, and the man right in front of him is the other big sprinter, Daniel Oss. He's the lead-out man for Viviani. Leipheimer in the yellow there, he'll just keep out of trouble. And let me remind you about the rules of international cycle racing. Once the riders get inside 3 kilometers to go, that's about 1.8 miles, they all get the same time at the finish if they are all together. So in other words, if you fall off or have a flat tire, you won't lose time. It's a safety rule really, and so all Leipheimer has to do is get into that last 3 kilometers today and not worry about the rest of the day of racing. Well, he's not going to try and win this stage. That's the sprinter's prerogative now.
Well, these guys are not going to try and win the stage either. Let's have a little chat, Frank and Andy. They're 2 brothers. They are the inseparable Siamese twins from the Tour de France, 2nd and 3rd place in the overall standings this year. They will will not get involved. It looks as if the 3 riders in the middle are about to get pulled up, and this is that T-junction you were talking about just now. Looks as if everybody's around it nice and safely. Levi Leipheimer making sure that he keeps in contact with the front end of the peloton, because he knows that not too far behind him, only looking for 11 seconds, is Christian van der Velde, and looking for 17 seconds Van Garderen.
Now tomorrow they go straight across. They don't turn right on the return tomorrow. They're on Highway 40 now. They head to Breckenridge, straight out of town. But right now they've turned their back on Breckenridge as they race towards today's finish in Steamboat Springs. The field has made the turn. They know now there's no more turns here as they charge in towards town. The road gets even better and wider as they come into Steamboat. What a wonderful sight, Paul, as the peloton charge down here.
Look at the length of that main field. You might just notice Cadel Evans keeps coming right up to the front. Cadel Evans has turned their books around this afternoon at this race, the US Pro Cycling Challenge. He's not concerned about winning the Tour de France. That's been done. That's already in the history books. But what he's doing, he's looking after his own teammate, the American George Hincapie. It's payback time.
Well, you're right. And wouldn't it be nice to see George get a second stage win and a small time bonus? It'll move him right up towards the overall leaderboard. Life is not entirely safe for Levi Leipheimer, because remember, his lead overall is only 11 seconds over Van der Velde. If Van der Velde were to win the stage, he would get a 10-second time bonus. That would put him down to 1 second behind Levi Leipheimer, and it's not impossible. Christian van der Velde is a very, very good sprinter as well. The peloton, though, you can tell when the pressure's on when you've got the kite situation. That's the long, thin ribbon at the back.
Yeah, well, you might have noticed that Garmin Cervelo in the black and white jerseys, they're all riding very closely knit together, because they realise, Christian van der Velde, Phil, he has got a pedigree of racing on the track. He can produce a fine sprint, especially when the pressure is on like this. The main field is still, though, under the control of the men in lime green and white, and that, of course, is Liquigas. Well, a little bit of power information coming over the last 20 minutes, just inside of 200 watts. So if you're sitting in the main field, it's a nice, easy ride. But I'll tell you one thing: if you've got a pair of lime green shorts on, your power output is around about 350 at this time.
Because you drive to your limit now and you sit up and get out the way, because slowly but surely, Liquigas Cannondale trying to finish up with one man left at the front when they cross the line. That'll be Viviani, who's down there. He's the last man in those lime green jerseys, but he's being pushed over a little bit now by Team BMC, who are trying to move George Hincapie in that lime green jersey. Don't be confused there. That is a classification leader's jersey of the points competition, but it's very much a BMC rider. It's Hincapie.
Well, watch out. There's a rider in a black and white jersey, and he's the Kiwi national champion, Hayden Ralston, and he is looking after TJ Van Garderen. He's got Van Garderen up at the front end of the main field. 23 years of age. He had the overall leader's jersey. He did not enjoy relinquishing it, and he may well battle it back on a flat stage, because he's looking for time bonus seconds.
He needs time bonuses, of course. He's third place, 17 seconds behind. A bonus today would be very, very invaluable to him with 2 days to race. So there's a lot of reasons to win today with those small time bonuses for the first 3 riders over the line. We've just gone past 5 kilometers or 3 miles to race.
Well, there you might just notice Freddie Rodriguez, 133 on his back. He doesn't have any of his teammates around him now. He has to ride on his own individually. He's got to take the advantage from some of the other teams working together. Skill Shimano over there on the left-hand side there as well, getting themselves organised. They're preparing the sprint for Kenny Van Hummel.
The rider you saw peel off there, his job done, was none other than Ivan Basso. He's the early trendsetter at the front. He's now slipped to the back of the field for Liquigas Cannondale, as now they've found help at the front here and breaking in just a little bit now as Leopard Trek try to break up this front group.
Well, this is Jens Voigt. You cannot mistake the shape of Jens Voigt, the rolling part of his shoulders. It looks as if he's trying to break his machine in half, fighting with the machine, getting as much energy out as possible, but he's dishing out some pain once again.
4 kilometers to go. That was a very, very quick kilometer here by the riders as they race into town. They're going to continue to switch around on this road, but very soon it will straighten out into a mass charge for the line down a very wide road indeed. Jens Voigt is bringing them down into Steamboat Springs off the hills today. That's causing a little bit of confusion for Liquigas, who thought they had complete control of this race. And in fact, Leopard Trek have gone in amongst them.
Well, I have to say, I'm not quite sure why they're charging down like this, because they don't have any of the really fast sprinters in the world. But for a guy like Jens Voigt, he knows that when you run into town like this, fast and furious, and you stretch out the long line of the main peloton, it's a lot safer race.
yes, stay at the front, keep out of trouble, but you need a strong pair of legs and a big heart to ride on the front at this sort of speed and at this stage of the race. So we've got still BMC trying to get in there. George Hincapie's dropped back just a little bit. They still got chance. As we go over the far side, this is now the straightening up as they go through yet another kilometre ticked off. That'll be 3K to go, I think.
Well, still battling on the front, big old Jens Voigt keeping it nice and high. In third or fourth position in the red and black jersey, the winner of the Tour de France this year, Cadel Evans. He's quite happy. Again, he's up there to keep himself out of danger. Number 24 there for Team Leopard Trek is Anders Lund.
But look at this, Levi Leipheimer mixing it with the sprinters on the far right of the road. He's concerned because he's seen that TJ Van Garderen and Christian van der Velde have moved up to the front, his two nearest rivals. He doesn't want to see them snatch the win bonuses, because if he does, he'll be that much closer to losing yellow tonight. He can't lose it on a sprint win. It's a 10-second victory. Van der Velde's 11 behind.
Well, then it's 6 for second and 4 for third place, but this race is only separated in the first 3 places by 17 seconds, and that's why it's so important to try and get a time bonus if you can. That's why on this occasion, strangely enough, we're seeing guys who are not normally sprinters mixing it up right at the front end of the pack, because they realise every day now is ticking down till we get to Denver. They've got to take every opportunity.
Well, they're setting the skilled Shimano riders who've come to the front right now to give it their best shot. They're thinking of Kenny Van Hummel here. Van Hummel is in a tremendous sprint form. He's had a few victories this year, and he said actually on his Twitter site there's only 2 stages I can win, and one is into Steamboat Spring, so he wants it.
He certainly does want it there. The third place rider of the lime green jerseys there, that is Elio Viviani. On the front there, you can see Van Hummel is in second position, and that's not necessarily a good place to be, and I think he's too close to the front as they're starting to get swamped now on the right-hand side there by the men in the blue and white jerseys. Those are the teammates of United Healthcare, of Robert Forster. This is a good acceleration and organisation.
Well, they're running not far outside the 1 kilometre to go now. United Healthcare has started the move on the left, but High Road have also gone to the right, and they put almost their skill Shimano back in the action here. The last race Kenny Van Hummel won, by the way, was a stage of the Tour of Turkey back in May. Now, it looks as though under the Maxis 1 kilometre to go, it is United Healthcare leading out.
They're thinking about the German riders, a great sprinter, and I wouldn't be surprised if people are pulling out of the way now because they've started to realise this is getting a bit complicated. Both dodging and diving. Martin Mortensen's right in there. He's the rider for Team Saxo Bank who's trying to get himself a place finish here this afternoon. Watch out for the organisation on the left, because Garmin Cervelo are trying to move Christian van der Velde up, but again, slowly but surely, the big experience of this team, Liquigas Canadel, are bringing their man Viviani towards the fore.
At the moment, it is Viviani versus Robert Forster. They're the two sprinters who seem to be making the most of it now, as Steenson makes a run on the right here in the orange jersey. Looking across as Hincapie also puts a move in too, but this is the final lead out. Daniel Oss is leading out Viviani for the line. They're all scrapping for him. Now Viviani goes on the right of the road. Viviani's being challenged by Robert Forster, but Viviani's got a good pair of legs here as he races up to line. Elia Viviani takes it on the line, and that was well fought out, led out perfectly by Daniela Oss.
Well, that was incredible organisation by one of the top teams in the world. Excuse me, how happy is he with that one? Thanks to the team, thanks to everybody else, and that was a great sprint finish. We were expecting this young man to come out. Amazing. We are now starting to see a bit of a renaissance coming along here, because we're talking about new kids coming into the top of the sport, 22, 23, 24 years of age.
Win number 5 of the season for Elia Viviani, a pro for only 2 years. It brings his total up to 9 in those 2 years as a professional. Frank Schleck there having a chat with Lawrence Tendam, probably asking him who won, because where he was, he wouldn't know.
Unless he had a periscope.
Well, we're looking out across the hills here where the mountain bike trails are in numerous courses over there, as we are now in Steamboat Springs with the USA, a pro cycling challenge. And Elia Viviani, an Italian, has won the day with a perfect sprint.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. He's got his teammate. He's using his teammate right up to the last moment, and then he just dives down to the left-hand side, creating a little bit of confusion. You've got Robert Forster in the blue there trying to find a way through, but all of a sudden the gaps are getting closed left and right. And Viviani, at this point, he knew no chance, mate. Nobody's coming up there to challenge me at all.
Van Hummel was in the mix. I think he might have got third there, because I think it was Morkov who was possibly second, but the photo will decide. No doubt though who won, and no doubt who led out whom, because they're both ecstatically delighted. Daniel Oss leading Viviani to the line there with a perfect lead out.
Well, that's a great win. Yes, it's an Italian team, but I think he was pointing there, Phil, to the American sponsor there, and that, of course, Cannondale, the bicycle manufacturer.
Yeah, well, he's won in Italy, he's won in India, he won a stage in Mumbai this year, the small race there. He also won in Slovenia. He's getting around the world, is Elia Viviani, and now he's won here in the United States.
Well, it was Morkov got himself up there into second place for Team Saxo Bank. Kenny Van Hummel third, and Robert Forster fourth. And let's not forget, no change at all in the overall standings, Phil, because Levi Leipheimer will still be in yellow tonight.
Yes, he'll be rushed off to receive another Quiznos yellow jersey, but the stage win has been a battle of the sprinters, the only one we've had so far. And Foster would not be too happy with fourth because his team did put him in the right place, but he got swept away just on the liner. And it was a very, very good ride by the team from Liquigas Gas Cannondale, but they deserved it because they really took this race control as they ran into the finish.
Well, with 10-15 miles to go, they went to the front and they did all of the pacemaking. They were responsible for chasing down first the three riders who were left behind, and then finally they pulled the last man back into the fold and continued to keep in a good solid block to organize the final few kilometers. And it's sometimes the last 400 or 500 meters which can be the most important in the sprint.
Well, they are the most important, but the lead-out men got it right for Liquigas Cannondale. But because all of the riders crossed the line together, there is no time split at all, except for the small-time bonuses for the first three. So Leipheimer has conserved now all of his gains overnight. So let's have a look at the results then. There we are, the United Healthcare standings. Viviani, the sprinter, gets his 5th victory of the season ahead of Michael Morkov, who still awaits his first pro win. Kenny Van Hummel, Skilchimana was 3rd, Foster was in 4th, and Dennis Van Winden, who's a pretty good sprinter on his day, he was in 5th place, Rabobank. Castagnardi, can't keep the Colombians out of the results, can we? Good ride there by Danny Summerhill of Garmin-Cervelo. He's on a sort of roll here, finishing in 7th place, and Alexander Efrakim, that wasn't the man in the breakaway, that was his brother Vladimir, so Alexander tried to deliver. There's the winner being escorted away for the prize presentation. Remember that these pictures are spinning around the world here, so the Italians will know that they've got a winner here in Steamboat Springs as he continues towards the area for the podium. There's a quick flash over the line by Elia Viviani. We'll take a break now, and when we come back we'll be down there amongst it, and we'll see you back here in Steamboat Springs.
This has really been a phenomenal race today.
It really has, and here they come now. I think it's down to just 2 riders now as they come up towards the finishing line. The winner is going to be...
Hey, fellas, you want to go for a ride?
Bob Roll, you have got to be kidding me.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
I can't believe it, Paul. I've never messed up a call in 40 years.
How about now?
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation for today, innovation for tomorrow, innovation for all. And by United Healthcare, helping people live healthier lives. And by Road ID. It's not just a piece of gear, but peace of mind.
Welcome back as we now again look around the beautiful Rocky Mountains here. The images, as always, brought to you by Colorado.com. Steamboat Springs on our tour here in the Colorado state. And now let's have a look first of all at our Road ID Ride of the Day. Has to be for the sprinter today, doesn't it? I think you might have otherwise, and therefore you can tell us overnight. We'll tell everybody tomorrow, but right now it's Elia Viviani with a great sprint finish, perfectly led out by Daniel Ross, who's got his 5th win of the year. Racing right up to the line, challenged by Immortal, but it wasn't any good because he's just a little bit too quick, and he's only 22 and a half years of age. So to vote on who you think should be today's Ride of the Day recipient and win the shopping spree, head on over to roadid.com/ride. We'll announce that pick tomorrow as we move on now to United Healthcare. Full results here for you inside 3 hours for the 62 miles of racing today. Michael Morkov in 2nd, Kenny Van Hummel in 3rd, Robert Ford, all sprinters, these boys. Very, very good result for Danny Summerhill there from Garmin-Cervelo. George Hincapie in amongst it in 9th. Fast Freddy Still got to get those twitch fibers back, but in 10th place today for him. Lead out man for the winner was in 11th place. And looking down there, top 15 completed by Jeff Lauder. These boys all in the pack today. TJ Van Garderen, they're still in amongst it in 19th place for him, but all in the same time, as you can see, 0-0-0, which means, of course, that there'll be no change in the overall classification. Levi Leipheimer keeping a close eye on Van der Velde, 21st and 24th as they cross the line in that big pack. So that's the first 25 riders as our computer has seen them cross the line. The crowd now scurrying towards the prize presentation area here. Massive crowd. As we've seen, we saw a massive crowd yesterday in Vail. They've continued here. We're about 100 miles away from Vail now at the race today, finishing here. Now we go back in reverse. One of the quickest ways back to Breckenridge tonight or tomorrow is via Vail, so it's not the way the race route will go. So we're running around the Rockies again tomorrow. We'll just have a quick look around the race course for you as we go back to the start here. This is how they got the send-off as they left Avon today, which is about a 50-minute drive from Vail. Very soon on, the breakaway was forming after a little scurry of the usual attacks. 3 of them got away. These were 2 Colombians and Stefan Denefeld. Then came the 2 boys on the same team. They couldn't believe it. 2 riders being allowed to go clear from Team Type 1, Battagliati and Vladimir Epikim. They caught up with the other 3, Acevedo, Denefeld and Montoya. And the breakaway on the day, we call it the early morning break, was established. They headed on down towards Oak Creek, charging into town for the sprint. They didn't really sprint it out, they didn't need to. It was Acevedo taking them through the line there, highest placed in the breakaway. Just on a minute later, the main field were charging through town under the escort of the XG team, hoping they could guide Freddy Rodriguez to the finish. With Steamboat Springs on the horizon, a little bit closer than the horizon was the breakaway, which was quite literally breaking up. 2 riders were already caught, and as we swung onto the roads to approach the finish into Steamboat Springs, the whole breakaway was wiped out. So it was down to the sprinters at 1 kilometre to go. The sprinters doing their stuff well. It looked as though Robert Foster was getting a perfect lead out by United Healthcare, but it wasn't as good as the lead out by Daniel Oss there, who gave Viviani a shot at the line. And then once he got to the front there, it was a Mark Cavendish type finish, wasn't it? He wasn't going to relinquish any of that. Celebrations all round. Kenny Van Hummel on the right there have to be content with 3rd place. Michael Moorcock, the new young sprinter on the Saxo Bank Sungard team on the far right of our picture, hasn't quite got the speed that Viviani has got. Still, he got 2nd place, and Van Hummel there in 3rd. So that's the first win for Viviani since he won the Grand Prix Nobili in July. Now we're going to probably have to test the Italian now of Bobby Roll, because now he's talking with the winner, who might be, maybe he speaks English. Let's find out, Bob.
Elliot, congratulations on a great sprint to the line. Take us through the last couple of 100 meters with a big team effort by Liquigas Cannondale.
Yeah, this is a very good moment for the Liquigas in the Vuelta in the Colorado. Siamo un big team because today worked all day, because when Basso and Dagan go out the general, the team is very good for me in the sprint. Today worked all day. Basso, Dagan and Cimolai and Nos in the last kilometer is fantastic guys. But I'm very, very happy because this victory permits me for go to the world for maybe, and I'm very, very happy. Thanks.
And Daniel Oss took you as close to the line as you needed.
But for tomorrow, I think the team work for us.
Okay. Well, congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Well done, all right. He speaks fluent English, certainly. Well done to him. And now we get to the yellow jersey here, presented by Quiznos, back on Leipheimer's shoulders. Well, there he is, Paul. At the end of the day, I think we could say it wasn't really a tough day for him. as he continues now. We've got Levi Leipheimer sitting there. He's got the yellow jersey on. This is the first time since we started this event where we've had somebody defend his lead.
Yep, and Levi Leipheimer, I think, a little bit upset to lose his lead on the descent down Independence Pass, but he certainly bounced back with an incredible individual time trial today. And today, the Team Radio Shack, I think, rode a perfect defense to keep him with that slender 11-second advantage still over Van der Velde. I still feel that Van der Velde and Tommy Danielson, within 21 seconds, have got a very good chance of turning the tables tomorrow on the climb up to Breckenridge.
It won't be a sprint tomorrow. I think we can say that with a great deal of confidence, and so they might see some change in this situation, but at the moment the 5 Americans are dominating the overall situation. 6th place, Infantino on the road in Vail in the time trial has pierced the top 6 leaderboard. He did a terrific ride there, and he pushed Cadell Evans down into 7th place. Rory Sutherland, another good time trialist. He's an Australian, completing the top 10. So we'll let the stage winner, I can hear the podiums now. As they're now, there he is, that's Laia Viviani. He speaks extremely good English, by the way.
No, it certainly does. It's amazing to think 22 years of age. This man has so far garnered 5 individual victories this year. And watch out for him, because that little bit, he's won himself a cowboy hat.
I didn't enjoy that. I was going to take it. That's better.
Got it the wrong way around, though.
Dear. Well, you know, he isn't American after all, but there we go. Now he suits him down to the ground.
Well, now we know we're in cowboy country, don't we?
Well, that was a great sprint win, and he's pretty happy to have done that. His last victory was the Grand Prix Nobili in July, just after the Tour de France.
But that, Phil, once again, that was a team victory, wasn't it? I mean, you saw the work they did out on the course. Guys like Tim Duggan buried themselves, turned themselves inside out to pull back that breakaway, and eventually then in the last 300 or 400 metres, big old Daniel Oss really made a big dash for the line to set it up to perfection.
Yeah, I think he's won a horse as well.
I think he's going to ride off on a horse.
Oh, my goodness me, look at that. Now, where else can you be but in the United States, in the wild and woolly West here, when it all comes, everything's delivered by horseback.
Only in America is Viviani.
So absolutely tremendous there for Viviani, and it looks like there's a little bottle of champagne as well. So as we see the champagne opened here, let's go back to Bob Roll, who's now with the race leader, Levi Leipheimer.
Levi seemed like a very tough defense of the leader's jersey on today's stage because of the presence of Acevedo in the breakaway, who started the stage only just over 2.5 minutes behind. How was it out there today?
Yeah, well, you know, the Colombian team, especially Gobernacion, they're always aggressive. Doesn't matter if it's uphill, flat, or downhill, they're always attacking. But Team Radio Shack did an awesome job today. I think we were in good control of the race, and then in the end, there was a lot of other teams interested in the sprint, especially Liquigas. So I'm happy to see them win the stage. They really did a lot of work, and they deserved it.
Couple more days. How are you feeling looking towards the finish of the race in Denver?
Day by day, but one more day down and 2 to go.
All right, Levi, best of luck in the next couple of stages.
I'll need it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, he's smiling, and Levi's feeling very confident with the way he rode in. Now with that massive crowd down there. How on earth am I going to get home tonight? This is a presentation of the top 3. Kenny Van Hummel from the skill team on the right here, receiving his flowers for 3rd place. I know he wanted to win and he thought he could, but he still got 3rd place. And gets the congratulations here from Steamboat Springs. So there's Van Hummel, all smiles despite being lost. I think we missed the kissing there. I didn't see the kissing there of Ashley and Rachel. I think it's become a competition between our 2 hostesses of how much they can get the lipstick on the riders' faces, because they do it every day, and they're doing perfect images now.
Doing a pretty impressive job on Levi Leipheimer, that's for sure. But those are the top 3 on the stage, and 3 brig sprinters, and Kevin Van Hummel on the right-hand side there, I think probably a little bit disappointed, because he felt, as he said today, Phil, on his Twitter site, today was the day that he felt he had a good chance of a victory.
Oh, peeping in from around the trees now at the presentation podium. A massive crowd here, crammed into the main street in Steamboat Springs. This is very much a sporting town, believe me. Mountain bike trails abound up them there hills, and if you don't mountain bike when the snows come, you can really enjoy your cross-country skiing. It's home of the Nordic combined, a USA ski team in the winter as the people pack the streets.
Well, Phil, last night we were at that reception for the 35th anniversary of the Celestial Seasonings bike race. But I tell you what, if you look at these crowds here, they are very much comparable to what they were like in years gone by.
Yes, they were indeed, and I think another rubber stamp onto the fact that they want this race back again next year. Here we have Walter Pedranza, who is still the leader. He's led this for 2 days without having to be seen because there's been no counting hills in the Nissan King of the Mountains for the last 2 days. So he did well to get his hands on it 3 days ago. Different tomorrow though. If he can hold it by tomorrow night, then he might be able to say he's won this event with a day to go, because there's only a small climb left on the last day of this race. So he'll be watching out for that. Here come the girls again. You see, they do it on purpose, I'm convinced.
Yeah, well, excellent job there. Well, on this final day, Phil, yes, the only climb left is a third category climb.
This is the King of the Mountains, sponsored by Nissan, which is the overall 24 points for Pedranza. He's nearly home and dry. Osland, I don't think, will challenge him on the mountains, really. Montiel is in third place. Infantino has got fourth in this competition. Beltran, the erstwhile leader, down to fifth now after his big day out a couple of days ago. Now, where are we? This is Viviani back on stage again now, and it looks as though he's now in the lead in the Smashburger points competition.
Of Smashburger as well.
So that's being congratulated. So we had to change of leadership here. He's got this jersey off the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer with his consistent sprinting. He'll try to keep that. And there's the Smashburger lineup. Viviani ahead of Leipheimer now by 6 points. Hincapie, he wore it on loan, don't forget, from Leipheimer. He's third. And TJ Van Garderen there in fourth. Let's have a look at the Radio Shack route for tomorrow. Not quite as unchallenging, shall we say, for the mountaineers as it was today. It's quite a difficult route. Tomorrow we go to Breckenridge, one of those famous names in the state of Colorado. Leaving Steamboat tomorrow, we roll out and climb up the Rabbit Ear Pass, 6,781 we start at. Then we go up the Rabbit Ear, 9,500, a long descent down along the valley roads, heading through Kremling as we make our way round the Green Mountain Reservoir. Wonderful names on it, let's face it. This is the west, this is Colorado, through Silverthorne, onto Keystone, Gold Hill, before we get in to Breckenridge. And don't forget, stay for Ria today. You can see tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, our rematch in the Rockies, which is proven to be a hit program, is on at 3:30 p.m. ET, and followed by actual live coverage, Steamboat Springs to Breckenridge at 2 o'clock local time. So enjoy all of that, and don't forget that for a full schedule and daily highlights, log on to NBCSports.com. And for the tour tracker, remember to go to USAProCyclingChallenge.com. As the race goes on, our clothing provided by Pearly Sumi. Congratulations today to the sprinter, Eli Viviani, but Leipheimer stage in yellow. And from all of us at Versus and in here in Steamboat Springs, we will say we'll see you tomorrow when we'll have moved camp to Breckenridge. Till then, goodbye. To many, the road is a calling. To a select few, the road is a lifestyle. A place where they live and work as they journey through some of the most incredible landscape on Earth. Testing themselves and each other. Now, for the first time ever, experience life inside and outside the peloton. As cycling's greatest, grant access to their inner circle, all while trying to conquer one of the most incredible races ever conceived. This is the USA Pro Cycling Challenge Epic Mini-Series. Rematch in the Rockies. Asphalt is forged through heat, steamrolled into formation. Spray paint is atomized paint, compressed until its time is called upon. Cycling fans care about neither of these facts. What they care about are heroes. They travel all day and wait for many hours, just to watch for a fleeting moment and cheer their heroes as they conquer an inhuman ride. And then they will all be gone. Even the paint will fade away. But the road will not forget. Just minutes after his conquest of the Stage 3 Vail Mountain time trial, Levi Leipheimer is once again back in yellow.
All right, Levi Leipheimer, congratulations again. Thank you. All right, very good. There you have it. He is the time trial winner.
While Levi is used to being mobbed by the press, no one ever gets used to losing by a fraction of a second.
25, 47.
Best time?
Levi being by 0.3 of a second. Wow. I mean, you know, anytime you lose by 0.3 of a second or whatever. Hey! it's tough. C'est pas possible ça, hein? Sorry, man. No, it's okay. Tu vas à l'anglaise plus que moi, je pense. No? No.
Sorry for Christian.
No.
But hey, it's not finished yet.
Yeah.
Hard race.
Yeah. Anyway, all right.
I know Christian was in Boston. Because Christian, the sprint time, he has 20 seconds behind.
Yeah.
He catch 20 seconds on Levi on the climb.
Yeah.
Levi, he means Christian, he took more or less 1 minute to TG, huh?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true. No, he was good on the climb. He was really good.
He has experience. No, the most dangerous was Christian. I saw the guy in Utah last week.
The mechanics did such a good job. They were up all night. They slept in the trailer because they were doing special projects on bikes. We thought about the equipment for the last 2 weeks. I calculated everything we possibly could. It's just, take one corner differently. Have one less person step out in front of you on the climb. And there's your half a second, So it's just, he deserves to win. He's just such a great bike rider, and he's got 2 second places now, and he deserves one. So.
The next morning, even the most gung-ho riders relish the thought of an easier stage.
Today should go by pretty quick. Yeah.
You see something?
Here, let's switch, Tom.
You see $1 million house?
Let me take him and you...
No, I got him.
Yeah.
Where's the mountain? Do you see a mountain? Mountain? I feel so much better today.
Yeah.
Night and day. You appreciate your health so much when you get in a situation like that. I'll see you at the start.
Good luck.
I love you. I love you, Steve. Kiss. All right, love you, babe. Yep. All right, see you at the start.
Coming up, Team Radio Shack tries to defend yellow as Stage 4 steamrolls towards Steamboat Springs when rematch in the Rockies returns. The hours before start of Stage 4 are spent in a time-honored routine of interacting with fans and media.
Christian. What's up, guys? Awesome. Nice jerseys.
Like that.
You guys want to get your picture with them real quick?
Yeah, Tom, I say good luck.
Okay, all right.
got more if he wants.
Your father-in-law's my dad's attorney.
That's great. It's a pretty straightforward race today. Short, flat finish. Probably not a whole lot of opportunity to change around the GC. So, you know, the next couple days obviously present a little bit more opportunity. So I think today will be you know, we'll see what we can do to wear down Radio Shack a little bit, but basically we'll probably be, you know, saving our bullets for the weekend.
We'll just be trying to animate the race and put pressure on Radio Shack to try to make it difficult for them in the next couple stages.
Today's stay out of trouble, you know, and obviously take advantage of any situation that presents itself, you know. So, and I'm not the only one. I mean, TJ's not so far behind. George still isn't so far behind. So it's still a tight race.
Different mentality with yourself reacting to losing it compared to, like, let's say TJ Van Garderen. Different levels of maybe maturity, eagerness.
Yeah, I think it's just maturity. I think, you know, he had the yellow jersey and he had a lot of different expectations on himself. I mean, I woke up and I was pretty sure that I could win the race, and I haven't had that feeling in a long time. So to lose by that hurts bad, though. I mean, like, I'm not gonna, you know, cry my soup about it, but, you know, I know what I did and I know what I didn't do, and Levi is obviously okay to lose to.
Yeah, I got a couple for you. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool. You recognize these, right?
Who's that handsome guy there?
I know.
I mean, yesterday I was hoping to keep the jersey, but obviously I was disappointed. But then looking back, you know, these are the best riders in the world. I'm sitting third place in one of my hometown races, so it's still pretty incredible.
There'll be a lot of breakaways. So describe what you think will happen today.
There will probably be a lot of attacks from some teams that maybe don't have much out of the race right now, like for the Colombian team, and you know, maybe, I don't know who else, maybe Saxo Bank. Like, they haven't really done much here, so they're probably going to be really motivated to you know, get up the road and show themselves. So I think going to see a lot of jumping, and I don't know, Radio Shack, I think they should be strong enough to control today.
Cool. Thank you. No.
What do you got to do today to keep that jersey?
Oh, the team and myself, we have to ride extremely heads up and just don't take anything for granted. And, you know, day by day, kilometer by kilometer.
You worried about the wind at all?
Yeah, definitely the wind can be a factor. Yeah.
Appreciate your time.
As the race begins anew, Team Radio Shack once again moves to the front, looking to protect the yellow jersey. While TJ Van Garderen, Christian van der Velde and Tom Danielson all lurk behind, waiting for any potential opening that would allow them to break open the mere 21 seconds separating first from fourth. In situations like this, being at the front allows a team to dictate tempo, avoid crashes and control breakaways. All tactics decided by the team managers just behind the peloton in their mobile headquarters.
My name is Axel Merckx and I'm the assistant director here at Tour Colorado for the team Radio Shack. So I assist the first director Alain Galopin in his task during the race, support the riders that are dropped or either are in the break or are behind. So just to give them waters and wheels if they need some help, and just help them making the schedules also every day for the next day. It's only me.
Where is Alain?
He's just behind there.
Tu sais?
Il dort.
Despite the high stakes, Radio Shack's management isn't afraid to tease each other.
J'avais rien entendu à la radio.
Il est très mal conseillé. He doesn't have a good coach. Huh? I'm speaking with Axel.
Ouais, mais où c'est à la radio?
The fun, though, will soon be over as a unified peloton closes in on the finish line in Steamboat Springs.
It's true we are joking, but in my job I have to be serious.
Coming up, a dramatic showdown in Biketown, USA, when rematch in the Rockies returns. With the peloton rapidly closing in on Steamboat Springs, the tension and jockeying for position heighten.
This is Jens Voigt. You cannot mistake the shape of Jens Voigt, the rolling part of his shoulders. It looks as if he's trying to break his machine in half, fighting with the machine, getting as much energy out as possible, but he's dishing out some pain once again.
4 kilometers to go. That was a very, very quick kilometer here by the riders as they race into town. They're going to continue to switch around on this road, but very soon it will straighten out into a mass charge for the line down a very wide road indeed. Jens Voigt is bringing them down into Steamboat Springs off the hills today. That's causing a little bit of confusion for Liggett, who thought they had complete control of this race. And in fact, Leopard Trek have gone in amongst them. Life is not entirely safe for Levi Leipheimer because remember, his lead overall is only 11 seconds over Van der Velde. If Van der Velde were to win the stage, he would get a 10-second time bonus. Now we're putting down to 1 second behind Levi Leipheimer, and it's not impossible. Christian Van der Velde is a very, very good sprinter as well.
Then it's 6 for second and 4 for third place, but this race is only separated in the first 3 places by 17 seconds, and that's why it's so important to try and get a time bonus if you can. That's why on this occasion, strangely enough, we're seeing guys who are not normally sprinters mixing it up right at the front end of the pack, because they realize every day now is ticking down till we get to Denver. They've got to take every opportunity.
Well, they're setting the skilled Shimano riders who've come to the front right now to give it their best shot. They're thinking of Kenny Van Hummel here. Van Hummel is in a tremendous sprint form. He's had a few victories this year, and he said actually on his Twitter site there's only 2 stages I can win, and one is into Steamboat Springs, so he wants it.
He certainly does want it there. The third place rider of the lime green jerseys there, that is Elia Viviani. On the front there you can see Van Hummel is in second position, and that's not necessarily a good place to be, and I think he's too close to the front as they're starting to get swamped now on the right hand side there by the men in the blue and white jerseys. Those are the teammates of United Healthcare, of Robert Forster. This is a good acceleration and organisation.
Well, they're running not far outside the 1 kilometre to go now. United Healthcare have started the move on the left, but High Road have also gone to the right, and they put almost their skilled Shimano back in the action here. The last race Kenny Van Hummel won, by the way, was a stage of the Tour in Turkey back in May. Now, it looks as though under the Maxis 1 kilometre to go, it is United Healthcare leading out.
They're thinking about the German riders, a great sprinter, and I wouldn't be surprised if people are pulling out of the way now because they're starting to realise this is getting a bit complicated. Both dodging and diving. Martin Mortensen's right in there. Watch out for the organisation on the left because Garmin Cervelo are trying to move Christian Van der Velde up, but again, slowly but surely, the big experience of this team, Liquid Gas Cannondale, are bringing their man Viviani towards the 4.
At the moment, it is Viviani versus Robert Forster. They're the 2 sprinters who seem to be making the most of it now, as then Stevenson makes a run on the right here in the orange jersey. Looking across as Hincapie also puts a move in too, but this is the final lead out. Daniel Oss is leading out Viviani for the line. They're all scrapping for him. Now Viviani goes on the right of the road. Viviani's being challenged by Robert Forster, but Viviani's got a good pair of legs here as he races up to line. Elia Viviani takes it on the line, and that was well thought out, led out perfectly by Daniela Oss. While Elia Viviani wins stage 4 with a thrilling sprint finish, for at least one day, Levi Leipheimer preserves his 11-second advantage over Christian Van der Velde. But it is still a lead that is far from safe.
They did everything they could to try and get themselves that
Coming up, hard-earned rewards and a preview of the climatic final stages when Rematch in the Rockies returns. Viviani travelled all the way from Italy, dreaming of this very moment. But for Levi Leipheimer, his dream will not be complete until he steps onto the podium in Denver to claim this same jersey. Far from the podium, the mood at Team Garmin is unusually subdued.
You know, tomorrow, Sunday, those will be the days to try to do something. You know, today there wasn't really the terrain or the weather, the wind or anything else to, you know, try to make a difference. So just conserved.
It's great.
I got a picture.
Great beer, Levi.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, today went fairly smooth. You know, there wasn't any big climbs, a lot of wind, so that with the interest of the other teams for a field sprint helped us out a lot. So it went as well as we could have expected, and we're happy with today. Tomorrow will be difficult. We just have to control the race.
Great job!
Only 178 miles now remain for both bike and rider, but the road ahead will not make for an easy coronation. First, in Stage 5, they'll take on one of the best named roads in the entire state. The west summit of Rabbit Ears Pass is the steepest at 7% gradient. So steep that there is an emergency deceleration ramp when runaway 18-wheelers overheat. The east summit, the high of the two, is 9,426 feet of pure punishment, where the cyclist brakes will also be put to the test on the fast descents down towards Breckenridge. Then Sunday for Stage 6, the peloton will finally return to the front range. But just like every other stage of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, it will not be easy, as the riders depart Golden only to climb Lookout Mountain.
Lookout Mountain on the last day is interesting. I mean, it's a real climb, you know. It's not like something extraordinarily steep, but it's steep enough to definitely split the field. I know it's a ways from the finish and there's circuits at the end, so normally it's a very large group and a field sprint, and I expect big crowds since we're downtown Denver.
Colorado's capital city is where the epic journey will conclude, and one man will be named champion of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge.
I think everyone has been talking about the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. There's just a lot of buzz about the event, so finishing in Denver is it's a great showcase for the finale of the race. Right, it's right in front of the Capitol building. We're running down Spear and doing these circuits, starting in Golden. We're heading up Lookout, which is a famous climb in the area. I think Denver is going to surprise people with the amount of fans that show up and then the amount of enthusiasm that everybody's going to have. So I really think it's going to be a perfect finale for such a big race.
Every race day has a rhythm. At dawn, the streets along the route are empty, as pure as the essence of the sport, a blissful calm. Then the mechanics arrive, readying each machine for the day ahead. The cyclists arise slowly, but soon they enter their arena, the greatest of any sport in the world. For riders, speed is a quest. No matter the stage, no matter the terrain. For fans, speed is an appreciation, whether witnessed at a thunderous sprint or an uphill climb. So brief, but so impressive. Finally, the barricades rumble, a signal that glory is there for the taking, and that soon the rhythm of the day and the race will roll on. This concludes the rematch in the Rockies mini-series. We dedicate this episode to each team and athlete for welcoming us into their extraordinary world, as well as every town that made this inaugural edition such a spectacular success. Plus, a special thanks to all those who, through their tireless dedication, made this race possible. Next, Stage 5, live on Versus. Levi Leipheimer greets his fans as he prepares now to defend his lead in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. His lead just 11 seconds over Christian van der Velde. That's next.
That's where I went wrong.
With the field electrified by a sprint, Elia Viviani surged across the line to capture Stage 4. Now, with just 2 days remaining, intensity continues to escalate quickly across Colorado. Levi Leipheimer still carries the lead, but will need to summon a swift pace as eager countrymen continue to make their run towards the front. A 100-mile dash from Steamboat Springs to Breckenridge. Stage 5 of the US Pro Cycling Challenge is next. It's the penultimate day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. It couldn't be more finely poised. This is the Smashburger Stage 5 as we go 105.8 miles from Steamboat Springs to Breckenridge. And this is a town with a very high elevation. The fans along the way are ready. And as the riders make their way towards us, the sun is blue skies. But when they come to the town of Breckenridge, they might find the rain has joined them. And already we have a big race on our hands. This could be the race finish for a sprinter, but the breakaway at the moment, who are clear, may have other ideas. And as you can probably see, everybody, the rain has started to come down. Hello everybody, I'm Phil Liggett, joined by Paul Sherwen. Paul, as we go into this final weekend, it couldn't be more finely poised.
Well, I tell you what, it really is going to be suspense right the way down to Denver, because the first 4 riders are separated by only 21 seconds in the overall standings. And if you want to put that into relativity, that's if we line them up down the finishing line here, the first and the fourth rider would only be separated by 400 yards.
That's right, and our time bonuses on the finish that could make all of the difference again today. Yesterday the sprinters had their say. Let's have a look at our Road ID ride of the day. This is your pick and you were with us. It was the stage winner, Elia Viviani.
Well, let's have a look and just see how he got that victory there. You can see he's the second place rider in the lime green outfit there, Phil. He's got his teammate Daniel Oss in front. That's a big rider from Switzerland. He takes him up to the line and he actually swings off to the right hand side, and as soon as he swings off to the right hand side, Viviani comes straight up through the middle. He's got an open road in front of him. It's as if somebody's opened the door to give him a big chance at victory. Then all of a sudden he just dashes for the line, and at this point, yes, there was a little bit of a challenge coming on the right hand side, but this young man at 22 years of age gets his 5th win of the season.
Yes, and if you want to win a shopping spree, go to roadid.com/ride and we will see your fan pick tomorrow in our final programme. Let's have a look at the Cannondale Stage Facts athlete profile rather. This is Elia Viviani's 5th win of the year. He's only 22 years of age and he's a stage winner already in the Tour of Turkey. In fact, that was the last stage race he won until he won yesterday. Let's have a look now at the Quiznos leader of this race, Levi Leipheimer, the first man to successfully defend his overall lead, which he took in the time trial at Vail.
Yeah, but he does know, Phil, that leading up to this weekend, he's going to get serious challenges. He's got Christian van der Velde breathing down his neck. He's got Tommy Danielson not far away either.
And this is how it stands in the United Healthcare overall standings with 2 days of racing to come. Just 53 seconds covering the top 5. They're all American riders. They all took part in the Tour de France. Van der Velde would love to win a 10-second bonus today. That would put him 1 behind Leipheimer overall. Further down, Paul.
Rafael Infantino, one of the revelations, a Colombian rider in 6th place. The Tour de France champion of this year, Cadel Evans of Australia, in 7th place. Looking further down, the Australians are up there as well with 10th place for Rory Sutherland.
Let's have a look now, Paul, at the Radio Shack route. We start with that lovely climb over the aptly named Rabbit Ears Pass. It's another long day in the saddle.
Well, I tell you what, it sets up today's stage, Phil, for a very rapid start. The riders moving away from Breckenridge, where they finished yesterday, but as they come out of the gun, look at this. As you mentioned, straight uphill from the start, and we already know it's been a very rapid start with the main field scattered all over the Rockies here. Yes, and then they drop down for a very long and attractive drive along the flat middle part of this course. But then as they get towards the outskirts of Frisco, the organisation have been a little bit nasty because they found a really tough little climb, Phil, Swan Mountain, right down towards the end. That could be a leapfrog for somebody to try and steal away the advantage.
You never know, it might be there where TJ Van Garderen makes a move. Let's have a look at the Colorado.com facts. 121 riders are pedaling towards Denver, where we'll finish tomorrow. Of the 130 that set off, 11 of those 17 teams remain intact. Two notable climbs today: Rabbit Ear Pass, which is a second category, and Swan Mountain, which could be a very strategically good one at the end. Two sprint points along the way, at Kremling and at Dillon. So there, you're up to date. Well, we'll make you really up to date now. We'll go earlier today, and this is the Honey Milk signing here for the yellow jersey of Levi Leipheimer. Big crowd, by the way, again here in Steamboat Springs, bathed in warm sunshine. TJ Van Garderen might be planning something rather special today. He needs just a few seconds to get back his yellow jersey, and a very pensive look on the face here of Levi Leipheimer, feeling very snug in that race leader's yellow jersey. This was the rollout from the start here as we said goodbye to Steamboat Springs. A great welcome there yesterday. And now you know you were in Colorado when we're led out by a horse. And this is the Nissan Leaf electric start. As always, each day we're led out by the electric car there. First attack coming soon after the start. We're on the lower slopes very quickly of the Rabbit Ears Pass. Dennis Van Winden, Paul Mack, Cook, Van Unden and Beltran. Beltran in the white jersey was trying to get up there for the King of the Mountains, but they started to pick him off, and the man who started the counter-attack, none other than Cadell Evans, and it was quite a serious move by Cadell, keeping the tempo high on what is a long steady climb of something like 7 miles, was cracking the field wide open. Cadell was brought back. Peter Stettner setting the pace on the front there, and then another attack by one of the big boys in this race, Andy Schleck, who has lost 6 minutes 59 seconds so far, so he figured the bunch might not come back on him. He started to cut through the breakaway, which was cracking up midway up the climb of Rabbit Ears, and then one by one those that were left in the peloton, and there were only 30 of them, had clawed back Andy Schleck. The attacks now are coming thick and fast. All of the leaders have been wiped out. So Lawrence Ten Dam, helped here by Peter Stettner, was trying now to forge away, and he was going for the King of the Mountains. The big American flag there indicating a tough climb up this mountain. And a lot of people here had actually slept on the mountain overnight, which is only a few miles outside Steamboat. Coming up towards the summit, the breakaway was still clear. Lawrence Ten Dam was on his own as he saw the banner, but he looked over his shoulder, and then he realized he had a problem, because coming through at high speed there was Rafael Montiel, the Colombian rider, shot by him to get maximum points on the prize at the top of Rabbit Ears Pass. Lawrence Ten Dam going over in second place there. And then a breakaway, the transitory order over the top. Beltran also nipping in. I didn't see Beltran, I must confess, but so Ten Dam taking third place. Good points there for Beltran, who's challenging for the Nissan King of the Mountains. Soon after that all happened, Lawrence Ten Dam kept going on alone. He was quickly joined by Tom Peterson, Ivan Basso, Andy Schleck and Hanier Acevedo. Now, Hanier Acevedo was a real danger. He's only 2.5 minutes behind Leipheimer, but he had a problem with his back tyre, and he eased off the back and he gave up. And with him gone, then it was fine, because the brake riders up front, as they came into the Smashburger sprint in Kremling, they didn't want to contest this. They just went over with Peterson going over ahead of Basso, Schleck and Ten Dam, because they've lost the most dangerous man. Into the Honey Stinger feed zone now, and the gap building all of the time. They were over 3 minutes at the feeding point, heading down now towards the Green Mountain Reservoir as we continue our journey towards Breckenridge. So let's have a look what we can expect today. Well, we can expect a little bit of rain, especially at the finishing line where it has been coming and going. The weather's cooled down a bit. It's perfect for a bike race, of course, 65 degrees. Virtually no wind blowing today, and the forecast is overcast. And as we look down at these live pictures at the finish, the rain has stopped now, and it looks very nice as we get, as always, our pictures available in high definition. Let's go out to the live action now. These 4 riders are clear. We've just dipped inside 40 miles from the finish. We've still got Swan Mountain to come. And no doubt the best thing that could possibly have happened was to get Acevedo out of this breakaway and back into the peloton. Steady climbing now as we've been over 9,000 feet. We're climbing back up to it now from Kremling as we head up towards the next sprint at Dillon and Swan Mountain. Back to the peloton, Paul. It looks to me as though we've got a little move here by the Colombian team, Gobernacion.
Well, Gobernacion de Antioquia, they are a very aggressive team, and every time they get a chance to go slightly uphill, they take advantage of trying to ride across and away from the main field. But this is, I don't think, steep enough. In fact, he's just stopping over on the side there for a natural break. Besoin naturel, as they say in French.
Time to move on as we're around the back of the Green Mountain Reservoir here. As you can see, the road not normally as badly surfaced as this because we're off the highway just now, circumnavigating the back of the reservoir. Pushing up the average speed now. It's gone over 23 miles an hour for the first, nearly the first hour of racing today. They were only doing about 15 miles an hour because we were climbing Rabbit Ears Pass. But that's all changed. The field has been splintering all day long. These 4 boys are really carrying the dream of taking it all the way to Breckenridge.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Waste Management for environmental solutions that deliver economic savings. To learn more, go to thinkgreen.com. And by Sierra Nevada. And by the Le Mans Revolution. Direct drive technology makes roller-based bike trainers obsolete.
Welcome back. These are our United Healthcare leaders jerseys here today. Yellow on the shoulder of Leipheimer. The points moved yesterday. The Smashburger points to Viviani. The mountain stayed with Pedraza and the young rider TJ Van Garderen. Most aggressive rider who won that jersey, which isn't worn in the race, Vladimir Efekim yesterday. Let's get back onto the road. These are the 4 leaders. They're still circumnavigating Green Mountain Reservoir. Very shortly we'll be under the shadow of the mountains in front of them, turning to the right. Now Basso is the best placed at 6 minutes 28 behind Leipheimer. The gap is continuing. For the first time though, it's reversed. They've lost 5 seconds of their advantage as we continue now. Steady undulations, but the progression is always up. Just look at the peloton now, Paul. I'm not too sure, but the signal seems to have gone out. 4 minutes is the magic figure they've been thinking of because they've just taken 5 seconds off and it's back to 4.
Well, they're doing a great job, but well organised, well drilled. They are going to match the distance. As I think we said earlier, Phil, they don't really want to catch these 4 riders. There's no real reason to catch them. And of course, they need to conserve their energy because they still need to defend Levi Leipheimer's overall lead tomorrow. And they need to make sure that they're still there to try and protect Levi Leipheimer on this final climb of the day, because once they go over Swan Mountain is 2 miles or 3 kilometres long.
And as expected, all of the work in the race being done by the team of Leipheimer here, which is Radio Shack. They're having a good tour too. They're winning the team race in the Tour of Spain at the moment, Team Radio Shack, with their team in that event. So they're having a very good opening to that race and a great opening here to this race. It finishes tomorrow and still Leipheimer in yellow. Laurens ten Dam at the back. He's the rider that face planted in the Tour de France coming down an Alpine pass with a spectacular crash. He finished the day, he finished the Tour, and he's obviously kept his Tour de France form because he's been riding very well here at altitude.
Well, he's the man that started this move, Phil, and he's the man that did the best that he could to try and go clear on a number of occasions over the first few kilometres. So too so did Andy Schleck, I'd have to say. We're looking at him here in his black and white jersey of Leopard Trek. He, I think, has been astounded by the support that he's had by the American fans here, because not only have the fans been shouting for the American riders, they've really been behind these two brothers, Frank and Andy Schleck.
Yeah, and as he lost his chance really on the road to Aspen to win this race, I think today this was his plan. He attacked twice on rabbit ears. The first time they brought him back, the second time they didn't, and he got up to Lawrence 10 Dam, and then they were quickly joined by Basso, who was also very obvious in his moves on the climb of Rabbit Ears Pass. Cadell Evans tried as well, but he was quickly swept up, and the breakaway was clear of only a small bunch of 30 riders when they started over the top. So as we look here, let's have a look at the yellow jersey, because he's just adjusting his shoes here, Levi Leipheimer. He'll probably just tighten them a little bit. Feet tend to swell in the hot weather. It's cooler today, so it might be feeling they've gone a little bit loose as he goes around the back of Green Mountain Reservoir. We're very shortly going to rejoin the main direct road towards Swan Mountain. So we've got all the top teammates here of Leipheimer doing their job well now. They know what they've got to do, and that's to keep that breakaway from not getting it much more advantage.
I'm here with Rory Mason from Cannondale Bicycles, the bike sponsor of the Liquigas Cannondale squad. They're in the enviable position to have some input from the riders on their frame development. Take us through the latest one, Roy.
This is the Cannondale Super 6 Evo, our latest model, and our engineers worked quite a ways back on the design side of this. And then what we would do is last year, we would, towards the end of the season, give this bike in various different prototype stages to different riders. And for us, we're searching for a perfect balance of lightweight, super rigid, efficient pedaling, but also being very comfortable. Those are three qualities of a bike that kind of combat with each other. So we want to make sure that not just a rider like Ivan Basso says that it's a great blend of those things, but also a strong rider, let's say Elia Viviani in the sprints, Vincenzo Nibali in the descents, or even some of those strong guys that pull the group. We want to make sure that everybody feels that this is the perfect blend of those ride characteristics.
Well, the results speak for themselves. Thank you very much, Rory.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Rory. And there is the bike being driven in the breakaway today by number 51, Ivan Basso, who hurt his hand a little bit on the climb of the Cottonwood Pass the other day, his right wrist, but he seems to have recovered, and he was determined to get into a move today, and it seems so too was Andy Schleck, because they're both up here. This is the biggest name breakaway we have had since this race begun. And Lawrence 10 Dam, the other star of the Tour de France, there he is, 74 in this breakaway as well. Take a look at Christian van der Velde now, looking very cool. The form, thank you, Christian. Nice to see you smiling and happy. Things going according to plan. He sits in second place. He lost the time trial in Aspen by 58 hundredths of a second. Shook his head when he was chatting with George Hincap. He couldn't believe it. Just over 34 miles, just under 34 miles to go, 54 kilometers. Andy Schleck, who started this breakaway ostensibly when he came up onto Laurent 10's Dam back wheel, is doing most of the work, Paul. There's no doubt in my mind Andy has wanted to project himself today, and because he knows really this is the only day. Tomorrow I don't think will be for him.
No, I think theoretically tomorrow should be a day for the sprinters, and the sprinters know that, but they do have to get over a very nasty climb before they head down to the streets of Denver. And there's a lot of work going on at the front and the back end of the main field. You know, the guys from Garmin-Cervelo, they're moving up and down to take on board drinks for the rest of the team. Ryder Heyerdahl is the rider from Garmin-Cervelo who will be dedicated to go back to the team car to keep the guys replenished with drinks.
Stretching out his muscles when we caught a glimpse of him there, but he's gone back up to the field. He's had a bit of a chase, I think, because like a lot of a rider, the tempo up Rabbit Ears Pass completely shattered the field. I counted 30 riders left as they went into the last 500 meters of the climb. The rest of the peloton were way down the mountain. They've all gradually come back, far too early in the race for them not to get back, and a long downhill as well. Then running around about the whole way. They're running just over 8,500 feet above sea level. This is a hilly state, Colorado, believe me, and the air is very, very thin. The thing about Breckenridge is that it's one of the highest villages or towns, and we're even just walking around the street. If you're not used to altitude, you are actually gasping for breath.
No, you certainly are, and I think that's the thing that the majority of these riders have battled with. But getting towards the end of the week and the style of racing that we're seeing, you can see a lot of these riders have quickly acclimatized to the height.
Yeah, I think they have, and that's why Schleck's having a go today. So the beauty of the Rockies just in the distance here. It looks like a lovely watercolour, doesn't it? Painted backdrop with a big bike race going in front of them as we head towards Breckenridge. Well, after the riders enjoyed an overnight stay in yesterday's finishing town at Steamboat Springs, they departed this morning from the same town, which boasts the nickname Bike Town, USA. From there, the peloton makes its way to the ski town of Breckenridge. 4 mountain peaks make up the popular resort village, which also has popular dining and shopping, and you can get 1 ski pass to cover all of those 4 peaks. This is a beautiful town, believe me. Back to the action now. They haven't seen all those beautiful pictures yet in this race because they're coursing towards it as fast as they can, because over their shoulder it looks to me as though we have a major thunderstorm brewing, and it's coming towards us because the wind is behind them just now. Steady uphill all of the way now. We get our ups and downs, but basically the trend is all up now, heading for Breckenridge at over 9,500 feet. We're back on the road now, away from the reservoir, which is behind the riders now, off to their right shoulders. We're heading now much more directly towards Breckenridge via Swan Mountain, and the riders are now just getting themselves settled back in. Very often now, Paul, long straight roads. That doesn't favour the breakaway.
No, but you can see now that I think this group is starting to slow down a fraction. We've got all of the guys who are left in Radio Shack riding at the front end of the peloton. They're doing the pacemaking. Laurens ten Dam is a phenomenal rider. He had an awful time in the Tour de France this year because the Tour de France is an extremely special race. Yes, there were lots of accidents in the Tour de France this year, but the one that Laurens ten Dam had was really extremely dramatic. He was going down one of the big mountains, and he went straight over the top of his handlebars, and he actually landed on his face. He was looked after by the race doctor during the course of the race, and what amazed me, Phil, not only did he manage to get up and finish the stage, he carried on to finish the Tour de France.
He did, and you know, these guys are so brave. They're made of rubber. The last thing in their mind is to stop the bike race. It's just a question of fix me up and let me get going again. Laurens ten Dam will be 31 in November this year. He's had 1 win this year. It came just after he finished the Tour de France. It was in what we call the post-tour criteriums. It was in Thiel, and he finished 8th in the Tour de Suisse, Tour of Switzerland. He opened the season, though, Paul, with 5th in the Santos Tour Down Under in South Australia, and that was the stepping stone which got him his selection for the Tour.
Yeah, he's a very good all-rounder, Laurens ten Dam. As you can see now, he's pretty much concentrated. He's the man who started the breakaway, really. He was very aggressive over the early part of the course, but I suppose that the man who set the fireworks going was Andy Schleck, because amazing thing about Andy Schleck, Phil, at 26 years of age, he's already finished in 2nd place at the Tour de France 3 times.
Yes, and I know one day he still remains hopeful that he will win the Tour de France, which I think he's definitely the people's favourite in France, and he did everything right, but he just couldn't crack Cadel Evans, and he needed more time when he went to that last time trial, didn't he? But he got a good stage win in the mountains as well. He started that last weekend in yellow. Cadel Evans was off in front of him, but he was just not quick enough for Cadel to keep his yellow jersey. So yeah, you're right, 3 times 2nd in the Tour. One day, let's hope he gets the victory.
Well, bear in mind, Phil, when we talk about that victory of a stage in the Tour de France, he won his stage at the highest stage finish that the Tour de France has ever had in the mountains.
Yeah, on the top of the Col de Galibier, and he's been higher than that now, though, here in this race in the USA Pro Cycling Tour Challenge. There's our horse riders trying to keep up. No chance. So as we still run, Colorado mountains are higher, both left and right of the riders. They themselves riding at just over 8,500 feet just now, heading towards Breckenridge via Swan Mountain today. And there is Cadel Evans. He had a plan at the start of the day. He did try a move, but it didn't work for him. But it appears to have worked so far for Laurens ten Dam, Andy Schleck and Ivan Basso. Welcome back. Today's Stage 5, presented by Smashburger as we leave Steamboat Springs. Well, we've left Steamboat Springs a long way behind now as we course in a direct line towards Breckenridge and the finish there today. The clouds so far staying high, but over the shoulder, the thunderstorms are brewing. This is Thomas Peterson here, who is in the breakaway today. He first came to our attention a few years ago now in the Amgen Tour of California when he won a stage of that event. Now we can go to Bob Roll now, who's down at the start today in our Nissan Innovation, because these teams all have personal chefs, and it's time to have a chat now and see what's being cooked up for the team for Garmin Cervelo.
I'm here with Barb Grealish, the chef of the Garmin Cervelo squad. When I was a professional, you had one choice in food, whatever the hotel served you, usually pretty marginal. But times have changed for the better. One of the most positive innovations in all of cycling is a traveling chef. Barb, take us through your day.
Up early, about 6, eating breakfast for the guys, oatmeal, fresh and organic fruits. And then off to the market to shop for the evening meal, which consists of organic fruits and vegetables. We hit the hotel that we're going to be staying at that night, set up, start cooking. And of course, I don't know if everyone knows, but we have a vegan on staff.
That would be Dave Zabriskie. I think the very first all-vegan rider in the history of bike racing. I mean, I think it's time I made my comeback now that we have personal chefs out on the tour. Thank you very much.
You're welcome to come for dinner.
All right. Sounds great. Thank you.
I bet your life Bob Roll will accept that invitation. That food looked good enough to eat, didn't it? Well, back with the action. We're looking at Dan Lloyd here. He's on the same team, and Garmin Cervelo. There he is. He's an Englishman. Actually, he lives very close to where I live, around the London region. I see him training quite often when he's not out on international duty, stalking the peloton here. De Velde. Leaders still working and applying themselves well at the moment, checking out the workload in the last 10 minutes. Tom Peterson doing more than his workload here, 29%. Lawrence Tendam and Schleck doing the same amount. Basso conserving a bit of energy in the last 10 minutes, 21% for him.
Yeah, well, Tom Peterson obviously getting quite excited. We've just mentioned the fact that he did win that stage in the Tour of California a couple of years ago, but also towards the end of that season, he was pretty amazing in the Herald Sun Tour in Australia, because he was the winner of the King of the Mountains competition there.
Yes, and he's a tall boy to be a good climber as well, but he certainly was up for this. He saw the moves and he made sure he was in it today, and it wasn't an easy breakaway to get in. And, you know, when you've got 3 of the major names in world cycling in it too, Tom has chosen well today. Now we're coming into what will be really the last hour of racing. There'll just be over a little bit more than an hour, I would think, heading up towards the finishing line today. Pushed the average right out now. It started at 13 miles an hour average. It's now out to 24, so they're getting faster and faster. Undulations, yes, but no major climbs until we get to Swan Mountain.
Well, the peloton have actually picked it up quite a bit, because they're doing about 39 kilometres an hour at the moment. As a different team come to the front, United Healthcare. They're obviously thinking about the possibility of Robert Forster, but that climb towards the end might be just a little bit too difficult for him. But Ivan Basso is now starting to threaten the 10th place overall of Rory Sutherland.
Well, as we head up towards the sprint there, which is at Dillon, and then we've got that 3rd category climb of Swan Mountain. Now once we top out over that mountain, it's at the 97-mile point as we go out towards the finish, and the distance is, so that puts us nearly 9 miles from the finish when we top out at Swan Mountain. So there is a chance, if you only lose a little bit of time on the climb, to rejoin in time to win the race.
Yep, again, Peterson.
Well, Tom Peterson wants this to work for sure. 4 minutes 20 seconds. Basso looking over at his face, looking as though he's suffering a little bit here at altitude. Lawrence Tendam doesn't give anything away as he pushes on as they get closer and closer towards the finish today. Welcome back. Let's have a look at the United Healthcare American standings here, and it's the same as the overall standings, because the 5 Americans have got the top 5 places, and they all rode in the Tour de France this year. Levi Leipheimer still 11 seconds to the good, 17 TJ, 21 Tommy Danielson, 53 seconds behind is George Hincapie, who's been up as high as 2nd overall in this race so far. Now, the last 26 kilometres, about 16 miles. The average speed has been 42 kilometres an hour, which is about 26.5 miles an hour, something like that. As they are absolutely flying along now, as they get these lovely smooth roads here through the state of Colorado, and they're going at high speed. Climbing very, very steadily here, Paul, and many of our viewers probably seen cycle racing for the first time. So let's talk about the pace line, how these boys, even though they're all on rival teams, do help each other.
Well, they have to form an alliance, if you like, in a breakaway group like this. Imagine the wind is coming from the front of the riders into their faces. Well, one guy will set the pace making for a little while, and then once he starts to feel that he's done enough of a pace turn at the front, he'll swing off. The guy behind has actually been conserving his energy up to 25 or 30%, you can say, when riding in the slipstream of the rider in front of you. Once your turn's been done, you slide back that line and you take up position number 4. Let's have a look at Andy Schleck here, because he should be just doing that if he's been listening to my my tactical explanations here. He's obviously got big power here, Phil, because he's doing a very long turn on the front. But you look at the other riders lined up 2, 3, 4. Now he swings off and he allows then Tom Peterson to come forward. He looks across and he's going to try and slot in 4th place.
He'll just ease off the revs just enough so he smoothly goes past the riders and quickly gets in tight on that back wheel of Basso and out of the wind. It's a working unit, which is a very, very efficient machine.
Until they come down to the last 3 or 4 miles to go. Then all of a sudden, they're not friends anymore. It's all a question of trying to get yourself the victory. But to stay away from the peloton, you have to work together. You can't hold anything back at all, especially now that they know that it's United Healthcare who are whipping up the pacemaking on the front end of the peloton. They're actually working in exactly the same kind of style. One guy does a long turn for 200-300 meters, swings off and lets his teammates come forward, just like this.
Yes, and what we learned there from what we've just seen with Andy Schleck, he did a long high-speed turn there, whereas Peterson came through and did a short one and swung off. Peterson, don't forget, on the same team as Christian van der Velde, who's 2nd overall in the race. He's not going to he knows if he goes to the finish with these 3 other riders, he's not going to win the day. They're going to take it off him. So he's not going to give all his energy here. He's doing what he has to do, a little bit of work at the front, and then gets out of the way. But Schleck quite clearly wants the break to succeed. He did a very, very long turn. He's at it again, in fact. So he's working very, very hard.
Well, he could be putting in a little bit too much energy because just looking at these 4 riders, it's really difficult, actually, if this break stays off the front, to pick a winner.
Yeah, well, I guess that is probably very, very true. I would go with Basso or with Andy Schleck, with the possible troublemaker being Lawrence ten Dam. But we'll see. We've got to get to the finish first, and it's still a good hour of racing away from Breckenridge. As the riders continue, the gap is holding now just inside of 4 minutes, so the limit, I think, has been reached by the breakaway. Welcome back. Fun and games at the finishing line in Breckenridge today. The fans around the course are enjoying a big-time bike race in Colorado. It's 35 years, you know, since the Red Zinger was started here, and that led to the Course Classic, and since then, nothing. But they haven't forgotten either. They've had a wonderful week of racing around some pretty nice towns in this beautiful state. Let's have a look at the United Healthcare Stage 5 summary. Today, Kid 11's tried a brute move. It didn't work on Rabbit Ears Pass. Montiel went over the top first of that climb. 4-man breakaway formed. There was 5, but we got rid of Acevedo. We had a flat tire, we believe. Current gap is 3 minutes 45 seconds. The big names firing in the breakaway, most unusual to see. The reason? Because they've lost a lot of time for one reason or another over this week of racing. So now they've got a chance to repair some of the damage. There's the man who's led this race for 2 days now. He also led it for 1 day earlier on. He lost it in Aspen, but he came back yesterday in Vail in the time trial. So Leipheimer looking good. 11 seconds, you don't feel safe when you lead a race by 11 seconds. You cannot lose your concentration. So as we look at Levi Leipheimer, I wonder how he's feeling about today's stage. Well, we might find out now. Let's go to the start this morning. Bob Roll had a word with him.
A little bit of a lumpy profile leading into the finishing town of Breckenridge, and they have a pretty slim margin over a number of riders. Do you expect some attacks to come from the peloton today?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. I spent about an hour on Google Earth last night checking it out. It doesn't look too hard, thankfully, so I'm hoping that a team like Liquid Gas is going to be there and they're going to be interested in another field sprint, but I'm going to have to be extremely attentive in the last 15 kilometers because I need to be right on the wheel.
And there's
Christian's wheel.
and there's Swan Neck Climb. You especially attentive to that last Category 3 on the race course.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it on, like I said, on Google Earth. You know, it doesn't look too difficult, but you never know until you get there. But I'll be heads up for sure.
All right, Levi. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yes, well, Google Earth looking down, nothing looks very steep, and we don't know what Swan Mountain is like, and it looks so Levi hasn't recce'd that particular mountain. Might be a shock in store. So, as we continue with the United Healthcare driving on the peloton now, Paul, we're heading up towards the sprint at Dillon, and then that third category climb. They've only rated it third category. It means it shouldn't be that hard. But do you know anything about Swan Mountain?
Yeah, well, I know for a start there's an awful lot of people there. It's a gradient of around about 5 to 6%, and the reason that it's so important, Phil, is because it's so close to the finishing line. The climb that we had at the start was a much more difficult climb, the climb of Rabbit Ears Pass, but having a climb down towards the end, a lot of riders will seem to try to use that as a leapfrog to try and get away from the peloton.
And still being escorted there by United Health. Well, these are the 4 riders out up front as they continue to break away. Well, we're talking about Swan Mountain now, so let's have a little fun, guys. At the final corner at the end of Swan Mountain, the descent is a tight corner, by the way, and at 60 miles per hour, an inch of rubber on this corner will test the best bike handlers. Tell us any experiences you have had, and you can do this on Twitter, and it's #SwansNeck is where you go to have a chat, and we can read in and see what you're thinking of Swan Mountain itself. It could be decisive in deciding the final winner of this year's USA Pro Cycling Challenge. All right, well, we'll take another break. The boys from United Healthcare, they have other reasons to race hard at the front today. This man will be very happy that they've taken up the chase. Big effort now to bring it all back together before the finish.
Point standings neck and neck. Sonoma comes between them again.
Power and Franchitti in the midst of a heated points championship battle.
And there's a lot more than pride on the line. Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma, Sunday at 4.
Welcome back. Well, for almost a week now, we have been the guest of the Colorado Rocky Mountains here, and it's provided us with some great bike riding, and a lot of people have enjoyed the spectacle of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. And now this breakaway is quality, quality, quality. Ivan Basso, twice a winner of the Tour of Italy, second and third in the Tour de France, with 3 times second in the Tour de France. Andy Schleck, Tom Peterson, also of the Tour winning team Garmin Cervelo this July, and Lawrence Ten Dam. These are 4 class bike riders trying to hold off the whole field today, and they're doing a pretty good job right now. It's still 3:30. They're only 18 miles from the finish. They're not more than 9 miles from the top of Swan Mountain now. And if they get over Swan Mountain, and these boys shouldn't be afraid of it, they can climb. This could be a move that could win the day. So as we look at these 4 riders here, the one man who is trying to work out how can he get 11 seconds and lead the Tour. That's Christian van der Velde, and Bob Rowe spoke to him this morning.
Christian, today might present the last opportunity for an attack to get some time back on the Swan Neck climb. Do you have any plans to put in some aggressive riding today?
Yeah, I think the whole peloton's going to be aggressive today, and that's good for our team. The more aggressive, the better. So, yeah, we're going to be aggressive out there today.
1 second. If you look at the time bonus, 10 seconds on the line, is it possible?
Oh, I don't even want to think about it. Then it's going to be like this whole race all over again. You know, like 1 second, half a second. When lose the whole race by 1 second, that'd be crushing. But I'll take a stage win, obviously, and and anything to get closer to Levi.
And a similar finish in Crested Butte, Levi really lit up the field, and maybe there's an opportunity to do that today also.
Totally. I mean, it's not that easy up there, and it's at high altitude again, and it's just like it falls flat up to Breck. Most people know it. So yeah, it's gonna be a hard day. I mean, yesterday was supposed to be an easy day, and it was still really hard. So we go straight up Rabbit Ears, I believe, from the start, and that's gonna be gnarly. I think 11K, and I think it's one of the hardest climbs of the whole tour.
All right, Christian, best of luck.
Thanks.
Yes, but it's so early on. It was before we joined you in coverage around the world, and I'm afraid we couldn't show you Rabbit Ears Pass, but it was gnarly. It split the field. In the streets of Dillon here now, as we're searching for the second and final sprint, Smashburger sprint today. for the points jersey. None of these boys are interested in a mere 3-second time bonus, which is what the winner will get across the line, but it's not going to help a loss of nearly 7 minutes in the case of Andy Schleck.
No, it certainly isn't. Today's about pride, Phil. Today's about saying we're looking at 2nd and 8th overall in the Tour de France. They're number 51 and number 21. These are top guys, and they want to show the American fans and the American public why they're so well known on the European circuit.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just look at this now. 6 riders are on the team here, and the man at the back of those 6 riders is their sprinter, Robert Forster. They are on the outskirts of Dillon, as these 4 riders are in Dillon now, as they continue ever closer towards Swan Mountain. Welcome back to the Coloradan town of Dillon here. The sprint point, those yellow signs just ahead. I don't think we're going to see these boys sprint. They don't need a 3-second time bonus when you're 7 minutes behind. And it's Andy Schleck who is coming through, not being challenged. He gets 3 seconds. So he's now, or is he? Yes, he is. And that was Lawrence Tendam, followed by Ivan Basso over the line. So Andy now goes from 6:59 behind Leipheimer to 6 minutes and 56. Now look at this. This is the peloton. They're also in the streets of Dillon and being led here by United Healthcare. Noticeably, though, the red jerseys of BMC have started to intrude now. That's the team of George Hincapie and Cadell Evans. All of the work, as you say, Paul, being done by United Healthcare, and now we've got a little intrusion, and you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Cadell Evans tries a move on Swan Mountain. He too is very proud of his profession and wants to do something here.
Well, he tried on the early part of the race, Phil, and he looked pretty impressive on the slopes of that first climb of the day, Rapid Ears Pass, and he wasn't scared at all about altitude. I think these riders now, Phil, after a good week of racing here in Colorado, they've forgotten about the altitude, because of the kind of speeds and the kind of performance that we've been seeing coming along here. They're just the same as we would see at the Tour.
Yeah, absolutely right. And now the interspersing of Team BMC as well. It may be planning a little move to try and give George Hincapie a leg up here. Remember, he's 5th overall in this race. A few seconds time gain for him would move him right up towards a podium finish tomorrow in Denver. It's we restart from the lovely town of Golden tomorrow. What a great name for a town, isn't it? Golden, and we race down to Denver for the grand finish. There's the peloton now. They'll just saunter on through, or they'll race on through, but the time gap is down now, Paul. It's coming up at just on 3 minutes.
Well, for me, Phil, it's not quite coming down quick enough, and it depends how much power that those 4 leaders have got left in their legs, but they are serious contenders, and it's now BMC, as we've said, starting to take an interest in the pacemaking too.
Interesting move, that. There's the Vuvuzelas. They've spread from South Africa to Colorado. As these are out in the country again now, the leaders are backdrop at the Rocky Mountains as they continue towards the next destination of Swan Mountain. See you in a moment. Welcome back. The wide open highway here now as we're bound for Swan Mountain in the distance, and then Breckenridge for the finish. Last 20 kilometers, the average speed of 27.5 miles an hour now, and the output's getting high. 333 watts these boys are pushing out. We're through Dillon. We're heading up to the 3rd category climb of Swan Mountain. It doesn't look like it on our television screens, but these roads grind ever so steadily, elevation after elevation, as we continue now to climb up towards the top. I am absolutely convinced these riders will be just hitting each other with everything they've got soon, because they'll come home if they stay away in ones. They will not come home in a 4-man sprint.
Now and again, you see, despite all of that work, and the workers actually creating some serious damage in the main field. Might just get a chance to have a look over to the right-hand side, by the way. That's the Dillon Reservoir, now known as Lake Dillon, and that's the freshwater reservoir here in Summit County, which actually feeds Denver.
And a lovely view it is too. Our helicopter bringing us that view down below. The peloton is big, but it's certainly not the complete race field today. A lot of guys didn't rejoin after that long climb of Rabbit Ears Pass. So they've had a long, lonely ride today around the reservoirs, as the peloton is now absolutely charging along 24 miles an hour. And look at this now, the power output is getting up a little bit, 244. But it's BMC who are driving now, not United Healthcare. And Christian van der Velde's team, Garmin Cervelo, are the next team in line.
Yeah, van der Velde is only looking for 11 seconds on a day like this, and his teammate Tommy Danielson only looking for 21. And van der Velde has got great form this year, for we saw that with that incredible individual time. As he said, he's been battling to get back to the form that he had a couple of years ago. You know, 2009 and 2010, most people have one bad year in their life, and I remember the Queen having an annus horribilis a few years ago. Well, I would say that Christian van der Velde had 2 annus horribilises, and that, I should say, had a horribili, but he had so many accidents in 2009 and 10, and he is now finally starting to bounce back to the Christian van der Velde, who finished 4th overall in the Tour de France.
Yes, he did. Now take a look at Levi Leipheimer. He's rapidly brought up to the leaders there by 2 of his teammates. They're the Radio Shack boys. Colours very similar to Team BMC, are also putting their riders up there, because I think they're looking to help George Hincapie here. Hincapie's a big danger still in this race. He lies 5th overall. Everybody's looking for seconds. Who would have thought, Paul, coming to the end of a race as hilly as this, we would still be talking of seconds and who might win the small time bonuses?
Yeah, we're less than a minute separating the first 5 riders in the overall standings, and we've had a great race on our hands this afternoon. We're swinging around now. There's a lot of big ski resorts in this part of the world as well, some very famous ski resorts as we swing around now to look for Swan Mountain. Ski resorts with names like Copper Mountain, Keystone, and of course where we're finishing here, Breckenridge.
And tomorrow we have the aptly named Lookout Mountain, which is pretty famous here in this part of Colorado. Now we're just about to swing on to the steady climb up Swan Mountain here for the leaders. They're heading around the Lake Dillon. As they're still together, they'll wait to see how the tempo starts on the slopes itself, and then they will start to move on each other, I think, because they've only got about 15 kilometers to go once they top out at the end of Swan Mountain.
We'll stop.
So as these 4 boys continue now towards the base, it's starting a little bit up the road yet, but you can see the road is starting to climb. We're going to take a very short break and then stay with us as we go up on the gentle slopes of Swan Mountain. Will it decide the Tour this weekend?
I'm Davis Finney. It's exciting to have professional cycling back in Colorado. On these same roads, I faced many challenges and experienced many victories. Today, living with Parkinson's disease, I've learned to redefine victory. And through the Davis Finney Foundation, we help millions of people with Parkinson's live well today. We rely on donations from people like you, and now your dollar can go twice as far. On behalf of our foundation, thank you.
I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars. Look at me, hands in the air like it's good to be alive. And I'm a famous rapper even when the paths are all crooked D. I can tie a knot in a cherry stem, I can tell you about Leif Erikson. I know all the words to De Colores, and I'm proud to be an American. I can ride my bike with no handlebars, no handlebars, no handlebars.
Welcome back. Well, there's plenty of handlebars here as we look at the leaders now as they've come on to the climb. The Flowbots, by the way, will be performing live at the finishing line tomorrow in Denver. These are the 4 leaders. They just started the climb moments ago. The gap is still 2 minutes and 30 seconds. If they've got that sort of a gap over the top, then they will win, one of them, when we get to Breckenridge. But you know, there's so much evidence now from the pack. They've lifted the tempo amazingly. Onto the climb itself now. These boys are still working together as we go back to the field, and it's Team HTC. Peter Velits here trying to set the pace. They're trying to launch now TJ Van Garderen from Team HTC, while the men with the blue helmets, they're trying to launch Christian van der Velde. It's got to happen before the summit.
Well, Garmin now are trying to set the attack up for Christian van der Velde and or Tommy Danielson. You can start to see these guys. Look at a pain on the rider from Garmin Cervelo here, looking through his shoulders. Also moving forward, the Rabobank riders. They know this is the launch pad today. You need sometimes a little incline like this on the running towards the finish to set a good attack up and split the main field. And when you really have done a good job like Summerhill there, who's in fact just signed up for Garmin Cervelo for next season, you just blow up completely and it goes into reverse gear sometimes.
He's 15 kilometres to go now, 9 miles to the finish for the 4 leaders. Yes, Summerhill there has done enough to impress Jonathan Waters this week that he is a rider with a future as a professional, and so he has signed full papers for the team for next year. Big effort that was, but the 2 boys behind him weren't going to help. Now Garmin have got themselves much better organised now, and Leipheimer knows he's on his own. You can see the little man in the yellow jersey getting in amongst the wheels of his arch rivals.
Well, the one thing that was talked about early on this morning, Phil, in the starting village, was that the best way to beat Levi Leipheimer in this race is to isolate him from his team on this final climb of the day, Swan Mountain. And I keep looking down that line around. Well, there's a one Radio Shack rider at least, but his teammates did a lot of work in the middle part of this course, and we saw many of them getting dropped when we went through the town of Dillon.
Well, just look at the length of the line. Approximately a half of the peloton left in the race today. The other half some minutes behind, never got together over Rabbit Ears Pass. These boys now are using their domestics, their helpers. Their job is to go to the limit of their ability and then simply get out of the way. But they're trying to hurt the other riders on the squad. These are the leaders now. The wind has got up a little bit now as we head up the mountain.
Oh, Andy Schleck's looking for a gap there. He's feeling a little bit twitchy. He knows that the best way for him to win this stage is to attack before he gets to the summit of the climb. On the other hand, you had Ivan Basso trying to set a hard tempo to prevent anybody feeling like they had the ability to attack.
Well, as they look at each other, they haven't split up yet as they go towards the summit. Levi Leipheimer is sitting there in 8th wheel now, surrounded by all of his rivals, his team not with him.
Well, in fact, despite the fact a few moments ago Garmin Cervelo looked as if they were going to dominate the main field, they're down to 2 men on the front end of that pack nowadays, and Levi Leipheimer is just sitting back. He knows, Phil, we've said this a number of times, he knows who he needs to watch, and I really believe he only needs to watch Christian Van der Velde, TJ Van Garderen, and possibly Tommy Danielson.
Well, this is the attack, and this Van der Velde has tried to make a move, I think. It doesn't look like Christian Van der Velde. It might be Tommy D, who's made a move off the front. They were preparing a platform. It is Tommy Danielson, I think, preparing a platform to make the move.
This is Stettner.
It's Stettner. It's Peter Stettner. You're right. He's tried to go, and they're trying to draw the sting of the likes of Leipheimer and maybe prepare the platform for Christian Van der Velde to go.
That's what he's doing it for. This is the leapfrog, the old 1-2. It's a very well-known tactic. Send one of your teammates off the front of the main field, and then you can aim for him. You catch up to his back wheel, and he can then start to prise open the gap for you. But look at the response. This is coming from Colombia. This looks like the Colombians now are looking for the gap, and Levi Leipheimer knows that immediately. There he is, right onto the wheel. He has to defend on his own. He's got no more mates left.
Alejandro Ramirez and Rafael Montiel, the 2 Colombian top climbers, are the men with the white crash helmets. They have surrounded the American Levi Leipheimer. Van der Velde is the rider in the blue helmet, waiting for the move, and he's got a rider back alongside him now, so this has got to be what's his name?
Ivan Rovny, the Russian rider. Ivan Rovny, he's the guy who set it up. He set up the victory on the first road stage of this year's USA Pro Cycling Challenge for Levi Leipheimer, and when it looked like all of Levi Leipheimer's friends had disappeared, he's found a faithful servant.
So Ivan Rovny, who paved the way for him to win a great crested butte, has got control of the peloton. He's got his team captain right tucked into his back wheel. Brilliant riding. Now welcome back to the top of Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, because that's what it feels like. And the riders have been saying the support has been incredible here as they now welcome the riders to the top of Swan Mountain. Andy Schleck looks as though he's pierced the lead. They've got to chase him. Andy has had to go here, and then they're going to have a death-defying descent down to Breckenridge. Andy's got the gap.
Well, he's got the gap he was looking for. He was looking a little bit frisky, Phil, as he started to get up to the final few kilometres of that climb, and now all of a sudden he's taken the risk to take this race by the horns. 12 kilometres to go. That's 7 miles of racing, and Andy Schleck now is looking to prove to us why he's one of the great bike riders of this sport.
Schleck, who got his stage win on the 18th day of the Tour de France. He got a yellow jersey and lost it on the 20th day of the Tour. Now he's trying to get away to win the stage into Breckenridge. The battle behind Rovny. Van der Velde has got himself in a perfect position behind his young teammate here, holding on as they come over the summit. The gap is closing down pretty rapidly.
Well, they were battling there. You might have just noticed the Colombians were battling there to try and get supremacy in the King of the Mountains classification, and they couldn't even get past Ivan Rovny and Levi Leipheimer. Look at the damage. Look at this crowd. It is phenomenal. The excitement is here at this race.
Number 3 there is Brenda Buckwalter. He is an American, and you won't believe what he's seeing here in Colorado. He doesn't come from Colorado, by the way. Number 75, Peter Weening, the orange Rabobank. He'll ride for Team Sky next year. Now, this is the race to the finish, and Andy Schleck has got the gap going up. The runner-up in the Tour de France. Is he free to fly to Breckenridge now? He's actually dropping our motorbike camera here. We can't keep up with him on the way down. He's taking a lot of risks. He knows he has to. Thankfully, the roads are dry.
Well, I tell you what, Ivan Rovny's done a pretty impressive job too there, Phil, because look at that. His acceleration over the final kilometre of that climb has split off a very serious group of around about 10 riders. Hovering there, feeling very, very happy indeed, of course, is Frank Schleck, brother of Andy, who is storming down this descent. And I wonder what the Highway Patrol cops think about how fast this man's going.
Well, looking briefly at that group, I think we still have the top 6 riders in the race all together at the moment, as Rovny now is trying to wipe out that breakaway as best he can, and that's going to be a tough call now. Andy Schleck trying to squeeze everything out of that bicycle in speed, as he can pedal no faster. He's got a free wheel as low as he can.
Well, Andy Schleck has got about a 20-second advantage over Ivan Basso, Tom Peterson and Lawrence Tindam. They've got to get themselves organised now and try and start to cooperate to try and pull him back into the foot. But Andy Schleck is hyper motivated here this afternoon. See the way he went round that corner, pulled himself across to the right hand side, then whack straight across the apex.
Yes, and Schleck now heads towards towns. The peloton continues to descend down the mountain in a long fast line, hitting speeds of 50 miles an hour before they break for that left hand bend. Schleck now has his real chance of victory. Now let's see as we look down here from the peloton. It looks as though we might have Frank Schleck on the front there, trying to back them all off now. He doesn't want the boys to get back up to catch his brother Andy, who is charging down towards Breckenridge free as a bird. For the moment, we've lost the location of the remaining 3 riders of that breakaway, but they are still clear of the field. This is now up with the leader. Time trialing, the particular discipline of cycling he absolutely hates, but when he's being chased by 80 bike riders, he seems to ride a better time trial, doesn't he? Andy Schleck had this day planned out all week. From the moment he lost time, he earmarked the ride to Breckenridge to show everybody just what a good bike rider he really is. Well, we'll have to take a break, but when we come back, we will take Andy Schleck, or will we be taking the peloton to the finish? So rejoin us very shortly for the ride to Breckenridge. See you in a moment. Welcome back. He's still clear, but only just. He's looking for the 5 miles to go mark at the moment. The peloton, which has split, and George Hincapie is not in the split at the minute, 50 seconds behind. Levi Leiperheimer is in it, Christian van der Velde is in it, Infantino is in it, and if George Hincapie doesn't get back, then he'll lose his 5th place to Infantino, who's made steady progress since he came good in the time trial at Vail. A lonely man heading towards Breckenridge now. 5 miles to go, 8 kilometres for Andy Schleck as the cameras pull back on a helicopter. Little bit of a remnant of the breakaway spread along the road. As we then pull back, we're going to see the chase getting into the gun sights.
Well, that's around about 200-300 metres. Corresponds to around about 15 seconds. And they've still got a chance there because there's still quite a big gap back to the main peloton. But if they start to get themselves organised and they put a big chase on the front, they could pull this race all back together in the final kilometre.
It's not often you see Andy Schleck with a grimace of pain on his face. He's always had this habit of seemingly smiling, even when he's hurting in the mountains in the Tour de France. But this is his effort. This is the one he wanted so much to succeed, to win a stage. He lost his chance in the high mountains of the Rockies. He lost 4 minutes in one day, and gone with it was victory tomorrow in Denver. So he wanted to leave a mark on this race, and he still has a chance.
Well, he does, and you know, he spent nearly the majority of today's race all the way on Highway 9, all the way from Steamboat Springs into Breckenridge here, and the crowd are waiting to see something spectacular. We've seen spectacular racing out on the course. The gap, we're given a gap of around about still the 1 minute mark to the main field, so that will be good for Andy Schleck. But behind him, still hovering at 15 seconds, are the 3 chasers. Kim Anderson alongside him, just encouraging him to push that pain barrier a little bit further back, just to try and survive off the front end of these 3.
probably speaking in the German language there. The Dane, Kim Andersen, to the Luxembourger, Andy Schleck. He will have given him a complete breakdown of what is behind him. A couple of riders trying to reach him at the moment. He's time trialing at 24 miles an hour at the moment, which is about 38 kilometers an hour. He's riding along a pretty flat road now. There's no more hills today, but he stays at over 9,500 feet.
Well, he's still got, Phil, officially a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds over the peloton, so it's all still possible for this man. But what happens next, it depends on whether or not he can survive in front of these three chasers: Avon, Basso, Tom Peterson and Laurens ten Dam.
And it's Basso who's stretching these other two to the limits now, because Basso must have known that Schleck would have to make a move on that climb. He doesn't pack a sprint finish, and now it's up to Basso to try and draw himself back into the action.
Yeah, Tommy Peterson, there in second position. He was struggling a fraction just to come back to the wheel of Ivan Basso. They're getting themselves organised. Oh, there you can see not much more than 50 metres now.
And we're looking around 4 miles from the finish, so they're going to be back on his back wheel now. It's a difficult decision for Andy Schleck here. That was a huge effort he has made. They're still battling for the win. I think they'll stay away for the win. One of them. As soon as they pick up Andy, one of these three will just try to jump clear, because they won't allow any recuperation here. But Andy has seen them. He's had no choice. He's backpedaling a little bit. They're going to come together. Watch out for a move. The most likely for me might be Tom Peterson.
Well, Tom Peterson, he will be looking for the victory for Garmin-Cervelo this afternoon. They're back together. It was ten Dam, though.
Ten Dam has gone straight away. One of them had to. Basso was ready. Basso has gone straight onto his wheel. Peterson may be having a hard time back there. He's having a job to close that gap down. Now they're all back together again, because we're going to see this cat and mouse riding, because none of these guys are renowned sprint finishers. They will want to win by themselves, and ten Dam has gone again.
Well, he won't give up. He saw he's got the gap, and he knows it's important now. Yes, Phil, he's not a great winner. ten Dam, he's won 5 races throughout his career since he turned professional back in 2004, and he would love to get this one, because Rabobank, although it's a Dutch team, they do have presence here in the United States, and they would love to get themselves a victory. Peterson, I think, is having a little bit of a hard time here. So too is Andy Schleck, because he put in a massive effort.
Yes, Peterson had to take up the running. Schleck has gone back into 4th place now as Laurens ten Dam. Remember, ten Dam started this breakaway. He went away on his own up the Rabbit Ear Pass. He didn't win the climb, but he had to go again on the way down, and then he got the break.
Peterson
has cracked. I thought he was having difficulty, but he's going to give it one more shot.
Well, Andy Schleck was waiting and waiting and waiting to see whether this young man from the United States still had any power left in those legs after a long day in the saddle with some of the biggest names in the sport. It's not a surprise that he can't stick the pace anymore, but Andy Schleck, he's got that gut feeling that he's still got a chance of winning the race here this afternoon. I think Basso now is looking more likely to be the winner of the stage, but it's just a question of how it all goes down towards the finish line.
Watch Peterson come back here, because they've slowed right down at the moment, and they're looking again, and ten Dam is having another little go on the far side of the road. Now there's confusion. The 3 of the best bike riders in the world are together. Their speed there, it is 22 miles an hour, and they're going uphill just now.
Yeah, they're uphill there, but once they got to the outskirts of Breckenridge, they'll take a right-hand bend, another right-hand bend, and it'll be downhill towards the finish. A very difficult sprint finish, and in fact, if you want to try and win it, you might as well take the risk of going for a very long sprint, because the downhill sprint is a little bit easier than when you're sprinting on the flat or into a headwind.
They're going to see a marker there that's going to say about 2 miles to go, I think, at the moment. I say 3 kilometers as we come up towards the marker. It is in fact 4 kilometers from the finish. Ten Dam has seen it. He's building up a head of steam again at the back, and he's going to dive through on the inside if he gets a chance, and there he goes. And he got Laurens ten Dam has gone again. Andy Schleck, how many more of these moves can he counter?
I tell you what, Phil, they can't mess around too much like this. They're looking over their shoulder, because these guys, their average speed, as you just mentioned, is starting to come down with these kind of tactics, and at 22 miles an hour you can be certain the main field are doing 25 or 26 miles an hour, so that gap of still hovering on the 50-second mark can get wiped out in a mile or so.
Tipping down just a little bit now. Speed can increase down here. I thought with the cat and mouse tactics, Tom Peterson might have pedaled his way back in. How many times over the years, Paul, have we seen the 4th man catch them, drop them and win the stage at this crucial moment?
It can be done. It has happened before, but they're still looking over there. They're judging the gap between themselves and Peterson, and of course a little bit further back they're looking to see whether or not they can see the shadow of the main field.
Well, Andy Schleck, his only real win, and there he is. He's come back on. Peterson has took advantage of the cat and mouse. He's probably a little bit surprised he's pedalled back into this race, but he has.
Well, he didn't give up. He was put under pressure because of the uphill part of that course there when we were going down to speeds of 19, 20. Ten Dam is going again.
Yet another attack by Lawrence Ten Dam. He's having the best season of his life. Now Andy has got to communicate the counter move. He's gone right across the road. Basso is there, off the back again. Goes Peterson. And now Ten Dam is beginning to think, how on earth do they keep nailing me back? The next one will come from Basso, I think.
Well, you remember a little while ago, Phil, we talked about how you work in a breakaway and then everyone collaborates. It's the entente cordiale, but all of a sudden there's no friendship anymore now. This is all about a stage victory. This is all about the win. Ivan Basso looks over his shoulder. Where is Peterson now?
We're inside 2 miles to go now. The three riders still all together. The peloton themselves are all being marshaled, by the way. There they are by the Colombian riders. They're thinking of a sprint finish. They're not organised to catch these riders back because the anticipated attacks from Van Garderen or Van der Velde didn't come, so they're racing to finish in the same time, and that's the way it will be tonight, with Leipheimer left in the front of the overall classification. So we're talking of the win only now.
Well, I don't think that's an attack, actually. That's just a slight acceleration at the front end of the main field. It was easily marked by Lawrence Ten Dam, and of course Andy Schleck, Phil, seems to have recovered quite a bit here. There's a little attack there coming from the front end of the peloton, which is being controlled by Oscar Sevilla of Gobazione de Antioquia.
There is no doubt that these four riders, each one wants to win this stage. It means an awful lot to them here. They've worked very hard for it. They're big-time bike riders around the world, but they want to win this one. And they're not going to give up. They're watching every move here, but they've got to be ever vigilant of the chase behind. We're inside 1.5 miles from the finish.
And it's only 35 seconds the advantage of those four leaders. They cannot mess around now, Phil, at 2 kilometers to go, because if they start that cat and mouse tactics anymore, well, there's the front breaker, and there's the main field.
There's the main field right there. They could be wrapping it up at about 500 meters from the line here. It is all coming together into Breckenridge, despite the height, despite the climbs. Four riders together, and they won't know just how close that peloton is.
No, they won't, and they will not be able to mess around like this anymore. They've got around about a kilometre to go before they take the right-hand turn and another right-hand turn, and they start the downhill plunge. It's not a descent, but it is a little bit of a plunge down to the finish line, and that's what these guys have got to survive. This final little incline here really is putting the pain barrier too high for some.
Tom Peterson has dug deep into his suitcase today to find the strength for this one. He wants to finish ahead. The worst position you could finish is fourth. What a great result. He's been forced to lead now because the top three riders in the world, and there's a counter-attack, and somebody from Gorman-Cervelo shot through our camera lens.
Well, they certainly did. They've seen the possibility of pulling these riders all back together right just before the finishing line. They're only just around the corner.
They're on them.
And I really think this is a bit strange, the tactics of Gorman-Cervelo. They've got a man in that leading group of four. Maybe they don't have any confidence in his chance of winning the stage here this afternoon, and they are actually chasing down their own man. It's all going to come back together.
This is a most incredible end to what has been a fantastic tour here over the week, and the USA Pro Cycling Challenge is coming into Breckenridge almost together. They are going to be caught. We have talked all day of one of these four winning, and I don't think they're going to make the line. They're going to be swept up by any sprinters that are left in that peloton, and we don't know who is left in that peloton. All we know is it's not the entire field.
Well, there they are. And Levi Leipheimer's right in a good position again there, just sitting in third place in the line of the main peloton as they start to zigzag all over the place. It's all over for the four leaders. That really is such a shame after all of the hard work they put in this afternoon. But you know, this is a merciless sport.
A sharp sweeping left has brought the heads together here now. Now the sprinters, if they can find the strength, have got to get themselves organised very, very quickly in the dash for the line. I think Robert Foster is down there. It looks to me as though it could be being set up by the team, and certainly Liggett are there. Daniel Oss is still there, and Viviani is still there. There's Oss in the centre of our picture. Dan, look at this now on the left of our picture. George Hincapie has made a burst for the line, as it's Viviani has broken for the line again. Viviani has done it. 2 out of 2. Paul, that is amazing. He got up there. He said yesterday when he won, I think perhaps tomorrow my teammate Daniela Oss will win. Oss again delivered Viviani to the line.
But you know, Phil, when you're a sprinter and you can get over a climb like that and you can see the finish line, then all of a sudden you forget about the pain, you forget about everything. You check out your brain at 300 meters to go, and he went deep to get that one. He was a little bit far back at one stage, but all of a sudden, bang, you've got that final kick for the line.
What an incredible result. The way those guys battled it out today, and it's not the whole field that has come in, but I think all the men that matter were in the group that picked up those 4 riders just on the kilometre to go. Elia Viviani has got 2 wins out of 2, and you know, this wasn't thought to be a pure sprinter stage today, but it's the way it has turned out. There, number 21 is the battling Andy, and brother Frank on the right, no doubt the first to just say to him, well, you tried, it didn't work.
It didn't work, Phil, for about 700 metres. That's all it was. After the breakaway went on the first climb of the day, and he must have really believed he was going to get the victory this afternoon. But I take my hat off to a sprinter who can climb over Rabbit Ears Pass and stay in contact with the main field, survive over Swan Mountain, and then come charging out of the pack like this man in the green jersey here.
And you deliver your 6th win of the year at 22.5 years of age. He won't be 23 till next February, so he is a real super prospect for the future in the world of sprinting. What he's done in these last 2 days, Paul, is put himself in the selection for the Italian team in the World Championships, which is a sprinter's course. We could be looking at the future world champion.
Well, let's have a look at the finish once again. You can see the big organisation. That's Daniel Oss is making the lead out there. They go around the corner and they're doing a phenomenal job. But look at the acceleration of Viviani. It looks as if he was going to get beaten here, but then all of a sudden he just finds that last little bit, and that's what a special sprinter can always do. And I tell you what, Liquigas first and third. Congratulations.
No, absolutely tremendous result. That was Edouard Ortiz again sprinting well there. It just gets pipped by him on the right of our picture, and look at the face of Oss. Led his man out to win again. He's more excited than Viviani.
No, he certainly is. Just look at this. This is one of the new sprinters we're going to talk about over the next couple of seasons, because after all, Phil, that is win number 6. And yes, you talked a little bit about the World Championships being a course for the sprinters, but what about being a sprinter who's come to Colorado to prepare at altitude?
Good for him, absolutely right.
And by the way, let's not forget Levi Leipheimer will remain the leader in the overall standings, because he was locked pretty much in that field and will have the same time as everybody else.
Yes, he will. They've got a bit of Jaime Alberto Castaneda in the end, but the green jersey, the Smashburger green points jersey, well, he's increased his lead on that with maximum points today with his 2nd stage win. Daniel Oss hung on there for 3rd place, and Dennis Van Winden, who was in the early morning breakaway at the start of the Rabbit Ears Pass climb and then got dropped when he got caught, got back and finished in 4th place.
2 riders who were in the breakaway, riding away, a little rueful there. They can have a little chat about that. TJ Van Garderen will retain his high finish, his 3rd place overall, and also retain his lead in the Best Young Rider competition.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the battle of the bonuses, I think, tomorrow on the road to Denver. So as we pan around here, this beautiful area of Breckenridge, the riders are in now. And same as yesterday, Elia Viviani getting the victory, led out once more by his teammate. So he keeps his lead and increased it in the Smashburger points competition. Levi Leipheimer keeps yellow. We'll take our usual break now. We'll see you back here in just a few moments.
The USA Pro Cycling Challenge on Versus is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation for today, innovation for tomorrow, innovation for all. And by United Healthcare, helping people live healthier lives. And by Villiers Triestina, 105 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD.
Welcome back as we gaze upwards towards the Rockies here. These views from Colorado.com. They are higher than we've just finished at just under 10,000 feet in the main street in Breckenridge, where the sprinters had their day at the very end, catching up in the closing kilometres. Let's just have a look again while we wait for the presentations of the sprint. I mistakenly thought it was George Hincapie in the green jersey. We lost that to Viviani yesterday, and Viviani carries it over the line today in first place. His second win in as many days, and there's United Healthcare final result. All the same time, of course, Jaime Alberto Castañeda was the man from Colombia in second. He's got a sprinter coming out of Colombia, Daniela Os, in third. Dennis Van Winden started the day in the breakaway and still found the legs to get fourth in the end. And another good ride coming in there from Jeff Lauder of BMC in fifth place. TJ took part in the sprint. He wanted a bonus, but he got sixth in the end. Looking further down, Montiel, he was finishing in eighth, and Christian van der Velde also going for the bonuses, beaten by the sprinters. He crossed the line in 10th place. Hincapie only 11th, but Hincapie got back into the group at least, all same time. Levi in 14th place, so there's no change in the overall classification tonight. All right, let's have a look then at our Road ID ride of the day, and we've gone for Andy Schleck today because of the way he tried to win the race. You might think differently when it comes to your pick of the day, which we'll tell you about tomorrow, but it was a brilliant ride by Andy Schleck. I think he'd lay in bed all night deciding this is where he was going to project himself for the right bike rider he is. He broke away and he is. So that's our Road ID ride of the day. Remember, head on over to roadid.com/ride. You could win a shopping spree, and tell us your choice for your Road ID, and we'll tell you that at the top of our show tomorrow. Right, now let's see what we can show you now. The ski runs there, and the many mountain bike trails which they cut here and really keep in superb condition for the mountain bikers riding around Breckenridge. Well, the crowd now are still extremely orderly, and it's again another example of a huge crowd here. Racing really came to the state of Colorado 35 years ago with the famous Celestial Seasons Red Zinger, and that was handed over to the Coors Beer Company, and that lasted into the late 80s, and there's been no big time racing until this week here in Colorado. So as we see the crowds being marshalled there, I can hear that Bob Roll is now talking with Andy Schleck. Let's go down.
Andy, a very long breakaway and then a very courageous effort in the final miles of the stage. Take us through your thinking the last few miles of the race.
Well, for me it was, I think for the group, right, so with us was obviously that you're going to attack in the last climb, and that's my strength, but it was not very long the climb, so I could not get more than 15 seconds out of it. And then in the end we had this dead end straight into the finish town, and they were riding three behind me, so the moment they catch me I was like, yeah, for me I had to gamble, and I had in my head I think I could have won the sprint of the group, but I didn't want to be there was no option, or I win or I don't care, if I had that in my mind, I want to win, I don't want to be second or third. So Avon and me, we had the same thoughts, and that's why they catched us like 300 meters to go. And as always said, when you're out there for 180 kilometers and then they catch you in the last 300 meters of the race.
You gambled for the loss, and this time maybe didn't go the right way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's like that in life. And I mean, I want to win the stage, and actually I picked yesterday and today. I thought that could be a chance, and I took the chance today, but didn't work. I might try tomorrow, or I have to come back for next year.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
Well done, well said, Andy Schleck there, as the riders now that were dropped on Rabbit Ears Pass are still coming in, including sprinter there on the front left of Freddy Rodriguez. Let's go down to the podium, I think. I can see him over there. There he is. Levi Leipheimer all set on the podium now, Paul, to receive his yellow jersey. He's defended it again. The race has been on the road for 6 days. This man has held yellow for 4 of them. So as he continues now to pull on his Quiznos yellow jersey again, he won the opening stage 1. That was the day after the prologue. He won the time trial in Aspen. Now he's got one more day to come, and Leipheimer still leads this race. No change at all in the overall standings.
Now just 11 seconds lead over Christian van der Velde. It's going to be nail-biting for Levi Leipheimer tomorrow to ride around Denver, but it'd be rather nail-biting to go over that first climb of the day, because again the organisers putting a climb right at the very start, Lookout Mountain.
And it's got to be an absolute ripper when they climb Lookout Mountain tomorrow. Get rid of everybody and let the leaders fight it out down into the city of Denver, the state capital in Colorado, and Ashley and Rachel planting their kisses again firmly on the side of the man who's worn yellow now for 3 days. The overall standings, United Healthcare here bring them to us, 11, 17, 21, 53. No change whatsoever overall. And there they are for you. Go further down. Infantino at one stage, he got himself up to 5th there, but George Hincapie fought his way back. Cadell Evans holds 7th. There's no change in any of the top 10 places overall at the end of the day, so these boys didn't miss out in the split up the start climb, and they hung on in there, racing right across towards Breckenridge over Swan Mountain. There's mountains everywhere here, and they're all abounding and keeping the little town of Breckenridge nice and cozy, especially in the winter when the snow falls. They can come at any time, the snow, I'm told, here on the high mountains. Now Bob Roller has just caught Levi Leipheimer coming off the podium, so let's go back to Bob.
Levi, a very tough defensive of the Jersey today. Take us through the miles, especially with the high-powered breakaway with Avon Basso and Andy Schleck.
You know, today was it was more difficult than we had imagined. The first climb, Rabbit Ears Pass out of Steamboat, was long and hard, and a lot of people suffered. And the groups, there was groups everywhere, and it took another hour for everything to regroup. And then there was a strong breakaway, like you said, with Andy and Avon, but they were 6 minutes behind, so that gave us some breathing room. And you know what? The team was unbelievable today. I mean, really, they're stepping up, they're digging deep, and you know, we got a young team here, but they're really rising to the occasion. And the most heard remark I had after the stage today was, "Man, your team was awesome." So they really deserve a lot of recognition for what they did today.
Tomorrow, a tough climb to start the stage, similar to today. Do you expect some attacks to go off early in tomorrow's stage?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure that they're going to hit us hard on Lookout Mountain. You know, guys like Tom Danielson, who lives in Boulder, I'm sure he's going to try and do something. So we're going to have to, you know, do it again tomorrow. But hopefully, you know, Liquid Gas, they'll be motivated again for another sprint into Denver. That's what I hope.
Well, congratulations on another day in yellow, and best of luck on tomorrow's stage.
Thank you.
Just 1 day to go now, as well he knows, so he'll be feeling as though he's done enough now. We'll see tomorrow. Back into the podium here now as the presentations go on here for the placings. This is the second place ride today. We've got a sprinter now, Paul, on our books too, as Castaneda steps up onto the podium with Viviani.
He must have thought he was going to get that there, because he was in the right place at the right time, just ahead of everybody else, and then all of a sudden the whoosh of speed came by him when Viviani kicked into overdrive.
Now if we get to see the third man go up there, it'll be Daniela Oss, and I think there'll be a special congratulations there from Viviani to the man that's led him to his second victory in as many days. I think this guy is more delighted by just leading Viviani to the line than actually getting placed.
No, he is a great team helper. He's got a very fast turn of speed himself, but the thing to be a great sprinter, a little bit like Mark Cavendish, you've got to be able to produce that second acceleration. Yeah, it's fine to get yourself up to 60 kilometers an hour or 40 miles an hour. It's the second kick that takes you up to almost 50 miles an hour that makes you a top-end sprinter, and that, I think, is what we're seeing from Elio Viviani. And again, Phil, just a reminder, 22 years of age.
Yes, so there's the three boys and the youth and the future of world cycling, all saluting the crowd here in Main Street in Breckenridge, because they're all youngsters and they've all got a long career ahead of themselves. We'll be seeing them in the Tour de France, I'm sure, in the years to come. That was, in the end, a day for the sprinters. With 300 metres to go, it wasn't.
No, 300 metres, 700 metres to go, it was the breakaway were going to succeed. It really is a difficult one to judge, and I tell you what, there was a lot of chasing went on there towards the end, and United Healthcare managed to do a good job to keep their man Rory Sutherland right there in the mix.
Yep, and George Hincapie got back there as well. Seeing all the Norse mythology coming out here. Ula is all the hats they're wearing here representing the god of thunder, because he's had a big part to play in the history of Breckenridge. These are the leaders' jerseys here, the winners' jerseys in the past. Now we're just seeing what comes up next. The King of the Mountains is next. And Pedraza keeps the lead. He's got one climb tomorrow to defend it. He didn't get up amongst it on the climb of Rabbiteers Pass, but the men that he wasn't worried about did, so they took the points that the others might have wanted. So he is a typical climber, isn't he? He's so small and slight. He dances up those hills. I don't think he liked the high-speed tempo, the way they shot up at Rabbiteers Pass, though. He did go over the top in the main group of about 30 riders, but he was in no mood to contest the points at the top.
No, but he did contest the points at the end, Phil, when we got to the summit of Swan Mountain. I'm not sure if he got any points, but he was not too far away from the top 10 on that occasion. And all he's got to do tomorrow is try and defend it once we go to the top of Lookout Mountain.
Well, they had the best place in the house to watch the race come in. The Metal Roos there, ready to take care of the snow when it falls in the winter. So the standings in the Nissan King of the Mountain then. Pedraza keeps it, 6 points clear. Montiel, who did ride well today up the mountain, is in second place. So that competition hasn't ended yet. Lookout Mountain will decide it tomorrow.
No, but this man, I think, is setting himself some serious foundations to win the Smashburger points classification, because I would say, Phil, he is turning out to be the sprinter of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. I'm not sure who in the field can actually challenge this man, and you'll see a lot of work done tomorrow by Team Liquigas Cannondale to try and get this man win number 3.
On the right there, Rick Shadner there from Quiznos, who's done everything in his power to make sure this race has happened here in Colorado, including providing the money for the event. So everybody owes him a great deal of thanks.
Well, the overall standings in that competition, Phil, Elia Viviani has 38 points, down to TJ Van Garderen's 22, and then the next 3 riders, Leipheimer, Hincapie and Castaneda, all with 17.
So the Smashburger green jersey goes across the line in first place today. Tomorrow that competition will be decided, if it hasn't already been decided now. And Viviani tomorrow will be on a hat-trick, 3 wins straight, because tomorrow we will say it's more for the sprinter. Big cheers for TJ Van Garderen here, who gets the Sheets Best Young Rider jersey. No one else has worn this jersey. He's got a suitcase full of them for the whole week. He had the yellow for one day as well. Now tomorrow he's still going to go out looking for a few seconds to win both competitions.
And again, Phil, I think we should just remind ourselves that he too is only 23 years of age. He was 23 this month, in fact, when he was racing in the Tour of Utah. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get clear on Swan Mountain, but should still be satisfied, because he is in 3rd place overall at 17 seconds, and he leads that competition. But look at the gap he's got in that competition over Eduardo Beltran, 3 minutes and 18 seconds, and then 5:38 back to Tobias Ludvigsen.
He's never been challenged in the Sheets Best Young Rider competition at all. 3:18 is his gap. He won't be catching him up so far behind. There's the wonderful spin around the crowd for you, as now huge cheer. Listen to the cheer here. They love him.
No, I think that's a very good choice for Andy Schleck to get that. He made a brilliant move on Swan Mountain. He had to make that move there, because otherwise that breakaway would have been swept up before. He did prolong the agony quite a bit, though, because he prolonged that agony right up until 700 meters to go, and he put in a great ride today.
He did, and he deserves to wear that Exergy Most Aggressive Riders jersey. He won't wear it tomorrow. It's only for a presentation jersey. Here come the girls again, just to make sure they've got their man branded, for as they all do in Colorado.
Yeah, well, that's part of the ranching background, I suspect. Andy Schleck, I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with that today, but he put in a great ride, and it was good to see riders like Basso, Lawrence Tendam and Andy Schleck out on the Posse Trail, trying to get themselves that victory. And we do now know that Andy Schleckfield was in this bike race.
And all of the leaders come onto the podium for a final wave to the crowd. And not least led by Levi in the middle, Pedraza on the left of our picture, the Nissan King of the Mountains, TJ as the Sheets Best Young Rider. As we can now just take a quick look at tomorrow, the last map we'll show you on this year's inaugural Pro Cycling Challenge. It's not an easy route, but it does have a flat finish tomorrow, so let's have a look at the Radio Shack map. We will be heading out over Lookout Mountain. We go to Golden. I know the Golden are really looking forward to the start of this race tomorrow. They're all set to go as we head out along Washington Avenue. A little lap of the town first, back through Golden, then around the town again. Now it's time to get out on the road over Lookout Mountain pretty early on along Route 40 now. as we continue down, just skirting Golden again. Then we kiss Golden goodbye as we then turn east, heading into Denver itself. It's going to be a terrific day out. Don't forget, our re-air tonight will come at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Remember the new time. We'll bring you Stage 6 Golden to Denver, and that is on NBC. So enjoy that too. George Hincapie signing out now. And also, for a full schedule and daily highlights, do log on to NBCSports.com. And for the tour tracker, remember to go to USProCyclingChallenge.com. Our clothing has been provided by Pelazumi. Well done in the end to Elia Viviani. 2 out of 2 for him. Stay tuned now, because up next on Versus, it's IndyCar Racing Qualifying Series, the Indy Grand Prix from Sonoma County in California. From us all here in Breckenridge, until tomorrow, it's goodbye. Today, the concluding stage of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge will end in Denver after a week of racing around the Rocky Mountains. It will finish in the shadow of the Capitol building in the state capital of Denver. The overall lead is Levi Leipheimer of America. Can he win? We'll find out later. Let's go first to the New York studios. The final day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, as Levi Leipheimer, the American who has led this race for the past 3 days, now tries to defend it on the final day to Denver. For 6 days in the Rockies, a pack of elite cyclists has faced a considerable challenge beneath the heights of Colorado's astounding peaks. From the Tour de France champion, Cadel Evans, to a world-class contingent of Americans. They've climbed the state's most iconic mountains, reaching altitudes in excess of 12,000 feet. The one relentless veteran, George Hincapie, an emerging young contender, TJ Van Garderen, and a late-charging sprint specialist, Elia Viviani. Numerous competitors have made their bid for momentum, but this week has largely been the domain of one American, who now carries the yellow jersey tantalizingly close to the finish. One last day to crown a champion in Colorado, a climb up Lookout Mountain, and a final decisive sprint into Denver. Stage 6 of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge is next. A week of world-class bicycle racing to the highest mountains in the state of Colorado all comes to an end today with Stage 6 of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, brought to you by Icon Lasik. We'll start in Golden. In fact, we've already started in Golden because we are bringing you live coverage here, and the riders will finish in Broadway and 14th in the shadow of the Capitol building here in the state capital of Denver. And it is a perfect day, and it should be a day for the sprinters. Hello everybody, welcome to our coverage here of this 6th and final day of cycling here in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. I'm Phil Liggett, I'm joined by Paul Sherwen. We have had a week of racing, bringing here to the United States the best field ever assembled. The whole podium of the Tour de France, first, second and third, are in this event. The top Americans who did so well in the Tour de France are here. Paul, it is the best field, but what's more, we've seen an incredible week of racing.
Well, on top of that, Phil, you've got to think about the crowds. There's tens of thousands of people have come out to see this race. It has been a Tour de France type atmosphere, and I don't think I've ever been to a bicycle race anywhere in the world that has been to the high spots that we've attained here in the state of Colorado. A number of times we've exceeded 12,500 feet of climbing.
That's right, we call those the Queen stages. The cyclists from Europe have never raced that high. In fact, I don't think any cyclist from professional world has ever topped out 12,000 feet in two mountains on the same day. But at the end of it all, yesterday it was Levi Leipheimer who took over the leader's yellow jersey, or or more correctly to say, to consolidate the lead. He's now held the lead for the last 3 days of cycling. And look at this, as we show you the United Healthcare overall standings, you will see that the Americans, 5 Americans who took part in the Tour de France in July and did so well, command the top 5 places overall.
No, they certainly did. But look at the time gaps, Phil. That's why it's going to be such a dripping stage today. Only 11 seconds to second place, 17 seconds a bit further back to third place, TJ Van Garderen. Cadel Evans, the Tour de France champion, in 7th place, 1:18 back.
Well, what a beautiful day it really is now as we catch up with these live pictures and come straight in with Levi Leipheimer. They have been hitting him hard today, but for the moment, everybody is together that matters in this race. The people in Golden, and we're now saying farewell to Golden. We've been over Lookout Mountain. We're now bound for Denver and another big crowd. But this race in Colorado has really opened up the public's imagination. There are hundreds of people here. Now, while there is no action here, little group trying to get off the front. We will come back if there's any decisive moves, but let's go first of all and remind ourselves how this all began this week. The race began its 7-day journey around the state of Colorado with an opening prologue time trial over 5.2 miles from the Garden of the Gods Park, and then raced down into the centre of Colorado Springs. The big attraction, the runner-up in the Tour de France, Andy Schleck.
Yeah, but also Cadel Evans making a whirlwind trip around the world to be celebrated in Australia, to drop off here in Colorado Springs.
Cadel Evans, the first Australian winner of the Tour de France, but then the action started. Christian van der Velde, the American rider, laid down a time that seemed to be good enough to decide the day when he arrived at the finish, 8 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yes, but a little bit further after Christian van der Velde started, Patrick Gretsch, not one of the pre-race favourites, but a very good individual time trialist at the under-23 level of the sport. He came out and decided to move the bar just a little bit higher. When he came down into the finishing line, he was going to stop the clock with a brand new best time of 8 minutes and 27 seconds.
So Gretsch would win this day, something of a surprise, but all eyes wanted to see Andy Schleck in action. 3 times second in the Tour de France, and the man who finished second and lost his Tour de France in July in the time trial to Cadel Evans.
He'd never been one of the great individual time trialists of this sport, but he did want to ride well in front of a very big Coloradan crowd.
Well, the crowd was huge. Big-time bicycle racing returning to the state for the first time for more than 15 years. Cadel Evans left the start house to an enormous cheer and raced all the way home, but his time wouldn't be quick enough to steal the laurels of the day. Nonetheless, the first Australian to win the Tour de France was showing himself off to a very enthusiastic crowd in Colorado Springs. John Hickenlooper, the state governor, applauding here the first yellow jersey of the Tour in Patrick Gretsch.
Well, that was the end of the prologue time trial, and after that the riders went out onto a very tough course, because for the first time they were going to start to climb altitudes around about 11,500 feet, hardly ever seen before on the international circuit.
The opening stage from Salida to Crested Butte, just on 100 miles. It was all coming down to the big finish itself as the riders came up the climb into Crested Butte. Levi Leipheimer, who actually comes from Butte, Montana, sprinted away from the lead group with an incredible show of strength to salute the crowd at altitude with an incredible stage victory, which would give him the race leader's yellow jersey.
I think he was also a little bit surprised himself by the violence of his attack, but one man who faded on that final 3-mile climb to the line was the overall leader overnight, and that was Patrick Gretsch.
So Levi Leipheimer was the next man in yellow as he saluted here with Richard Shatner, one of the major sponsors of the event. Stage 2 between Gunnison and Aspen is what we call the Queen Stage, over 130 miles, topping out at 12,000 feet on 2 occasions. The Europeans were afraid of altitude. Levi Leipheimer wasn't.
Well, he hails from Utah, now lives in Santa Rosa, but after just 25 miles there was a very nasty crash with a number of riders going down, including the 2-time Tour of Italy champion Ivan Basso.
This was the worst pilot of the day. It had happened on a cattle grid across the road as they approached Cottonwood Pass. The worst injured was Daniele Calagarin of Italy. He went to hospital with 2 broken hands and facial injuries. He was released though and is on his way home today. In the race itself, it was time for one of the top young riders in the world, TJ Van Garderen, who went to put the move in towards the top of the climb. Into Aspen, he was looking for the win, which will give him a yellow jersey.
But he was robbed right on the line by the old man of the sport, 38 years old, from South Carolina, George Hincapie, getting his first victory since 2009 when he was crowned the American national champion.
But in second place, TJ Van Garderen from Washington State, he got over the line in second place. That was good enough for him in Aspen to become the young leader now at just 23 years of age of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. So that has taken us up to stage 2. We'll show you the rest of the history in our next segment. But right now, this is the breakaway as we were watching that. Has just started to form. Oscar Sevilla here, Spanish rider in the all-black jersey, rides for a Colombian team. Is in the breakaway. Javier Mejias also here, another Spanish rider. Lachlan Norris, an Australian, and Matt Cook is in there for the United States. None of these riders are a threat to Levi Leipheimer's overall lead, so there won't be a quick reaction to this group, I don't think, and they've made the biggest progress of the break so far today. Those riders are all Team Radio Shack, the team of Levi Leipheimer. Their job to keep this race under control as we head towards Denver. We'll see you in just a moment. The USA Pro Cycling Challenge is brought to you by Nissan. Innovation for today, innovation for tomorrow, innovation for all. And by United Healthcare, helping people live healthier lives. By Colorado.com, a world of scenic wonder awaits in a land called Colorado. And by Coca-Cola, open happiness. Welcome back, live action in the Pro Cycle Challenge as we head into town now beneath blue skies. These are the 4 leaders. We saw them just prize open a small gap moments ago. Oscar Sevilla, Mejias and Norris and Cook. So far no reaction from the field because Levi Leipheimer isn't worried about those 4 riders affecting that yellow jersey on his shoulders. We've said goodbye to Golden. We are now setting course for Denver. Once we get into the center of the state capital, we will lap it 6 times before this race will roll to a halt. Now, we've shown you the story so far. TJ Van Garderen was the man in yellow when we left our little tale of the week, so let's rejoin that and pick up with Van Garderen defending in the time trial. Stage 3 was the time trial. It was based in Vail, starting in the centre of the town and racing up the mountain nearby. It was to be what we always call the race of truth. And Christian van der Velde, just like he had done in Colorado Springs, was on fire in the time trial.
Starting in 5th place in the overall standings, he was looking for a 45-second deficit. When he came to the top of the climb, he stopped the clock with the fastest time. Well, you know, when it came down a little bit later on, Levi Leipheimer was going to better his time.
Levi Leipheimer, known to be a very good exponent of the time trial, made his start. And he'd lost his lead the previous day in Aspen to TJ Van Garderen, so he wasn't the last man to go. And when he came to the line with an incredible effort, the clock was saying he had the best time over Van der Velde by just 58/100ths of a second. Nobody could tell him, is it the best or not? But there was still one man to ride, TJ Van Garderen, his first day in the yellow jersey.
And what a way to try and defend it on this mountain time trial, away from Vail, right up the mountain to finish 1,500 feet higher. And looking at these crowds, you could be mistaken for thinking we were at the Tour de France.
Van Garderen came home, he'd given it all. I think he'd felt the pressure of being the leader of the Tour. He'd been beaten. Levi Leipheimer had lost his yellow jersey in Aspen. He'd reclaimed it off TJ Van Garderen in Vail. So Levi Leipheimer now back in the leader's yellow jersey with just 3 days of racing still to go. Stage 4 took the rides about 15 minutes away from Vail for a restart at Avon, bound for Steamboat Springs, 82.8 miles. All of the riders for the first time during the week were coming home together. They were being led by the Italian sprinter Elia Viviani in front of an enormous crowd in Steamboat Springs. Viviani got the victory, and was he delighted.
Yes, at just 22 years of age, he's going to prove to be one of the best sprinters on the international circuit in the next couple of years, because just look at this, when he started to see the victory in front of him, he just accelerated again.
A clear winner on the day, but all of the race coming home together meant they were all given the same time, so there was no change in the overall standings. Levi Leipheimer had retained the yellow jersey he'd regained in Vail. Yesterday, the 5th stage of the race moved on from Steamboat to the near 2-mile high town of Breckenridge. 106 miles on the menu and another massive crowd waiting for the race. The fans' road ID pick of the day was Andy Schleck. He attacked from the start, and now he's attacking on Swan Mountain. He was riding in front of crowds reminiscent of the Alps or the Pyrenees in the Tour de France. He was trying to win.
He was, but on the run-in towards the finish, the group that was with him all came back, and they played cat-and-mouse tactics on the run-in towards the finish line, and they slowed down their average speed, and they were caught 700 metres to the line by the whole of the main field.
Yes, just half a mile from the finish, the field caught back up, and that sprinter was there again. Elia Viviani making it 2 days and 2 wins for him. He's turned his whole week around. But once more, because all of the riders finished in the same time, it is on this final day of racing Levi Leipheimer who rides towards Denver right now in that leader's yellow jersey. So there you are, you're up to date, and they've just entered downtown Denver. They've just flashed through the Smashburger Sprint there to start now 6 4.7-mile circuits of the city. What an incredible crowd that's come downtown here today. The peloton are on the right of our picture. They're heading toward that finishing line, while these 4 leaders, Oscar Sevilla, Javier Mejias, Lachlan Norris, Matt Cook, are going out on the first of 6 laps. Now, as we go back towards the finishing line here, this is the peloton. These are the teammates of Levi Leipheimer, the men we call the domestiques. They've got to do all the work for Levi today. The gap as they're coming through, Paul, just on 1 minute and 25 seconds, and they're just taking onboard drinks here as they pass through the feeding zone. No stopping, by the way. You'd be surprised how many people say, why don't the guys take time out and do it properly? But time is of an essence.
Time is of the essence in a stage race like this, but it does bring a whole new meaning, doesn't it, to fast food, because fast food here, you're taking it on board at around about 27 or 28 miles an hour.
We just swung in off Colfax now as the main field. They're looking for 6 circuits of 4.7 miles or 7.5 kilometers, because the images here in Denver are being beamed around the world to more than 160 countries. Live images of the first inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and it has been voted a huge success, Paul. The state of Colorado, they really have provided first-class platform for a top-class bike race.
No, they certainly have. We always talk about the sport of professional cycling being a free sport. Well, yes, you don't have to pay tickets to be at the side of the road to watch this bike race, but the event itself, Phil, actually generates an awful lot of money for the economy. We go to the Santos Tour Down Under in Australia at the start of the year, and that race over 1 week generates $40 to $50 million of revenue for the towns.
And it's money that makes the world go round, of course, so that's the way it's got to be. Now, don't adjust a set of our pictures occasionally freeze like that, because that is to do with the fact we are live, and sometimes the buildings here in downtown Denver might interfere with clean signals to the helicopters flying above. Look at this crowd now. They go through to commence their first of 6 full circuits here of the finishing town. Beautiful shots there of Leipheimer. He must be feeling the pressure of the crowd now as they cheered him on. As we can now see the breakaway, not the breakaway, the chasing here. He's only got 2 teammates left in front of it at the moment. There is the breakaway. Matt Cook, the only American in it, sat at the back here, number 134. As we now pierce the crowd here, they are excited to say the least, and they have followed this race now for a week around the state of Colorado. We'll take a break. Rejoin us in Denver very shortly. Welcome back. We're downtown Denver on the last day now of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. These 4 boys are trying to hold off a real chasing field just now, but it's looking good. They're on the first of 6 laps of the city. 2 minutes 20 is the gap. There's the 4 names for you of the men trying to slip the peloton. Well, as they continue to course round this opening lap of 4.7 miles or 7.5 kilometers, this is the chance to see the peloton. Here's Ivan Basso, the big man from Liquigas Cannondale, who was involved in that nasty crash on day 2 of the race on the Cottonwood Pass. He's okay, he's bringing it through. He'll be a workhorse today, probably for Viviani.
Well, I think that's what's going to happen here, Phil. This is Tim Duggan, the American rider on the front for Team Liquigas Cannondale. And I tell you one thing, the important thing about Team Radio Shack is they don't really need to chase down that breakaway, because none of the riders in that leading group of 4 are dangerous at all to Levi Leipheimer's overall standings. There's so many different tactics unfolding in a race like this, because that's why the lime green jerseyed riders of Liquigas Cannondale are coming forward. They want to catch these guys so they can win the individual stage, even if they can't win the bike race overall.
We're looking at the breakaway here now at the moment, but I was just thinking with Tim Duggan-Paul, what a great moment for that young top professional cyclist. He spends most of his life racing in Italy. He comes from Boulder, Colorado. Here he is in his state capital, showing his colours off in this bike race.
Yeah, well, we're now looking there. We've got a little bit of information coming in about the riders. Oscar Sevilla at the moment, his heart rate is just inside of 160 beats a minute. He's generating 370 watts on his bicycle, riding along at 26 miles an hour. Now that is a very hard amount of wattage to put out there, and he really is pushing himself. We normally would see, if it was an easy ride, that wattage would be around about 250 watts. So it just goes to show Oscar Sevilla is giving it hell today.
He's making it an effort because he wants to try and keep this group away and perhaps win a stage if it's possible. But the riders will want the sprinters to get up for that big finish as well. While, of course, how are they going to outwit the yellow jersey of Leipheimer? Today there's a 10-second bonus for the man that crosses the line in first place. That comes off your overall time for the whole week of racing. Now, if Christian van der Velde were to win that 10-second bonus, he started the day 11 seconds behind Leipheimer. He would still need a time gap of 1 second to be the winner of the race. So it's a tough calculation. Well, as we continue around this opening lap, the crowds, is there anybody left in Denver anywhere else? One must ask the question. It's been a long time coming back to Colorado. It's 23 years since we had the famous Coors Classic racing these streets. And funnily enough, we started in Golden today, which is the corporate headquarters of the beer Coors. And Peter Coors himself has seen a lot of this race this week and has been delighted with the way it's been handled. It is lovely to see these big names here, and obviously everybody knows about the Tour de France. The whole podium is here. First, second and third, Cadel Evans, Frank and Andy Schleck. And we've seen those guys in our camera lenses all week. And now the sun is out, it's the hottest day of the week, and the riders are putting on the style on this last day of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge.
You've experienced the race, the epic battles, the unforgiving terrain. Now you can bring a piece of it home. Shop USA Pro Cycling Challenge. It's the inaugural year. Get the official gear. Hats, t-shirts, sweaters. Get it now at shop.usaprocyclingchallenge.com.
Two-time Olympic gold medalist and defending champion Shaun White joins Paul Rodriguez as they rip up Salt Lake City at the Toyota Challenge, coming September 10th to NBC.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Good afternoon. After hitting and largely sparing New York City, Irene is pounding New England this afternoon as a tropical storm. But this has been a deadly and destructive weather system, causing a good deal of damage on the Jersey Shore and New York's Long Island. At least 14 people have been killed and several million are without power. Public transportation remains suspended in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, as does air travel. One estimate of damage is in the $20 billion range. A major concern now is the threat of flooding, not only from storm surges, but from rising rivers. The Weather Channel's Jim Cantore is in Battery Park City in Lower Manhattan, which did experience a storm surge this morning. Jim, what can you tell us?
Yeah, where I'm standing here, we had the water come about 1.5 feet. The good news is it didn't have the waves, Savannah, and that's what typically causes a lot of the damage that we saw with Katrina and storms like Ike. But over 24 rivers are going to go in a major flood stage, some of them all-time record crests, and we're starting to hear across parts of New Jersey and even into Vermont of dams that just can't hold the water back. Towns like Brattleboro, Vermont, currently going underwater. Back to you.
All right, the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore on the scene in Lower Manhattan. Brian Williams will, of course, have complete coverage tonight on NBC Nightly News. I'm Savannah Guthrie reporting from New York. We'll get you back to cycling now on NBC.
Welcome back as we gaze down on the city of Denver here, and we're looking at the 4 leaders in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. They just started out on the second lap of 6 circuits of 4.7 miles. Interesting facts for you here. These are the 4 leaders, and the workload, most of it being done by the most experienced rider in the breakaway, Oscar Sevilla, who is a Spanish rider. He's been doing 37% of the work. Well, it looks to me, Paul, they're looking at the workload with Oscar Sevilla putting in vastly more than anybody else. He's feeling he is the strongest rider in the breakaway. He's putting in 37% of the workload here.
Yeah, what's happening here, you can see these riders are riding in a line at the moment. What happens when you sit in second position and third and fourth position is you actually save 20 to 30% of your energy while you ride in that slipstream of the rider in front. Oscar Sevilla is a very well-known bike rider on the international circuit. He now rides for this small Colombian development squad, and as he swings off, you'll notice him going to the back of that line of riders. Then he'll pop into 4th position. That allows him to get a little bit of an easy ride for a few hundred meters or so before he goes to the front again to set the pace.
It's the American Matt Cook who's got himself on the front at the moment. He's another man that lives in Boulder, Colorado, so he's racing virtually on home soil today, and he's putting himself right in front of live television cameras around the world here as he sets the pace at the front. Now they're all contributing to the chase now, because Garmin-Cervelo, this is the team that won the team award in the Tour de France, an incredible feather in the caps of the American squad, and now they're trying to bring back these 4 riders as well.
Well, just talking about that team, Phil, they're quite strange because it started as a development squad right here in the state of Colorado by Jonathan Waters, and it started off as a TIAA Cref, and then funnily enough, their home building is just away from the finishing circuit here, but it's developed into one of the big, strong teams of the world.
That's right, T-Cref is just behind us here, looking down. I, in fact, came to Denver some years ago to present the Young Development Squad, and look at it now, riding in the Tour de France this year and winning at the team prize. They are here now. These are the leaders getting on with it. Now we've got Javier Mejias of Team Type 1. It's an American team for the Spanish rider. He's driving at the front. But these boys are getting their tails up. You can sense it. They are performing for a magnificent crowd in Denver. We should see the gap start to fall now.
Well, you mentioned that Team Type 1 squad, Phil. It's a team that actually is in the sport to try and promote diabetes, Team Type 1 diabetes. And in fact, 2 of the riders in the race here have actually got diabetes. They're being treated by the doctors. They're doing a very interesting test program.
Yes, and what they're doing is proving, in fact, that you can compete at the highest levels with these inflictions and treat them, and they're controllable. And it's a very, very good way of doing that for Team Type 1 with Mejias in the leading group of 4 riders, but the gap now is down to just on 2 minutes. It was down into up to nearly 2:30, so it is coming back. But will it come back quick enough when they get round to the finish next time? There'll be 4 laps to go. So don't forget, Sunday night is football night as we watch the Pro Cycling Challenge here. Jason Campbell and the Raiders host Drew Brees and the Saints on Sunday Night Football. That's tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, here on NBC. Now we're back with the action here of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, the same 4 riders. Now, I think there's been a problem with Cadel Evans. He may have had a flat tyre. He's riding in the slipstream of the car. He's not allowed to do that, by the way, the winner of the Tour de France. So he's got to move up smoothly at the outside. This is where it happened. This is moments ago. It looks like a back wheel he's signalling for. Crucial moments these, because the riders speed away from you so quickly on these finishing circuits. He's just arranged his gears. He'll take the weight off his bike and leave it to the mechanic to slip the change in. Takes approximately 10 seconds if you're on the ball. So as Cadel Evans now will be paced back up to the field. He's had a flat tyre just the head of the field. He's charging along, still under the escort of the riders of Garmin-Cervelo. And as the leaders now, Paul, are heading back through to that finishing line, that will be 4 laps to go for them when they get there.
Well, the gap is now starting to come down because a number of teams who've got very good fast finishers on their squad have started to share the pacemaking at the front end of the pack, and it's come down to 1 minute and 45 seconds advantage. But these guys, they're starting to get a little bit ragged as well now, and it's Oscar Sevilla, the Spanish rider on that squad, who seems to be doing the majority of the pacemaking. He obviously sees this as a final opportunity to get himself into the top 10 in this race.
Well, for the enormous crowd again, they go through what will be the finishing line, but not for another 4 circuits of Denver here. I have to say they're putting up a great show of resistance, these 4 riders, and the boy at the back there at the moment in the 4 is Oscar Sevilla. He's the most famous of those 4 riders, and he wants this breakaway to succeed. but it's the peloton being led up now by one of the most famous cyclists in the sport, and that is Ivan Basso, two-time winner of the Tour of Italy. He's also finished second and third in the Tour de France. He's stamping out the rhythm on the front now, not for himself, but he wants to get his team and his sprinter Viviani back into this lead group. Cadel Evans looks as though he's just he's still a little bit of work to do, coming back towards the peloton after that flat tyre.
You'll never forget, yes, we talk about Cadel Evans, Phil, being the champion of the Tour de France from this year, but he was also in 2009 the world road racing champion. He comes from an incredible background of being a mountain bike racer, 2 times a World Cup champion. The 4 leaders continue to share the pacemaking. The way they do it is one rider sits at the front for 100 meters or so and then swings off and goes to the back, and then they keep doing that all of the time. You can see now what we always talk, Phil, about an individual victory, but you've got to have a team to get yourself into a race, and that's why the team of Cadel Evans are riding themselves back onto this race.
Well, Tim Duggan is now bringing them through here, the man from Boulder, Colorado, but he races in Italy and he rides with his Italian team. See if we can catch the clock over the finishing gantry there. We can't really, can we, as we pull back? Just to see, it looks as though, what was the time, Paul?
1:25, so it has come down quite dramatically now. It went up to an excess of 2 minutes and 15 seconds at one stage, and now you can see the damage is starting to be done by the peloton and by this team. It's an Italian team, but with an American sponsor, Team Cannondale.
Well, it is so hot now for these riders. Remember, here in Denver, it's coming up towards 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's probably getting up towards its hottest temperatures of the day. These 4 riders hanging in now, but they've only got 85 seconds. Well, just look at that incredible shot as we see this race rolling to its final close today in downtown Denver. No finer fitting backdrop as they ride beneath the shadow now of the State Building. These 4 riders are ahead, but for how long as they're going out towards lap number 3. Just coursing down to the backside of the circuit at the moment in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. We have completed 3 circuits. We're out on our 4th lap of 6 circuits around here, so we're on the halfway lap at the moment. These are the 4 riders who brought us into Denver on the road from Golden today. The gap is still holding at 1:25, but there's a lot of variety of people wanting to chase now. Just looking at Christian van der Velde there, and he seems pretty happy with himself. He had 2 very, very good time trials, losing, don't forget, in Vail by just 58/100ths of a second to Leipheimer, and he sits 2nd overall in this race, just 11 seconds back. Now look at this, Leipheimer's come up alongside him.
He wears the yellow jersey there with that red helmet, the Radio Shack rider. We expected him to do a good ride in the Tour de France this year. He was robbed of any chance there after a very nasty accident. In fact, all of the team Radio Shack, they probably had all of the bad luck of the whole season thrown into the 3 weeks of July.
They did, because it's an American team, of course it is, and it's had a wonderful season, but it all went wrong in the Tour de France. The last lap by these 4 riders, they've averaged 45 kilometers now. That equates to 28 miles an hour. They're not exactly waiting, are they?
No, they aren't, but in the main field, Phil, I would expect we're looking at speeds in excess of 30 miles an hour, and that's why they're starting to bring back that gap. It was at one stage at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and now the last time check that I've got tickling through is 1:10.
Yes, they've taken another 15 seconds since we started this 3rd circuit of Denver, so they are coming back, and on these wide boulevards here, they are going to spot them very, very shortly from the peloton, and that's all the incentive they will need.
Well, there are other teams too, and it's nice to see the American teams, United Healthcare, are not concerned at all about the reputation of some of the big teams, and I wasn't too far off that mark when I said 31 miles an hour, was I?
No, and that's what the peloton is doing, so that's why they're pulling them back. They're actually riding about 5 miles an hour quicker now than the riders up front. It's going to be pretty tough for these boys at the back of the peloton now, because once you make these sweepers around, it's the guys at the back who have to kick late and they have to chase the wheels in front. Believe me, it's not easy.
No, the best place to ride, Phil, is right up at the front, just about there where Levi Leipheimer is. You're keeping yourself, it's almost a constant speed if you ride in the first 15 to 20 places, but you've got that acceleration and deceleration if you ride in the last part of the pack, especially when you start to go around all of these corners on a tricky downtown course.
Lachlan Norris here, the Australian, taking the 4 leaders through to do his turn at the front with high revs and then get to the back for a quick breather. The Australian here is hoping this breakaway, of course, will stay away, but he's a brand new professional bike rider, and sadly, HTC High Road will leave the sport this year, so he's going to be looking for a sponsor. So as they slip into the back of the line there for Lachlan Norris, there's the peloton down there. You can't get lost in Denver today if you're riding this bike race, because the crowd are telling you which way to go. Well, looking at the leaders, they've just passed under the finish line banner there, so they've got 3 laps to go now. That's about 14 miles left to race to the finish. We'll get the time check on the line, but at the moment we think it's now gone well inside 1 minute. Here they come. Well, they have shut this right down now. There's been some incredible high-speed chasing, well in excess of 31 miles an hour now. This is the team of Liquigas Cannondale, part Italian, part American. As they race up towards the line now, it's 45 seconds confirmed.
45 seconds is nothing. To put it into perspective, Phil, that's about 750 yards, or 750 meters if you want. And I tell you what, if they could get into a straightaway, they would now be able to see the prey that they've been chasing around all of these circuits in downtown.
Well, I've got to look over the heads of the crowd here, which is proved to be absolutely amazing. What a grand finish this one really is now. The idea of bringing this high-class race to Colorado was mooted by Lance Armstrong, who just picked up the telephone and rang the governor last year, who was then Bill Ritter, and said, what about a big bike race in Denver? He said, I like the idea, let's talk. And this is the result now. It has proved enormously popular. State government has changed since then. It's now John Hickenlooper who is the new state governor. But guess what? He rides a bike and he loves the race.
He has enjoyed himself at this bike race, and of course he's seen many of his residents from Colorado coming to participate in this bike race here this week. But I tell you one thing, Phil, it's not just Colorado that's come here to celebrate this bike race. It's people from all over the United States and a number of people from overseas too.
Well, the feeling they're just grabbing at anything they can reach out at here, the way they're speeding off these corners and stretching the peloton. Look at that now as they race for each other's back wheel just to stay in contention. When you think they're all together in a big pack, you think they're all under control, but they're not. The boys at the back don't have the legs now to get to the front. That's why Leipheimer is riding safe and sound, surrounded by his team, just to keep him out of trouble.
Well, you might just notice, just behind him there, the rider with the Radio Shack jersey on, Ivan Rovny, Phil, what he was doing was to stay as close as Levi Leipheimer as possible.
And the perfect ending, if this is the way it's going to be today for this event, the top 5 riders overall at the start of the day are all American. They are 5 of the biggest names in the world of cycling, not just in America.
No, we're talking about guys like Levi Leipheimer, Christian van der Velde, TJ Van Garderen, Tommy Danielson and George Hincapie. Hincapie at 38 years of age, Phil, is in 5th place overall. And this year, I mean, it blows me away to think that George Hincapie has participated in the Tour de France 16 times.
Unbelievable is the word, and next year his enthusiasm is still there. He will make it an outright record of 17 participations in the Tour de France. An incredible record, and I doubt whether it will ever be beat.
Well, you know what the amazing thing is, Phil? He was actually going to retire at the end of this season, and he said, well, Cadel Evans has just won the Tour de France, so I've got to go on for another year.
Absolutely right. He's been on the same team of the 9 different individual victories in the Tour de France, 7 with Lance Armstrong, and then once with Alberto Contador, and this year on the same team as Cadel Evans. Look at the speed now. The average speed holding on there at 28 miles an hour or 45 kilometers. That's for the breakaway. Let's look at the comparison. Here for the peloton, it's 49, just under 50, and 31 miles an hour in miles. So they're closing in. That's why we're down to 25 seconds. The pack is coming. And we've got somebody shooting off the breakaway there, and that'll be Mejias, I think, who's just gone. A reaction from Lachlan Norris, and then comes Matt Cook and Oscar Sevilla to pick it up. Well, that was a cheeky little move.
A cheeky little move it was, but you know what? These are just the last little throws of this move off the front end of the peloton, because they know they're about to get caught. Now that they've moved all of the cars, all of the bikes out of the gap, now the main field can actually see these guys.
Let's have another look at how that happened here. He went right, advertised it, right in front of the rider. He wasn't coming from behind them, he just shot off the front. And I think Matt Cook on the right there just looked at Lachlan Norris, said, what's going on? Anyway, they haven't got him back yet.
Well, these guys, Phil, they've just looked over their shoulders. They know the main field is boring down upon them, and they know they're going to get caught very, very smartly. So, in fact, just saying that, Alvaro Mejia is about to get chased down here, because it looks to me as if Matty Cook and Lachlan Norris have decided they want to go.
Well, there's the three boys who are chasing. We've got Mejias up front. I think if our camera were to pull back, we must be able to see the peloton now. So this is the death throes, if you like, of the breakaway, and his team Type 1, Javier Mejias, who's now going to have to get on with it by himself. Now, that is pretty much an impossible task. He has got to ride on his own, and he's got to maintain an average of 31 miles an hour. So there he is. He's made his move. I think the other three will get swept up pretty soon. Now let's just have a little look here. There's the 4 breakaways. Only 2 left, I think, down there now as well. I think Matt Cook may have dropped off the back. Decided it's a hopeless cause. This man now getting the lone plaudits of the crowd here in Denver. In what is a glorious summer's day here. I have to say the mountain weather has been glorious this week, with beautiful, crisp, clean air for the bike race. As we dodge around the streets of Denver, we're now looking for 2 to go at the moment. We'll take a quick break. Rejoin us.
Coming to Liquid Gas Cannondale in 2011, one of the first things that I'm really excited about was getting back on the Cannondale. It's been a handful of years back in my amateur days when I was on before. So, to start the year on the Super 6 was awesome. I loved the bike. But then from there, it came down the pike that we were going to be on the Evo, and that was definitely exciting change for us. When I received the bike, the first thing I noticed is just how light the bike is. The engineers back in Connecticut, they impressively shed some serious weight off the machine. You can rail corners, whether it's in a 20-mile descent or railing it in a crit. The bike just, it feels crisp and lively under you. Climbing, the bike is so incredibly light. Descending, it handles crisp. I grew up playing ice hockey. I'm from New England. I mean, it feels like a skate just tearing around corners. Cannondale Evo, the evolution is here. I am Ted King, because my bike says so.
We're back. We're looking at the peloton now in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. The peloton that carries the race leader, Levi Leipheimer, and all of the sprint finishers as well. So watch out now, because there's only 2 survivors of the breakaway, and they're not together. This is Javier Mejias, who broke away. He lost 10 minutes since this race began a week ago. They don't want him back because he's the next yellow jersey. They want him back so they can have a sprint finish. There on the left of our picture is Matt Cook in the white and Oscar Sevilla. They've both been caught by the peloton. 2 survived riding alone, Lachlan Norris and Javier Mejias. This is Mejias here, tipping down over the top of the brow. People might think we don't live in Denver. It's a flat state capital. No, there's a few little slopes here that bike riders may notice, even if the cars don't. The peloton comes off that bend now. We're searching for the finishing line, and for this we're looking at Lachlan Norris here, who's trying to get back up alongside Javier Mejias. May as well wait for him and get together and help each other. They've gone under now with 2 laps to go.
Well, rather strange that, because although it looked as if the main field was starting to pull this race all back together, they've, in fact, with that acceleration of Javier Mejias, he's stretched out his advantage over the peloton to 25 seconds, but I think he's just delaying the inevitable.
Well, the colours have changed at the front. They now match the colour of the sky here in Denver. They are blue, and this is the American United Healthcare's team who's got to the front. They have a very fast finishing German cyclist on their squad in Robert Forster. Robert has won stages of the Tour of Italy and the Tour of Spain. He's never quite got over the line first in the Tour de France, so they want him to win today.
Yeah, but he's had a fantastic season, Forster, with 5 wins scattered around the world in such places as Spain, Malaysia and the United States, and of course even in China.
That's absolutely right. The world of cycling is really spreading big. In October this year, there will be a first tour of Beijing, which will visit many of the sites of the 2008 Olympic Games in that place. But right now, this is a brand new race here in the state of Colorado, and quite clearly, the gap of 23 years since we last had a big race here has been felt by the people, because they've turned out in huge numbers.
Very quickly back to the front now. We can see the acceleration of this young rider Javier Mejías. I'm a little bit surprised, Phil, that if he's looked over his shoulder to see another guy coming across, that he doesn't wait for him, because two riders together would have a little bit of a chance of survival off the front end of the peloton, but one man being chased by one man, being chased by 120, that ain't going to work.
But you know, he's pulled away. He's pulled away from Lachlan Norris, so it's nobody waiting for Lachlan. If Lachlan can't match his pace, he's still pretty strong, but in the distance is the pack. And now he's seen them coming. He must know this is not going to work now. He's searching for the bell at the end of this circuit now. Javier Mejías. The peloton being led by Garmin Cervelo. All of the big teams that carry sprinters want to catch these two remaining riders, and they're running out of road. When they come round, it'll be the bell lap. Welcome back. Coming up next after the finish of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, don't miss the future of golf at the conclusion of America's longest running golf championship. The US Amateur Championship will be next on NBC. We are now looking at the peloton, and it looks as though they're about to wipe him out. You're just back in time, because that is Javier Mejías. They've just picked up Lachlan Norris, the other survivor of the four-man break. Very soon we'll be all together. Well, the inevitable, Paul, I think you said in the next couple of miles it would happen. It's happened even quicker than that. The legs wouldn't carry him any longer. So Mejías is the last man of the four. They're all together. The peloton is now about to head down to the start of the final lap as a huge group pack of 114 bike riders. And Leipheimer in yellow now, he knows these are the dangerous moments, Paul, when everybody wants to win, and he's got to avoid any silly crashes.
Well, what's quite interesting over the last 10 minutes, the team that's done the majority of the pacemaking, almost 75% of the pacemaking, has been the team Garmin Cervelo. They're in second and fourth place in the overall standings with Christian van der Velde and Tommy Danielson. Danielson is not far from home because he actually hails from Boulder, Colorado. But look at now the jerseys of the same colours getting together. This is the team starting to get themselves organised for the mad dash for the line.
Well, United Healthcare have come back onto the front. They're working for their sprinter, Robert Forster, who's had 5 wins this year. And so he is on form. But you've got to judge your sprint perfectly, of course, but they've had what they don't normally have the luxury of in a stage race. That's seeing the finishing line for the past 4 visits, and it'll be 5 before they have to enact the actual finish of the race. So a little bit of a dress rehearsal now as they go through at the bell this time.
Well, in the yellow jersey there is Levi Leipheimer. He's in 6th position in that main field. That's a good, comfortable place to be in. A couple of positions in front of him in that pale blue jersey, 23-year-old American TJ Van Garderen. Yes, I know it's a Dutch-sounding name, but in fact he's from Tacoma, Washington State, and he is a rider who is in 3rd place overall, and I think he's going to be a real star for the future. And he's ridden the Tour de France this year for the first time, but I reckon give him a couple more years under his belt, he could be possibly the next Tour de France winner for the United States.
Couldn't agree more. Riders off the back go down on the right of our picture. We're looking at Van Garderen lying 3rd in the line at the moment. He wears the blue jersey. Yet another best young rider victory for him.
Well, Christian van der Velde, he will be waiting, be itching now down on the running towards the finish. He's keeping himself up to the front end of this pack of riders. He's only looking for 11 seconds. It's a hard thing to do, though, because always close by him is the yellow jersey on the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer, Phil, is a very astute professional bike rider. He's been in situations like this before. Look who's riding right on his shoulder there. It's Christian van der Velde.
Yes, well, that's what you've got to do. If you're second in the race, then make sure you keep an eye on the man who's leading the race so he doesn't slip you. And the best thing to happen is you slip him and get those few seconds that would turn this into a perfect day from the man from just outside of Chicago. Well, the peloton now, the whole tactics have changed now. They've caught everybody up front. It's TJ Van Garderen there who's sitting in 2nd place, as he is a very good sprinter, Paul. Now it's time to remind you, in the race today, the first 3 riders to cross that finishing line receive small time bonuses which come off their overall time. So the winner will get 10 seconds off his time. Second gets 6, and then 4 for the third. And we've got an attack here by Hayden Wilson.
Well, it's a very good move. This guy is a very good track rider, and he's the national champion of New Zealand, and he's caught everybody off guard. He had a couple of teammates at the front, Hayden Royston, they call him Rolly, and he rolls all over that machine of his currently, and his teammates set that up to perfection because there were two HTC high ride riders on the front of the main field. Now, it gets a bit confusing sometimes because when you are the national champion, you get to wear the national colours of your country, and sometimes people forget that they're riding for the same team.
And he is from New Zealand. His colours are black, the national flag colours. Now that was a well-manipulated move there, and that's how he did it. He went out off the wheel of TJ Van Garderen. Just look, now those boys aren't going to lift the pace because they're his teammates. And so they've tried to back it off now. Hayden Royston, the only race he's won this year was in New Zealand in January, and that was his national title.
Well, a couple of guys have seen that as a very dangerous move. There are two chasers coming across the gap there. We talked about how difficult it was to stay off the front end of a pack like this at speeds of 31 miles an hour around the streets of downtown Denver, but he is the one kind of bike rider who could do it. An incredible background of racing on the track, and his team, you see how the HTC riders, that's Danny Pate to the front there, they're trying to slow the main field going around these corners.
Well, Will Duggan has sneaked through there for Liquigas Cannondale because he doesn't want these boys to spoil the party for the sprinters. 1 lap to go now, the bell rings out. Hayden Royston looks over his shoulder, there's help coming. If 3 guys can get together, the sprinters might be caught out. Leading the peloton is Will Duggan.
And again, they're sitting in 2nd, 3rd and 4th position there, Phil. You've got the riders from HTC High Road, and every time they go around the corner, they just back it off a fraction, giving the advantage to their teammate in front.
Right, Will has just been renamed. In fact, it's Tim Duggan who's out there on front. The same man, he is an American, rides on the Italian squad. He's trying to contain these 3 riders for his team sprinter Viviani. So the pressure now is they're all trying to get off the front and slip the sprinters and spoil the party.
Again, let's just remind ourselves, none of these guys are at all dangerous to the overall standings of Levi Leipheimer, because this is all about having a consistent time on every individual stage of a bike race like the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, and Levi Leipheimer has beaten a lot of these guys that are in that breakaway field by 10 and 15 minutes so far.
Well, Team Spider Tech here, I think this is Flavio De Luna who they've got in the breakaway. They've only got 4 riders left of their 8. They've lost 4 on the way here. One with quite a nasty crash, Andrew Brandel, in that big pilot we saw on day 2 of the race on the Cottonwood Pass. Well, the field now have got to reorganise themselves, and these are 3 separate teams here. That's big because it means 3 teams behind won't be chasing.
Well, these 3 now are Hayden Royston. He's in the black and white jersey, the Kiwi national champion, joined there by Oscar Alvarez of Gobernación de Antioquia, the Colombian squad. He wears number 157, and right in there as well for Team Spider Tech, it's Ryan Roth, but he's lost 41 minutes since the start of this bike race, but that doesn't matter. If you can win the final stage, if you can win any stage of a bike race like this, it's a little bit of personal glory.
Well, that's why these boys getting away, Leipheimer won't be concerned at all. It's not going to affect his final victory, which is now only minutes away. So he won't chase them. He won't ask his team to chase them down. He'll want the pressure to go on the other teams. He'll sit there. He's in the driving seat now. He's paid the price, and he's got the best seats in the theatre.
No, he certainly has. His team are going to take a back seat now and see how the other guys decide to unravel this little bit of a picture problem that they've got, because they know that there are a lot of sprinters in this race want to win the final stage. It's a bit of glory for a sprinter to win on the final stage of a multi-day stage race like this, and that's why they've gone to the back team Radio Shack. They'll still keep a very close eye on Levi Leipheimer because he wouldn't want to lose 10 or 15 seconds in the last couple of kilometres.
Well, we're looking at the 3 leaders now, and the glimpse we had of the peloton there is indicating a Liquigas for Viviani. I've lost a little bit of control of the chase because the riders aren't on the front of that peloton at the moment. And so to me now, these boys might have pulled off a little bit of a surprise.
Well, Liquigas or Velio Viviani, the big man who's won the last 2 stages in a row, have got to get themselves organised. The time gap has now stretched up to 12 seconds advantage for these 3 leaders. Royston keeps coming to the front. The other rider in the black jersey, Oscar Alvarez of Gobernación de Antioquia. It's amazing to look at the amount of time these riders have lost, but all of a sudden they found the power and the desire to win the final stage.
They've warmed to the flatter roads of Denver after our journey of a week through the highest road in the state of Colorado. Cottonwood Pass, Independence Pass. These boys have been mountaineering and conquered the lot. Now they just want to win here outside of the State House. Now, as we watch here, the 3 are working well together. Little glance over the shoulder there by Ryan Ryan Roth, and he's seen the gap, and he's going to take a lot of good feelings from that. The Spider Tech team, which is a Canadian team, devastated by the fact they've lost half of their squad during the week, now are in with a chance of a win.
Well, it's an interesting team as well, put together by Steve Bauer, the very famous Canadian cyclist who on a couple of occasions wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, and back in 1990 he wore the yellow jersey for 10 days, and he's created this Spider Tech team, and this is Roth on the front with the pale blue jersey, because he wants to build up a Canadian squad to possibly participate in the Tour de France in the next couple of years.
So they've really just got to get their head down now and hope that they've done all that is required to win the day. The gap is there, but the time is running out. We are on the final lap of the race. We are halfway around it, and they've not got them yet. But let's think about yesterday, Paul. They came up with 700 yards to go.
Well, you might see this orange jersey. Well, in fact, this is Andy Schleck. He's wearing the orange jersey for the most aggressive performance of yesterday, and today he's putting in a sterling rider here again. He has to be one of the most popular foreign riders riding in the USA Pro Cycling Challenge here, and he said last night, he put out on Twitter that he felt riding over that final climb of the day yesterday, he thought he was actually in the Tour de France.
Well, that is a brave move by Andy Schleck. He really does advertise his attacks, though, and he's gone clear again. So Schleck is trying to bridge the gap to the leaders. What this is doing is keeping the pressure on, full-on pressure. No chance just to get a few deep breaths and ease back and prepare for the sprint. There's no opportunity now. They are racing right up to the red line of their effort.
I'll tell you one thing, Andy Schleck has got himself across that gap, well, halfway across that gap, and the main field are actually starting to lose their impetus, because the gap from the three leaders to the main field is now stretched out to 15 seconds. The team Liquigas, who are trying to get their sprinter to the front end of this race this afternoon, are going to have to get themselves organised, Phil, pretty smartish.
So these are the three riders. The Canadian, Ryan Roth, is on the right-hand side. He's just getting back onto the tail. They might well have seen that Andy Schleck is coming, but so too is the fragmenting peloton as they're all trying to sweep it up. They are desperate now to shut this race down for the sprinters. They're not far from the finish.
Well, Andy Schleck got halfway across the gap, and all of a sudden he stumbled, and he's back in the main field very, very rapidly. I can just spot the yellow jersey there on the left-hand side. Levi Leipheimer. He's staying at the front end of this pack. He's not going to be a sprinter down towards the end, but he's just being there to keep away from any possibility of an accident. Schleck is back in the main field. The pale green jersey you might just have noticed there is that young sprinter, 22 years of age, from Italy, Elia Viviani.
Well, this is a nail-biting finish now for sure. Those three are still surviving, and there is the peloton over the tram tracks, trying now to bring back. Ryan Roth is keeping the pressure on at the front. He's being followed there by Oscar Alvarez and Hayden Roylston. Those three riders are still working together, but the peloton is chasing. It is the Rabobank team from Holland now who are also trying to whip up the pace. They've got a very good sprinter in Dennis van Winden.
It's pretty much all over here now as we look at 1.5 miles to go to the finish, 2.5 kilometers. The three men try to break the stranglehold of the sprinters, but Roylston's gone straight over the top again.
Roylston, who started the move, no, it's not, it's Ryan Roth this time who's made a move as he's tried to crack them. As they pick up at Roylston and Alvarez, it is still the Canadian trying to destroy the sprinters' hopes.
Well, you can see that was a pretty impressive move. He went over the top. HTC have now launched a man out of the pack down, try and get across here. The sprinters are trying to control the front end of the main field to make sure that there's no confusion on this running towards the finish. Very shortly, they're going to see a banner over the finishing line, which they will all be waiting for. It'll be a banner that will indicate the final 1,000 meters, 1 kilometer.
And will a Canadian pull this off? A little glance over his shoulder, and he decides to get on with it, but they're coming at him very, very quickly now. It looks as though HTC High Road, it is indeed who are trying to. Danny Pate was the man launching the sprint there, as now it's started. United Healthcare to put in their move with Adrian Heveregard. Now the field is all together, but they're still not waiting for the sprint. They've launched again now. This is another attack.
This in fact is TJ Van Garderen, the young rider from Team HTC High Road. He will not give up. He's third overall, and I tell you what, as we go under the max, there's 1 kilometer to go. It's all back together. Levi Leipheimer is on the defensive.
1,000 meters from the finish, and Leipheimer is still chasing TJ Van Garderen. He doesn't want him to get even a few seconds time bonus. The whole peloton going to the last 800 meters together.
Well, this is amazing. These guys at the backfield, they've got no chance of a victory here this afternoon because they are just sitting up. They cannot keep the pace going in this final dash for the line right around the corner. Everybody nice and safely. TJ Van Garderen is in first position, followed there by Levi Leipheimer. Fifth place is Elio Viviani in the lime green jersey.
And that's the one to watch out for. Watch for the all green jersey now. Daniela Oss is going to lead him through. He's been pushed off the wheel. No, Viviani's got second around the corner. No, he hasn't. He's got third around the corner. This is going to be a line up for the finish now. Viviani is perfectly placed. Daniela Oss is leading me out for the third day running. Now, can he launch Viviani to win number 3 of 3? And surely he can. He's actually given it to Daniel Oss. He's just let his teammate take it. He didn't need to pass him. That was the reward of 2 days of victories by Oss over Viviani. And there is the winner of the inaugural first ever Pro Cycling Challenge we have seen, and it's gone to the American Levi Leipheimer.
Well, Leipheimer was put under a little bit of pressure over those final few kilometres. I take my hat off to TJ Van Garderen. He really tried right the way up to the finish line, but just take a little bit of a wind back, Phil. Daniel Oss was gifted the victory there by his own teammate, and you might have noticed Elio Viviani was looking around over his shoulder to see if anybody was going to beat his teammate, and he sat up there and said, mate, it's yours.
It was all too easy at that speed for those two top sprinters. The present was returned to Oss. There he is there. He's got his stage win. Unselfishly these past 2 days, he's led out Viviani, launched him to the line and watched him win. Today, Viviani returned the compliment.
But he was waiting there, Phil. He probably could have got past his teammate. He just looked over his left shoulder, his right shoulder, to see if there was any shadows coming up from behind. And once he saw that his teammate could get it, he just stood back a fraction.
But that's when that would also confuse the other riders in the sprint, because they will wait for Viviani to go. And Viviani didn't have to go because his teammate was taking the victory. So it was looked pretty easy in the end, and that's what happens when it all works out. Tim Duggan there will be very pleased with himself, seeing his teammates go first and second after all of his hard work throughout the afternoon here in Denver to bring that race back together in time for the big sprint finish.
Well, let's have a quick look at that once more, Phil. That was a greatly timed sprint there. You can see there is Daniel Oss, and strangely enough, despite the fact that he's a very good sprinter, that's only the second ever victory of his professional career. The last time he won was last year when he won the Giro del Veneto in the northern part of Italy.
Yeah, but he too is still a very young rider, 24 years of age, and 22 in the case of Viviani. It's another double victory for Viviani, really, because he's consolidated and has now won this race on points, which is the second most important classification. There he is. He wears that green jersey, Smashburger points champion, and the points jersey, by the way, goes to the most consistent daily finisher. Well, he just got second, and the last 2 days he's won, so you can't be much more consistent than that.
Well, I don't know how many people are out there watching this bike race, Phil, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear figures between 120 and 150,000 people on a circuit like that of 7.5 kilometres, 5 miles around this course, and there wasn't a place, I don't think, that you could get a spare seat.
No, I think probably more than that. The police will tell us that later on. They have done a brilliant job, the police here, throughout the whole state of Colorado. They've created a very safe environment for everybody to enjoy the spectacle of the best bike riders in the world racing on American roads. Now, the rider punching the air there in the black, walking up behind the winner, is actually Jonathan Boyer, who was the first rider to finish the Tour de France back in the early 80s. And he now coaches in Rwanda. He coaches the kids there to become top-class bike riders, and he's brought 1 or 2 of them here to watch how it's done. So let's have a look then at the United Healthcare results, see what we can see how it went. Oss was the victor today ahead of Viviani. It was Fast Freddy Rodriguez on the comeback trail, making a comeback to the sport, just getting into 3rd place there. Danny Summerhill, who's had a great tour and now will sign full papers for Garmin Cervelo, in 4th place. The top 6 completed by none other than the maillot jaune, the yellow jersey itself, Levi Leipheimer. Now, the other Colombian climber, is also a pretty good sprinter to get across the line in 7th, and the top 10 completed by George Hincapie. They did time the gap, you see, 2 seconds is what the referees say. They were behind the leaders today. Leipheimer dashing off in the distance because he's now heading for the presentation, where he will be given the last yellow jersey, the one, of course, everybody wants, because there's no defending that tomorrow. It's yours to take home. So as we look around the skyscrapers here of Denver, we will take a break, and when we come back, We will recap the whole week of racing, as well as seeing all of the prize presentations, and we'll see the podiums and see the men responsible for bringing big-time bicycle racing back into the state of Colorado. There's no doubt in my mind, and talking to all the towns along the route over the last week, there's no doubt in the people of Colorado's mind either. This is what they want, and this is what they enjoy. Perfect weather conditions all around. So don't go away. We'll show you the whole week roundup. We'll also show you the prize presentations, and we should be able to grab you one or two interviews as well. So we'll see you in a moment. Welcome back to the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. These pictures, as we've seen throughout the week, provided by Colorado.com, and we've certainly seen some amazing crowds watching the race. The race has just finished, but we're going to stay around for the prizes as we look at the people here. Well, there they are, Paul, a marvellous crowd, and now we're waiting for the prize presentation. As the stragglers, in fact, are going to have to be stopped before the finishing line. Well, while we wait for the presentation, it gives us a good chance to give you a quick journey around the week of cycling here. It's been a magnificent week of cycling with some exciting racing. So let's take you back to the Prologue, which started at the Garden of the Gods here, heading down to Colorado Springs. It was just over 5.2 miles as the riders left the park and headed downtown Colorado Springs.
Probably the only stage of this race, Phil, that actually went downhill. It started right there in that incredible park, and a chance for the fans in the United States to see the Tour de France stars, Andy Schleck and Cadel Evans.
Yes, the Tour de France podium was here in the race. That's never happened before in the history of American cycling. Christian van der Velde was the 11th rider to start of the 130 riders, and he set an extremely good time for the ride, 8 minutes and 29 seconds. Quite honestly, we thought that would have been good enough to win, but it wasn't to be the case. HTC High Road is an American team, and they have a very fast German on it. When we interviewed him after this, he said, well, I thought I was a favourite because I was confident I could win. Well, we didn't think so, but he did, and he did. He won by 2 seconds when he got to the line with the time of 8:27.
Yes, he bettered the time of Christian van der Velde, but everybody wanted to know how Andy Schleck was going to ride the time trial. The time trial is his nemesis. He in fact lost this year's Tour de France because of a bad performance in the individual time trial, but he actually came to Colorado 10 days before this event to acclimatise.
Yes, and supported all the way by the crowd. He's a very, very popular image wherever he races around the world, and everybody was curious to see Cadel Evans, the first ever Australian to win the Tour de France. He won it in the time trial, but here at altitude he wasn't riding quite so quickly, but the crowd were there, and they were to stay with us for the next week of racing. In the end, 9th place for Cadel on the day, which meant that John Hickenloper, the state governor here, was able to present the yellow jersey to a German, Patrick Gretsch. He was now the first leader of the new USA Pro Tour Cycling Challenge.
No, a young rider, but then when we went out to stage one, everybody was expecting to have some fireworks, especially on the climb up to Crested Butte, or Mount Crested Butte, because that was a finish at 10,500 feet in altitude.
And when they got to the finish, they raced through the town of Crested Butte, heading up towards the finishing line a couple of kilometers outside of town. After 99 miles of racing, it was a battle of the stars. It was all about altitude as well. The crowd was still with us, and it was a hometown boy, Levi Leipheimer, who jumped away, winning a race like in a style he's never before done. That was the beat with a power finish up the hill. He got the yellow jersey off a very, very tired Patrick Gretsch.
Well, Patrick Gretsch, not a great climber, but enjoying his first day in the yellow jersey, and at the end of the day, the new yellow jersey going to Levi Leipheimer, looking very radiant on the finishing line, but knowing he was setting himself up for the next stage, which was going to be what the Spanish call l'etapa reina, the queen of stages.
Andy Schleck still all smiles, but it wouldn't be a good day for Andy this day as he raced from Gunnison to Aspen, a massive 130 miles in the mountains, a high mountain, more than 12,000 feet, no fears of height for the man that's born in the mountains, Levi Leipheimer. This happened, the biggest accident and the only real accident of the race, I'm delighted to say. A mass pile-up as they approached the Cottonwood Pass. They hit one of those cattle grids across the road. The man most seriously injured, Daniela Calagarin. Facial injuries, 2 broken hands, taken to hospital by air. I can tell you that today, though, he's going home to Italy.
Yes, but when we got to the top of Independence Pass, TJ Van Garderen, the best young rider in this race at 23 years of age, he really put the cat amongst the pigeons, and he forced eventually a group of 7 riders clear on the way into Aspen.
Yes, coming off Independence Pass in the rain, the riders took risks, and George Hincapie, who hadn't won a race since 2009, and that was when he was American champion, was back on the winner's rostrum. But the important finish was second place TJ Van Garderen, because he gained enough time on the way downhill to take the yellow jersey off Levi Leipheimer.
There was a huge amount of time. In fact, he put 45 seconds between himself and the group that contained Levi Leipheimer, but that was on the eve of a very important individual time trial out of Vail, uphill for 10 miles.
So we moved to Vail by car for the serious time trial stage now. We always call it the Race of Truth, a mere 10 miles or 16 kilometres, but he started downtown Vail, it finished up the Vail Pass, and Christian van der Velde was at it again. This man was on fire in the time trials.
No, he certainly was, and he went out to 5th rider from the end, and when he got to the finishing line, he stopped the clock with the best time, but he wasn't the last man to finish. He had to wait to see what sort of time Levi Leipheimer was going to do.
Levi Leipheimer out of yellow, but now the points leader of this race, riding in green. A terrific cheer from a massive crowd in downtown Vail. The crowds too. This was an Alpe d'Huez at Tour de France atmosphere on the climb. When he hit the line, 58 hundredths of a second to the good. He didn't know whether he was first or second, and nobody could tell him at this point. That left the yellow jersey, TJ Van Garderen, to launch his attempt. Now, Van Garderen is a very good time trial rider, but I think today, Paul, the pressure got to him.
Well, sometimes one says that the yellow jersey allows you to sprout wings, but sometimes it can be very heavy on your shoulders, and especially when you're a young 23-year-old. TJ Van Garderen lost himself 51 seconds to Levi Leipheimer and the overall lead.
Leipheimer had lost the jersey in Aspen. He got it back in Vail, and he was now the leader of the Tour once more. And the roads ahead were looking kind of sweet.
Yes, for Levi Leipheimer, he's been in positions like this in any bike races around the world, whether it's the Amgen Tour of California or the Tour of Utah. But Stage 4 took the riders 83 miles from Avon to Steamboat Springs.
And they all came together. It was a bunch sprint in a massive crowd in Steamboat Springs, and they turned on the style. This was the first time we had mentioned the name of Elia Viviani. He was a sprinter. He was back in his playground, and he was delighted to win.
Yes, at just 22 years of age, he saw the door opening in front of him, got the turbos whizzing around there, and got to the line in first place with a very emphatic win.
So Elia Viviani sealing himself a place on the Italian World Championship team with his victory here. Meanwhile, Levi Leipheimer happy to sit in the peloton, come over the line in the same time, and retain all of his lead without any loss of any time. So we came to yesterday. We started again up from Steamboat Springs. We were heading now to Breckenridge, 106 miles. The crowd are following the tour wherever we went, and they were ready. The fans themselves had made their pick on the Road ID ride of the day, and it was Andy Schleck. He got into the breakaway on Rabbit Ears Pass, and as he went over Swan Mountain, again through a massive crowd of noise, he was on his own, heading for victory.
It was a great move, but on the run in towards the finish, he was picked up by the 3 guys who were with him, and they played cat and mouse tactics and slowed down their average speed. And as they came into just 700 metres to go, whoopsie daisy, here comes the main field.
The breakaway was caught in sight of the finishing banner. The sprinters are back in the picture. Nobody expected this on the road to Breckenridge, because it sits at just below 10,000 feet above sea level. But he was there again, led out by Daniel Oss. He found his legs to win. Even Oss was there this time on the left there. He got third.
Amazing performance by this young man, just 22 years of age, and I have to say this team, Liquigas Cannondale, well, they've got something to write home about now, haven't they?
And so Levi Leipheimer yesterday pulled on the final leader's jersey of this race. Now he was heading towards the finish in Denver, where he hoped to convert it into a winner's jersey. So let's have a look at today's stage here. The Honeywell signing this morning in Golden, the beautifully named town in Colorado, as he looks out at the crowd. Cadel Evans had a great week of cycling after winning the Tour de France in the month of July. They were all about to ride their final stage from Golden, as we show you here, the Nissan Leaf electric Leaf start, as we have this all-electric car leading the boys out to the race start proper.
No, but for many of these riders, I think it just goes to show the amount of respect, Phil, that the European riders have showed for this first inaugural USA Pro Cycling Challenge, because when you bring the podium of the Tour de France Cadell Evans, Andy Schleck and Frank Schleck to the state of Colorado, well, that's a nod of authority.
We went to the only climb of the day now, which was Lookout Mountain. This was a terrific battle because they were trying to battle out the leader and winner of the Nissan King of the Mountains. As they came up onto the climb towards the summit here, there was going to be a change on the very last day. There was no sign of Pedraza in the Nissan red jersey as leader of this competition. And his worst dreams were being realised because in the front group was Rafael Montiel over the top first. Well, Infantino was first, Montiel was second, but those 7 points were crucial. Montiel was the winner of the King of the Mountains.
But in the group behind, Christian van der Velde was trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the shoulders of Levi Leipheimer, but so too was TJ Van Garderen. On the descent, a large group of 19 riders started to form with some of the big names. The only man missing was George Hincapie.
This was an incredible chase. We went back to Golden after we'd done the circuit of Lookout Mountain this morning, and the riders would not ease up off the pace until in the end there was a breakaway of 4 got clear. Oscar Sevilla, Javier Mejias, Lachlan Norris and Matt Cook.
They built up a big advantage, 2 minutes and 15 seconds over the main field, who were quite happy to let them ride away. But then once they got into town, the crowd and the wall of noise that they were riding through was immensive.
Into town they come. It wasn't all good news. Cadell Evans here had a flat back tyre at the most crucial stage of the race. These boys were going round the streets of Denver at 31 miles an hour. Evans had to chase back, but his team were up for it. They dropped back. They looked for their team leader and they towed him back into the race.
Yeah, helped there by Chris Butler from Hilton Head, South Carolina. As the main field started to get down to around about 30 seconds, all of a sudden there was another very vicious attack, and this came from Jorif Megias.
Mejias starting to move away for Team Type 1 to try and give it a nice Spanish flavour on an American team victory. It wasn't to be though. Well, it might have been yet, because at this stage 2 riders were swept up from the breakaway. Lachlan Norris was the next one to come into the gun sights of the peloton, and then it was all over. It all came together just 6 miles, about 11 kilometres from the finish.
Yes, all of a sudden it was a gruppo compacto, as they say in Italian, a group all together. Then the sprinters started to lick their lips, but on the run-in towards the finish there was still 1 or 2 more little attacks in store. Hayden Royalston, the Kiwi national champion, he leapt out of the pack.
Yes, Hayden, the champion of New Zealand, was trying to rip away and steal the show. A big strong display, but it wasn't to be. Even Andy Schleck, the man who's for the last 3 years finished second in the Tour de France, he launched an attack as well, but they wanted a sprint finish and they chased.
They certainly did, but you know what? When the sprinters feel they've got a chance of victory, they know how to do things to perfection. Daniel Oss was the first man to come around the corner, theoretically to lead out Ilya Viviani to get himself the win. But watch Viviani here in second position, looking over his shoulder, going to say, mate, I'm going to gift this win to you.
He could have passed him, he didn't, because he didn't have to. It was a win for the team, this one, and a win for Daniel Oss for all of his hard work. But the man who has won the USA Pro Cycling Challenge, Levi Leipheimer, he is the man who is the real winner today.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Denver's pretty much a winner as well, because the state capital here has hosted an incredible finish to this bike race with hundreds of thousands of people turning up.
So you are now absolutely up to date. There is this massive crowd here in the shadow of the state building, now awaiting the prize presentation. Well, it is a massive, massive crowd down there. How am I going to get home tonight, you might ask the question here. They're just outside of our commentary box here in Denver. We're waiting for the podiums now. They are almost ready. And we also are trying to get some interviews for you, so we're going to bring you all that. We're going to take another break now. There's Levi Leipheimer waiting for the big moment. He really is Mr. America when he rides these big races. We'll be back here in Denver just a moment.
If you believe in redemption, I'm calling to you from another dimension.
Levi Leipheimer saluting the crowd there as we heard the Flowbots, who have been with us all week in kind anyway, but they're performing live here in Denver today, and the crowd here waiting now to see the prize presentation. Well, there it is. We can just about see the presentation dials. The yellow jersey is ready there now to be presented to an American. And in fact, the top 5 riders are American in this inaugural US Pro Cycling Challenge. Great moments, proud moments. An American takes out the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. Rick Schauder there, who's really supported this race. It's because of his generosity this race has become truly possible. And now on the left of the picture, it looks John Hickenlooper there, the state governor as well.
Well, the crowd for this still going crazy about this victory for Levi Leipheimer. Just a mere 11-second winning over Christian van der Velde and 17 over TJ Van Garderen.
Yes, so the big primary sponsors on the right, Rick and Richard are there on the right. The state governor is centre left there, and Levi Leipheimer completes a perfect opening inaugural USA Pro Cycle Challenge, Paul.
Well, you know, he's put a very disastrous Tour de France behind him, but he kept his mental there, he kept his psychology right up there and came up with this great win here. He was a little bit upset to lose the lead on the descent down into Aspen, on a treacherous descent away from Independence Pass, but he came back the next day. Well, he bounced back the next day in that individual time trial to Vail.
So John Hickenlooper on the left of our picture. He looks pretty fit, doesn't he, the state governor? Well, he is. He rides a bike, so he was delighted to be in the seat of state governor when this race came into town. And these are our 2 great hostesses here. They've had a week of planting those kisses on Levi Leipheimer, which they've loved doing. That's Rachel and Ashley. And they've enjoyed, they brought a real ambience to the event.
No, they certainly have, and Levi Leipheimer has stamped a certain amount of authority over the event as well. After recently winning the Tour of Utah, I should say defending his title of the Tour of Utah, to come here and win this race in a very dominant fashion.
Let's have a look. Let's go now with the highlight of Levi's tour here. On stage 1, he produced a win. He was so happy with this victory in Crested Butte because he said he's never won a race with such an explosive finish in his life, and he came up alone. This was very special.
I think he shocked himself with the viciousness of the attack he planted at around about 500 metres to go to the top of that climb. But on stage 3, Phil, that was when he was really impressive, because that time trial he had to turn around a 45-second deficit, which he did.
Yes, in the time trial, and he won it by 58/100ths of a second. Now, you've got to feel sorry for Christian van der Velde. This is the final standings now, presented by United Healthcare. Levi Leipheimer, 11 seconds to the good. These actual gaps have not changed for 3 days, and 5 Americans dominate the finishing positions.
Well, this is Daniel Osser, the winner of the final stage. It wasn't really supposed to be like that. He was trying to lead out his teammate, Elia Viviani. But when Viviani saw that his teammate could get across the line in first place, it was payback for the 2 wins that the other young Italian had got.
Yes, this is the first real big result for this man this year. He's only won 1 other race in his life, a small single-day race in Italy in August last year. I guess he likes winning in August.
Well, maybe that's the time of the year for him, but that was a real joy on his face there in a dominant fashion. He actually went round the corner in first place and stuck it all the way to the line.
It looks like the champagne was a little bit too warm there. It took the cork off by itself as he sprays the crowd here. Daniel Ross, he won the Giro del Veneto. And because of his victory and the way he won today, we've made him our Road ID Ride of the Day. This is how he did it. Now, he was leading out Viviani here. You see Viviani checking over who's coming close. Nobody. Okay, then let him win. And that was a big win for Daniel Loss. He's only 24 years of age, and he's on the way. Quite clearly has a personality too, because these last 2 days, when he's led his teammate Viviani to win, he's always smiled. That's our roadid.com Ride of the Day. Now we're getting through the starts of the prize presentations. We've seen Daniel Ross here. Now we're going to call up second and third. There is Viviani. We'll see him again shortly to win the green points competition. He's happy enough. The second for him today was very special because his teammate won. He speaks extremely good English, by the way, and he's only 22 years of age. And he rides on the Part American team here because the bicycles, Cannondale, are built here in the United States. And so it's a bit of a home victory too. 2 wins now. His next big rendezvous will be the World Road Race Championships in Denmark, which is a flat course this year. There's no hills in Denmark. And as a sprinter, he'll be actually thinking he might be a world champion in about a month's time. Now, the next one is rather special because I really thought I would never mention Fred's name again on television. I've commentated him around the world for years and years. Now we're waiting for Fast Freddy to come on up and get a third place finish. He's 38 years of age now, and he will be next week. And he hasn't been really winning any races since he won a Tour of Elk Grove the first day in August 2007. There he is. He wanted to help out with this new American professional team, Exergy, and give the young kids some advice. And the best way to do it is to get back on the bike and start racing again. Look at it. Here we are. He's finished third. So as they look out around now, Fast Freddy is going to step up on that podium alongside two Italians. Now we are going to take another break, but we are going to speak with Levi Leipheimer, just letting him get behind the scenes there. So we will have an interview with Levi Leipheimer when we come back, and he is the first winner of the USA Pro Cycling Challenge. These boys, the first three on the day, and what a day it is here in Denver. We'll see you back with us in just a moment, and then we'll have Levi Leipheimer to talk with us. See you in a moment. The USA Pro Cycling Challenge is brought to you by Smashburger, Smash, Sizzle, Savor. By the Shack Tour Tracker. And by Exergy Development, innovative thinking, integrated energy. And by Waste Management, think green. Welcome back. The sun continues to shine. Let's go straight out back to the podium here, and this is Rafael Montiel. He's won the Nissan King of the Mountains on the very last mountain of the race, and with all the mountains we've had, that in itself is a surprise. But the Colombians had to be somewhere. This is a great team. As a Colombian journalist told me this week, this is the next generation of great Colombian cyclists. And look at that. Just take a look at the flags. They took the top 4 places in the King of the Mountains. Well, I know they live at altitude in Bogota, and they've brought that form here into the Colorado Rockies. Pedranza losing the title on the very last day. Back to the podium, because this is Elia Viviani, the personality of the Tour. He gets the green jersey. So this is the Smashburger Green Points jersey, the second most important jersey in the competition, the most consistent daily finisher in the last 3 days, 2 wins and a second. He consolidated that win here.
Well, that is what you call consistent, and he could have made it 3 in a row if he'd wanted to, but he preferred to gift that final stage to his own teammate, which I think takes a lot of class.
Absolutely right. Viviani in the end accumulated 50 points in that competition, 25 more. 50% more than his teammate Daniel Oss. TJ Van Garderen, that's a great sign when you can be that consistent. For TJ, the youngster, finishing third, Leipheimer fourth, and George Hincapie completing the top 5.
Here we go. TJ Van Garderen, best young rider for any young rider who's under 25 years of age at the start of a season, and he only just turned 23 last week.
Coming thick and fast onto the podium now, as Sean Hunter on the left and Mike Plant on the right, the former president of the USA Cycling Federation. TJ Van Garderen, he's the face of USA Cycling of the future. This man, we really feel, will mature into a winner of the Tour de France. He never lets us down. He's had the yellow for 1 day. He was bitterly disappointed, but he gets the sheet's best young rider here, as he did in the Tour of California. He is a real star of the future.
No, he certainly is. Just have a look at this, Phil. Look at the gaps for TJ Van Garderen. 3 minutes and 18 seconds down to the second place rider, Eduardo Beltran.
Yes, and these are the young boys here. They're all under 23, no, under 24 rather. And now I'm hearing that Bob Roll has now got up alongside Levi Leipheimer, so let's go and hear what he's got to say. Down to you, Bob.
Levi, it looked like a very difficult stage out there with the technical finale. It didn't seem to be a flat stage, noodle into the finish line whatsoever.
No, you know what? Garmin Cervelo really lit it up today. Of course, it's their hometown, and you know, it took some of the best form of my career to beat Christian and Garmin Cervelo this week. So hats off to them. You know, they're the local favorite, and I really appreciate the race they put on. I mean, this is one of the best victories of my career, just the way it all played out, taking the jersey, losing the jersey, and then really having to pull out one of my best performances ever to take it back and hold on to it. And of course, last and most importantly, my team was fantastic.
Well, it seemed like the Tour de France was a little bit disappointing for the team, but since then you've been on fire. How did you collect your thoughts and get your morale back for this very big race?
Well, you know, I'm experienced, and I think that I've been able to develop like a bit of a cold calculation over the years. You know, I won Switzerland. I had good morale going into the Tour, but, you know, 4 or 5 crashes, it sets you back. And so I was just able to sort of refocus, use the Tour, pick out some smaller goals, use it as training, and really, in the back of my mind, I had Tour of Utah and here in Colorado in my mind, and so couldn't have gone any better.
Well, you've won the Tour of Switzerland, like you said, and the Tour of California a number of times, Tour of Utah also. How does this one rate with those victories?
Well, you know, I think the crowd here today in Denver, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger crowd as this in the United States, so that right there is definitely makes it an important victory. Thank you to all the fans that came out this week. It's been phenomenal.
Would you consider coming back next year?
Oh, without a doubt. You couldn't pay me to stay away.
All right, well, congratulations, Levi. Great win.
Thank you very much.
Well said, Levi. He's 37, almost he'll be 38 years of age in October. He has a special cycle ride down in his hometown these days of Santa Rosa in California, so if you fancy riding with Levi, you'll know how good he is then, believe me. This is it now. We're going to bring what I always call the most expensive line of washing onto the stage. As we look here, it looks as though Tim Duggan got the most aggressive rider on the right there. That was the XG prize for him. The blue jersey of Best Young Rider is worn tonight by TJ Van Garderen. That's a sheets competition, and the Smashburger points is gone to Elia Viviani. Not smiling yet, he looks rather confused, doesn't he? But the Nissan King of the Mountains is Rafael Montiel. Then comes the big man, the Quiznos yellow jersey, the winner's jersey on the shoulder of Levi Leipheimer, who at almost 38 years of age is simply getting better and better and better. So an absolutely tremendous result, especially for USA and Colombia. They were doing their own, dominating whenever they could. Well, we're going to have to say goodbye now from our live coverage here, but I hope you've enjoyed it. This is a race which is going to stay in Colorado. It has been an outstanding success. Paul Sherwen, Phil Liggett, Bob Roll, goodbye. Down the home straight, Patrick Gretsch has won this with his ride.
Leipheimer's got the gap.
Levi Leipheimer has ripped the field apart here. Leipheimer has cracked the big time. He wins the stage. Van Garderen sees the peloton. He's going backwards away from him. This is a great finish by George. Now, who would have said Hincapie would win? TJ Van Garderen may not have won the stage, but he's in the next yellow jersey. He's given his all. That is all you can do. Leipheimer is back on top of his game here.
That is unbelievable.
Viviani's got a good pair of legs here. Elia Viviani takes it on the line.
The best way for him to win this stage is to attack before he gets to the summit of the climb.
Welcome back to the top of Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France, because that's what it feels like.
Yeah, he's next looking for a gap there.
Viviani has broken for the line again. Viviani has done it. 2 out of 2. That is amazing.